Chapter 1. Will you or will you not annul the engagement? I can endure the darkness, provided that I have never beheld the light. You wish to annul our engagement? Do not regret it in the future. I, Long Ao Tian, a true man and the illustrious young master of the Xianguang sect, have countless women in this Fei Xian continent who wish to marry me. Consider carefully who is truly seeking whom today. What right does a mere woman have to draft this annulment letter? It is utterly laughable, ridiculously laughable. So, will you or will you not annul this engagement? Yin Yu inquired, her patience wearing thin. Glaring at the incessantly chattering man below, she struggled to suppress the impulse to kick him away. Even before marriage, he was surrounded by numerous wives, sleeping with sisters, younger siblings, widows, aunties, and even both minor and major demons, none of whom resembled the true Yin Yu of this narrative. Why should she endure this? Moreover, the original Yin Yu in the story had not endured either. She annulled the engagement swiftly and expressed her disdain clearly. Indeed, it is true Yin Yu had transmigrated. She found herself within the pages of a wretched, male-oriented fantasy cultivation novel recited by a white-coat figure. She became the male protagonist, Long Ao Tian's beloved yet despised, vicious fiancé, destined for retribution. Endowed with exquisite beauty and an ethereal aura, her ambition was boundless, aspiring to become the foremost figure of the Fei Xian continent. Standing atop all men, she was willing to pay any price for this. In the narrative, Long Ao Tian is depicted as an extraordinary talent in cultivation, an unparalleled craftsman, and an alchemical genius, not to mention his striking appearance and commendable physique, truly a favored child of destiny. Thus, he was surrounded by countless adoring women, indulging in a harem as he traversed through trials and tribulations. Naturally, the story could not avoid various antagonists stirring trouble along the way. By a cruel twist of fate, Yin Yu was the foremost among these vile antagonists, with 3 disciples who opposed the male protagonist, including her master and senior brother. It could be said that the entire Xian Yun sect was riddled with villains. Particularly, her unfortunate little disciple, Yu, was initially blissfully unaware of his fate as a nascent demon god. He once had a harmonious family, parents, an elder brother, and a younger sister until one fateful day when the seal on his power loosened slightly. The most exalted of the Fei Xian continent, the supreme immortal of the Wushang sect, encountered him and declared, "This demon will surely bring about the end of the world." Consequently, Ji's entire family was brutally slaughtered, leaving only him, stripped of all his cultivation, to escape. After 5 years of evasion, Yu finally broke free from his seal and infiltrated the Xian Yun sect, where he caught the attention of the original character who sought to use him as a vessel to absorb his power, taking him as a disciple. Of course, the original character ultimately met a tragic end at Ji's hands. In the end, the entire Xian Yun sect was eradicated by Yu, who then proceeded to destroy the remaining 2 major sects, setting the stage for a monumental showdown with the male protagonist and his harem. Yet, every time Yin Yu recalled this, she couldn't help but feel a surge of hatred. Having been treated like a lunatic for so many years, confined in a mental institution with no doctor daring to treat her after all, she was not ill. Had it not been for that mysterious white-coat figure, employing electric chairs and biochemical weapons to bind her while insisting she listen to a tale, she would not have found herself in this predicament. The story paused at the moment when the male protagonist Long Ao Tian and the antagonist Yu were on the brink of a climactic battle. The white-coat figure then closed the book and asked her, "Which of these 2 do you wish to survive?" "Why should I care?" Thus, Yin Yu nonchalantly replied, "Can't they just avoid fighting? Isn't it more pleasant to go their separate ways? Is it really just for the sake of those petty wives?" How utterly ridiculous! It was clear that she hadn't paid any mind to the story. The smile on the white-coat figure's face vanished instantly. He then attempted to rephrase the question, "Between Long Ao Tian and Yu, whom do you prefer?" Was there no end to this? Bound to an electric chair, surrounded by biochemical weapons, in a cramped glass chamber that isolated her from the world, Yin Yu defiantly declared, "I certainly prefer the author. Isn't the one who could create such eccentric characters the real genius? One sleeps with the heavens. The other is a human weapon. The author is simply remarkable." The white coat figure was left speechless. Yin Yu swore that the look in the white coat figure's eyes could have killed her on the spot, accompanied by the grinding of teeth and frustration. What was he so agitated about? He repeatedly pressed her on the matter, making comparisons, while Yin Yu remained uncooperative throughout. She adamantly refused to relent. Given Miss Yan's intellect, it's no wonder even machines fail to register your highest value. Truly, Miss Yan, he exclaimed, exasperated, his teeth gritting. Finally, barely squeezing out the last question, he asked if one must die, Long Ao Tian or Jiyu, whom would you choose? It seemed this question bore immense significance. Even Yin Yu sensed something was off. Could it be that this white coat figure was not her doctor, but rather a lunatic? Distracted, she replied, then let the one called must die. After all, it's merely a battle of life and death between two individuals. What business is it of his to meddle? He deserves to be caught in the crossfire. It was an obvious jab at the white coat figure, who was the must, overly meddlesome and insufferable. In the end, he was so enraged that he nearly spat blood. He grinned at her ominously. I know you're formidable. I am even more aware of your greatest weakness. Yin Yu, remember, only by altering Ji's ultimate fate within the story and preventing his descent into darkness can you hope to escape. Otherwise, this body you have so painstakingly acquired will disintegrate into dust. You will never see your disciple again. How could the white coat figure know she had a disciple? Yin Yu was taken aback. However, before she could utter another word, darkness enveloped her vision. When she opened her eyes again, she had transmigrated. She now possessed all the memories of the original character, Yin Yu, the malicious supporting antagonist who shared her peculiar name. The moment she found herself in this narrative, it was 2 years after Ji's family massacre. In other words, having witnessed the tragic demise of the Ji family, he had been relentlessly hunted by the entire cultivation world for a full 2 years, facing a hellish existence. After another 3 years of fleeing, he would infiltrate the Xianyun sect and become Yin Yu's disciple. Yin Yu, casting a glance at Long Ao Tian, the male protagonist, who was still passionately berating her, clearly displeased, having just been caught flirting with a fox outside the Xianyun sect. What a scandalous scene that was. Yin Yu realized she must first resolve this engagement. Long Ao Tian remained furious. Even if you wish to annul the engagement, my father, the sect leader of the Xianguang sect, is not present today. Traditionally, marriages are arranged by parents and matchmakers. Yin Yu slammed her hand on the table. With a resounding thud, she could hardly remain seated, pointing at the calm and composed sect leader of her own Xianyun sect nearby, who was watching the spectacle unfold. Did I not invite the sect leader of the Xianyun sect to witness this? He is my master and can be considered a father figure. Am I not granting you face? And as for the traditional parental consent, does having a father make you superior? Yin Yu raised her voice. Are you mocking me, the vice sect leader of the Xianyun sect, for being orphaned? Do you wish to see me humiliated? Long Ao Tian. He looked utterly dumbfounded, staring at Yin Yu, who had suddenly flared up. This was the same gentle and graceful fiancée he had known, as beautiful as a celestial being. Yet here she was unleashing her fury. Long Ao Tian frowned, perplexed as to why this decent lady had taken such a turn. Are you jealous? He wondered, lost in thought. Chapter 2. A Duel. Yin Yu. The engagement break was merely a passing mention in the book. Does she, a malicious supporting character, truly warrant such extensive involvement? She lifted her gaze to meet the eyes of the male protagonist across from her, whose expression was a mix of anticipation, satisfaction, and discontent that I in Long Ao Tian's heart. This fiancée, he was destined to be the woman he would marry. She was already his, given the current uproar, having just witnessed him in an intimate moment with the charming fox Mayer. Could it be that he was feeling jealous? Was her deep affection for him the reason? Yin, you could not endure this grievance. Long Ao Tian spoke. If you feel wronged because of this matter, rest assured you err. No matter how many women may surround me in the future, you will forever remain my legitimate wife, that no one can surpass you. Do you think your family has a throne to inherit? Yin Yu interjected. With swift strokes, she penned another letter of annulment in front of everyone, succinctly declaring, leave. You can truly leave now. She remembered that in the original story, the former master of the Xianyun sect had engaged in a public brawl with the male lead over the annulment. thoroughly thrashing him. Indeed, the annulment was executed with remarkable efficiency, yet the male lead thereafter harbored a deep-seated hatred for the original character, vowing to make her kneel at his feet in repentance for her past decisions. Moreover, had it not been for the male lead's vengeance, the original character would not have met with such a swift demise at the hands of Gu. Even jealousy must have its limits. Yuer Long Aoken chastised sternly that it was as if she could not comprehend human speech. Yenyu rolled up her sleeves, her ethereal white dress billowing gracefully, her long hair cascading down to her waist. Casually tied with a snow-white ribbon, as she stood, her sleeves floated like clouds, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her fair, jade-like wrist, exquisitely smooth like the finest mutton-fat jade. Yet, she directed a fist at Long Aotion, boldly asking, "How about we have a duel?" As she posed the question, a glint of ferocity sparkled in her cat-like eyes, a mix of excitement and eagerness at a duel. Whoever wins shall command the other. Yenyu had changed her mind. Suddenly realizing that this was no longer her original body, but a world from the book, did this mean that her limitations were also lifted? She promptly leaped into action. Her feet barely touching the ground as she lunged toward Long Aotion, delivering a punch. Bang! In an instant, the air around her was devoid of spiritual energy fluctuations, solely relying on the force of her fist. Long Aotion felt as though his face had been struck by a mountain. Had he not already forged a body as resilient as iron, Yenyu's blow could have easily sent his head askew. "You!" Long Aotion finally grasped the gravity of the situation, exclaiming, "Yuer, what are you doing? Are you attempting to commit murder?" The final word, "husband," left his lips in shock, gazing at the seemingly celestial beauty before him wielding a brick that had seemingly fallen from the sky. He was left speechless. The brick shone with a golden hue, blindingly bright, especially as it was brought down upon him with malicious intent. "Stop!" "Ah!" Long Aotion leaped back in fright, his handsome face contorted in panic. Adhering to the adage that good men do not fight with women, Long Aotion felt disinclined to utilize his spiritual energy, leaving him to be chased around the room by Yenyu. Ultimately, he found himself in a state of disarray and anger, yet he reminded himself that good men do not fight with women. Yenyu denied Long Aotion the chance to speak. Thus, he turned and fled, dragging the little fox outside, that we shall discuss the matter of marriage with my father present at a later date. I must take my leave." Long Aotion's voice echoed as he activated a teleportation talisman. Even the Xianyun sect's master, who had initially come to observe the spectacle, was left dumbfounded, glancing between Yenyu and the mysterious brick in her hands. "Disciple, what is this?" the Xianyun sect master stammered. Yenyu placed her hands on her hips, her expression a blend of satisfaction and regret. The satisfaction stemmed from her newfound freedom to fight without restraint, while the regret lay in the fact that the marriage matter was far from resolved. Nevertheless, she discerned the sect master's evident disapproval in that moment. Yenyu suddenly understood the original character's ambition, to become the foremost figure in the Facian continent, standing atop all men. Indeed, one must possess a formidable fist to act as one pleases. Yenyu glanced at the golden brick in her hand, her gaze tinged with nostalgia. It had been quite some time since she had used it. She had not anticipated its utility in this world. However, the pressing concern remained. She must quickly locate her little disciple, Gu. Yenyu recalled the white-clad figure's instruction, to alter the fate of the villain Gu and prevent his descent into darkness. But what precisely was that fate? As these thoughts crossed her mind, she felt a wave of confusion. The white-clad figure had only recited the impending clash between the villain Gu and the male lead Long Aotion. As for the outcome of this monumental battle, whether it had occurred, if there were casualties, or if all had perished, Yenyu was entirely in the dark. Thus, she resolved to follow her instincts and intervene. The first step was to ascertain the whereabouts of her little disciple, Gu. Yenyu descended the mountain at the foot of the Xianyun sect. A bustling town thrived, with vendors and pedestrians filling the streets. Near the dead-end corner at the street's end, a conflict was quietly erupting. "Stinky beggar, what are you hiding for? Do you dare to look at me with that gaze? You seek death. Bring him here." 5 individuals surrounded a ragged boy, 2 of whom pinned him to the ground. He bore 2 ghastly wounds on his chest, blood oozing profusely, and his fingers, crushed beneath someone's foot, bent at an unnatural angle. The boy's face, forced upward, was undeniably beautiful, even with a deep gash marring his right cheek. Slap. With a swift motion, the leader of the five, dressed in green, Tang Chai, struck the boy's face with a resounding blow. Stinky beggar, if you dare to look at me with those eyes again, it won't just be your face that gets ruined, but your very eyes. As Tang Chai struck, he hurled insults. The two men holding Ji down kicked him mercilessly. Taunting. You thought you could escape just now, didn't you? The pain forced a groan from Ji, and the assailants continued their verbal abuse. Our boss has taken a liking to you. Your life is a stroke of luck. Smoke rising from your ancestral graves. If you have the guts, kill me, he shouted hoarsely, perhaps provoked by the remark regarding his ancestors. Ji's vision blurred, flooded with visions of blood, stinking and viscous. Corpses littered the Ji family estate. His parents unable to rest in peace. His older brother, who had always cherished him, was cut into pieces before his eyes, urging him to flee even as he met his demise. His younger sister, having just learned to walk at the tender age of 3, wailed in agony as her legs were severed, struggling for half an hour before finally succumbing. The entire Ji family gone, except for him. Ji fought back with newfound determination, his eyes filled with hatred, driven solely by the words of an exalted master who had branded him a demon. Was he destined to bring ruin to heaven and earth, dragging everyone in this realm into the abyss alongside him? On what grounds? Tears streamed down his beautiful, yet disheveled face as he reflected on the loss of his family after 2 years of relentless flight. Realizing that his cultivation had been entirely obliterated, leaving him with no refuge in this vast world. But he could not die. He must not perish here, regardless of who these 5 individuals were or how they had recognized his disguise. He refused to submit. You dare to move, Tang Chai thundered. Slapping Ji once more, he then stomped upon Ji's head, forcing him down. You 4, break his hands and feet. Let us see how this stinky beggar struggles. Stop! A clear, melodious voice rang out, and one anticipated that in this secluded corner, 6 pairs of eyes would turn to behold a white figure gracefully descending from the sky. Chapter 3. I shall always be his master. The woman had her azure hair half-tied, the wind lifting the white ribbons that bound her hair as she descended gracefully, her white attire simple yet elegant, her feet barely touching the ground as she floated down like a celestial being. A vision of exquisite beauty. Yen struck with a single palm, sending the 4 assailants reeling backward, while Tang Chai was sent crashing away. Ji quickly pushed himself up, his palms clawing at the ground. And as he raised his gaze, that ethereal figure stood before him, their curious eyes locking. That I'm sorry I'm late, Yen said, crouching down with a smile and extending her hand toward him. Who are you? Ji asked warily, instinctively retreating. The sudden appearance of this mysterious woman put him on high alert. Yet, as he watched her reach out, she seemed to notice his injuries, retrieving a handkerchief with gentle intent to wipe the pain from his face. Ji blinked, momentarily perplexed. Was she actually helping him? Yen felt a pang of regret, observing the wounds on his face. What kind of monster could inflict such harm on such a beautiful countenance? This is a healing pill. Please take it, she said, producing a pill and offering it to him. That Ji remained motionless. Was this person truly attempting to save him? He found it hard to believe. Yen undeterred, grasped his chin, lifting it to meet her gaze. The Ji's pupils constricted in surprise. Indeed. However, before he could formulate a theory, the pill was already thrust into his mouth. The faint scent of medicine melted instantly. Yen smiled sweetly. This pill isn't unpleasant at all. You needn't be anxious. The Ji's eyes revealed a profound despair, hatred surging within him. Why did everyone only wish for his demise? He had done nothing wrong. Yet he soon realized that the pain in his internal organs had lessened significantly, with the 2 most severe wounds on his chest having stopped bleeding, and the weakness from blood loss had lifted somewhat. Was she saving him? This was inconceivable. He shook his head violently, astonished. Why would she be willing to save him? He was a demon, a calamity that the Supreme Celestial Master had sworn to annihilate, the most despicable being in this realm of flying immortals. How could anyone possibly wish to feed him a precious healing elixir? Was this truly a healing elixir? The grip on his chin had already loosened, and Ji dared to raise his gaze. What met his eyes was the gentle smile of the woman before him, clad in ethereal white, her cat-like eyes sparkling with mirth, extending a delicate hand towards him, glistening like fine jade in the dappled sunlight. "Come back with me, will you?" she invited. "Why?" Ji stood in a daze, instinctively hiding his dirty, broken hands behind him, his gaze falling upon her elegant white dress, so clean, like a lotus untouched by the mundane world. Ethereal and exalted, how could she associate with a fiend like him? Just then, Tang Chai, who had rushed back after being sent by Yin Yu, seemed to recognize her at a glance. "Deputy Sect Master Yin?" The tone was filled with surprise. Tang Chai showed no fear of having just been struck by Yin Yu. Instead, he leaned closer and whispered to her, "Did you also realize that this lad is a rare and unparalleled furnace? Is that why you came personally to take him back?" As he spoke, he patted himself, looking sincerely at Yin Yu. "Deputy Sect Master Yin, don't misunderstand that I intended to present this lad to you. It was never meant to be kept for myself." Yin Yu, the boy, who had been hiding his hands behind him, suddenly lifted his gaze, disbelief etched across his face as it shifted from Tang Chai back to Yin Yu. In a moment of realization, Yin Yu turned her head and finally recognized Tang Chai's identity, that a rogue cultivator, the original character's infatuated admirer, who had been used by the original character to seek out furnaces for absorbing spiritual energy, eagerly utilizing others' energy to hasten her own cultivation, driven by ambition. What a waste of such a beautiful, pure-looking face. Once Yin Yu understood, a sudden jolt struck her heart. With Tang Chai's words, her disciple was likely to misunderstand. Yin Yu instinctively glanced at Ji Yu, and upon meeting his slightly bewildered gaze, she felt relieved. Thankfully, her disciple seemed not to have caught on. After all, she truly had no intention of engaging in such matters. However, unbeknownst to her, behind her, Ji Yu's broken hands were pressed firmly against the ground, the contorted angle of his fingers growing increasingly eerie. That it turned out that she intended to kill him in this manner. Indeed, no one in this world would ever treat him kindly again. Yin Yu had already turned around, aiming at Tang Chai, and with a swift motion, she delivered a sharp slap. The sound rang clear. Tang Chai was left dumbfounded. Yin Yu sneered coldly. Since she was already cast as the villain, she saw no reason to refrain from acting even more ruthlessly. After all, it was too late to play the good person. It would be better to embrace the role of the villain completely, for she was never suited to be virtuous in the first place. Yin Yu rebuked, "Stop spreading nonsense and sowing discord. This is my disciple, and I see great potential in him, intending to bring him back to the Xianyun sect as a student." She continued to explain. After her words, she turned back to Ji Yu and, after a moment's thought, said sternly, "Since I have chosen you as my disciple, it is indeed your honor. You shall be one, whether you wish it or not." She had no intention of granting Ji Yu the opportunity to refuse. Her tone and demeanor were strikingly familiar, akin to a threat that promised consequences should he dare to decline. Ji Yu's gaze fell darkly upon Tang Chai beside him, recalling how someone had threatened him not long ago. He felt a cold sneer within. Yet on the surface, he wore a compliant smile, his eyes sparkling with joy as they met Yin Yu's, resembling countless stars, with her as the sole focus, that he knelt before her with utmost decorum. His voice slightly hoarse as he looked up and softly called Master. Yin Yu. In that instant, her heart inexplicably raced. Hesitating, her hand reached out towards him, intending to say, "No need," as she had already accepted him as her disciple. However, upon seeing her outstretched hand, the boy showed no hesitation, placing his strangely contorted right hand into her palm. He gripped it tightly, asking, "Master, from now on, you shall be my master, correct?" Yin Yu nodded, dazed. This was impossible. Beside them, Tang Chai exclaimed in disbelief, "Deputy Sect Master Yin, are you serious? This lad has no use beyond being an excellent furnace to enhance your powers." Overwhelmed by shock, he inadvertently revealed the original character's secret of seeking out furnaces for cultivation. Fortunately, no one else was around to hear. Only the four subordinates who dared not approach, along with Yin Yu and Ji Yu, understood. Yin Yu frowned, realizing how stubborn and relentless Tang Chai was. She had thought one slap would suffice to awaken him. "This is my third disciple," she stated seriously, then turned to Ji Yu and asked, "What is your name?" "Ji Yu," he replied, his head bowed. Darkness hid in his eyes, unreadable to anyone, the figure kneeling straight as a drawn bow. Taut with tension, Tang Chai continued to press Yin Yu, How could he qualify to be your disciple? Your first two disciples are exceptional. The eldest, Wen Zhao, is the son of the sacred domain, a prodigy, while the second, Feng Xiaofeng, despite a humble birth, is also quite powerful. And this one, as he spoke, he pointed at Ji, he is but a waste, without foundation. Just now, I observed that all his meridians seem to have been destroyed. Even if he were to cultivate again, it would be nearly impossible. Ji remained silent, but his expression darkened further with each of Tang Chai's words, a trace of derision appearing at the corners of his lips. Since he was merely a tool for their purposes, he had no power to resist. Why were they pretending to act in front of him? After all, he truly was a waste. The demonic energy that had been sealed within him surged. It was only a year ago that he had discovered this seal within his body. Indeed, he was a demon. The Supreme Celestial Master's assertion had proven true. Yet he had never wished to become a fiend, nor to destroy this realm. That it was these people who had ruined him, who had destroyed the Ji family. Therefore, as long as he drew breath, he would not miss the opportunity to drag everyone down to hell with him. Ji vowed, his heart boiling with hatred. Yet unexpectedly at that moment, Yin declared, I, Yin, deputy sect master of the Xinyan sect, hereby accept Ji as my third disciple, and he shall be the last disciple I take in this lifetime. For eternity, I shall be his master, loving him, cherishing him, and protecting him, without exception. May the heavens bear witness. This oath shall not be broken. Chapter 4. His path to immortality had long been severed as her words fell. The boy kneeling on the ground suddenly lifted his gaze, that I in the quiet street corner. Not far away was a bustling marketplace filled with vendors and pedestrians. The wind blew gently, carrying the faint aroma of pastries. Rustling the white ribbons cascading from the woman's hair. Dancing in the breeze, he observed her earnest and focused expression. With the heavens as witness, a faint golden light enveloped the two of them, signifying the establishment of their vow. He would be her last disciple. For eternity, she would protect him. Deputy Sect Master Yin, why? Tang Chai, pale-faced, confronted Yin, utterly perplexed. You do not need a waste like him. You are the Deputy Sect Master of the Xinyan sect. A celestial beauty, high above, pure and lovely. You shouldn't, he faltered, his mouth agape in confusion, observing the graceful way the woman turned, her flowing sleeves falling gently, revealing a slender wrist. She cautiously grasped the boy's wrist. How could your hand be so injured? Don't move recklessly. Once we return, I will find a sex healer for you. Will it hurt? She not only noticed Jiu's hand, twisted and broken, but her eyes also reflected genuine concern and care. As she helped Jiu to his feet, she instinctively glanced at his knees and the two fatal wounds on his chest. Aside from these, do your knees hurt? Yin asked with concern. Jiu leaned against her, buoyed by the effects of the healing elixir. Otherwise, he would likely lack the strength to stand. Having lost too much blood, his injuries were indeed severe. Yet, he dared not let his guard down, especially since this so-called master, who had appeared from nowhere, had first been gentle and then quickly turned threatening, insisting he become her disciple. She seemed to have close connections with the five who had besieged him today. I'm fine, thank you, master, Ji replied with a smile, instinctively straightening his injured knee that on the surface. He appeared to be a boy touched by being saved by his master, innocent and harmless, obedient and docile. He concealed the doubts swirling within him in front of everyone. She bore witness to him as her disciple. She had noticed his injuries, and her expression had been one of concern to AT that moment. His heart longed to scoff, to mock, to disdain. What exactly did she intend to do? To use him? Why not simply act with the same blatant malice as everyone else towards him, no matter how ruthless the methods? He will never perish at her hands, I assert. He is no wastrel that my close disciple shall one day be renowned across the continent, becoming the foremost figure of the Feishin continent, soaring to heights unattainable by any of you. Yin spoke in a calm tone to Ji. Regaining his senses, couldn't help but let his gaze drift back to her face, only to realize that she was addressing the leader of those who bullied him. No, he is clearly, his meridians are severed, and even his dantian is ruined. Tang Chai stammered, pointing towards Ji. Following his gesture, Ji turned his gaze back to Yin. How should he respond? This question piqued his curiosity as well, especially after learning that there was indeed a seal within him, a seal containing demonic energy. He is a demon, and to be reborn from a state of being a wastrel he must tread the path of demonic cultivation. His path of immortality has long been severed. Chapter 5. She wants it all, disciple. What path do you wish to cultivate? Yin Yu turned towards Ji. Ji Yu was momentarily stunned, taken aback that she would ask him. Even Tang Chai was dumbfounded. What path? Does Ji Yu, this wastrel, even have a choice, or rather, does he have any opportunity to step onto the grand path? Once you have pondered this question, you may tell me your answer then. Yin Yu concluded the matter decisively. What choice he would make was ultimately inconsequential. After all, she had already made up her mind. She would pursue both the path of immortality and the path of demons. Why must adults still choose between options? If the male protagonist can ascend to the heavens and achieve the light of righteousness, then her villainous little disciple shall, regardless of whether he becomes a demon or an immortal, compel the entire Phaeacian continent to look up to him, bowing beneath his feet, unifying the continent. As Yin Yu contemplated this, her eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to change the villain Ji Yu's ultimate fate, to prevent his descent into darkness. According to Yin Yu's speculation, the story yet to be fully narrated indicated that even if Ji Yu, as the villain, were to triumph in a monumental battle against the male protagonist Long Aotion, his identity as a villain was already fated, allowing him to survive only until the grand conclusion before perishing. Therefore, the one who would die could not possibly be the male protagonist to alter Ji Yu's ultimate fate. With him as a demon already at odds with the entire continent, Yin Yu would elevate him to the pinnacle of this continent, making it so that all could only gaze up at Ji Yu, so strong as to be invincible, naturally looking down upon all. Thus, the situation could be resolved, with her grasp on over half the script and known plot, attempting to seize the male protagonist's resources. Opportunities and treasures was a mere trifle, effortlessly achievable. In fact, should her disciple need it, Yin Yu could even assist in acquiring the male protagonist's numerous wives and pets. Just follow your master diligently. Yin Yu raised her hand, affectionately ruffling her little disciple's hair, assuring him that whatever he desired in the future would be within reach. The Ji Yu remained silent. The master and disciple were about to depart when... Wait! Tang Chai interrupted, urgently questioning Yin Yu. Vice Master Yin Yu. Tang Chai hesitated, wanting to ask why Yin Yu would abandon such a fine furnace. Would he still need to find her a furnace in the future? Or perhaps her attitude today was utterly unfamiliar to him. Previously indifferent, today she seemed so distant, as if she would sever all ties with him from now on. This brat can be your disciple? Can I? Tang Chai gritted his teeth and asked. Yin Yu regarded him with a bemused expression. However, she ultimately did not forget that he was the original's lackey, having secretly performed some good deeds in the past. After a moment's contemplation, Yin Yu remarked, in that case, you and those four shall accompany me back to the sect. Indeed, leaving 5 troublemakers outside to hunt for furnaces was not wise. Yin Yu felt it prudent to bring them back. You truly wish to take me as your disciple. Tang Chai's eyes brightened. Yet he misinterpreted Yin Yu's intentions. The Ji Yu also turned his head to observe her reaction, tightening his hands hidden within his sleeves. His hands were already broken, and making such a gesture now would only exacerbate the pain. Though cold sweat broke out on his brow, his demeanor remained remarkably calm. This enduring patience and temperament would later become too late for Yin Yu to notice. She, as the exalted master, would ultimately fall into her disciple's grasp, becoming his prisoner. Of course not. Yin Yu quickly countered, informing Tang Chai, I will no longer take disciples, but you may become my outer disciples. Just keeping a watchful eye under her supervision. Given the original's identity as the vice master of the Xianyan sect, she could not afford to falter easily. Tang Chai, along with the 4 others, maintained a distance of nearly 100 meters, too intimidated to approach, thus remaining oblivious to the unfolding events. Soon, their good days would come to an end. What? Are you unwilling? Yin Yu seemed to realize. Tang Chai shook his head vehemently. No. His one-word response was resolute. His gaze shone brightly as he looked at Yin Yu. If you are willing to allow me into Xianyan sect as your outer disciple, I would serve faithfully for a lifetime. You ought to remain loyal to Xianyan sect. Once a disciple of Xianyan sect, one must remain loyal for life, Ji Yu reminded, glancing at his master for her reaction. Even he did not understand why he was engaging in such baffling behavior. Yin Yu's expression remained unchanged. She summoned her flying spiritual tool, preparing to take Ji Yu back to the sect. As for Tang Chai and the others, Yin Yu handed one of them a jade token. She said, "My flying tool cannot accommodate so many of you, so you will need to make your own way to Xianyan sect. This jade token will guide you to the correct location of the sect, allowing you to come find me." "All right." Tang Chai eagerly accepted it, that Ji Yu averted his gaze, glancing down at his injuries. And a smile flickered across his lips, as if recalling something amusing from their conversation. "Yuer, come here." Yin Yu beckoned. Her flying tool was a long, snow-white sword, its blade enveloped in a rich spiritual aura. As Ji Yu stepped onto it, he distinctly felt the sword tremble slightly, as if reluctant to at the moment of takeoff. He nearly lost his balance and fell off the sword. "Be careful." Yin Yu turned back, as if she had eyes on the back of her head, swiftly wrapping her white silken ribbon around his waist. "Master." The spirit sword flew swiftly, and Ji Yu grasped the ribbon around him. Hearing her exclaim, "You are injured. There is no need to hold on so tightly. This spirit sword is stable. You won't fall." Ji Yu obediently loosened his grip, yet his eyes narrowed slightly, as he seemed to consciously avoid the winds around him. Unlike the front, where he could clearly see Yin Yu's flowing hair dancing in the wind, the white ribbon trailing behind her fluttered elegantly, that he realized there was a protective barrier surrounding him. Thus, his injuries would not worsen during this flight. The journey back to the sect was both swift and steady, without a single gust of wind touching him. Upon returning to the ethereal Xianyan sect, the vast plaza and competition stage were bustling with disciples clad in snow-white robes and silken sashes. At this moment, they all turned in unison towards Yin Yu's direction. Their gazes primarily landed on Ji Yu, a figure in disarray, his stunning face marred by a deep gash inflicted by a blade. The ground he had tread was stained with blood, and even Yin Yu's once pristine white ribbon was now tarnished with glaring red. A scene of unprecedented disarray in the minds of the disciples. Vice Master, what has happened to you? Is everything all right?" The disciple approached, expressing concern. Yin Yu shook her head, one hand steadying Ji Yu. Within the sect, flying was prohibited, yet there were teleportation arrays leading to each disciple's mountain abode. That is one of the three major sects of the Facian continent. Xianyan sect was prosperous, with elders specializing in alchemy, artifact forging, sword cultivation, spiritual cultivation, and body cultivation, each practicing on different peaks. That is the Vice Master. Yin Yu did not usually manage affairs directly. Her high cultivation placed her beneath the Master, ranking alongside the sword and spiritual elders, making her a role model for countless women across the Facian continent. That in the rankings of female strength throughout the continent, she held the second position. The first belonged to Yi Lanxin, the master of the Wushang sect. A captivating beauty, often compared to the original's icy beauty, forming a pair of stunning figures within the Facian continent. Naturally, the relationship between the two was far from amicable, whether in sect rivalries, beauty contests, or power struggles. The original had always aspired to overshadow Yi Lanxin. Along with the entire Facian continent, the original yearned to stand atop all, becoming the foremost individual. She was undoubtedly the most ambitious and ruthless woman Yin Yu had ever encountered. Yet, now that person was indeed her. However, she genuinely cherished this script that Ji Yu followed her, and their destination was not Yin Yu's Qiyin Peak, but rather the Dan Elder's Danyang Peak. Given Ji Yu's injuries, Yin Yu intended to take him there for a checkup. As the disciples traversed the plaza, witnessing the sudden appearance of this individual beside her and her caring demeanor towards him, one disciple could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired, "Vice Master, may I ask who this is?" "Vice Master, how could this person have sustained such grievous injuries?" "This is my disciple." Yin Yu thought that since she had to make the announcement anyway, she might as well explain to her disciples. "This is my newly accepted apprentice, Ji Yu, who is also my most cherished disciple, though he seemed to possess not even a hint of spiritual energy. How could he be completely devoid of cultivation?" "Vice Master, he is clearly a waste." As soon as Yin Yu's words left her lips, the disciples of the Xianyan sect gazed at her in astonishment. Frowning, Yin Yu noticed that these people kept referring to someone as a waste. "Step aside," she commanded coldly. The disciples recoiled under her imposing aura, their faces paling as they regarded Ji Yu with a mix of suspicion and disdain. What right did someone like him have to be the Vice Master's disciple? Was the Vice Master out of her mind to return with such a useless person? The contempt expressed in their glances was something Ji Yu could easily discern without much thought. Yet he remained unfazed. That it had been 2 years. He had grown accustomed to it. "You are not a waste. Yin Yu said earnestly as she led him toward the teleportation array. Ji Yu fell silent for a moment, his heart stirred by her unwavering belief in him. Why? He eventually asked, why do you believe I am not a waste? Because I am your master. You must believe what I say without overthinking it. Yin Yu replied casually. The teleportation array activated swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the master and disciple arrived at Elder Dan's Danyang Peak that a rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, accompanied by a comforting aura of spiritual energy. Yin Yu directly guided Ji Yu to seek out Elder Dan inside the expansive alchemy room. An elderly man with a long beard was observing the alchemy furnace with his hands clasped behind his back, while two disciples busily followed his instructions, adding spiritual herbs into the mix. Add half a stalk of celestial herb, 3 tails each of raw gypsum and floating algae, and use the spiritual fire you have each tamed to refine it. Be diligent, Elder Dan occasionally instructed. When Yin Yu and Ji Yu entered, he was completely oblivious to their arrival. Upon recognizing that it was Yin Yu, who had not set foot in Danyang Peak for ages, his eyes widened in surprise, then shifted to Ji Yu. Who is this? The Vice Master never visits my Danyang Peak. What brings her here today? Clearly, someone has been injured. Yin Yu did not allow Ji Yu to approach closely. Instead, she maintained a distance, letting Elder Dan scrutinize him. This is my newly accepted disciple, who has suffered some severe injuries outside, that I specifically brought him here to request some spiritual elixirs from you. A closed-door disciple. The Vice Master has taken on another apprentice? Elder Dan expressed his astonishment, his gaze falling on Ji Yu. However, as he took a longer look, Yin Yu stepped forward to shield Ji Yu from his scrutiny. What's wrong? Ji Yu, who had been tense, felt his body relax as he lifted his eyes to see Yin Yu's long hair cascading down to her waist, accompanied by a pristine white ribbon that hung quietly. I apologize for the trouble, Elder Dan. Yin Yu smiled as she reached out. The two disciples surrounding the alchemy furnace continued their tasks, yet their glances occasionally wandered to Yin Yu and her newly accepted disciple. Yin Yu was there solely to procure spiritual elixirs that, of course, Elder Dan's elixirs were not easily obtained. Even though Yin Yu was the vice master of the Xianyan sect, Ji Yu watched as she produced several treasures from her belongings. It was clear that the vice master truly cherished her disciple. Elder Dan smiled as he accepted the richly adorned box containing rare materials that Ji Yu's attention shifted to the 2 bottles of spiritual elixirs. Yin Yu casually handed him the 2 bottles, saying, take these for now, and remember to consume them on time. That Ji Yu accepted them in silence. The master and disciple then departed from Danyang Peak, heading back to Yin Yu's Chi Yun Peak, exchanging no words along the way. However, Yin Yu felt no discomfort. Rather, this was precisely the effect she desired. Given Ji Yu's status, she could not allow Elder Dan to conduct a thorough examination. What if something went awry? The reason Yin Yu insisted on personally accompanying him was to fulfill her duty as a master, to care for and spoil her disciple. Only in this manner could her disciple heed her words and refrain from engaging in secretive schemes behind her back. After all, the newly returned apprentice was no ordinary individual. Upon arrival, Yin Yu came to a halt. Chi Yun Peak was remarkably tranquil, with barely 50 inhabitants, apart from her 2 personal disciples and a few outer disciples. The rest were solely responsible for managing the daily affairs of Chi Yun Peak. Master, you have returned. Yin Yu's eldest disciple, Wen Xiao, arrived just as the pair stepped onto the peak, clad in elegant white, his collar and cuffs embroidered with exquisite cloud patterns. This was a privilege reserved for Yin Yu's direct disciples. As Wen Xiao approached, Yin Yu realized that her eldest disciple was indeed exceptionally handsome. How to describe him? Like a Tianshan, snow lotus, or exquisite emerald bamboo, he was a paragon of beauty among mortals. Yin Yu recalled how the doctor had narrated stories about this eldest disciple. And in the realm of Fei Xian, apart from the 3 major sects, Wushengmen, Xianyan sect, and Shuangguang sect, there were also 6 domains: the sacred domain, Buddhist cultivation; the demon city, demon cultivation; the all-beast forest, spirit beasts and monsters; Yun Ming Chu spirit, the abyss of death, ghost cultivation; and the Xianbing Valley witchcraft, as well as 5 smaller nations: Tianyuangua, Beigua, Zihuangua, Jingua, and Nanwugua. Yin Yu's eldest disciple, Wen Xiao, was the young master of the sacred domain. Born and raised amidst the Buddhist teachings of the sacred domain, Wen Xiao was as gentle and kind as his name suggested, and his long-term cultivation of Buddhism had subtly manifested a spiritual aura in his demeanor. Unfortunately, during a secret trial in the sect's hidden realm, when Xiao, as the original master's eldest disciple, fell victim to Ji Yu's schemes. Severely injured, he was rescued in the hidden realm by one of the male protagonist's consorts. And the manner of his rescue was exceedingly ambiguous, ensnaring the innocent boy in a web of intrigue. Later, he was repeatedly manipulated by this consort to provoke jealousy in the male protagonist. Ultimately, the male protagonist succumbed, accepting the consort, and they lived happily together, while Wen Chao was gradually led astray by Ji Yu's clandestine machinations, leading to his eventual dark transformation. Deeply obsessed, Wen Chao ultimately became consumed by his pursuit of power, spiraling down a path of madness that he ended up fiercely competing with the male protagonist for women, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of the very woman who had saved him, the same consort. It was truly lamentable, such a pure youth wasted. Yan Yu sighed inwardly at this thought, while her second disciple, Feng Xiaofeng, was a nine-tailed fox transformed from the all-beast forest when he joined the original master's sect. He concealed his true identity, and no one knew that this extraordinarily alluring second disciple was not human, except for the newly accepted apprentice, Ji Yu, who saw through Feng Xiaofeng's true form at first glance and secretly manipulated him, turning him into a puppet under his control. Originally a carefree second disciple under Ji Yu's orders, he became a cultivation fanatic, consumed with thoughts of dominating the continent and defeating the male protagonist. In the end, he perished from self-inflicted injuries due to forbidden techniques, leaving not a trace behind. Indeed, the little apprentice was quite impressive. Whether it was the eldest disciple or the second disciple, they were all thoroughly tormented to death. Of course, even the original master met a tragic end at Ji Yu's hands, as he crushed her bones inch by inch, drained her spiritual power, and flayed her face, resulting in the most excruciating death imaginable. "Master, who is this behind you?" Wen Chao inquired as he approached, quickly noticing Ji Yu standing behind Yan Yu. This brought Yan Yu back to her senses, and she introduced Ji Yu's identity to her eldest disciple once more. Her closed-door disciple had been accepted without any prior notice. Even within the sect, Wen Chao only learned of Ji Yu's existence upon his return. Her second disciple, Feng Xiaofeng, was still out in the world gaining experience and had not returned to the sect. "Such an important matter, I will send a spiritual talisman to notify the second disciple to return to the sect immediately," Wen Chao suggested upon realization. While speaking, his curious gaze returned to the freshly minted little disciple. He noticed Ji Yu's injuries, particularly the gruesome knife wound on his right cheek, prompting Wen Chao to rummage through his sleeve. Producing a jade box, he offered it to Ji Yu, saying, "This contains tears of Buddha from the sacred domain, which can cleanse wounds and prevent scarring." Ji Yu paused, instinctively glancing at Yan Yu beside him. Yet, Yan Yu was quicker, snatching the jade box from Wen Chao's hands and handing it to Ji Yu. "This is a gift from your eldest brother. Take good care of it.as for your second brother. He is still out training, but he will have one upon his return to Ji Yu. This is not the point." He blinked, his gaze betraying a sense of confusion, as he felt that everything he had experienced since meeting his master was inexplicably strange. It felt unreal, as if he had stepped from hell back into the mortal realm, entering a world of immortals. "Thank you, eldest brother." Ji Yu expressed his gratitude. Wen Chao noticed Ji Yu's hand and exclaimed, "Little disciple, what happened to your hand? Let me take a look. I can set the bones." As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Ji Yu. "It's nothing." Ji Yu instinctively took a step back. However, his gaze shifted towards Yan Yu's face, and his eyes darkened. It was only through Wen Chao's reminder that he finally became aware of the discrepancies surrounding his return to the sect. Yan Yu had deliberately taken him to Danyang Peak to seek Elder Dan, yet the elder had not laid a finger on his hand injury. The joints of his fingers were grotesquely twisted, indicating that it was not merely a simple fracture. There were also fragments, leaving him utterly powerless and incapable of restoring it by his own means. Such an injury would undoubtedly be best treated by Elder Dan. Yet, during their visit to Danyang Peak, Yan Yu had not even mentioned it. "Why?" Ji Yu, belatedly perceiving the gravity of the situation, felt his heart sink. Chapter 7. Disrobing, Yan Yu responded, instructing her eldest disciple, "Let me handle this. You take your junior brother to bathe and change, and fetch him 2 sets of new disciple robes and daily necessities from the sect, that I will prepare a medicinal bath. And once he is ready, I will attend to his broken bones and injuries." She did not mention how Ji Yu had sustained his wounds. When Chao, astonished, inquired, "Master, are you personally going to treat junior brother's injuries?" Yen Yu affirmed with a sound. The young disciple was watching her, his wrists still resting against the jade box she had just passed to him, silently clutching it, his expression appearing increasingly complex. His emotions were tumultuous, dark, and unpredictable. Even after when Chao led him away, separating from Yen Yu, she could still feel that gaze lingering on her from afar. This suspicion was becoming excessively pronounced. At such a young age, his thoughts were far too heavy. She murmured to herself, unknowingly pulling out a fruit and savoring its sweetness as it spread across her palate, her eyes narrowing in contentment. She soon chuckled lightly, shifting her tone to praise. "However, I do appreciate such individuals. After all, those who are deeply entrenched in darkness, who have endured betrayal and despair, will cherish warmth all the more when they finally experience it again." Ultimately, he would obediently become her little disciple, refraining from secretly causing trouble. Thus, Yin Yu would soon be able to leave. The first thing she needed to do after departing was to inquire about that madman in the white coat. Where was her disciple? How could he possibly conjure a disciple for her? Yin Yu turned to prepare the medicinal bath, murmuring to herself, before being confined in the psychiatric hospital, she indeed had a disciple. However, long ago, that disciple had passed away in her arms. Gripping her hand tightly, his gaze never closing until the very end, an incredibly complicated memory. In other words, Yin Yu had not truly had a disciple for quite some time. Yet, how could the man in the white coat be aware of this? Her true identity, including her past, should not be known by anyone, that if they truly understood, they would not dare to cast her aside into a psychiatric institution so casually. Yin Yu could not fathom this. Quickly dismissing the question from her mind, she had always been someone with a fleeting temperament, living carelessly, without goals or aspirations. She certainly recognized that this state was amiss. After all, she lacked a heart. She was not truly human in the conventional sense. She could live like a human, understand all human emotions, and even know how to respond and interact, yet she could not genuinely feel what emotions she ought to possess, commonly referred to as lacking a sense of direction or being dim-witted. As this thought crossed her mind, she furrowed her brow once more. Regardless, her disciple had previously treated her with such cold sarcasm. Though Yin Yu did not agree with it, she had not hesitated to clean up house for that reason. "Junior brother, if you need assistance, perhaps I should stay here to help you." When Chao, fully prepared, looked with concern at Ji Yu, who was unable to remove his clothes on his own due to his injuries. "Given your condition, it seems you cannot properly bathe or clean your wounds. Can you?" As the eldest brother, when Chao felt it was his duty to care for him at this moment, as he spoke. He moved to assist. Alarmed, Ji Yu quickly stepped back. His eyes were filled with caution as he politely smiled at Wen Chao, shaking his head, "No need. Thank you. Eldest brother, I am fine." Wen Chao regarded him with disbelief. The tattered black robe that Ji Yu wore revealed 2 fatal wounds at his chest, making it absolutely impossible for him to soak in the bath. He would need to be cleaned with a cloth in small amounts. "Junior brother, your wounds cannot come into contact with water. They must be tended to. Besides, we are both men, so there is no need for such formality. Master instructed me to take good care of you." Ji Yu merely shrugged off the concern. He simply did not care about such matters. After 2 years of fleeing for his life and experiencing betrayal in various forms, no matter how much he disguised himself, he could never truly trust this elder brother he had just met. Thus, he could only offer Wen Chao a more amicable smile. "Thank you, eldest brother. However, this minor injury is nothing to worry about. I have my own methods." His refusal remained uncompromising. Wen Chao, oblivious to the wariness and detachment in Ji Yu's smile and words, sought to persist that moment. Ji Yu raised his voice slightly to call out, "Eldest brother." Wen Chao blinked in confusion as he met Ji Yu's gaze. It felt as if the world around him momentarily blurred. The ground beneath his feet seemed to transform into clouds, soft and unreal. He heard Ji Yu say, "When you leave, please remember to close the door tightly." "Thank you, eldest brother, you're welcome," Wen Chao replied, shaking his head, still dazed. Ji Yu politely nodded to him, then stepped out, leaving the door ajar. Standing like a guardian at the side, utterly still, not even blinking, inside the tightly shut room, beside the steaming bath, the youth expressionlessly shed his tattered black robe. aside from the 2 fatal wounds on his chest. He bore numerous cuts and bruises on his abdomen and back, with his knees swollen and bruised to a deep purple, as if he had been brutally kicked to the ground, repeatedly striking his knees against the surface. Furthermore, his entire body was riddled with countless bruises, leaving no part unscathed. Without hesitation, he submerged himself in the hot water. Ignoring the wounds on his body, the warmth of the water caused the injuries to bleed anew. Jiyu raised his hand, using a cloth tied around his wrist to begin cleaning the wounds. Throughout the process, cold sweat continued to bead on his forehead, yet his face remained devoid of expression. It was as if, in the absence of another person, he had turned to he should be likened to a demon. Cold-blooded, merciless, and ruthless, his body was warm, his heart still beating, yet it had long since frozen over, cold and hard. As unyielding as stone, no one could ever warm him again. "Eldest brother, we can leave now," Jiyu remarked, a harmless smile gracing his features as he emerged, enveloped in steam, to find Wen Chao still standing foolishly by the door. Wen Chao, still in a daze, instinctively turned with him, heading towards their master without even a word of farewell. The Jiyu remained indifferent to this, maintaining a polite smile, inquiring about his master. "What is she usually like?" Wen Chao replied, gentle and serene, speaking little, extremely serious about cultivation. At times, she can be quite stern, and she rarely summons us. She prefers to provide us with various texts for independent comprehension. Master has said that in matters of cultivation, understanding and innate talent are paramount. If she were to teach us everything by hand, we would not achieve any breakthroughs apart from her. Jiyu responded. "I see. What kind of disciples does she prefer?" Wen Chao, momentarily taken aback, replied like a bamboo tube spilling beans. "Master favors intelligent and talented disciples with high comprehension and good root talent. Obedient, respectful, with proper decorum and demeanor befitting the sect." "And what does she dislike?" Jiyu inquired. Wen Chao, bewildered, shook his head, as if such an option should not even exist in his mind. "I don't know." As they approached their destination, the half-open door revealed a fleeting white shadow within. Jiyu abruptly halted, scrutinizing Wen Chao's expression. He finally asked, "What if a person without any cultivation, someone whose dantian has shattered, were to seek her as a disciple?" Wen Chao, puzzled, furrowed his brow, taking a while to slowly shake his head. Master would not despise anyone who is diligent, but she would not accept someone without any foundational cultivation as a disciple. Indeed, he was a waste who had lost any chance of cultivation. A deeper smile appeared in Jiyu's eyes as he nodded to Wen Chao. "Thank you, eldest brother, for clarifying my doubts. That we may enter now." "All right," Wen Chao agreed. Upon ushering Jiyu inside, he fell into an unsettling silence. But Yen Yu was still busy, entirely oblivious to her eldest disciple's unusual demeanor. The original host, as the vice-master of Xian Yun's sect, was ambitious, striving to become the foremost figure in the Fei Xian continent. Thus, the treasures that Yen Yu had diligently collected over time are numerous, including some peculiar and bizarre items, even various strange cultivation methods. The medicinal bath that Yen Yu is currently preparing for Jiyu is one that the original owner had once concocted herself. Before embarking on the misguided path of cultivation, the original owner had endured considerable suffering. The erroneous techniques had nearly severed her meridians and damaged her dantian. This medicinal bath is intended to reshape the meridians and restore the dantian. Upon seeing her young disciple enter, Yen Yu beckoned him to come closer. The Jiyu obediently approached her, addressing her as master. Yen Yu gestured to the bubbling medicinal bath beside them, which was still emitting dark bubbles, and said, "You only need to keep your trousers on." After her words, she called for her eldest disciple, instructing, "Strip your junior brother of his clothes and assist him in entering." Chapter 8. It is time for me to cleanse the sect. Jiyu's demeanor shifted in an instant, betraying a sense of alarm. As he tensed up, his entire body becoming as taut as a drawn bow, desperately trying to resist, he could not evade Yen Yu's gaze. His elder brother, Wen Chao, stood quietly to the side, his head slightly bowed. Upon hearing Yen Yu's command, he seemed at a loss and did not respond immediately. Before Yen Yu could cast a suspicious glance in his direction, Jiyu had already plunged into the medicinal bath fully clothed. The sound of splashing water filled the air. The young disciple had not even removed his outer robe and had submerged himself entirely in the dark medicinal liquid. Yen Yu pondered. Could he be feeling shy? This thought barely lingered in her mind before it swiftly dissipated, for the young disciple submerged in the bath had quickly turned pale, his previously calm expression twisted in distress. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and his lips rapidly drained of color, revealing the agony he was enduring. That in truth, the master had intended to warn him that disrobing would provide a measure of comfort. Although the medicinal bath was excruciating, it would greatly benefit his body if he could endure it. Yinhua opened her mouth to explain, but time was of the essence, and she could only offer a dry explanation. Jiyu gritted his teeth, trembling all over, as if his body were being mercilessly pierced by countless steel needles, his meridians being pried open and severed, with his bones feeling as though they were on the verge of shattering. "What is this, master?" In the blink of an eye, his voice had become hoarse. He felt a weight in his chest, the hatred in his eyes barely concealed. Had his true nature finally been revealed to him? His mind raced as he recalled when Yinhua first appeared, and the question posed by Tang Chai. Was she truly interested in him as a furnace? A furnace that he was already a cripple. There was nothing left for her to seize from him. Why was she targeting him so swiftly? As these thoughts consumed him, his expression darkened, and the atmosphere around him grew heavy. Even the boiling medicinal bath, seeming to cool in response, Jiyu barely caught a glimpse of Yinhua's mouth opening to explain. But he heard not a single word before consciousness slipped away, plunging him into a deep slumber. Was he truly destined to perish here, shrouded in confusion, despite Yinhua's previous gestures suggesting genuine care for her disciple? Even going so far as to personally tend to his injuries, it turned out that the medicinal bath was not merely a bath. It was, in fact, the place where his soul would find its rest. As his life ebbed away, Jiyu found himself in a dream. That I end this dream. He remained at the Ji family home, surrounded by family. His parents busied themselves in the kitchen, while he played with his older brother and younger sister in the yard beneath a grand ancient tree that shaded them from the sun. The two brothers would secretly poke their sister's chubby cheeks, finding her so soft and adorable, her laughter ringing out as she smiled at them. That was a time when he thought his little sister would be prone to tears. Yet from her birth until now, she had only graced him with her carefree laughter, a truly innocent child. However, amidst this joviality, a sudden darkness loomed. He recalled the day the entire Ji family was obliterated. His 3-year-old sister had been taken from him, right before his eyes. No, he came to the horrifying realization, erupting into frantic cries as he struggled to grasp her hand. No, she is still just a child. She has done nothing wrong. The wretched ones have always been me. Come for me if you wish to kill someone. I am right here. Why can't you fools see me? Spare them. In the bubbling medicinal bath, the youth with closed eyes trembled, his lips quivering as hoarse murmurs escaped him. Tears slid from the corners of his tightly shut eyes, threatening to fall into the murky depths of the bath. Yet, a delicate hand reached out to grasp him. Yinhua felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, a myriad of emotions coursing through her. She had merely dipped one hand into the medicinal bath, and it already felt as if it belonged to someone else. The pain was unbearable. Unfortunately, her young disciple remained unconscious, his expression still sorrowful as he muttered something unintelligible. Yinhua lacked the energy to listen closely, wishing she could simply slap him away. Despite his state of unconsciousness, his grip on her quickly shifted from passive to aggressive, his arms tightening around her as he pulled her closer, dragging her down with him. "Jiyu!" Yinhua's voice rose in pitch. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her disciple. Jiyu's face was ashen, his eyes still shut tight, yet the force with which he held on to her only increased. His hands remained in a crippled state, his fingers still not properly aligned. Initially, Yinhua had intended to assist him in correcting his fingers before allowing him to soak, but he had jumped in without shedding a single garment, plunging himself into the bath, causing him to lose consciousness at an even faster pace. Now, there was no time to continue with her plans. Thus, as she was being pulled deeper into the medicinal bath, she dared not struggle too fiercely, for it would only bring them both more pain. However, this disobedient disciple was becoming increasingly reckless. His grip tightened as if he were using every ounce of strength he possessed. She felt as though she might be submerged alongside him. "Jiyu, if you do not awaken soon, I shall have to cleanse the sect," Yinhua exclaimed. The young man, still lost in his dreams, murmured softly, tears pooling in the corners of his eyes. While she could not discern his words amidst his restless struggles, the sounds of splashing water echoed around them. Meanwhile, the eldest disciple stood quietly to the side, as if he had become part of the air, forgotten by both Yinyue and Jiyu. Suddenly, Yinyue felt something tugging at her fingertips, and in a moment of instinct, she pulled away. The muffled sounds from beneath the water echoed as she finally freed her hands and arms, releasing her grip on her young disciple, watching as his unconscious form began to sink deeper into the medicinal bath, while a darkened robe, now stained by the medicinal liquid, floated up to the surface. Oh! With a swift motion, Yinyue reached out to retrieve it, tearing away a significant portion of the robe that had become caught on the edge of the bath. Yes, she did. Jiyu was inadvertently pulled upward, his murmurs growing more frantic as he clung to her desperately, dragging her back down into the depths of the bath with a resounding splash. Stop! The voice was closer now, da-da, accompanied by a startled gasp from a woman. Chapter 9. The adorable Master Yinyue was dragged into the bath. Not only that, but she found herself pressed against a warm chest, her upper body nearly submerged. She recalled that her young disciple had entered fully clothed. Yet it seemed that much of his attire had been violently torn away, leaving a significant portion hanging over the edge of the bath, effectively anchoring Jiyu's slipping form. His hands clung to her tightly, as if he had finally captured her, his lips nearly brushing against her ear as he murmured, "Do not leave." Yinyue blinked, her eyes brimming with tears from the medicinal bath's effects, her hair dampened by the splashes of water. A strand clinging to her right cheek, compressing her breath that it felt akin to being abducted. "Wen Chao, come here." The realization struck her. However, rather embarrassingly, her call did not summon her eldest disciple, but instead startled her young disciple awake. His eyes fluttered open, dazed, and met hers. At last, he has awakened. Yinyue felt a rush of excitement. Yet in an instant, she noticed a change in his expression. The grip he had on her instinctively tightened, causing her to cough involuntarily. "Master?" Jiyu's voice was hoarse, filled with shock. "Why are you in here?" While asking this question, he held on to Yinyu tightly, without loosening his grip in the slightest. Yinyu gazed at the shifting expressions in his eyes, which changed several times, reflecting the turmoil within. This was perhaps the most vivid expression Jiyu could ever possess in his lifetime, that INA days. He dreamt once more of the day the Ji family was annihilated. The horrific deaths replaying relentlessly, torturing his nerves with each iteration. Moreover, he was acutely aware that the medicinal bath, which had been his solitary refuge before losing consciousness, now included another person in his embrace. Not only that, but he could also distinctly feel that his clothing seemed to let go. A voice, laced with anger and humiliation, abruptly shattered Jiyu's thoughts. His gaze snapped back from the ethereal void to the delicate features of Yinyu, who was now close enough for him to discern every nuance of her emotions. Her small face was pale, clearly in pain, yet oddly flushed with a faint hue of red, her eyes brimming with tears as she glared at him intently. The previous veil of confusion had lifted, revealing a softness that inexplicably tugged at his heartstrings. Was she quite adorable? Jiyu's hand, stiff as wood, loosened its grip, and his heartbeat quickened in this peculiar moment. Even the torment from the medicinal bath seemed to dissipate. Forgotten, he fell silent, his gaze gradually transforming into one of innocent bewilderment, and in a hushed voice, he softly addressed Yinyu. "I am sorry, Master." This was in stark contrast to the earlier scene where he had been clutching her so fiercely. The youth's innocent visage now bore a hint of panic and sorrowful self-reproach. "Did I do something wrong? Master, I apologize that I fainted from pain and lost track of my actions." Although he did not genuinely believe this in his heart, the boy's tone and demeanor now expressed profound guilt, anxiety, and concern. "Master, are you hurt? Did I injure you? Please do not cry," he said, lifting his hand. The damp sleeve hung precariously at his elbow, and as he raised his hand, his fair shoulder was exposed, the once neatly arranged garment now in disarray. Yinyu blinked, words poised on her lips, but she suddenly realized the futility of her question. Never mind, Jiyu's outstretched hand retracted into the water to retrieve his sleeve, only to remember that it was also wet. At that moment, the guilt etched on his face deepened. Yinyu, gripping the edge of the wooden tub, finally extricated herself and seized the opportunity to escape. Upon turning, she found herself meeting his increasingly remorseful gaze. She offered reassurance. "Do not overthink it that we still have to endure another half an hour. Since you are awake, try your best to restrain yourself from fainting again." "All right, Master, Ji remained seated in the medicinal bath, tilting his head to look at her. Her words of comfort gradually alleviated the guilt in his eyes, replaced by a hint of a smile. Yin realized that this little disciple was perhaps not as difficult to manage as she had initially thought. He seemed rather obedient. Yet, she could not ascertain whether this obedience was genuine or feigned. Feeling uncomfortable with the sticky, dark medicinal liquid clinging to her, Yin decided to return for a bath and change her clothes. "You stay here and soak. Your senior brother will keep watch over you, that I shall go change," she said as she walked towards the door. Her eldest disciple, Wen Zhao, stood quietly at the entrance, his head slightly bowed. It was eerily silent. "Wen Zhao." Yin furrowed her brow, tentatively calling out, "What is going on with you today? Are you feeling unwell?" she inquired. Before she could receive a response, Ji Yu's concerned voice interrupted from behind. "Master, the medicinal bath must feel uncomfortable on your skin. You should hurry back to change. Your senior brother will watch over me well," Ji Yu advised. Prompted by his reminder, Yin dismissed her concern for the eldest disciple and hurried back to her room. Once the area fell silent again, Ji Yu finally lifted his head and called out towards Wen Zhao. "Senior brother." Wen Zhao looked up, his gaze momentarily dazed as he met Ji Yu's. Ji Yu then questioned him. "What did Master do here, just now? Did you see why she entered the medicinal bath?" "What?" Wen Zhao took a moment to comprehend. He replied in a deliberately slow manner. "Master is fine. She is saving you." "What do you mean?" Ji Yu's eyes narrowed dangerously, his voice growing colder. "Tell me, what did you see?" "Master is saving you," Wen Zhao repeated. However, Ji Yu was clearly not satisfied with this answer. After losing consciousness, his mind had been foggy for a while, but he could not forget the image of her leaning against him, her soft body and delicate face tinged with a faint blush, just before another wave of pain from the medicinal bath struck. Ji Yu bit his lip, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet his gaze remained fixed and bright upon Wen Zhao. Unyielding, he pressed for answers once more. "Did she do anything to me? Why was she in my arms? What happened to my clothes? Senior brother, did you hear Master say anything?" Yet no matter how he inquired, Wen Zhao's responses remained the same. "Master is saving you." "Saving me?" Ji Yu scoffed. The scene of Master nestled in his embrace flickered through his mind. He shut his eyes, a low sound of distress escaping his lips. What exactly was this medicinal bath made of? Even he was on the verge of succumbing. The pain tore through him like an unbearable agony, as if blood had been forced from his very bones, accompanied by a strange heat that threatened to plunge him into chaos once more. "Leave," he hissed coldly. Wen Zhao, meeting his gaze, withdrew and turned to exit. Just as he reached the door, Ji Yu called after him, "Senior brother." With a hoarse voice, he continued, "Thank you for taking care of me. You do not need to stay any longer." Yes, he spoke. His eyes met Wen Zhao's with a somber intensity. The young man in white, illuminated from behind, seemed momentarily lost, but gradually clarity returned to his expression. Wen Zhao frowned and stepped back, stating, "No, I am your senior brother. Master instructed me to keep a close watch on you." Before she left, Ji Yu closed his eyes, leaning against the tub. Biting his lip firmly, it seemed he had anticipated this response and silently accepted it. Not uttering another word, he truly lacked the strength to continue the conversation. When Zhao found a place to sit, observing Ji Yu's discomfort, and rummaged to produce an incense burner, lighting the faint smoke drifted toward Ji Yu. His mind cleared significantly, awakening him from the haze of pain. "Thank you, senior brother," Ji Yu finally acknowledged. When Zhao smiled gently, his eyes reflecting admiration, "Your ability to endure this pain is commendable. No wonder you are my last little junior brother." "What do you mean?" Confusion flickered in Ji Yu's eyes as he sought clarification from Wen Zhao. Wen Zhao, always kind-hearted, was accustomed to caring for his second junior brother, and now that there was an additional little junior brother, he extended the same care. It was as if he had forgotten Ji Yu's previous inquiries, treating him with gentle understanding. "When Master accepted me as a disciple, she prepared a medicinal bath for me as well. Just as she did for your second senior brother. Master sought out a unique formula specifically for us, aimed at transformation, enhancing our innate talents, strengthening our foundations, expanding our meridians, and stabilizing our dantians. This would greatly benefit us when we eventually form our golden elixir. However, the only drawback of this medicinal bath is the excruciating pain one must endure while soaking. Back in the day, your second senior brother fled as soon as he entered. refusing to endure the torment, and was punished by Master with a year of confinement. Benefits? Jiyu's first thought was of his shattered dantian. For him, what cultivation talents could he possibly possess now? Yet he failed to grasp from Wen Zhao's words that each medicinal bath prepared by Yin Yu was different, not monotonous. The one he was currently soaking in had once been used by Yin Yu herself. It was the most painful yet the most potent, with effects that defied the heavens. Wen Zhao continued, "As we all know, cultivation is an endeavor against the heavens, a struggle against fate. Therefore, once one reaches the stage of forming the golden elixir, 3 heavenly tribulations will descend upon them. Only by enduring these tribulations can one successfully form the elixir and truly embark on the path of immortality. These 3 tribulations may seem few, yet only those who have truly experienced them can comprehend the sheer terror of that power. For countless millennia, how many cultivators on the flying immortal continent have perished at the hands of calamity thunder, rendered into ruins by lightning, forever severing their ties to the celestial path. The journey of cultivation is divided into 10 realms: foundation establishment, spirit movement, harmony, valley opening, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, body integration, tribulation crossing, and ascension to immortality. As the favored disciple of Yin Yu, Wen Zhao boasts exceptional talent and has now reached the late stage of valley opening. Currently in the process of forming his golden core, it is anticipated that once the secret trial initiated by the 3 great sects commences, he will seize the opportunity. The small secret realm is renowned for its boundless fortunes. Wen Zhao has resolutely decided to participate, convinced that he will successfully form his golden core during this trial and officially embark on the path of cultivation. Little junior brother, you must strive onward. With this thought, Wen Zhao nodded encouragingly at his junior brother, determined not to follow in the footsteps of his second senior brother, who fled in fear of hardship, nearly inciting the master's wrath to the point of expulsion. What are you discussing? Just as they spoke, Yin Yu reappeared, having changed quickly after her bath. Now standing before Jiyu, she looked refreshed, clad in layers of a pristine white gown that exuded an ethereal aura, nearly identical to the previous style, save for the intricate embroidery at the waist, which had transformed from white tea to a more complex snow lotus design, subtle enough that one might overlook it. As Yin Yu stepped through the door, she first glanced at her little disciple, who was obediently soaking in the bath, finding everything to be in order. Her gaze then shifted to her eldest disciple, Wen Zhao, who was seated nearby. Furrowing her brow, she reflected on the strange demeanor he had displayed earlier, as if he had lost his spirit. Upon her return, she resumed the inquiry she had initiated before leaving. Probing her eldest disciple, Wen Zhao, what transpired earlier? Master, has something happened? Wen Zhao replied, bewildered and confused. Yin Yu noted his distinct change from before. Her curiosity piqued that on a small table nearby rested an exquisite incense burner, wisps of delicate mist curling upwards. Recognizing it instantly, Yin Yu identified it as core incense, a treasure from the sacred domain, renowned for its ability to restore clarity even to those who have succumbed to madness, making it exceedingly precious. Even Wen Zhao, the young master of the sacred domain, possessed only a handful. Yet now, he had brought it forth for Jiyu. Master, Wen Zhao's eyes remained clouded with confusion. Yin Yu regained her composure and waved her hand dismissively. It is nothing now to be by the way. Did you light this for your little brother? I recall that you possess no more than 3 of these core incenses. Consider it a welcoming gift for my junior brother, Wen Zhao explained with a smile to Jiyu, who had been silently enduring pain, could not help but inquire, what is this incense? It is a treasure from the sacred domain, designed to keep your mind clear. You shall not faint again. Yin Yu replied. The Jiyu nodded in understanding and expressed his gratitude to Wen Zhao, with plenty of time remaining for the medicinal bath. Jiyu preserved his strength, and Yin Yu leaned closer, extending her hand towards him. Give me your hand. What? He looked up at her. His eyes were almost bewildered, sparkling with clarity, likely a result of the intense discomfort from the bath. Yin Yu instinctively placed her hand on his head, gently comforting him. His hair was remarkably soft, and she felt as if she were petting a large, affectionate dog, unable to resist giving it another gentle ruffle. Your hand's injury, along with the others on your body, can be healed by this medicinal bath, but your broken bones will still require my assistance to set them right. Otherwise, they may heal incorrectly, which would be troublesome. That's so. Jiyu lowered his gaze, realization dawning upon him that a smile of delight graced his lips as he thanked Yin Yu. "Thank you, master," that as he spoke his hands, which had been gripping the bottom of the bath, climbed to the edge, and when Yin Yu grasped them to realign his bones, his smile grew even sweeter. "Master is the kindest person in the world to me, good." Yin Yu acknowledged with a nod. With a gentle blink, she channeled her spiritual energy into his fractured fingers, swiftly resetting them with a decisive motion. The force of it caused the previously smiling junior disciple's expression to stiffen. And even when Xiao, who was observing, instinctively shut his eyes, as if he could already sense the torment, "Did I it painful?" Yin Yu asked as she finished resetting one finger and secured it with a small stick. Noticing Ji Yu's visibly discomfort expression, she expressed her surprise that Ji Yu tensed his body, attempting to muster another smile for her. "It's all right, thank you, master." Was she doing this on purpose? He began to speculate, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Yin Yu's face as she proceeded with the remaining 10 fingers. Her actions noticeably rough. The intensity of his pain eclipsed even the agony he had endured in the medicinal bath, and beads of cold sweat formed upon his brow. His hair was damp. Though he had not been submerged, it appeared as though he had just emerged from water, with a few strands clinging to his cheek and neck, accentuating his porcelain skin. His lips were slightly bitten, and the bright red wound upon his right cheek added an alluring charm to his beauty, rendering him breathtakingly exquisite, yet fragile. Such beauty could easily awaken a protective instinct within the heart of any beholder, evoking an irresistible desire to cherish and care for him even more. "Master," Ji Yu's voice was hoarse. Yin Yu glanced over just as she completed securing his 10 fingers, now ready to immerse him back into the medicinal bath. "What do you wish to say?" She leaned in, her flowing white sleeves gathered at her elbows, their proximity intimate as one hand rested upon his shoulder. Ji Yu instinctively struggled, his wariness resurfacing. "Master, what are you about to do?" Yin Yu intended to assist him in returning his hands to the medicinal bath, but was momentarily taken aback by his resistance. The murky bath was inherently painful upon contact, and she had no desire to touch it. Yet, as he pulled away, her fingertips inadvertently brushed against his warm, smooth chest, causing her robe to slip, bringing her entire body closer to him. "Wait," Yin Yu exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears as she bit her lip in frustration. "Why are you moving about? Your injuries are severe. I am trying to help you place your hand back in to prevent any further dislocation. This concerns your entire future. I must be cautious. And here you are, causing a ruckus." "Master," Ji Yu murmured, suddenly aware of the gravity of his situation, his gaze filled with guilt and self-reproach as he looked at her. Yin Yu frowned, her reprimand that had been on the tip of her tongue dissipating, her hand retreating as if it still held the residual warmth of his touch. It was the fabric of his robe that had been torn by her. Yin Yu felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Ji Yu, with one hand resting on the edge of the bath, gazed up at her, his voice hoarse and tinged with a hint of grievance. "I'm sorry, master. It hurts too much, and I couldn't help it." She could almost read his unspoken words in his eyes. That's so. She leaned in a step closer, inexplicably feeling her frustration melt away. She wanted to help her junior brother place his remaining hand back in the bath. Just moments ago, she had considered calling her eldest disciple for assistance. Forget it. Bear with it, Yin Yu decided, maintaining her support to prevent him from slipping while guiding his other hand back into the medicinal bath. "Master is truly wonderful," Ji Yu beamed, his smile radiating happiness. Yin Yu observed him. A nagging feeling arose. Something seemed amiss. That wasn't this medicinal bath supposed to be excruciating? How could he still smile? "Ching air. Are you not in pain?" Yin Yu couldn't resist asking, her hand instinctively brushing against her own still tingling wrist, which had only endured a brief contact with the bath. "Indeed," Ji Yu replied, and when Xiao, intrigued, echoed, "But if it is so painful, how can you still afford to smile at master?" This puzzled both of them, as Ji Yu seemed to sense their confusion and smiled as he explained. "Because no one has ever treated me as kindly as master does, especially after I became a cripple. I have endured every suffering this world has to offer. Unfairness, humiliation, and I long for someone to extend a hand to me, to grasp hope once more. And now, today, I have finally glimpsed that hope. Is she. After extending her hand towards him, "I shall be your master." With that, she imparted a glimmer of hope into the palm of his hand. Holding it firmly, "Master, is it true that my junior brother is a waste?" No, I'm somewhat perplexed, he replied. Hearing this, when Xiao approached, Yin Yu instinctively retorted, Your junior brother is not a waste. He has merely suffered severe injuries. I see. When Xiao responded with understanding, he comforted the junior brother, saying, Did you hear that? Master has declared that you are merely gravely injured, not a waste, that we must all have faith in Master. His expression conveyed that whatever Master said was undoubtedly correct. Ji Yu's eyes reflected a subtle complexity that moment. He yearned to counter, for his dantian had shattered. Did this naive soul comprehend that he currently possessed not a shred of spiritual energy? Had he not considered this upon their first meeting? Yet, he had forgotten that the senior brother, due to excessive trust, had fallen prey to his soul-controlling technique without a hint of caution. How could he have noticed the absence of cultivation within him? Once you undergo a metamorphosis and rebuild your dantian, you shall commence your cultivation anew. Yin Yu consoled, gazing at her little disciple with a gentle smile, her eyes filled with pride for his honesty and gratitude towards her as his master. She had rescued him just in time, allowing him to grasp hope once more that he would not succumb to darkness again. Henceforth, for Yin Yu, her sole task would be to assist her disciple in cultivating diligently, ascending to the pinnacle of strength and dominating the immortal Ascension continent. This task seemed exceedingly simple. For her, the journey unfolded even more smoothly and swiftly than anticipated. Lost in thought, Yin Yu's gaze softened, regarding her precious disciple as if he were a treasure. She firmly believed that he would elevate the status of the Xianyan sect, bringing it everlasting glory. Is that so? Ji Yu nodded, a sweet smile gracing his lips as he obediently replied. I will strive not to disappoint you, Master. The supreme sects of the immortal Ascension continent, namely Xianyan sect and Shuangguang sect, prided themselves on their lofty positions, hypocritical and cunning, presenting themselves as virtuous gentlemen. He would surely cleanse this land in blood. He was determined to eradicate all cultivators, dismantle the immortal path, and obliterate the heavens, avenging the souls lost from the Ji family and bringing solace to his parents. Elder brother and his younger sister who had passed away at less than 4 years of age, the deep-seated enmity could only be repaid in blood. The more he contemplated, the more his smile radiated innocence. Master, he mused, warmth enveloping his heart like the gentle sun, suffusing the air with a sense of happiness. The thought of resuming his cultivation and soaring into the realm of immortality filled him with exhilaration. It felt like a dream. How delightful it would be to wield the identity of a cultivator while vanquishing all others upon this continent. A formidable demon, yet he could dismantle everything under the guise of a cultivator. The mere thought of the potential reactions from others, disbelief, rage to the point of spitting blood, or even dying with unclosed eyes, was exhilarating. Chapter 12. Master is truly kind to me. He had even forgotten the agony of soaking in the medicinal bath. Satisfaction, longing, and excitement surged within him. He genuinely believed in Yin Yu, for he could truly feel his meridians gradually being restored and widened. The dantian, which had remained unresponsive for 2 years, seemed to be touched by strands of spiritual energy. Moreover, the seals binding him appeared to be loosening as well. Everything was unfolding in a positive direction. She had not deceived him. She was genuinely aiding him, embodying the responsibility and care of a master towards her disciple. At that moment, from the depths of his heart, he was willing to truly acknowledge this master, to become her disciple, and even in the future, as he vanquished all, she would always remain his master. And he would never harm her. Junior brother, rest assured, I, your senior brother, will also do my utmost to assist you, that if you encounter any uncertainties in your cultivation, feel free to seek me out. When Xiao sighed. Finally, after several exchanges between the master and junior brother, he discerned the truth. The junior brother had indeed become a waste, unable to cultivate further. His gaze towards the junior brother softened considerably. Once the incense on the table had burned out, he retrieved the last 2 sticks, intending to light them all for the junior brother. His generosity was such that even Yin Yu felt a pang of sympathy for him. This precious commodity was vital for cultivators, especially during each ascension to a new realm, to dispel inner demons, should one unwittingly find themselves troubled by them. Lighting a stick would grant clarity, allowing even the mightiest of inner demons to be dispelled. Thank you, senior brother, Ji Yu expressed his gratitude. This cycle of thanks had been repeated countless times, yet he bore no annoyance. He found it rather amusing. his second senior brother, still on an external expedition and yet to return to the sect, was rumored to possess an exceedingly agreeable disposition. He wondered if their eventual meeting would bring yet another surprise to Achu. At that moment, far away, the second senior brother suddenly sneezed. "Who is thinking of me?" he mused, rubbing his nose. Feng Xiaofeng chuckled lightly. His fox-like eyes sparkled with charm, lips slightly curved, brows like ink paintings, face resembling a peach blossom, and his gaze flowing like autumn waves, more enchanting than any woman. Feng Xiaofeng lightly tapped his toes and gracefully descended into the shadows of the trees. Just as he was about to rest for a moment, he received a message from his senior brother urging him to return to the sect promptly. "Junior brother?" Feng Xiaofeng examined the message, a flicker of surprise crossing his fox-like eyes. Had their master taken on a new disciple? Or was he the last disciple to be accepted before the doors closed? When had this occurred? He had only been out for half a month. That it was common knowledge that the Xianyan sect only held new disciple selections once every 3 years. So Feng Xiaofeng pondered where the master had found this new disciple. It seemed he indeed needed to return to the sect. Meanwhile, within the Xianyan sect, Jiyu had finally endured until the medicinal bath concluded. The originally dark medicinal liquid had transformed into a translucent clear water, faintly gray and as clear as a lake. Even the tattered robes clinging to him were visible beneath the water. Wrapped tightly in his garments, he emerged from the tub resembling a little beggar with no clothes to wear. Yanyu cleared her throat uncomfortably and asked, "How do you feel now?" "Very well," Jiyu replied with a smile. Not only were his meridians widened, but his dantian was as well. After 2 years of being shattered, he finally felt the comforting flow of spiritual energy within his dantian once more. "Master, your medicinal bath is truly remarkable. It even restored my dantian," Wen Chao exclaimed in astonishment. Yet Yanyu shook her head and said earnestly, "It's not that simple. For your dantian to be truly restored to a state suitable for cultivation, my junior brother must continue soaking." "What?" Wen Chao gasped in shock. The Jiyu was equally astonished, realizing the master meant he would need to endure this process daily for at least another half-month. Yen Yu explained, "Though your dantian and meridians have been restored, they are still exceptionally fragile and cannot withstand the repeated influx of spiritual energy. Thus, you must continuously reshape, repair, and widen them. After half a month of this repetition, I will reassess your recovery." In other words, the agony he had just experienced would need to be endured for another half-month. "Another half-month?" Wen Chao exclaimed, his reaction far more pronounced than Jiyu's. He recalled the torment he had faced during his own medicinal baths, akin to being plunged into the depths of hell, and realized that Jiyu would have to experience this repeatedly. He had indeed exhausted his incense. The price of restoring the dantian and meridians was indeed steep. Wen Chao murmured in realization. Yin Yu sighed. Cultivation is inherently a battle against fate, and when striving for such a rare opportunity, one must endure pain beyond what ordinary individuals can bear, facing trials and tribulations. Otherwise, the endless journey of cultivation, with time slipping away and insights eluding grasp, would be in vain. "Master is right," Jiyu responded. Gazing at Yin Yu, the excitement and eagerness in his eyes remained undiminished, even as he acknowledged the torment of the medicinal bath that lay ahead for another half-month. In fact, he found it all the more tangible. Throughout history, cultivators on the immortal Ascension continent who had their dantian destroyed rarely escaped the fate of becoming lifelong wastes. Who among them had the chance to cultivate again, regardless of their status or background? He would not falter under this minor physical pain, but he flashed a smile at Yin Yu once more, saying, "Half a month is just half a month. I won't shy away from it. Even if it takes a month, so be it. For all the suffering I endured today will be repaid tenfold in the future when I achieve success in cultivation, returning the so-called immortal path to its rightful place. I am unperturbed by how arduous this process may be in comparison. The effort Master put into preparing the medicinal bath must have been extraordinarily valuable." Jiyu reflected, concernedly inquiring Yin Yu. What a thoughtful and obedient disciple he was. Yin Yu regarded him with appreciative and satisfied eyes, realizing her kindness had not been in vain. "None of that matters. You must focus on restoring your foundation," she replied. Wen Chao could not help but praise. "Junior brother, your courage is commendable. For the sake of cultivation, for the sake of vengeance," Jiyu smiled faintly, refraining from further conversation as she turned to change her clothes, when he caught a clearer glimpse of his disheveled appearance in the mirror. He noted how his pristine robe had been torn to shreds. The gaze he cast upon his reflection darkened once more. What peril had she inflicted upon me? No one could provide an answer. As for the response to this query, even if Gu yearned to know, the senior brother, succumbing to instinct in such a scenario, did not dare to show disrespect to a master in such a state. Let alone to witness it, he scarcely dared to listen, much less provide a real answer. And what of Yin? Would she care about such matters? Of course, she would as an exalted master. Could she calmly discuss this matter with her disciple, or reminisce about it? That would be utterly impossible, that it was all in the past. Thus, there was no need to mention it further that in the days that followed, Gu endured this torment and agony. Senior brother Wen Zhao, having exhausted the medicinal incense, returned to the sacred domain, fearing that Gu might falter midway. He intended to fetch some more incense. Consequently, Yin was left with only her one true disciple by her side on Qiyin Peak. During Gu's medicinal baths, the only presence beside him was Yin. Fortunately, after that initial day, such circumstances did not recur, and he grew accustomed to soaking in his garments. Moreover, his clothes remained intact, no longer subject to any deliberate tearing. The various wounds he had sustained before arriving at Xianyin's sect alongside, Yin gradually healed, including his hands, which regained their slender, fair, and well-defined appearance. Brimming with strength, he was no longer in such distress that he couldn't grasp the edge of the tub. Master, what is this dark substance? Gu inquired that on this day, despite it being the hour for his medicinal bath. Yin held him back and applied a thick layer of a mud-like substance onto the scab wound on his right cheek. This mud carried a potent medicinal aroma, as her soft fingertips meticulously spread it across his face, layer upon layer. Yinyu's gaze remained fixed on his visage as she casually replied, "It's for treating your face. To prevent scars in the future, that I've observed that the Buddhist tears your senior brother provided previously seem to have had little effect. Your facial injuries are healing rather slowly, and it hardly appears that they will return to their original state. What exactly is this dark substance?" Gu blinked, his eyes glistening with gratitude as he regarded Yinyu. "Master is so kind to me. You are my disciple." Yinyu chuckled, yet refrained from elaborating further, continuing to darken his face with the substance. This concoction was the most suitable recipe she had unearthed after rummaging through the original owner's library for the past 2 days. The original owner was indeed the most formidable female antagonist within this narrative, a woman who aspired to stand atop all men. The library was filled with treasures, containing an array of peculiar recipes, many of which the original owner had acquired over the years at great cost, through deception, theft, or even clandestinely. To be by the way, Yinyu recalled, "I've added several rare ingredients to today's medicinal bath for enhanced efficacy. When you soak, be prepared for it." The recipe she had discovered was crumpled and appeared neglected, resembling discarded paper in contrast to the meticulously preserved recipes and various jade slips that it was missing a corner. Yet the detailed accounts of rare ingredients and precious herbs listed were intact, suggesting no issues. "Will it be more painful?" Gu asked her at this moment. Yinyu pondered, uncertain, and replied, "You will find out once you soak that I understand, master." He acquiesced, deciding to heed her words, upon entering the bath. He was unexpectedly relieved to find that the pain not only did not intensify, but rather diminish significantly, rendering the previous discomfort almost trivial. "This medicinal bath is much less painful," he remarked, a rare relaxed expression gracing his features. Yinyu's eyes brightened at his words. "Really?" Gu was about to nod in affirmation when his expression abruptly twisted into one of shock, causing the dark mud on his face to entirely dislodge. Chapter 13. How many disciples have been deceived? It was truly astonishing. The pain was indeed minimal. However, it had transformed into an entirely different form of awkwardness. Yinyu gaped, her mouth agape in surprise as she observed her disciple's increasingly peculiar countenance. If not for the remnants of dark mud still clinging to his features, this scene would have been utterly captivating to Yur. "What is the matter?" Fortunately, at that moment, Yinyu was merely curious, her gaze flitting back and forth over Gu. Her concern, however, only deepened Gu's unease, as he felt a mixture of astonishment and anger. "What had she added?" "Master," he called softly, his eyes gentle and obedient, his voice barely above a whisper, aside from the heat. "Is there anything else discomforting?" Yinyu inquired, that if it was merely a bit warm, It was certainly preferable to the agony of having one's skin torn asunder. As she contemplated this, she retrieved the recipe once more, scrutinizing the slightly yellowed parchment filled with a myriad of medicinal ingredients, each with specific year requirements, alongside many rare materials that as for its efficacy. It concluded with the assertion that this medicinal bath, when taken more than 10 times, could lead to a profound transformation, solidifying the dantian and enhancing cultivation at an accelerated pace. One session surpassing a decade of training. That seems fine, Yin Yu mused, noting the missing corner of the recipe, which appeared to have been carelessly torn away, likely containing no critical information. After a thorough review, she confidently declared, "There is nothing wrong with this recipe." Lastly, she reassured her disciple, "Do not overthink it. At least this time, it should not be as painful, and a little warmth is acceptable." That Ji Yu's expression subtly shifted, his gaze penetrating as if he wished to consume his master whole. His thoughts spiraled into reckless abandon. Was she acting intentionally or unintentionally? After an hour in the medicinal bath, he felt so weak that he nearly slipped beneath the water's surface. Although the pain had subsided, he still felt a throbbing discomfort. That it's time. "You may come out now." Yin Yu reminded him from the side. That Ji Yu abruptly shut his eyes, his voice hoarse as he called for her, "Master." Yet his body remained motionless within the bath, as if he had not heard her prompt. Yin Yu approached, intending to reach out as she usually did to Yuer. She called, "That I wish to soak a little longer, Master," the disciple replied, his tone weak and his voice soft, imbued with an inexplicable allure. His head rested against the edge, eyes half open, appearing as if they might close at any moment. "Yin Yu?" In a feeble whisper, he implored, "Could Master step out and wait for me?" "Why?" Yin Yu queried. She stood there for a moment, awaiting an explanation that never came, only to be met with a barely audible chuckle resonating within the room. The laughter, low and oddly enticing, hung like a delicate hook upon her heart. Yin Yu felt her cheeks flush slightly, perhaps due to the heat of the medicinal bath or the rising temperature in the room. She instinctively took a step back, only to have her wrist caught by a hand emerging from the bath. Ji Yu's long, pale fingers gripped her tightly, steam rising from his profile as the dark mud had long since vanished. That in the slightly swirling mist, his enchanting, glass-like eyes remained fixed on her, his long lashes glistening with moisture. His inky locks cascaded down, a jade hairpin slipping to rest at his collarbone. That a pool of clear water pooled below him, and his once neatly fastened robe had become disheveled, revealing skin as white as jade. Exuding an irresistible allure, "Master, will you stay to accompany me?" he rasped, his voice faint and insistent. Yin Yu struggled against his grasp, her lips pressing together, her gaze locked with his, lingering longer than intended, as if she were unable to look away. It felt almost delectable, watching her disciple, imploring her to remain, evoking a sudden desire to lean in and take a bite. "Release me, Yuer," she admonished softly. Yet his grip tightened further, pulling her closer to him, the heat in the room rising to an almost unbearable level. "Master." Ji Yu gazed at her, calling out in a hushed voice. Yin Yu then approached her. Near the edge of the bath, her free hand lifted her disciple's chin, asserting control. She pressed her lips together slightly, momentarily appearing hesitant. Even her focused gaze betrayed a hint of confusion, uncertainty evident. Ji Yu was equally bewildered by her actions. His lips parted slightly, a droplet of water cascading down from his chin. His Adam's apple unconsciously bobbed as Yin Yu leaned closer, her delicate face mere inches from his, their noses nearly touching. Her alluring lips were tantalizingly close to his. A faint floral scent enveloped him, reminiscent of fresh, elegant lotus blossoms. Her gaze lingered on his lips before swiftly shifting to his cheek. His eyes, reconnecting with his it seemed that the utterance of even a single word would inevitably lead to an intimate entanglement. Ji Yu grasped her hand with increasing intensity, his eyes dark and profound, while his other hand, without hesitation, emerged from the water to grasp the back of her head, intending to pull her into his embrace. As he leaned in for a kiss, he observed her eyes and brows gradually becoming tinged with desire, enchantingly captivating. She fell into his arms. Was this not precisely what she desired today? A devoted disciple? A master? A little apprentice? How many disciples had she deceived in such a manner? Or were those two so-called senior brothers merely her clandestine favorites? He would make her regret it. His heart was ablaze with fervent emotions. His eyes reddened in that moment, exuding an irresistible allure, Yet the gesture he made to reach for her ultimately fell short. Not only that, she turned her head away, stepped back, and released the hand that had been gripping his chin. The only hand that remained caught in his grasp was her wrist, leaving her locked at a distance neither close nor far. Frowning, she lightly commanded him, "You let go." Upon hearing this, Ji Yu's expression darkened. What do you mean? He had expended countless resources to rescue him, taken him as a disciple, and now expected him to endure this utterly improper reaction to the medicinal bath, only to suddenly withdraw. What did she truly want? No, I should rephrase my inquiry, that a hint of mockery flickered in his eyes. His tone unexpectedly turned sour as he pressed on with questions. Master, do you genuinely wish to take on disciples? How many disciples have you accepted in this manner? What do they think of you? Do they appreciate having you as their master? Is it thrilling? Chapter 14. You deserve to die, Yin. What do you mean by liking? Are you angry? Yin raised an eyebrow, realizing her question. Angry? No, how could I dare to be angry at my master? Ji sighed softly, the sound laced with inexplicable sarcasm. My master saved me, brought me back to the sect from the outside world, provided me with a place to stay, and treated my injuries that I am accustomed to praising my master as kindness. Yet now, his entire being felt weak, as if the once warm water had suddenly boiled to its peak, threatening to evaporate his clarity, leaving him with a throbbing head that drove him to a maddening desire. Ji abruptly closed his eyes. "I'm sorry. If you wish to leave now, then please do." Yin glanced at him, hesitating. "Master, could you wait for me outside for a moment?" Ji interrupted her. As his words fell, he opened his eyes once more, fixing his gaze on her delicate face. His expression was complex and indecipherable. If she did not leave, he would no longer hold back. The sound of the door creaking shut echoed. Yin turned once more, relying on her instinct for danger cultivated over the years, though she doubted this disciple posed any real threat. She awaited in the main hall. After half an hour, her little disciple finally appeared, enveloped in mist. "Master, how do you feel?" Yin inquired. The little disciple pressed his lips together, standing before her, suddenly turning his face away. "I feel unwell. Let us use the previous prescription for the bath." Unwell? Yin recalled that he had previously stated he felt little pain. Could it be that this new prescription was even more torturous? She was astonished. To be fair, to some extent, she had indeed guessed the truth. However, this discomfort was not the same as before. You could not discern whether she was genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance regarding the issues with the prescription, if it were a proper remedy. How could he be unable to control himself? "I still prefer the previous medicinal bath," he stated. "Very well." Yin nodded, recognizing his insistence and abandoning the new attempt. "However, your second senior brother will not return to the sect for another 2 days. Without the core incense, you must endure and not lose consciousness midway. Otherwise, the effect of the bath will be halved. "I won't," Ji assured her. Yin then allowed him to rest, noting that while his dantian and meridians had been restored, he was still unable to bear the overwhelming spiritual energy and could easily sustain further injuries. Thus, during these days, apart from his daily medicinal baths, Ji found himself aimlessly wandering around Qian Peak. Yet he did not remain idle. Each time he left Yin, he took the opportunity to explore every corner of Qian Peak, quietly committing each area to memory. He even discovered the forbidden area on the back mountain. It was said that Yin had always prohibited the disciples of Qian Peak from entering this place, claiming it was perilous within. Of course, Ji had no intention of heeding such warnings. Moreover, he had nearly traversed the entire forbidden area on the back mountain. There was no sign of danger, not even a single hair, that if anything seemed peculiar, it was the presence of a large grove of ghostly shadow trees in the back mountain. Generally, such dense growth indicated death and spectral entities. In other words, the ghostly shadow trees were abundant in the realms of death within the 6 domains. They should not have appeared within the domain of the renowned Shangyun sect, celebrated for its cultivation. Amidst the stark, bare, ghostly shadow forest, Ji discovered a seal. After pushing aside a tangle of thorny brambles, he uncovered an inconspicuous cave concealed by the seal. Ji had even tentatively attempted to enter. It was not for any other reason, but the aura of that seal was rather strange, that it was neither demonic energy nor spiritual energy. Yet this was Shangyun's sect, the stronghold of hypocritical practitioners of the cultivation arts. "I will find an opportunity to explore the library of Shangyun's sect," Ji resolved. However, to pass through the teleportation array and descend from Qian Peak, activating the array required spiritual energy, and he currently possessed none. He needed to wait a while longer, that if he wished to cultivate, it seemed he would require some time, yet the seal within him had been nearly worn down by the medicinal baths and his covert efforts over the past few days. He anticipated that within 10 days, he would be able to break through entirely. With this thought, Jiyu quickened his pace deeper into the back mountain. After navigating around the thicket, he indeed could not enter that peculiar cave. However, continuing straight ahead for about 300 meters led him to a not particularly high cliff, where a particularly lush, ghostly shadow tree stood at the edge. Following the tree down to the cliff base, he found an even denser grove of ghostly shadow trees, resembling an entrance to a realm of death. This realm was home to various malevolent spirits and phantoms, a place where not a single living being could be encountered. Jiyu made his way to the cliff base, encountering nothing alive apart from a few morbid birds. This was not his first visit to this place. It was the third time. The deathly aura formed by the ghostly shadow trees could subtly conceal the violent fluctuations of his demonic seal. Thus, in recent days, he had been exerting himself here to break the seal within as long as the seal on his body was thoroughly shattered. The Jiyu retrieved a tattered black scroll from his bosom. Upon opening it, numerous black characters began to materialize in the air. Before him, 9 demonic calamities, a total of 9 realms. That it was a cultivation technique deemed exceedingly cruel, even by demonic cultivators, and strictly forbidden. At its pinnacle, it could turn a wave of the hand into a graveyard of 1,000 souls. What he sought was to annihilate the path of the immortals, all cultivators of the immortal path on this continent. With this thought, Jiyu secured the scroll and closed his eyes, commencing his cultivation as instructed within, while using the faint demonic energy within him to continue pressuring the seal. Gradually, he became enveloped in a thick layer of black demonic energy, rendering the ghostly shadow forest even more eerie and sinister. Yenyu descended into the Shangyun sect below. Entering the library, she began poring over numerous texts, determined not only to guide her little disciple in cultivating, but also in demonic practice. Yenyu had never perceived a difference between cultivating the immortal path and the demonic path. It was merely a matter of differing techniques. Just as there were both virtuous and wicked immortals, so too were there demons. However, concurrently, she needed to find a better method to conceal her little disciple's identity as a demonic head. For ordinary practitioners, below the combined realm, her little disciple's demonic identity could not possibly be revealed. But Jiyu was her disciple, and she was the vice master of Shangyun sect, which was one of the 3 major sects of the Facian continent, enjoying considerable prominence. Should they encounter old-timers at the combined realm or higher? And if they were to take notice, Yenyu had to eliminate such potential threats. She spent quite some time in the library. Meanwhile, the 5 individuals previously instructed by her to ascend the mountain had also arrived at Shangyun sect. Vice Master, they bring your jade slip, stating that the outer sect disciples you accepted have now arrived at the sect, reported the disciple, conveying the message respectfully. So soon? Yenyu set down the book in her hands and followed the disciple outside. Indeed, she beheld a group of people standing there, led by Tang Chai, the deputy sect leader. But we have finally arrived at the sect as per your instructions. They remarked, the path to Xianyun sect is not easily found with its hundreds of steps. Yenyu nodded, and since they had arrived, she would take them to Qian Peak, where they would cultivate in tranquility henceforth. Thank you, deputy sect leader, Tang Chai replied, visibly excited. The 5 of them followed Yenyu, and as Jiyu stealthily emerged from the forbidden area of the back mountain, they returned to their residence while the coast was clear. It was barely half an hour after Jiyu had just returned. The usually peaceful Qian Peak suddenly buzzed with activity. Deputy sect leader, we can stay here permanently, correct? From now on, I too shall be a disciple of Xianyun sect. The spiritual energy here is so rich. I have never experienced such abundant spiritual energy before. A commotion could be heard from a distance. The Jiyu opened the door and stepped out, only to bump into Yenyu and her group at the entrance of the courtyard. Just moments ago, he had thought that the noise sounded familiar, and upon stepping out, he confirmed his suspicion. Master, what are they doing here? Jiyu approached. His discerning gaze fell upon Tang Chai, evaluating him with a cold stare. Jiyu smiled at the others. So you all have come as well. Tang Chai felt a shiver run down his spine inexplicably. Yenyu, oblivious to the tension, merely explained, They will also reside on Qiyin Peak from now on. Just like you, they have been accepted as outer disciples by me. She paused for a moment before continuing to reassure, as for the prior incident, I have already avenged you that day, so let bygones be bygones. Ji Yu, however, interrupted her gently. His gaze was kind as he glanced at Tang Chai and the others, but his words were directed at Yin Yu. Master, rest assured. From now on, I will focus on cultivating diligently on Qiyin Peak. The past is but a fleeting memory, and it is time to let it go. His temperament was even better than Yin Yu had anticipated. Her little disciple was indeed very well behaved. Yin Yu felt relieved. Very well. She smiled at her little disciple with satisfaction, initially intending to pat his head in encouragement. Yet as she raised her hand, she noticed that both of them were standing now, unlike before when he was either soaking in medicinal baths or kneeling before her. She glanced up, silently assessing that her little disciple was now noticeably taller than her, that a shadow seemed to loom over her. Yin Yu awkwardly retracted her hand, forcing a smile that I shall leave these 5 individuals in your care. Remember to help them find suitable accommodations to AS for their training. That will be arranged when your senior brother returns. Understood, Master, Ji Yu obediently replied. Yin Yu nodded in satisfaction, having entrusted the task to her little disciple. She exchanged a few words with Tang Chai before departing with a wave, embodying the carefree demeanor of a master who could delegate tasks without hesitation. As mealtime approached, Yin Yu felt she could not afford to delay even for a moment. Completely unlike a master who had already entered a fasting state. Once she left, the smile on Ji Yu's face vanished instantly. When Yin Yu was present, he was the obedient and kind little disciple. In her absence, he fixed Tang Chai with a gaze as cold as death, his thin lips pressed tightly together. What do you want? Tang Chai sensed the impending danger, his expression turning serious as he warned. Ji Yu, do not forget, we are at Xianyin's sect. All of us on Qiyin Peak, disciples of the deputy sect leader. The past is long gone. Just then, a high-pitched scream pierced the air that Ji Yu had seized Tang Chai by the throat, causing him to momentarily lose his senses. A glaring footprint marked his chest, a testament to Ji Yu's earlier kick that nearly sent him flying. The force was merciless. The 4 followers who had accompanied Tang Chai were now completely dumbfounded, their courage wavering. They had initially been hesitant, but Tang Chai had insisted that Ji Yu, please stop. The deputy sect leader will be angry if he sees this, that we promise we will not bully you anymore. We swear. The 4 followers pleaded, their voices trembling. Please spare our leader. Ji Yu tightened his grip, watching as Tang Chai's face turned a deep shade of blue, his eyes wide with fear. He sneered, his voice dripping with malice. Spare you? You, who just days ago sought to kill me and used me as a pawn for your own gain. You expect me to let you roam freely under my watch. Why should I? If these individuals had had the sense to avoid Xianyin's sect, he would have found it impossible to descend the mountain for revenge. Let me go. Tang Chai struggled. Ji Yu's grip was so fierce that it threatened to crush his throat, his heart racing as his eyes bulged with terror. This scene seemed to please Ji Yu, a radiant smile illuminating his face, enhancing his beauty, especially as he was clad in white robes, exuding an ethereal charm that rendered the world around him drab in comparison. You deserve to die, he proclaimed, his thin lips uttering a chilling threat. Yet this undeniable beauty remained untainted by his madness. He was entranced, unable to tear his gaze away. You, Tang Chai gasped, forcing out a word. Ji Yu raised an eyebrow, exerting more pressure, and a distinct crack echoed in the air. Chapter 15. The deputy sect leader with an incredible appetite. Tang Chai was dead, in front of his 4 followers. Ji Yu struck decisively without hesitation, snapping Tang Chai's neck cleanly. When his gaze returned to the 4 remaining, he coldly challenged, outer disciples. You think you are worthy of that title? His voice was frigid. As Tang Chai's body collapsed, a warm corpse lay on the ground, its neck grotesquely twisted and lifeless. The atmosphere grew unbearably cold, as if plunging into an ice cellar. The 4, terrified, stumbled backward, one of them falling clumsily to the ground. Please, let me go. I understand my mistakes. Ji Yu, please don't kill me. It was our leader who wanted you dead, and it was he who crippled your hands. We were only following his orders. The 4 were now on the verge of tears, huddled together in fear, their shock deepening. Despite Tang Chai being a formidable cultivator, Ji Yu had been nothing but a waste just days ago, unable to muster any strength. Yet he had easily overpowered Tang Chai without resistance, resulting in a swift and certain death that we can just decline to be outer disciples. One stammered. Yes, we'll go say our goodbyes to Deputy Sect Leader Yin and leave. Let me go, one of them screamed. Ah, another piercing scream followed. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed, and in an instant, blood splattered across Qi Yin Peak. With the senior brothers absent and Yin Yu a detached master, the outer disciples dared not approach the residence of the direct disciples. Thus, the four found themselves utterly helpless. They had walked into their own demise. Ji Yu, unblinking as he killed, was soon splattered with blood, his white disciple robes now stained crimson, a sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. Ever since I escaped the Ji family, I vowed that from this day forth, anyone who seeks to harm or destroy me shall meet their demise unless I perish first. None shall escape. Yet, since these five had been accepted by his master as outer disciples to be cultivated, Ji Yu had been instructed to ensure their proper settlement and provision of necessities. That he sheathed his sword. He gazed at the sprawled corpses with a contented smile gracing his lips. Master, I have taken care of them all, douc. The ground was littered with 5 bodies, the first victim, Tang Chai, now bleeding profusely from his chest, having been further stabbed twice. Even in death, he was not spared. This illustrated the cruelty of the one who had dealt the fatal blow, a merciless killer. Meanwhile, Yin Yu remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding chaos. The half-open door of her room revealed a table laden with an extravagant feast, meat from spiritual beasts, wine brewed from mystical flowers, various delicate pastries, and dishes prepared in every conceivable manner. Yin Yu was enjoying a meal that far surpassed even the grandeur of a full banquet. The long table is overflowing with dishes. The disciples responsible for transporting the meals have made countless trips, racing back and forth from the foot of the mountain with their food boxes. That in recent days, the Vice Master has seemingly abandoned her usual practice of fasting, indulging instead in her culinary cravings. That is not merely the act of eating. She insists on 3 meals a day, never missing a single one. That each meal is varied, particularly lunch and dinner, which together amount to nearly 100 dishes. The quantity she consumes alone rivals that of the elders and personal disciples of the entire Xianyan sect, leaving the transporting disciples utterly astonished. Every time they collect the empty plates, the long table is left entirely bare. As if mere moments before, it had hosted a feast for a dozen or more individuals. The Vice Master, did you consume all this by yourself? One disciple, as he gazes upon the now vacant plates, cannot help but steal glances at Yin Yu, who is about to leave. What is it? Upon hearing this, Yin Yu halts, meeting his incredulous gaze that seems to ask, how could you have polished off an entire banquet? It has barely been an hour. Did you simply pour it down your throat? No. Even if one were to pour it, it could not have vanished at such speed. Moreover, this amount exceeds what even Yin Yu and another person could manage. Coughing lightly, Yin Yu feels a tinge of embarrassment. She has indeed exercised some restraint. Perhaps the greatest joy she has found since arriving here is the ability to slightly loosen her belt and indulge in a proper meal. What do those eyes imply? Surely, in this vast Xianyan sect, I, as the Vice Master, can afford to indulge a little. Yin Yu furrows her brow, now reprimanding the disciple that a few bites? Is that what you call merely eating a little more? Who needs to make 7 or 8 trips just to deliver food for a few bites? Carrying 6 layers of food boxes, I am drenched in sweat. Yet this is merely a meal prepared for a slender young woman. I fear even a glutton would not possess such an appetite. The disciple, feeling the weight of his own impudence, quickly apologizes. Vice Master, I beg your forgiveness. You are the Vice Master of the Xianyan sect, and if you desire more food, it is certainly within our means to accommodate you. However, despite his fear and reverence, he is consumed by curiosity. After all, she is the Vice Master, one of the 2 most powerful women in the entire Feishan continent. A mere disciple of the Zhengxiatang dares not offend her, nor can he afford to show her any disrespect. Yin Yu, however, remains unperturbed. Instead, her attention is caught by his words, if she wishes for more. It is absolutely no issue for the Xianyan sect. Can I truly request more? Her eyes brighten as she surveys the table, which is large and filled to the brim. Perhaps if I were to ask for more, there would be no space left on the table. Never mind, I shall settle for what I have. In the future, ensure you deliver this standard on time. I shall not require any more than this. She waves her hand, her tone reflecting a reluctant refusal. Thank you, Vice Master, that is you command, Vice Master. The disciple replies respectfully, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he continues to tidy up the table. Just the act of cleaning requires him to make 2 or 3 more trips. Yin Yu, feeling somewhat satisfied, is in high spirits, thinking that her young disciple must have settled in by now. Perhaps they are even enjoying a meal together at the Xianyan sect's Zhangxiatang, that I shall go visit them shortly. Yin Yu murmurs to herself, making up her mind, after returning to her room, to meditate for a while. She estimates that enough time has passed. Yin Yu rises, intending to check on her disciple. However, as she steps into her disciple's courtyard, a nauseating stench of blood assaults her senses. There, just outside her disciple's door, a large pool of blood stains the ground, and 6 figures lie sprawled across it, faces familiar to her. It is none other than Tang Chai and others, who were recently thrilled to join the Xianyan sect as her outer disciples. Now, they lie silently on the ground, blood gushing from their throats and chests. Even without approaching, her heart sinks. There is no doubt they have perished. How could this happen? She strides forward, her gaze fixated on the most injured figure. Ji Yu, who is battered and covered in blood, her face pale and eyes shut tight. Yin Yu cautiously checks for a pulse at Ji Yu's neck and breathes a sigh of relief upon sensing life. Quickly, she lifts her and administers a healing pill that in that moment. She notices a deep, dark bruise around Ji Yu's once fair neck, a ghastly mark that seems capable of crushing bone. That is a shocking sight, revealing the horrors that have unfolded in her brief absence. Ji Yu. Yin Yu gently pats her disciple's face. As the healing pill dissolves, she feeds her another restorative pill, watching as Ji Yu finally opens her eyes. Unclear and unfocused at first, before they gradually clear, reflecting Yin Yu's figure. Unable to contain herself, Yin Yu furrows her brow and asks, what on earth happened here? She has already checked the 5 fallen figures on the ground, each one lifeless. Master, Ji Yu, overwhelmed with emotion upon awakening, clutches Yin Yu tightly. That I thought I would never see you again. Her voice quivers as she holds on her master, feeling the rapid beat of Yin Yu's heart. A testament to her fear and confusion. Yin Yu's struggle to free herself ceases, her tone softening as she comforts her young disciple. Do not be alarmed. It is all over now, Master. Ji Yu looks down, her glassy eyes filled with softness and turmoil, reflecting only Yin Yu. Before Yin Yu can inquire further, Ji Yu repeatedly apologizes. I'm sorry, Master, that I failed to fulfill your trust. Not only that, but I also caused their deaths. But I truly did not mean to. As he speaks, pain etches across his brow, and he strives to suppress his distress before his master, fighting against his emotions. Ji Yu, what is wrong with you? Yin Yu senses something amiss, her hand caressing his cheek. Ji Yu attempts to smile, offering her an apologetic yet obedient grin. But as he opens his mouth to speak, a torrent of blood spills forth, staining his pure white disciple robes like crimson plum blossoms blooming amidst a snowy landscape. Too vivid, too stark, he wishes to apologize, to explain everything that transpired, but he cannot make sense of it. Enough, do not speak. Yin Yu, unable to bear it any longer, interrupts him. She grips his hand, channeling her spiritual energy into him, intending to heal his wounds. After days of medicinal baths, his meridians should be intact. Yet, upon this attempt, Yin Yu feels a jolt of horror. How could all your meridians be severed? Ji Yu, what did they do to you? Her expression darkens. Initially, when Ji Yu began to apologize, revealing that he had indeed harmed those individuals, Yin Yu felt a flicker of doubt. Her young disciple was no saint, a fact she had gleaned from stories told by Daoguan. Yet, she had never considered it a significant issue, whether good or evil. He should live freely and joyfully, for that is the essence of not betraying oneself. Furthermore, before the destruction of the Ji family, her disciple was not this way. In other words, he has been driven to this point. He has never been malicious without cause. That I shall prepare a medicinal bath immediately. Your body cannot endure any more strain. Yin Yu decides decisively. Ji Yu, who had been clinging to her tightly, grows weaker as the blood continues to flow, as if the last vestige of strength has been drained upon finally confessing to her. He weakly shakes his head. No, Master. Enough. I understand. Yin Yu places her hand over his lips, let this matter rest. There is no need to speak of it again. With that, she notices his frail arms and effortlessly lifts her young disciple into her embrace. Conserve your strength. The Ji leaned against Yin Yu's embrace, his expression somewhat ambiguous, as if he had turned to stone on the spot. Yin Yu remained oblivious, leading him to the room where he usually bathed in medicinal herbs, hurriedly preparing the necessary ingredients. She instructed, undress. This time you cannot be willful. The outer robe must come off that I will need to gradually mend your meridians, as the power of the medicinal bath alone is insufficient. This situation is far different from how it began. Behind her, a profound silence ensued at her words. Yes, Yin Yu busied herself with the preparations. She turned to issue a stern command, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. To her astonishment, her little disciple was actually complying this time. Leaning against the table, his long black hair cascaded like silk, his blood-stained disciple's robe discarded on the floor. His inner garment's ties had been loosened, the collar slightly open, revealing an expanse of his snow-white chest. He reclined with eyes gently closed, his profile turned towards Yin Yu, with delicate fragments of light filtering through the doorway, casting a sacred glow around him. At that moment, he seemed to notice her gaze and open his eyes, a charming smile gracing his features as he said, Master, I am ready to. As he spoke, he noticed that the black medicinal bath was prepared behind Yin Yu, and he pushed himself up with a hand on the table. Simultaneously, his already loose inner garment slipped down, revealing his slender yet strong physique, with droplets of blood trailing down his chest and pooling at his waist. At least he's still wearing trousers, Yin Yu thought, blinking and averting her gaze, moving closer to support him. Thank you, Master, he said weakly, tilting his head so close that it nearly rested against her ear. As he was considerably taller than her, from a distance, it appeared as though she had been enveloped in his embrace, a scene imbued with a hint of intimacy. The Ji Yu's eyes darkened, from an angle where she could not see. The corners of his lips twisted into a strange smirk. Not long ago, Master had entrusted him with the lives of 5 individuals, and in the blink of an eye, he had claimed them all. Those who had harmed him still dared to revel beneath his very nose. Granting those 5 a swift end was already a mercy. Be careful, Yin Yu reminded him cautiously as she assisted him inside. Ji Yu regained his focus, his gaze resting on her concerned face. The vivid crimson that had once surrounded him seemed to dissipate. He recalled standing in the courtyard, expressionless, gripping his own neck so tightly that his lips turned pale. The pain when the sword pierced his body was still fresh in his mind. That in this world, the only one willing to treat him with kindness was likely her. Master, he silently called out in his heart as he soaked in the medicinal bath. Noticing her glance, he instinctively offered her a gentle smile. This gesture was almost reflexive, unbeknownst to him, revealing his unconscious concern that a person who has fallen from the light into darkness, even if one day abandoned by that light, would still wish to embrace whatever darkness that approached, even if it wore a facade of light. Extend your hand to me, Yin Yu instructed. He obediently complied. Master, extending his hand towards her, his fair and slender fingers spread wide, which he gradually clasped. Her hand was not as broad as his palm. With a firm grip, he could easily envelop her within it. Neither knew who truly held dominion over whom. Yin Yu remained unaware of the underlying tension, closing her eyes to focus on healing him, meticulously mending his meridians, a task requiring utmost precision. Gradually, beads of perspiration formed on her forehead. Leaning against the bath, Ji Yu fixed his unwavering gaze upon her, watching intently as time flowed silently by. As the moments passed, cold sweat began to bead on his brow, the pain rendering his complexion pale, veins bulging at his temples. The medicinal bath was certainly not a comfortable experience. Yet his eyes remained steadfastly locked on her, unwavering. Yin Yu, oblivious, continued her work, both of them utterly exhausted by the end of the healing process. She leaned against the edge of the bath, momentarily reluctant to move. How are you feeling, Yu-er? She inquired, not forgetting to check on her little disciple. That moment, a delicate hand emerged from the bath, brushing against her forehead and cheek. Chapter 17. It was I who killed them. He was unable to help himself. As his hand touched her forehead, the motion naturally wiped away the cold sweat that had gathered there, and only then did he realize she was his master. Such an action felt excessively forward. Yet, meeting Yin Yu's curious gaze, he revealed a tender smile. Master, I am the one who has caused you distress. Yin Yu smiled back, their eyes locking in a moment that seemed to suspend the very air around them. Time halting. She shook her head. As long as you are well, that is enough. That a simple response. Yet Jiyu felt his heart flutter, his hand retracting, warmth flooding him, elusive emotions swirling within him, as if yearning to break free. How do you feel now? Yin Yu's voice was gentle, reiterating her previous question. That I feel good, he replied. Given the severity of his injuries, he found himself smiling at the thought of how far he had come. When had he become such a reckless gambler, risking everything, even his own meridians? What was he wagering? What did he hope to gain? As he pondered this, he broached the earlier topic, Master, regarding Tang Chai and the others. Before he could finish, a finger pressed against his lips. That's enough, she said, her tone unexpectedly cold. What has happened is in the past. What I desire is for you to live well. That he opened his mouth to speak. But I killed them. 5 lives ended by my hand. He emphasized this, his lips brushing against her fingertip as if to transfer the chill of his guilt to her. Her fingertips, however, were warm, filled with life. That is not your fault. Yin Yu asserted firmly that why you were. From the moment I brought you back to the sect, you are no longer alone, that I am your master and your support, and I will always choose to stand by your side. Is that true? Even regardless of right or wrong? Jiyu asked earnestly, his youthful face nodding obediently in acknowledgement. Beneath the shards of light spilling from the doorway, both master and disciple felt enveloped in a gentle connection. A testament to their mutual reliance and trust. That in the courtyard, the lifeless bodies of 5 had yet to be addressed, strewn about in disarray, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Earlier, Yin Yu had been preoccupied with tending to her little disciple's wounds. Now, she recalled that he seemed to have forgotten to bring a change of clothes for the medicinal bath. What a predicament! Perhaps I should call a disciple to assist. She hesitated, glancing at Jiyu, who was about to rise from the bath. But master, there are still 5 corpses in the courtyard, he reminded her, a look of guilt and caution on his face. Seemingly prompted by his reminder, he recalled his forced participation in the killings. He must despise such bloodshed, and no one is born with a penchant for violence. That I'll go, Yin Yu decided. However, she was halted as he turned to her. His expression hesitant, as if struggling to articulate his thoughts. His gaze bore an unexplainable weight, evoking in Yin Yu an image of a forsaken newborn, lost and vulnerable, invoking a profound sense of empathy. I can wear the clothes on the ground and change later, Jiyu tentatively suggested. Master, may I stay by your side for a little longer? Are you afraid? Yin Yu inquired, finally grasping the situation. She noticed that his gaze faltered, as if his thoughts had been laid bare. Master, I am not afraid, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, but he emphasized, what truly terrifies me is the thought that I might never see you again. The realization of this fear tightened his heart. That will never happen, Yin Yu reassured him, instantly understanding her disciple's mindset. He feared losing the only person capable of offering him salvation. Yet, such a scenario was utterly impossible. She said, squatting down to meet his gaze, promising, with me here, you will never have to endure those days of fear again. And no matter who you are, I will always protect you for what had transpired earlier. Once your constitution is restored, I will hasten your training, enabling you to grow strong enough that no one can harm you. Upon hearing this, Jiyu's eyes flickered, recalling the truths he had deliberately distorted. Would she still stand resolutely by his side, if one day she uncovered his true nature? No, absolutely not. Jiyu rose silently from the bathtub, retrieving the robe that had fallen to the ground, now soiled with blood and dust. His gaze then fell upon Yin Yu, who also appeared equally disheveled. The bloodstains, along with dark medicinal residue and a hint of dust, had tarnished her ethereal, snow-white gown, turning it into a canvas of imperfection. That it was as if a once pristine sheet of white paper had unwittingly shielded a grimy black one, thus becoming stained in the process. Ever since encountering him, she had consistently found herself in such a state. Upon returning to the courtyard, Jiyu resolutely refused to allow Yin Yu to enter again. Since the trouble was caused by me, I shall bear the burden alone. He declared to her, Master, wait for me that I will take care of those corpses. Yin Yu, however, disapproved of his stance. Yet her stubborn disciple was adamant, even shutting the courtyard gate behind him, urging her to quickly return and change out of her soiled gown. If any of the other disciples of Qi Yun Peak were to see you in such a state, it would tarnish your dignity, and I would feel guilty for life, Jiyu insisted. Unable to withstand his resolve, Yin Yu left. After her departure, Ji Yu changed into a clean, snow-white disciple's robe before returning to the pile of corpses that he pulled out a beautiful, translucent porcelain vial from his sleeve. Allowing the clear liquid to drip onto the bodies that I in the blink of an eye, the 5 corpses dissolved, leaving no trace behind, that as long as I am here at Chiyun Peak, there shall be no place for the 5 of you, he murmured to himself, surveying the empty ground. Suddenly, a laugh escaped him, of course excluding the dead. All of this transpired just as Yin Yu happened to miss it. The true nature of her devoted disciple remained hidden from her. She had always perceived him as a well-behaved individual, a sentiment echoed by her elder brother Wen Zhao, who had returned from the sacred domain. Your junior brother is truly obedient, respectful of his elders. Wen Zhao remarked, I have brought back 10 core incense sticks from the sacred domain. They should last until your medicinal bath concludes. That on that same day, the second elder brother, Feng Xiaofeng, who had learned that their master had taken in a closed-door disciple but had not returned for some time, finally made his way back. Upon seeing Wen Zhao, he immediately inquired, Where is the junior brother? Chapter 18. A sudden escape. Unluckily, the junior brother was enduring the torturous ordeal of the medicinal bath. Wen Zhao, without much thought, relayed the truth to the second elder brother. Consequently, Feng Xiaofeng turned on his heel, heading straight for the exit. Then I shall wait a few days before returning. Once the junior brother has recovered, I will present my gift. Perhaps the medicinal bath prepared by their master years ago left him with a lasting psychological scar, for Feng Xiaofeng seemed intent on making a hasty exit. Stop right there. When Zhao snapped back to reality, his expression darkening. Yet, Feng Xiaofeng paid him no heed, determined to escape. That in a flash, he vanished from sight. When Zhao was powerless to stop him, watching helplessly as he rushed away like a gust of wind. As he reached the courtyard gate, he was unexpectedly blocked by Yin Yu, who had just appeared. What are you doing? She demanded, grabbing him by the collar and pulling him closer for a better look. In the original text, Feng Xiaofeng had concealed his identity as a 9-tailed fox when he joined the Xianyan sect under the original protagonist. Therefore, the medicinal bath prepared for him had caused him such dread that he nearly leaped out of the tub at the first touch of water, fearing the revelation of his true identity. This fear had almost led to the original protagonist expelling him on the spot. Yin Yu recalled this and curiously scrutinized Feng Xiaofeng's face. The second elder brother was taken aback, meeting her enchanting fox-like gaze, proving once again that she was indeed a fox. Yin Yu released him, and upon seeing her, Feng Xiaofeng, who had initially intended to flee, suddenly appeared much more subdued, retracting the puppet threads hidden in his palm. Master, your disciple has returned, he said respectfully. Yin Yu nodded, stating that since he had returned, he should meet his junior brother. You will be in the same sect from now on, and must look out for one another. Feng Xiaofeng seemed reluctant at this suggestion, stalling. I just got back, looking rather disheveled from my travels. Perhaps I should wait a bit before I see the junior brother. He sought an excuse, unable to resist the urge to slip away. Nearly caught again by Yin Yu's grip on his collar. Stop right there, master, he protested. You want me to see the junior brother, yet you keep insisting that do you not wish to go? Yin Yu questioned him. Feng Xiaofeng stepped back, his feet slipping as if he were about to slide away. With a sincere smile towards his master, he stammered, It's just that I'm too nervous, that I fear this disheveled appearance will make the junior brother dislike me. His second elder brother. Your junior brother would not think that, Yin Yu countered, when Zhao approached, casting a disinterested glance at him, adding, I've already mentioned you to the junior brother, and he has been awaiting your return to meet him. Indeed, Yin Yu affirmed, casually inquiring, Have you prepared your gift, Feng Xiaofeng? Do not worry, master, I have certainly prepared something in this regard, he nodded, puzzled. Yin Yu, seemingly nonchalant, pressed further, What have you prepared? In her presence, Feng Xiaofeng revealed a 5-tier spirit beast's inner core, which would allow Ji Yu to rapidly enhance his cultivation level. That a 5-tier spirit beast is no trivial matter, that as the last closed-door disciple of our master, and my only junior brother. My gift cannot be lacking, Feng Xiaofeng declared. However, Yin Yu had a different notion in mind. She recalled that her second disciple possessed a treasure from the forest of all things, one that would be of little use to him. It was, in fact, the heart's blood of the primordial demon god, imbued with immense energy that, of course, this substance was only useful to the demon race and could not be absorbed by the beast race. In other words, this drop of blood had been forcibly extracted from Ji Yu's heart and for some unknown reason had ended up in the hands of the beast race. Yin Yu genuinely wished for Feng Xiaofeng to offer this drop of heart's blood as a gift to the junior brother. Yet, she was unsure how to broach the subject, that if she mentioned it poorly, it could reveal the junior brother's identity, which was a grave matter. That will do. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. That in the end, she could only gently pat Feng Xiaofeng's lowered head, as it was fortuitously at hand. Unaware of his master's true thoughts, Feng Xiaofeng sighed in relief. Then, master, may I go see him shortly? Very well. Yin Yu acquiesced, having guessed his reasons for evading the meeting. Wen Zhao, however, remained oblivious, eagerly watching the second elder brother's retreating figure, asking Yin Yu, will he come back? He will, Yin Yu assured. After nearly 2 hours of waiting, the junior brother finally emerged from the medicinal bath. While the second elder brother took his time to appear, the three disciples gathered formally for the first time. After introducing each other, Yin Yu informed them that she would officially announce Ji Yu's identity as her closed-door disciple to all the disciples of the Xianyun sect in 7 days. By then, your body should be fully restored, and we can assess your aptitude with the spirit testing stone. I wonder what aptitude the junior brother will possess, Wen Zhao speculated, given that you endured such a medicinal bath. I estimate he must possess at least 3 spirit roots. It cannot be anything less. The elder brother expressed his anticipation. The second elder brother, Feng Xiaofeng, chuckled in agreement, his laughter habitual and light-hearted. Once the junior brother makes his official debut, I wonder how many female cultivators within the Xianyun sect will fall for him. Ji Yu instinctively retorted, that has nothing to do with me. He then raised his gaze to Yin Yu, seated at the writing desk, that he continued, since Master has accepted me as a closed-door disciple, my sole duty henceforth is to cultivate diligently, not to disappoint you or the sect. However, did these two responsibilities truly conflict? Feng Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, wishing to offer a reminder. Ji Yu's gaze remained fixed on Yin Yu, pausing momentarily before hesitantly asking, Master, do you think my approach is correct? What do you mean by correct? Yin Yu initially failed to grasp, only realizing later that Ji Yu was referring to matters of romance. That is permissible, even if you wish to cultivate and later find someone to share your path with. It is not out of the question. Yin Yu replied. That Ji Yu's expression shifted subtly at her words, his beautiful, glass-like eyes narrowing slightly. After a moment's pause, he asked uncertainly yet with a hint of joy, Really? Regardless of who I wish to find as my partner, will you support me, Master? You will not oppose it? Of course, she responded. The second elder brother, Feng Xiaofeng, keenly sensed something amiss. What is this? Junior brother, do you already have someone in mind? Who do you wish to cultivate with? Ji Yu remained silent, seemingly reluctant to respond to Shi Xiang's inquiry. His gaze was fixed intently on Yin Yu, the depths of his eyes shrouded in mystery. After a brief moment, his expression transformed into an innocent smile, his tone earnest as he declared, I shall remember what Master has said today. Just wait for the future. Indeed, he had already chosen the person in question. With an air of intrigue, Xiao Shidi, curious, urged, Pray tell, who could it be? Chapter 19. An unconventional master, Xiao Shidi appeared poised to answer his question. Feng Xiaofeng's eyes widened slightly, brimming with anticipation. The words Ji Yu had nearly uttered morphed into a teasing smile. His tone soft, I haven't yet decided whether to share this with her. Once I ascertain her feelings, I shall inform you. Feng Xiaofeng observed a Shi Xiang Wen Chao standing upright, his ears subtly straining to catch the conversation. Upon hearing Xiao Shidi's response, the Shi Xiang was momentarily taken aback. You haven't yet determined her feelings? Who, then, occupies your heart? Is it someone known within this sect? This remained an unanswered question. Yin Yu, disinterested in such romantic matters, noted that her eldest and second disciples had returned. That in 2 weeks, Xianyun sect would join forces with 2 other major sects in Feishan continent for a minor secret realm expedition, allowing her 3 disciples to participate together. For now, you shall remain within the sect and refrain from venturing out, Yin Yu instructed, primarily addressing her second disciple. Feng Xiaofeng recalled the upcoming minor secret realm and inquired, Master, do you intend for me and Shi Xiang to participate together? Yin Yu affirmed. Your Shi Xiang is on the verge of condensing his golden core. He requires this minor secret realm for further training. This minor secret realm did not coincide with the moment when her eldest disciple sustained severe injuries and encountered the male protagonist's harem, as it had been advanced by 2 years. Yet with Yin Yu's presence, she was determined to ensure her eldest disciple's success in condensing his golden core this time. When Xiao hesitated, murmuring, "Master, I am uncertain whether I can condense my golden core during this minor secret realm." "You can." Yin reassured him that in this minor secret realm, the male protagonist, Long Out Yin, would acquire significant opportunities, essentially hoarding the treasures therein that as time passed. Yin Yu, casting a quick glance at her three disciples, allowed a smile to grace her lips. Evidently struck by a delightful thought. Since she was present, all the treasures and opportunities would rightfully belong to her third disciple. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. During this time, Xiao Shidi's body had been thoroughly restored through medicinal baths and was now ready to officially commence his cultivation journey that in these few days, while Xiao Shidi was still in a preparatory phase. Yin Yu had successfully obtained a drop of the primordial blood of the demon god from her second disciple. However, instead of directly giving it to Xiao Shidi, she stealthily placed the drop of blood within Ji Yu's chamber. Unfortunately, just as she was about to exit, she encountered Ji Yu returning, his aura brimming with demonic energy. Ji Yu closed the door, and in solitude, his expression was devoid of any emotion, so cold that it surprised Yin Yu. She had never witnessed such a demeanor from her little disciple before. This cannot continue, Ji Yu mused, raising his hand to observe the demonic energy that seemed increasingly difficult to contain as the seals on his body weakened. He was nearing the point of losing control over his demonic essence, that if those self-proclaimed cultivators detected him, they would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly, that he understood all too well how fanatical those pretentious cultivators could be. He must quickly devise a method to conceal his demonic energy, that as he spoke, he approached the bedside. Draped in a flowing white gown, Yin Yu concealed herself in the shadows near the bed, carefully suppressing her presence to avoid detection by her little disciple. The drop of blood was contained within a jade box imbued with spiritual energy, currently resting on Ji Yu's pillow as he drew near. He swiftly spotted the jade box. "What is this?" Ji Yu frowned, bending down to retrieve the box. Upon opening it, he was met with a suffocating intensity of demonic energy that enveloped him, making him feel as if every pore in his body was wide open in comfort. However, why would such a thing, which could only exist in the realms of demons, appear in Xianyun's sect? Whose blood was this? Ji Yu pondered, perplexed, before he could decide how to handle the drop of blood. He watched in astonishment as it floated up into the air the moment he opened the jade box. The once tranquil room was suddenly flooded with surging demonic energy, causing him to levitate uncontrollably as the blood flew into his brow. Seizing the moment, Yin Yu felt it was time to make her move. Now, she thought, a smile curving her lips. Like a wisp of white, she glided past the heavy drapes towards the screen, with a light tap of her toes. She was on the verge of reaching the door. Who goes there? At that moment, the little disciple, lost in the depths of the demon god's heart blood, suddenly opened his eyes. Ji Yu turned his head, his gaze unwavering as he swiftly locked onto Yin Yu's hiding spot. "Who is over there?" Caught off guard, Yin Yu halted, quickly darting aside. She could not allow the little disciple to discover her presence. Though he appeared obedient now, if he realized that Yin Yu had long been aware of his demonic identity, he would likely harbor suspicions. After all, their identities were fundamentally opposed. Furthermore, she could not allow anyone to learn of the misdeeds committed by the original owner. She concealed herself behind the door, which had just been opened. Ji Yu remained absorbed in absorbing the drop of heart blood, unable to approach her for the time being. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on her hiding place. Unwavering, it was evident that once he completed the absorption, he would immediately seek her out for an explanation. There was no escaping this predicament. Yin Yu lowered her head, revealing a black flower bud resting in her open palm. With a flick of her wrist, she chanted an incantation, causing the black bud to blossom in layers upon layers, revealing a blood-red core and petals glistening with golden sheen, as a wisp of black mist dissipated. The figure of the white-clad woman hidden within the shadows transformed. Ji Yu closed the door. His eyes fell upon a figure shrouded in black gauze, delicate and enchanting, her face partially obscured by a black veil that revealed only her alluring eyes. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, accentuating her slender form, and a glimpse of jade-like legs peeked from beneath her skirt as she lunged towards him. With a swift motion, she ensnared his waist, her hands entwining around his neck, effectively locking his throat. "Stop!" The voice that resonated in his ear was sultry and beguiling. Ji Yu's gaze shifted backward, his expression icy as he questioned, "Who are you? How did you enter my chamber?" Chapter 20. The deputy master takes in a useless disciple. This is Xianyun's sect, the Jiyu thought, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this mysterious woman in his quarters. His mind quickly returned to the drop of blood he had just absorbed that moment. Yin spoke up. The drop you just absorbed originates from the heart blood of the demon god. I placed it in your room. This concealed identity was a plan Yin had meticulously crafted. This way, when her little disciple began to cultivate demonic energy, she could guide him more easily. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. She added. The Jiyu's cold demeanor showed no signs of thawing, especially as she still threatened him by constricting his throat. He believed that if she had released him beforehand, her words would have carried more weight. Then why do you wish to assist me? He inquired, a hint of mockery in his tone, that if you truly want to help, should you not first release your grip on my neck? Coincidentally, as he spoke, the hands that had been constricting his throat withdrew, and he felt a gentle breeze brush past him. In the blink of an eye, the previously tense standoff shifted as Yin stood before him. She instinctively wanted to offer him a friendly smile, but quickly remembered she was masked. Thus, the smile was retracted. Instead, she directly stated, I simply see great potential in you and wish to nurture you as my disciple. Disciple? Jiyu's expression turned peculiar. Yin had never anticipated that her proposal might be met with rejection. Yet, to her astonishment, as soon as the words left her lips, Jiyu promptly dismissed her without a moment's hesitation. I have no interest in being anyone's disciple, nor am I interested in your proposal. Leave. This is Xianyun's sect, not a place for you. Strangely, he felt an instinctive aversion to the woman before him, sensing that she was not a good person and did not belong to Xianyun's sect. Yin, taken aback, queried, You do not agree? Why is that? To her astonishment, the young disciple rejected her, leaving her momentarily stunned. Regaining her composure, she pressed further. Why? Do you not desire greater strength? These matters are mine to contend with, he replied tersely, and thus, they are of no concern to you. Yin observed that her young disciple's sudden aloofness was unexpectedly extreme. This was not what she had anticipated. However, she soon realized that perhaps it was precisely because she had taken Jiyu under her wing at such a critical time that she had inadvertently staved off his descent into darkness. After all, from the outset, he had never embraced his identity as a demon and had never aspired to become a formidable dark lord. So now, did her young disciple harbor disdain for his demonic identity? Did he truly wish to abandon the path of demonic cultivation? Jiyu narrowed his eyes, but offered no reply. After absorbing a drop of the primordial demon god's heart's blood, his demonic aura had intensified to the point of near tangibility. Yin needed no further probing to discern that his current prowess was not to be underestimated. Under ordinary circumstances, no one would dare to harm him again. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that such a potent demonic energy must be concealed. She retrieved a piece of residual jade and handed it to Jiyu. Keep this safe. It will mask the demonic energy surrounding you that cannot be retracted. Sooner or later, you must learn to control this energy. Otherwise, your identity within the Xianyun sect will inevitably be exposed. Her voice was alluring as she spoke. The black flower bud was a magical artifact, a top-tier tool for transforming one's appearance and concealing identity, which Yin had painstakingly gathered. Thus, this transformation would be utterly comprehensive. Jiyu indeed failed to recognize her true identity. Not only that, but he regarded her with considerable suspicion when he saw Yin extend the piece of residual jade towards him. He did not reach out to accept it. Instead, he remained vigilant, questioning her motives. Why are you being so kind to me? In truth, a degree of caution was commendable. Yet, Yin was disinclined to explain. Casually tossing the piece of jade his way, the Jiyu instinctively caught the object as it flew towards him, and in that brief moment of distraction, Yin swiftly vanished, leaving behind a promise. When the time is right, I shall return to seek you out. Jiyu protested. I do not require a master. I shall not serve as anyone's disciple again. Do not even think about it. Alas, the figure had already disappeared from sight. As he grasped the piece of jade, he felt the demonic energy around him gradually recede, calming down as expected. This confirmed that the woman had indeed spoken the truth. However, the frown etched on his brow remained unyielding. What, after all, was her true intention in approaching him? After Yin departed, she quickly stowed away the flower bud. Her first trial with her disciple had yielded promising results. Thus, when the small secret realm opened, She would be able to accompany her disciples under a legitimate identity. A TO attempt to seize the male lead's opportunities under the guise of the vice sect master was clearly impractical. Time swiftly passed, and the day arrived for her official ceremony of accepting Gu as her final disciple in front of the Xianyan sect. That on this day, the sect master and all the elders and disciples gathered together. On the high platform, Yin Yu, in her white attire, exuded an ethereal aura. Gu, under the watchful eyes of all, bowed his head and addressed her, Master. Below, murmurs of speculation floated through the AI. Is this the disciple the vice sect master brought back from outside? He appears to possess no cultivation whatsoever. You have no idea. I happened to witness the day the vice sect master returned with him. He was covered in wounds. That's so. I wonder where the vice sect master found this disciple. None were privy to the true origins of Yin Yu's disciple, nor his identity or background. The senior brother Wen Zhao and the second brother Fang Xiaofeng observed from the side as Yin Yu presented a jade pendant, symbolizing Ji Yu's status as her personal disciple. The first and second disciples bore similar insignia. From this day forth, you shall be my last closed-door disciple, Yin Yu declared. The sect master looked on, his expression a mixture of hesitation and contemplation regarding Yin Yu's choice of a disciple who seemed utterly devoid of cultivation. Yet, in such a public setting, none dared to undermine the vice sect master. Thus, despite their private disdain, they could only engage in hushed discussions that Ji Yu accepted the pendant that marked him as a personal disciple, thereby formally establishing his status among the members of the Xianyan sect. The next phase of the ceremony involved the crucial assessment of his aptitude. Under the watchful gaze of the spirit-testing stone, Yin Yu clasped his hand, placing it upon the transparent, glistening gem. She instructed him gently. Close your eyes and sense the faintest trace of spiritual energy surrounding you, then guide it into the stone. Understood, Master, he replied, closing his eyes. Following Yin Yu's guidance, a wisp of spiritual energy flowed into the testing stone. A silent moment passed, and all eyes turned to the stone, as well as to the youth standing before it with eyes shut. Wen Zhao and Fang Xiaofeng maintained a rapt gaze. The sect master rose from his seat. For this was Yin Yu's final closed-door disciple. If his aptitude proved insufficient, the implications would be dire. Yet as seconds turned into a tense silence, the originally dim spirit-testing stone remained utterly unresponsive. The wait dragged on. Ji Yu sensed something amiss and finally opened his eyes. What is happening? Could I truly be a waste of potential, devoid of any aptitude for cultivation? The stone showed no reaction whatsoever. This was the first time he had encountered such a scenario. Could it be that the vice sect master has taken in a useless disciple? Murmured one onlooker, that I heard that on the day the vice sect master brought him back, he was nothing but a lifeless husk. How could this be possible? Gradually, murmurs of disbelief filled the air. When Zhao and Fang Xiaofeng exchanged worried glances, unable to suppress their concerns for Yin Yu. Yet they found her remarkably composed, unwavering in her belief that her young disciple possessed latent potential. Input another trace of spiritual energy, she urged. That Ji Yu hesitated, having overheard the murmurs below. While he had grown accustomed to such skepticism, it did not prevent him from contemplating the implications of her steadfast confidence. He surmised that the seals upon him had nearly all been broken. He was, after all, a genuine demon. With such an identity, how could the spirit-testing stone possibly acknowledge his aptitude for cultivation? All right, Master, he acquiesced. Closing his eyes once more, and channeling another wisp of spiritual energy into the stone, in that instant, the previously tranquil spirit-testing stone erupted in an astonishing blaze of white light, enveloping the entire square. Chapter 21. How could he still be a waste? The brilliance was so intense that even the sect master stood in astonishment. The last time the spirit-testing stone had emitted such a dazzling light was when it had tested Yin Yu, who had since ascended to the rank of vice sect master. The whispers of the disciples below grew ever louder. Heavens, the spirit-testing stone is making such a commotion. It's blindingly bright. Could he be a genius? Since I joined the Xianyan sect, I've never witnessed such a ruckus from the testing stone. With roots in gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, could it be that all 5 kinds of spiritual roots will manifest? Someone gasped in awe. Meanwhile, when Zhao and Fang Xiaofeng stood in their designated spots, Fang Xiaofeng could no longer contain his excitement and whispered to his senior brother, "Did you see that? I had a hunch that the small junior disciples reformed Meridians and Dantian would exhibit extraordinary aptitude, at least 3 roots, if not more. Should we place a bet on how many roots he will exhibit? I wager 5, Fong Xiaofeng asserted confidently, adding, after all, he's the most resilient person I've ever seen. Only he and Master can endure the bizarre concoctions that Master often employs. It was said that Master had also been a genius upon entering the Xianyan sect. What do you think, senior brother? I trust our junior disciple. No need to wager that I have greater faith in our Master's discernment. She never misjudges people, Wen Zhao replied calmly, showing no sign of the excitement that Fong Xiaofeng exhibited. Fong Xiaofeng eyed him with a strange look, pondering that if one were aware, one might interpret that as a compliment to both the junior disciple and their master. But if one were unaware, it could seem like a veiled self-praise. Senior brother, when did you become so self-absorbed? Fong Xiaofeng teased. Tio assert that their master's judgment would not err implied that every disciple she took in was exceptional. Meanwhile, Fong Xiaofeng could not deny his own prowess. At merely 20 years of age, he had already cultivated 6 tails from the 9-tailed celestial fox's original form, placing him among the elite talents in the fox community. I did not, Wen Zhao murmured, slightly flustered by Fong Xiaofeng's comment. As if he had just realized something, he spoke with urgency. I merely believe that our junior disciple is destined for greatness, especially since Master has high hopes for him. Surely, you do not wish for Master to be disappointed? Of course not. Fong Xiaofeng responded with a retort, his gaze drifting once more towards Yanyu, where the spirit testing stone continued to emit an astonishing burst of white light, leaving the entire Xianyan sect in a state of shock. However, apart from this spectacle, the crowd waited in silence. Jiyu kept his eyes closed, while Yanyu remained attentive, her eyes not wavering as she focused on the spirit testing stone. After the initial eruption of white light, it was about to reveal the cultivation attributes. The common attributes were the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Beyond these, there were also rarer attributes such as light, darkness, thunder, and wind, among others. For the people of Facian Continent, it was generally accepted that 99% of individuals possessed one of the 5 basic elements. What attributes would the little disciple display after gaining the spirit testing stone's recognition? Yanyu waited patiently as time ticked away. Down on the high platform of the square, the astonishing white light seemed to persist, erupting continuously. To Jiyu, despite having heard the various murmurs from those around him, remained in a state of anticipation, but could no longer resist the urge to open his eyes. The blinding white light met his gaze, yet no other colors emerged. What could this mean? He furrowed his brow, confusion evident in his eyes. This was not his first foray into the path of cultivation. In the past, when the Ji family was still thriving, he had undergone a talent assessment which yielded mediocre results. He had once cultivated to the later stage of Lingdong, just a step away from the 3rd realm of the 10 realms of cultivation. Known as At that time, he had been identified as possessing dual spirit roots of fire and wood, which complemented each other perfectly. This time, he had expected to at least manifest the same 2 attributes of fire and wood. Why, then, had over a stick of incense passed without any spirit roots being revealed? How peculiar! Below, the disciples who had been observing this scene began to murmur among themselves once again, their chatter growing ever louder. When spirit roots were revealed, regardless of whether they were common or rare mutated types, the spirit testing stone would always emit additional colors following the initial white light. It could not possibly remain solely white. Could it be that the newly accepted disciple of the vice sect leader had no spirit roots at all? If he lacked even the most basic attribute, how could he cultivate? A waste of talent. Soon, someone in the crowd uttered this sensitive term, and with it came a chorus of disparaging remarks about the emerging waste, the inability to cultivate, and the vice sect leader's poor judgment, which even Yanyu could no longer overlook. Was this truly a moment for you to critique and gossip? She issued a warning, her gaze sweeping over the restless disciples of Xianyan sect, regardless of which elders, inner or outer disciples they were, or even if they were the sect leaders. Yanyu raised her voice, questioning, is this the standard of conduct expected from the disciples of one of the 3 great sects of the Facian Continent? Are you all so intent on internal strife within our sect? Did the vice sect leader's judgment require your unsolicited concern? The disciples were instantly silenced by her few sharp words, becoming as quiet as chickens. Even the elders, who had previously cast their eyes upon Jiyu, shifted their gaze in unison to Yin Yu. The sect leader raised his sleeve, feigning a cough to find an opportunity to speak, suggesting to Yin Yu, Vice Sect Leader, your disciples may be somewhat immature. But as Vice Sect Leader, you should exercise more tolerance. After all, I will be tolerant. Yin Yu interjected decisively, cutting him off. Upon hearing this, the sect leader's expression softened, and he began to smile. However, this smile had barely formed when Yin Yu continued to assert, my tolerance for others is predicated on everyone being equally tolerant towards my disciple. Under the premise that this group of onlookers was delighting in the spectacle while delivering sharp jabs. What if her currently obedient little disciple were to turn resentful? Yin Yu had not forgotten that in the original narrative, her little disciple Ji was a human weapon. He would eliminate masters, senior brothers, sect leaders, elders, and even disciples and guards, relentlessly sweeping through and annihilating all cultivation sects, dragging everyone down to hell. As she contemplated this, she called out to her little disciple from a distance. Ewer, do not rush. Take your time with the assessment. The spirit testing stone tends to be particularly slow when assessing a genius. Hearing her words, the crowd responded, the sect leader and elders exchanged glances, and the senior and junior disciples exclaimed, Master is formidable, truly deserving of the title. Ji, who had just turned his head, found his gaze locking onto hers. The unwavering confidence in her eyes was unmistakable. She believed without a doubt that he would not fail. But why did she trust him so? What if even those medicinal baths could not save him? After all, he was a demon, unrecognized by the path of immortality, which was entirely reasonable. Master, he began, opening his mouth. Yin Yu had already leaned closer, and in the gaze of all present, she placed her hand over his, which gripped the spirit-testing stone, lifting her gaze slightly to meet his. Then, in a voice soft enough for only him to hear, she communicated, You are my little disciple, one that I have taken back, that I declare you a genius, and you shall undoubtedly be one, that I say you can ascend to the pinnacle of the immortal path. And you shall surely achieve it to do you believe in your master? Ji blinked. He was tempted to say he did not believe her. How could he? However, before he could articulate his denial, it was swiftly suppressed deep within him. He smiled at her, obedient and filled with trust, as if to say, no matter what master claims, I will believe it. Good. Yin Yu smiled back, her eyes curving into crescent moons, still speaking in a hushed tone. She promised him, if the light from this spirit-testing stone dims, and you have yet to reveal any spirit root attributes, then I shall strip away my own 5 spirit roots that time. You shall still be a cultivation genius, Ewer. But if she truly did sever her own 5 spirit root attributes, she would render herself incapable of cultivation. How could she then serve as the vice sect leader of Xianyan sect? How could she remain a master to her 3 disciples? No. Chapter 22. The disturbed little disciple Ji, belatedly realizing her intentions, felt his expression darken. To the onlookers, it appeared that even he could not hide his disappointment. The spirit-testing stone had erupted with such incredible white light, yet it had failed to reveal even a single spirit root. That it was utterly anticlimactic. Was this merely a jest at the expense of the crowd? Is it always the case that you treat all your disciples with such heartfelt devotion? Ji could not help but inquire. She was merely a master, nothing more. Was it truly necessary for her to go to such lengths for him? Or did she extend such care to all 3 of her disciples? Ewer, what are you saying? Yin Yu asked in surprise, failing to grasp his meaning. Dio, not worry. Even if I make such a plan, it is absolutely feasible. How can it be feasible? Ji pressed his lips together, suppressing the surge of anger that had suddenly arisen within him. Just then, the spirit-testing stone in his grasp shattered with a soft bang. All eyes turned toward the scene. He stared in disbelief as the spirit-testing stone beneath his palm rapidly dimmed, and upon removing his hand, it lay in pieces. This was an unprecedented occurrence, just as no one had ever witnessed such an astonishing white light. No one had ever failed to manifest even a single spirit root after such a display. What did this signify? Even Yin Yu was struck dumb. The spirit-testing stone shattered. Why? The sect leader strode over. His demeanor calm amidst the mixed expressions of tension, shock, confusion, and disappointment surrounding him. He raised his hand and rummaged through his sleeve. Soon, he produced another identical spirit-testing stone, speaking in a composed tone. It's just a spirit-testing stone. Not a rare treasure. If it shatters, we shall test again. I have plenty more. The crowd reacted. But isn't the value of this item secondary to the fact that Jiyu had shattered it? Yet the sect leader remained unfazed. After placing the new spirit testing stone down, he beckoned Jiyu once more. "All right, you may proceed with the testing." Jiyu nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, sect leader." Indeed, he referred to him as sect leader. Yin Yu was his and Wen Zhao's master, while the sect leader was Yin Yu's master. Years ago, when Yin Yu had been a young prodigy entering the sect, she had become the sect leader's disciple. She had then rapidly grown, soaring to great heights, ultimately securing her position as vice sect leader through her extraordinary cultivation prowess. "Quickly test. Do not delay," the sect leader urged before returning to his seat. Although this assessment of the new disciple had been prolonged, there was no helping it. Even Yin Yu, his master, had remained silent. Jiyu had no choice but to continue with the assessment. Fortunately, perhaps due to the earlier incident with the shattered spirit testing stone, this time the new spirit testing stone, while not erupting with brilliant white light, directly bypassed it. The 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each burst forth with vibrant beams of light from the spirit testing stone beneath his hand, dazzling everyone present. Their spirits, which had just plummeted, were instantly lifted to new heights. Thus, he truly was a genius. It appeared he genuinely possessed 5 spirit roots. Was it that the old spirit testing stone had simply aged and become defective? The vice sect master's discerning eye is indeed as remarkable as ever. Wait, it seems there is more than just 5 spirit roots. There are also mutated spirit roots. Could that be the dark attribute? And what of this gray color? What attribute does it represent? I feel as though I have never heard of it before. Not to mention the disciples from the lower 8 trigrams, even the prominent figures of Xianyan sect, including Yin Yu, have never encountered such a phenomenon. What could the gray light signify in terms of spirit roots? "Master, I have succeeded," Jiyu spoke calmly, revealing the truth at that moment. Yin Yu naturally perceived it and felt joy for him. As the master had long proclaimed, "You are a genius." No, he internally rejected that notion. Besides her, no one had ever thought that way. "Master, thank you." Yet outwardly, he merely expressed gratitude with obedience. The grand disciple selection ceremony concluded successfully. Even the sect master, as he departed, patted Yin Yu on the shoulder with a look of satisfaction, as if to say that her discerning eye was just as commendable as his own in selecting disciples. "Teach him well. He will surely be a promising talent, that I am aware of that." Yin Yu nodded at the sect master. Throughout the event, she had not grasped the deeper meaning behind the sect master's gaze. Leading her 3 disciples, Yin Yu returned to Qiyin Peak, where preparations for the secret realm, to be jointly opened by the 3 major sects in 10 days, awaited. Yin Yu had included her 3 direct disciples in the list of candidates. Her eldest and second disciples had cultivated for many years, and the original host had consistently guided them, thus requiring no additional concern from Yin Yu. The only one truly needing her attention and urging to accelerate his cultivation was her youngest disciple. "Gyu. Come here, that I tee the place of the densest spiritual energy on Qiyin Peak, the gathering spirit array. Lei Yin Yu Xin Yu Hall." Inside the hall, her young disciple Jiyu stood respectfully before her. Yin Yu handed him a manual, instructing him to guide the spiritual energy into his body according to the methods within and successfully establish his foundation. The path of cultivation is said to involve a master. Yet the true essence of cultivation relies on one's own comprehension. The greatest utility of a master lies in guiding their disciple to avoid unnecessary detours and providing various scrolls of techniques, spiritual pills, and rare treasures, thus granting access to greater resources. You certainly understood this, that he accepted the manual and followed the recorded steps to draw in the energy. Unbeknownst to him, as he immersed himself in cultivation, a tremendous surge of demonic energy erupted around him. Even with the remnants of jade that Yin Yu had previously used to suppress it, the demonic energy rampaged uncontrollably, attempting to disrupt the gathering spirit array within Xian Yu Hall, threatening to destroy this sacred ground for cultivation. What is happening? As Yin Yu reached out to grasp her young disciple's hands, which were engulfed in surging demonic energy, she noticed his tightly closed eyes, clearly lost in the trance of cultivation. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal issue was Guyu's expression, which was evidently amiss that a dark mark gradually emerged at his brow. Distinctly an emblem of identity belonging to the ancient demon god ancestor, alongside the faint sound of a seal collapsing and dissipating. The entire hall was engulfed in tumultuous demonic energy. The Jiyu slowly opened his eyes. His pupils ruby red and translucent, gleaming like gemstones, filled with unfamiliarity as he sensed the surrounding spiritual energy in an instant that a cultivator. Jiyu smirked, a cold smile curling at his lips. Yin was taken aback. You were. It appeared her young disciple no longer recognized her. This realization was swiftly confirmed by Jiu's subsequent actions. He raised his hand and grasped Yin-Yu's slender neck, tightening his grip with force. Why you were? What are you doing? Yin-Yu blinked, inquiring. Faced with such a life-threatening situation, her demeanor remained surprisingly calm, devoid of fear. The eyes of the demon god ancestor fell upon her face, narrowing slightly. Who are you calling? I am the demon god ancestor, almost on the verge of revealing my name. However, due to his actions threatening Yin-Yu, a struggle swiftly emerged in his gaze, and his grip began to loosen, indicating an internal conflict. Yin-Yu quickly sensed something was amiss. Frowning slightly, she observed her young disciple alternating between tightening and loosening his grip, as if battling himself. Although Yin-Yu remained motionless, she was pulled back and forth by his erratic behavior. This will not do. In an abrupt motion, the hand that had encircled her waist tightened, while the grip on her neck suddenly released. Yin-Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling utterly helpless. She fell alongside her young disciple, her face landing against his chest. Her cheeks grazed his neck, lips brushing against him, a fleeting moment of warmth. The conflicted Ji-Yu ceased his movements. Chapter 23. Are you a demon? Lying still, their bodies sprawled on the ground, making no movement. That it was as if he had become a human cushion, preventing Yin-Yu from harm. Yet she was the first to rise, her anxious gaze scanning his face. What happened? Ji-Yu remained quiet, gazing at her. Just as she was about to lift her head, he suddenly clasped her neck and pressed his lips against hers in a fervent kiss. In a swift motion, he turned, enveloping her within his embrace. The master found herself wide-eyed in his grasp, her palms pressing against his chest, exerting considerable force. Yet he remained absorbed with his eyes closed. The moment their lips met, the overwhelming demonic energy surrounding him receded, as if subdued. What is he doing? What does he intend? Has he gone mad? Yin-Yu could hardly believe it, her struggle yielding to a desperate bite on his lip. The moment she finally broke free. Ji-Yu winced in pain, his eyes meeting hers. In an instant, he embraced her once more, his expression one of profound discomfort. Master, he murmured softly, echoing the obedient disciple she once knew. Yet if one were to overlook his earlier actions. Yin-Yu pushed against him. Let go, master. I cannot control myself. The Ji-Yu frowned, his grip only tightening. After the seal had been completely undone, he lost consciousness in that fleeting moment, and upon regaining awareness, he found the situation irrevocably altered. He was uncertain how much he had seen or surmised. The secret he had painstakingly concealed, fearing the discovery of the demonic energy within him, was now laid bare. The more he pondered, the paler his face became. I'm sorry, he apologized once more. Yin-Yu, held tightly, realized she could not break free, and he only clung to her tighter. Sighing, she said, let go. Master, do you have anything else you wish to say to me? He inquired. Yin-Yu shook her head, uncertain of his sudden inquiry. Ji-Yu hesitated, wanting to ask directly, but lacking the courage to. In the quiet hall, the two of them remained embraced on the ground for an extended period. Finally, Yin-Yu broke the silence. You just now. I'm sorry, master. He interrupted, seemingly anxious. Yin-Yu sighed again. Are you afraid because of this matter? Ji-Yu fell silent. Yin-Yu blinked, reflecting on her identity. She indeed could not uncover her young disciple's anomalies. Yet now that the situation had escalated, she bit her lip, feeling as though remnants of warmth lingered, though they did not belong to her. This interaction felt far removed from the typical dynamic between master and disciple. Do you have something you wish to tell your master? She gently altered her tone to one of warmth. I possess demonic energy, she softly acknowledged. This was a truth that even if she were blind, she could not deny. Master, he called out again. Finally releasing her, he lowered his gaze to meet hers. If I were to say I am a demon, would you regret taking me on as your disciple? With determination, he posed the question, his palm quietly brewing a surge of energy. His gaze was both frantic and conflicted. If she were to turn against him, it would place her alongside those hypocritical cultivators. "Why would I regret it?" she replied, perplexed. Almost immediately after his confession, before the turmoil within him could settle, her response clearly quelled his inner chaos. "Are you a demon?" Chapter 24. Do you dare to rebel against your master? Yin Yu inquired of him. The Ji Yu shook his head. Yet his gaze was utterly innocent, cautiously anxious. "Master, I do not wish to become a demon cultivator. I only want to be your disciple." That he spoke, tightening his embrace once more, his tone frantic. "But I cannot control myself. I do not know why this is happening. Master, did I do this on purpose? Please let go." Yin Yu was caught off guard as he embraced her tightly once more. She blinked, her long dark hair cascading from her shoulders into her little disciple's arms. With such proximity, she found it even more impossible to discern what was troubling him. Fortunately, this time upon her request, Ji Yu obediently released her. "Master," the little disciple gazed at her with earnest eyes, his slightly pursed lips betraying a hint of fear. Yin Yu's eyes softened as she instinctively offered him a reassuring smile. As if to soothe him, I believe in you." Yin Yu had never been one to be swayed by such trivial matters. After all, she had long known the depths of her disciple's past. To her, the current Ji Yu was a soul she had salvaged in advance, one who had already turned over a new leaf. It was inconceivable for him to become the ruthless killing machine depicted in stories. She had unwavering faith in her little disciple. "Dio, not worried, I will find a way to conceal the dark energy within you." Yin Yu's concern was palpable. She appeared as a devoted master, unyieldingly protective of her disciple. Even Ji Yu couldn't help but gaze at her in mild astonishment. "Master, do you truly not care?" "Care about what?" Yin Yu shook her head. "That no one can choose their birth. But what path you choose to walk and what kind of person you become is entirely in your hands. That I trust you will not disappoint me. Please rise." Yin Yu extended her hand, her expression gentle. From the very moment she had first encountered him, she had resolutely decided to take him as her disciple. And even now, knowing his true identity, her gaze remained unchanged, never contemplating letting him go. He was a demon cultivator, while she was a paragon within the realm of immortals, the vice-master of the Xianyun sect, a figure of immense respect and admiration throughout the cultivation world. Yet, it was precisely such a person who insisted on intertwining her fate with his, that if the truth were to be revealed to others in the cultivation community, what would become of them? "Master, why do you not harbor disdain for the demon race?" Yin Yu furrowed her brow slightly, countering, "When did I ever claim to dislike the demon race?" Ji Yu fell silent, gazing at her for what felt like an eternity before finally asking, "If you dislike them, then why do you not wish to eliminate me?" This was the choice a cultivator would typically face upon discovering the true identity of a demon. They had been hunted for 2 long years, living as though buried beneath the darkest shadows, a corpse everyone wished to trample. Why did she not despise him? He had just been so forward with her. These thoughts crossed his mind. His emotions surged, recalling the warmth of her touch lingering on his lips. His fingertips brushed against his mouth, a sensation akin to feathers gently teasing his heart, drawing his gaze towards her with a newfound depth. Yin Yu remained unaware of his turmoil, responding to his look with a firm rebuttal that a master would never harm their disciple. How could that be? In this realm, no matter how esteemed a master may be, what does it truly matter? Ultimately, a master can take on as many disciples as they wish, while a disciple can seek as many masters as they desire. It has never been a significant relationship. Yet for Ji Yu, he would only ever have one master in his life. "Master," he raised his hand to touch her, tilting his head to meet her gaze, transitioning from kneeling to standing tall. His expression shifted from one of reverence to one of vulnerability as he finally smiled at her. "You are the first person willing to believe in me. You have neither sought to kill me nor cast me aside, nor have you regarded me with suspicion." She genuinely wished to trust him. Thus, before her, he would forever remain her obedient and well-behaved disciple. Seeing that she had finally managed to comfort him, Yin Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Heaven knows, calming a disciple was no easy task, far more troublesome than engaging in a physical confrontation. No, if only she could fight someone directly, that would be far simpler. "All right, let us continue our training." Yin Yu instructed. Ji Yu nodded, closing his eyes to more acutely sense the seal within him and the dark energy that could no longer be concealed. Yet strangely, the chaotic dark energy that had nearly overwhelmed him just moments ago seemed to dissipate. As if the spiritual energy of the Grand Hall was being preserved, that he even sensed another unfamiliar consciousness within him. It felt like a voice sneering. Do you truly think she wishes to believe in you? As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly heard a cold male voice echoing in his mind. Who are you? Gu's heart raced, his eyes widening in alarm. I am the demon god ancestor. The source of all demons, the strongest existence. The voice in his mind responded again. Demon god ancestor? Who is that? Upon hearing this name, Gu fell silent, unable to recall any information regarding it. The voice seemed to sense his unusual silence, its tone turning vicious. The audacity of cultivators. In the past, the entire cultivation world, including the Holy Realm and Yunming Chu, united to seal me using the power of a soul blood sacrifice, scattering my essence. As the voice continued, it became somewhat smug. But alas, even though my essence was scattered, I am the demon god ancestor, the source of all demons. How could I possibly be completely extinguished from this world? One day, I shall awaken. So, this self-proclaimed demon god ancestor was now residing within him. Gu realized this with a chilling clarity. What is your purpose? Why are you bound to me? He demanded. Yet, the voice fell silent, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. After a moment, Gu reluctantly shifted his focus back to Yin Yu, who wore an expression of evident concern that the dark energy surrounding you is quite potent. If it leaks out on Qian Peak, I can help conceal it, but if discovered elsewhere in the Xinyan sect, Yin Yu understood the gravity of the situation. However, she never anticipated that she had given her little disciple a piece of the fragment jade she had painstakingly acquired. This fragment jade had been left over from ancient times in the Faxian continent, imbued with a wisp of consciousness from a once mighty figure of the immortal realm, possessing exceptionally pure and thick celestial energy. In theory, it should be able to mask the dark energy within her disciple. She couldn't help but wonder how the little disciple in the original story had managed to conceal his dark energy while infiltrating the Xinyan sect. What treasure had he used? If only Yin Yu knew and was aware of its location, she would seize it for her little disciple without hesitation. But the matter was master. Lost in thought, she heard her little disciple call for her once more. Yin Yu. She lifted her gaze to find Yu's face gradually reddening under her scrutiny, his eyes darting about as if he were guilty. Yin Yu felt a twinge of confusion. What is it you wish to say? Master, I have actually discovered a method to suppress this dark energy from leaking out. The little disciple's voice was barely above a whisper. Yin Yu's eyes brightened at his words. Really? What method is it? Yu looked at her, but hesitated, his words caught at the tip of his tongue. How could he explain? He recalled how her essence had the power to suppress the dark energy within him. If he could just absorb her essence, even the most unruly dark energy would be quelled. This thought crossed his mind. He felt a surge of agitation. What if this method of suppressing the dark energy is too audacious for you? Master? Yin Yu? What do you mean? Speak plainly. She urged, not overthinking it. In the stillness of the Grand Hall, the two stood facing each other, his towering figure nearly eclipsing her. But Yu truly was quite tall. Needing to lower his head to meet her gaze that moment, he stepped closer, catching a whiff of her faint fragrance, reminiscent of sweet pastries. Master, he softly called. Yin Yu blinked. Looking up at him was somewhat tiring. She moved her head slightly, attempting to withdraw her gaze, only to find a gentle hand cradling her chin. His slender fingers brushed lightly over her skin, trailing down to her lips. Finally, Yu confessed. If we do it this way, I can suppress the dark energy within me. What do you mean? The confusion in her mind barely registered before her slightly parted lips were suddenly sealed by his. A warm breath enveloped her, and in an instant he pulled her into an embrace, his hand slipping around her waist. The kiss was intoxicating, akin to a lover-esque tender caress, soft and lingering, as his palm pressed against her waist. Feeling the warmth radiating from her, their breaths intertwined, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if it were about to ignite. In that fleeting moment, Yin Yu, the master, had no time to educate or admonish her little disciple. The hand that had encircled her waist gently released her, shifting to her lips, planting a soft kiss on the corner of her mouth. With a final obedient retreat, he brushed his fingers along her cheek before abruptly covering her eyes. She heard his voice drop to a hushed tone. Master, do not look at me with such eyes. What kind of eyes? Did he have the audacity to feel wronged? Did he not realize how inappropriate this all was? They had been having a perfectly normal conversation, and now it had turned into this. Yinyu was filled with rage, and she was determined to assert her authority as a master, her stern demeanor fully engaged. Her eyes, still shrouded in the darkness of his palm, had yet to witness the light, and her previously liberated lips were once again silenced, growing ever more ferocious that a foreign essence, entirely unfamiliar to her, invaded her senses. Within the confines of her mouth, she saw nothing, yet could distinctly perceive the delightful encounter of sweet milk and bitter tea, merging into a more fragrant and enticing concoction, as if they were destined to complement each other perfectly. The richness of milk was indulgent, while the bitterness of tea only served to enhance the milk's refreshing aftertaste, lingering in a way that was utterly captivating and irresistible. His chest continued to thrum with an intoxicating rhythm, the deep beats echoing like a distant drum, as his inky hair brushed against her, transitioning from icy to warm. Yinyu found herself momentarily breathless, unable to draw in the fresh air that had been forcefully excluded. Clad in a flowing white dress, she appeared ethereal and serene, akin to a delicate lotus trembling silently in his embrace. A fish out of water, her wrist grew weak as she grasped his chest, only to be enveloped by his free hand, fierce as if he were willing to risk everything that as her blinded eyes regained their sight. She finally beheld his face, locking eyes with him. The demon god was Jiyu, and Jiyu was the demon god. They were one and the same, in an instant. Yinyu averted her gaze, her cheeks inexplicably flushing with warmth. Despite the palace maintaining a consistently comfortable temperature, she was not an ordinary person. Her fingertips trembled slightly as they clutched at her apprentice's robe, a fragmented reprimand spilling from her lips. But she never had the chance to finish her words. She felt akin to a tempting delicacy, being savored bite by bite by her apprentice with meticulous patience, until nothing remained. Consumed entirely, he lingered over her, relishing the experience time and again, his eyes reflecting a desire for more, seeking an even deeper understanding. Even Yinyu, despite her dulled awareness, could perceive this unquenchable longing. The moment her apprentice finally released her, she hastily retreated, widening the space between them, her face flushed with indignation. Yet perhaps it was not solely anger. "Kneel," she commanded sharply. The GUS gaze fell upon her face, his eyes deep and mysterious. And obediently, he half-kneeled before her, his throat constricting as he called out, "Master," his voice hoarse. It evoked the image of a traveler lost in an endless desert, yearning and hopeful upon discovering water. Yinyu's heart skipped a beat as she questioned him. "Why must you act this way?" Jiyu lowered his head, his voice barely above a whisper, tinged with resignation. "Only in this manner can the demonic energy within me be suppressed. I am terrified." "Master, but apart from your essence, there is no other way." "Yinyu, your essence? Is this truly the way to suppress the demonic energy?" She found it hard to believe. Her apprentice, head bowed, hid an unseen darkness in his eyes. Like a wild beast poised for the hunt, ensnared in the traps laid by a deceitful hunter. "I am sorry, Master, that I have erred grievously, disrespecting you," he uttered, each word dripping with remorse, his head lowered further, almost buried in the dust, a reflection of his humility. Each individual's birthright is beyond their choosing, and the chasm between the celestial and the demonic in this realm has been distinctly drawn since time immemorial. Yinyu's demeanor softened. "You," she hesitated, contemplating, as his voice rose again, laced with guilt. "I should not have treated you this way. Aside from you, Master, there is no one else willing to show me kindness that if possible, even at the cost of my own blood, I wish to shed my demonic identity. I only desire to remain by your side forever, to be your disciple for eternity." "You shall," Yinyu replied, her lips parting to affirm him. Despair was etched across Jiyu's upturned face, "that I cannot conceal my demonic identity. The Xianyan sect will never accept me, even if the eldest and second brothers on the Qian Peak were to uncover the truth." He trailed off, leaving the thought unvoiced. Yet Yinyu understood all too well. The path ahead would inevitably lead to conflict, for how could those devoted to the pursuit of enlightenment accept an aberration like him? Demons are traditionally ruthless, devoid of compassion. How could one learn to embody humanity and possess warmth? Sighing, Yin Yu closed her eyes, as if steeling herself, that if there is truly no other way, how long can you maintain this suppression of demonic energy before it erupts? She felt conflicted, yet could not detect any abnormalities in her apprentice at present. Ji Yu's gaze, once filled with despair, flickered with a glimmer of hope as he earnestly replied, I cannot say for certain. But it should last for some time. But when will an issue arise? It cannot be like a ticking time bomb. Yin Yu frowned, her skepticism evident to Ji Yu, however, had already devised a plan, as long as I remain by Master's side. Watching over you, even should an unforeseen incident occur, with you there. He paused abruptly, evidently cautious of her understanding, and Yin Yu's expression shifted subtly, turning her face away as she returned to her desk in the palace. Ji Yu remained kneeling, obediently, his posture unwavering despite Yin Yu's uncertainty regarding the genuineness of his submission. Outside the palace, the eldest and second apprentices were likely aware of the unusual atmosphere within. Yin Yu sensed their call and decided to release the barrier, permitting them entry. Master, wait. Ji Yu halted her again. What is it? He tilted his head slightly, his remaining words seemingly difficult to articulate. Your complexion seems off, and your hair is a bit disheveled. Yin Yu recalled the earlier incident, the feeling of being ensnared in her apprentice's embrace, her heartbeat and body both awry. Gently lifting her fingertip, she conjured a reflective surface, belatedly tidying her appearance. Upon seeing her reflection, she noticed a faint blush at the corners of her eyes, glistening like dew, and she frowned in confusion that it was as if the person in the mirror were not herself. By the time when Zhao and Feng Xiaofeng arrived, everything in the palace had returned to normal. Master, just now, the second apprentice Feng Xiaofeng was testing the waters, when Zhao reported respectfully, while Feng Xiaofeng, being a nine-tailed celestial fox, possessed a natural sensitivity to such matters, unlike when Zhao, who quickly settled his nerves. Yet Yin Yu interrupted, how has your training progressed? Feng Xiaofeng remained silent, while the elder disciple, Wen Zhao, eagerly replied, indicating that his endeavor in the small secret realm would undoubtedly lead to the formation of a golden core. The path of cultivation to the golden core is still a distant journey for you. Yin Yu stated seriously, outlining her intentions. What I desire is for you to not only form your golden core during this venture, but also to harness the spiritual energy within the secret realm to break through to the Yuaning stage. It is essential to realize that the golden core stage is also a critical threshold. Some may achieve it in their youth, but remain stuck at that level for a lifetime, never managing to advance to Yuaning. When Zhao, taken aback, responded, Master, I fear my abilities may not suffice. You must have faith in yourself. When Zhao hesitated, the unwavering trust in her gaze made him falter. Feng Xiaofeng, however, was accustomed to casual indifference towards the master's expectations and whims. Following this, Yin Yu reiterated her message to him, to which he responded readily. Yet, deep down, both he and Wen Zhao understood that he was not one to follow through on his promises. Moreover, you must take good care of your junior apprentice. Ensure he does not encounter any mishaps in the secret realm. Yin Yu added her final admonition. There are only a few days left in the secret realm. While I will enter as well, it will not be as your master. Thus these instructions must be delivered in advance. Both disciples acknowledged her words to this moment. Her junior apprentice remained quiet, and as night fell, Ji Yu continued to cultivate diligently under Yin Yu's guidance. Days passing in succession, that he sensed the stability of the demonic energy within him, obediently subdued as if it had vanished entirely. The credit for this remarkable change lay wholly with Yin Yu and her essence. After a single instance, the effects were almost excessively favorable. Yin Yu secretly observed and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this time the duration of control was quite lengthy. Ideally, it would last for a year and a half. The demonic energy within her apprentice remained contained, undetectable even to her, rendering the situation exceedingly secure. With this thought, Yin Yu found herself feeling rather pleased with the outcome. One cannot ascertain precisely who is at an advantage. The three major sects of the Immortal Flight Continent, Wu Shaman, Xianyan Sect, and Shuangguang Sect, are gathered together this day. The esteemed leaders and elders of these three sects have convened, accompanied by countless disciples. The throngs of people have all converged at the entrance to the secret realm, which opens once every 3 years, awaiting the moment when the sect leaders will collaborate to unveil its entrance. They will select the most exceptional disciples from their respective sects, allowing those who have yet to reach the golden core stage and below to enter for training. The secret realm is replete with opportunities, and the level one can achieve therein depends solely on one's own fortune. Although the disciples from various sects have been explicitly forbidden from engaging in conflict, murder, or treasure theft once inside, there have indeed been instances of disciples perishing within. The dangers lurking in the secret realm are numerous, and who can truly discern whether the fallen disciples succumb to the perils of the realm or to human malice? Thus, prior to their entry, each of the three sects has bestowed numerous precious items upon their disciples to ensure that their promising talents do not perish within. Among them stands the enigmatic Yin Yu, who, despite her three disciples preparing to enter, has chosen not to provide them with any treasures, seemingly unconcerned for their well-being. The male protagonist, Long Out Yin, as the young master of Xuanguang sect, finds himself amidst the bustling crowd. His gaze fixed intently on Yin Yu as the favored child of destiny. A prodigious youth, he is naturally among those selected to enter the secret realm. Beside him, a young maiden clad in a verdant dress leans affectionately against him, her lips close to his ear as she whispers sweetly, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Long Out Yin, distracted, nods absent-mindedly, his attention unwavering from Yin Yu. After a period of separation, he notes that his fiancée, he seems even more radiant than before, truly a vision of beauty, akin to the blossoms of the peach tree in full bloom. From afar, Long Out Yin attempts to capture Yin Yu's attention. The three imposing figures standing beside her, however, turn their gazes toward him in unison, one of them casting a particularly hostile glare. Long Out Yin's brow furrows involuntarily as he approaches Yin Yu, his eyes locking on Yu with unwavering precision, casually inquiring, "Who are you?" "I am Yu," she replies coldly, her tone laced with palpable animosity, her attitude utterly unguarded. Although Wen Xiao and Feng Xiaofeng harbor their own disdain for their master's betrothed, the weight of their identities compels them to temper their feelings. After all, their master's fiancé possesses a notorious reputation for womanizing, his name echoing throughout the immortal Flight continent. Such a man is hardly worthy of their master's affection. Yin Yu, too, exhibits her distaste. Upon spotting Long Out Yin, she instinctively retreats, her expression bluntly dismissive. "Get away!" Long Out Yin stands momentarily stunned, gazing at her in disbelief. It's me today." As he speaks, he reaches out to push aside Yu. Determined to close the distance to Yin Yu, without hesitation, Yu unsheathes her sword, pressing it against Long Out Yin's neck with lethal intent, drawing forth a deep line of crimson from his delicate skin. "Stop!" Yu's demeanor transcends mere threat. It is a clear manifestation of murderous intent. Yin Yu's gaze shifts to Yu, commanding, "Step back." This is the male protagonist. What if you inadvertently harm him? She understands that should anything happen to Long Out Yin, her three disciples would lose the chance to seize his fortune and opportunities. Indeed, in Yin Yu's estimation, Long Out Yin is the favored child of destiny, brimming with fortune and opportunities, akin to a living treasure trove. Conversely, she and her disciples, as antagonists in this narrative, are fated to suffer misfortune at the hands of the protagonist. This is an outcome Yin Yu cannot accept. Her plan is to rob Long Out Yin of his treasures and opportunities while elevating her disciples. Thus, it is imperative that Long Out Yin remains unharmed, at least until her young disciple Yu has matured. "Master, why?" Yu's grip on her sword tightens as she turns to Yin Yu, her gaze darkening with confusion. She has recognized Long Out Yin's identity as her master's fiancé and wonders why Yin Yu would so recklessly defend him, pouring her efforts into assisting him without reservation. "Such a person is unworthy of being your fiancé," Yu declares coldly. Long Out Yin is taken aback, his thoughts racing that I am the young master of Xuanguang sect, a genius in alchemy and artifact forging, and a cultivator. What right do you, a mere insignificant waste without even a golden core, have to speak to me in such a manner? Furthermore, this engagement was an agreement between the Xianyan sect and Xuanguang sect, sanctioned by both sect leaders. That you dare to question it? Silence. Yin Yu interjects, unable to endure any longer. She strides forward, intending to intervene and redirect Yu's sword away from Long Out Yin. Yet, before she can reach him, Long Out Yin's incessant chatter resumes, revealing his true nature as quite the talkative one that Long Out Yin, momentarily interrupted, is not angered. Instead, he resumes his disapproving gaze toward Yin Yu. reiterating his feelings that I can tolerate your little temper, and I am more than willing to invest my thoughts and care into you. However, provoking others to threaten my life is crossing the line. If you dare utter another word, I assure you, you will wish you hadn't tea. Jiyu presses down harder with her sword, her expression darkening further. With many eyes upon them, including those of the elders and leaders from both the Xianyan sect and Shuangguang sect. Long Outyan's father, the leader of Shuangguang sect, is also poised to intervene upon witnessing his son being threatened. Yet, Jiyu remains undeterred, coldly taunting. What makes you think you deserve to covet my master? Look in the mirror. Your delusions are laughable. You, Long Outyan stammers, bewildered by Jiyu's hostility. Who on earth are you? It seems as though she harbors a personal vendetta against him, showing no signs of yielding. Long Outyan muses internally, noting the significance of Jiyu's words. Had you taken on another disciple? Why are you taking on so many male disciples? Is it not inconvenient for a woman to have so many? He questions, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his tone. Before he can continue, he realizes that Jiyu's blade is still poised dangerously close to him, and it is only Yenyu's swift intervention that prevents a dire outcome. Jiyu, lower your sword. Yenyu commands firmly, warning, if you wish to avoid making an enemy of me and being reviled by the entire cultivation world, you will stand down to do you truly care for him? What nonsense is this? Yenyu replies, her voice steady. This man has no connection to me. The engagement is destined to be annulled. Fiancé, that is non-existent. Had it not been for Long Outyan's hasty retreat last time, Yenyu would have already broken off the engagement. Long Outyan, hearing this, prepares to protest. You will inevitably marry me. Long Shixiao. At that moment, the young maiden in the green dress rushes over, her expression darkening upon witnessing the unfolding confrontation. Without hesitation, she prepares to confront Jiyu. Despite Jiyu's rapid progress in cultivation, having enhanced his abilities through medicinal baths, he remains at a disadvantage against the likes of Long Outyan, or even his little sister, who could easily overpower him. How dare you harm my Shixiao? You are seeking death. The young maiden channels her spiritual energy, conjuring a green vine-like attack directed at Jiyu. The ensuing spiritual energy gusts cause Jiyu's long, dark hair to billow wildly, and he narrowly catches the falling white jade hairpin that symbolizes his status as Yenyu's direct disciple. However, in his moment of panic, he fails to evade the oncoming wave of energy, which impacts him squarely, causing his robes to billow outward. Stop! Yenyu exclaims, rushing forward to intervene. With her profound cultivation, she required no prior preparation. With a mere flick of her hand, she unleashed her pure spiritual power against her junior sister. In a sweeping motion, she shattered the menacing spiritual vines in midair, forcing her junior sister to cough up blood. Brother Long, save me. The junior sister's complexion changed dramatically. That be why the time Long Outyan extricated himself. The situation had escalated beyond his control, that he never anticipated such a significant conflict with the Xianyan sect on a day like this. Junior sister, wait for me, he shouted as he rushed forward. The junior sister was sent flying backward, and he managed to catch her just in time. She was also a spirited troublemaker, immediately leaning against his chest to summon her contracted beast, to his astonishment. It turned out to be an ancient Taotai, ferocious and exuding malevolence. It was bewildering how such a fearsome creature could be contracted by a seemingly weak cultivator like her. It was clear she had benefited from the male protagonist's influence. I want you dead. No one can harm my brother. With unwavering determination, the junior sister was set on annihilating Jiyu. Yenyu, clad in a flowing white gown, her expression icy, had just retracted her technique when she found herself face-to-face with the Taotai that had suddenly descended before her. A Taotai? Where did this Taotai come from? Chapter 27. A treasure delivered to one's door, it was indeed a Taotai. Yenyu summoned her spiritual sword, her expression a tumultuous mix of shock and complexity. The opposing junior sister's strength was unimpressive, her cultivation inferior even to Long Outyan's, despite him being the male protagonist. Yenyu once again felt the weight of the phrase favored by heaven, realizing just how extraordinary such individuals could be. Even the female companion of the male protagonist was thriving to such an extent. Not dwelling on her thoughts further, she rushed forward to intervene before the Taotai could harm her junior disciple. Her spiritual sword swiftly met the advancing beast, piercing directly into its gaping maw with uncanny precision. It seemed as though Yin Yu instinctively knew the Tao Ye's vulnerability, targeting its mouth, especially its tongue. Master, be careful. Ji Yu snapped back to reality and rushed over without hesitation. Long Out Yin, too, was taken aback. He could hardly believe that the junior sister he had just caught in his arms would summon a Tao Dai. Intent on putting Yin Yu in mortal peril. Junior sister, quickly recall the Tao Dai. Don't forget how many people are present. Your actions will only exacerbate the rift between the Xuanguang sect and the Xianyan sect. Long Out Yin commanded urgently. The junior sister coughed up blood, wounded by Yin Yu, her face paling in response to her brother's admonition. Brother, he was trying to kill you. I only wanted to protect you. No one can harm you. Yet, Yuer is also my fiancé. Yet hurting her is an act of jealousy. The TOB by my side while behaving this way is deeply disappointing. Junior sister. Long Out Yin's tone was laced with complexity. The junior sister staggered, visibly shaken by his words, as if she could barely stand. Long Out Yin pressed on. Hurry and recall the Tao Tai. As the two argued, a piercing scream of agony erupted from the Tao Tai in midair, prompting the brother and sister to turn their gazes toward the source of the sound. Then on the makeshift battlefield, Yin Yu, resplendent in her white gown, stood with her bloodied spiritual sword, its crimson hue striking against the backdrop. While the Tao Tai that had sought to devour Ji Yu lay heavily upon the ground like a small mountain, some unprepared disciples below were inevitably caught in the crossfire. The Tao Tai howled in pain, its gaping mouth revealing a bloodied tongue. Its most formidable asset was indeed its mouth, capable of biting through anything, a near impenetrable force. How had Yin Yu achieved this? Long Out Yin was taken aback, falling into an eerie silence. Ji Yu finally reached Yin Yu's side, having been forcibly pushed away by his master moments earlier, his heart racing with concern. Master, are you all right? He rushed over. Under the watchful eyes of all, he suddenly enveloped his master in a tight embrace. The tall and slender youth, before the gazes of the three sects, almost bent down, unabashedly pulling his master into his arms. From this angle, one could only catch a glimpse of Yin Yu's profile, as she appeared almost entirely encased within Ji Yu's embrace. That Yuer, let go. Yin Yu snapped back to her senses and quickly chastised her young disciple, hastily pushing him away. There are so many people watching. Even Yin Yu understood that such behavior undermined her authority as a master. When Zhao and Feng Xiaofeng stood to the side, utterly astonished, the two instinctively thought as disciples of the master themselves. They had never considered such an audacious way to infringe upon their master's space. Master, I was just too anxious, Ji Yu replied, reluctantly releasing his grip, his heart still raced with fear, his gaze landing on the injured Tao Dai. While his senior and second senior brothers had already approached the wounded creature, even that Tao Tai in its prime was beyond their capability to confront. They were determined to protect their master. Currently, the Tao Tai lay there, its mouth injured, its tongue nearly severed, appearing to be on the brink of death. Seizing the opportunity, when Zhao and Feng Xiaofeng swiftly summoned their innate spiritual artifacts, the eldest disciple. When Zhao wielded a bow forged from the divine wood of the sacred domain, capable of hitting its mark with unparalleled precision and tremendous power, especially effective against dark energies. The second disciple, Feng Xiaofeng, commanded puppet silk from the forest of all things. The silver threads were among the sharpest weapons in existence. With a single strike, they could sever an enemy's throat in an instant, due to the immense lethality of their spiritual artifacts. Neither had summoned them until now. Yin Yu recognized these artifacts immediately, recalling how they had been used in the past when Ji Yu had influenced them against the male protagonist. The Tao Tai lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. The eldest disciple, garbed in the white robes of an inner disciple, soared into the air, drawing the divine bow to its maximum tension, unleashing a white light arrow that shot toward the Tao Tai. Simultaneously, Feng Xiaofeng flew closer, his silver puppet silk binding the beast's limbs. Blood sprang into the air as the Tao Tai was violently hurled away, its anguished cries growing more intense. Yin Yu's brow furrowed. This Tao Ye's strength seemed alarmingly weak. Something was amiss that a true Tao Dai could not be so easily subdued. It was one of the 9 sons of the dragon. Even when Zhao and Feng Xiaofeng were taken aback. However, before they could ponder further, the junior sister, under Long Out Yin's stern command, reluctantly recalled the Taotai that if you ever act out of jealousy again, know that Yuera will be my future wife, whether you harm her disciple or her. You place me in an impossible situation. Long Outyen's expression was unusually serious as he reprimanded his junior sister. The audacity of his words left Yin utterly flabbergasted. Is this even permissible? Truly, he is deserving of being the male protagonist who can attract a harem. Brother, I understand now that I'm sorry, the junior sister replied, her tone heavy with regret, her expression almost on the verge of tears. I was just too worried about you that I know there will be many more women by your side in the future. I never intended to monopolize you. After all, you are too wonderful, brother, that I will be obedient. The little junior sister is simply in perfect harmony with the situation. Just as the farce was drawing to a close, the headmaster of Shuangguang's sect stepped forward, only to retreat once again. The headmaster of Xianyun's sect observed discreetly, remaining silent. Yanyu secretly hoped that the old headmaster would speak up, ideally to annul this marriage arrangement, for she would never consent to it. Yet the old man was exceedingly slippery and, being her master, she felt disinclined to press the matter further. As the time to enter the secret realm approached, Long Outyen, accompanied by his little junior sister, reluctantly retreated, while the disciples preparing to enter the secret realm also gathered at the forefront. Observing this, Yanyu quietly distanced herself from the crowd. With the disciples set to enter the secret realm, her current identity could successfully fade into the background. Under her spell, a black flower bud blossomed silently, and the white-clad woman soon vanished, replaced by a figure shrouded in black veils. Stealthily, she approached the secret realm, and as the three headmasters united to unlock its entrance, she discreetly slipped inside, arriving even before Ji and the others. Before her lay an expanse of impenetrable darkness, where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Yanyu moved forward, initially intending to wait for her disciples. However, almost as soon as she entered, all surrounding sounds vanished, as if she had been abruptly transported to another dimension. This was her first venture into such a secret realm, and it appeared that the entrance was random, dispersing individuals rather than gathering them together. Yanyu pressed on, determined to find her three disciples later. After walking for a considerable while in the dark, she finally emerged into a brilliant expanse of white light, finding herself beside a tranquil lake. The serene waters shimmered with a faint ethereal aura, and a tall, lush tree loomed nearby, its elongated leaves draping into the shadows beneath, where a figure appeared to be standing. That as she approached, she discerned that the figure was none other than Long Outyen, the male protagonist. How could he be here? How had she encountered him so swiftly? Curiosity piqued. Yanyu drew closer, and at that moment, Long Outyen noticed her as well. Naturally, he did not recognize Yanyu in her current guise, believing instead that this veiled beauty had appeared from nowhere. Her figure was utterly enchanting, particularly with her face partially obscured by the veil. Long Outyen stepped toward her, greeting, "Hello, fair maiden." Yanyu replied as he continued to address her. "You mustn't be one of the disciples accompanying the three major sects, for I recall there were none so beautiful among them." Yanyu recalled that among the disciples waiting for the secret realm to open, Long Outyen had been accompanied by his little junior sister. In other words, had he become separated from her? Yet, despite this, Long Outyen was now enthusiastically flirting with the disguised Yanyu, showing no urgency to find his little junior sister. "Do you know where this place is?" Yanyu inquired. After pondering, she considered that trailing the male protagonist might not be such a bad idea, for he was surrounded by fortune. Perhaps she would encounter her disciples again, and her identity would remain concealed. "That I do not know where this is," Long Outyen admitted, then added, "I arrived here as soon as I entered the secret realm. However, the spiritual energy here seems particularly dense, which likely indicates that this location harbors treasures." Treasures? Was the male protagonist truly so swift in his pursuit of fortune? Yanyu was astonished and immediately donned a smile, asking, "Really? Are there truly treasures here?" "Of course," Long Outyen replied without hesitation, even thumping his chest, "that if you don't believe me, follow me, and I shall ensure you witness its true form. I can protect you." His charming advances were relentless. "Thank you," Yanyu replied, acquiescing. Almost immediately after her words, the tree beneath them shuddered violently, and the ground crumbled away beneath their feet with a thunderous roar. Yanyu plummeted without warning, while Long Outyen remained eerily calm. As though he had anticipated such an occurrence, likely due to past experiences that he even found the time to reach out and grasp the startled Yin Yu, exclaiming, "Wait, I will protect you." Caught in the fall, Yin Yu momentarily panicked, but upon noticing Long Out Yin's actions, she steadied herself mid-air and retaliated with a forceful shove. "What are you trying to do?" she demanded, refusing to lean into the embrace of the man who had presumably held countless women before. Long Out Yin was taken aback by her sudden attack, losing control and plunging downward, nearly crashing into the depths of a stone cavern below. Upon landing, Yin Yu gracefully floated down, surveying her surroundings. "Where is this?" she mused, glancing at the male protagonist, who was rising from the ground, preparing to address her hasty actions. However, she shifted the focus to their environment. This must be the lair of some powerful being. He speculated, though uncertain. Indeed, Yin Yu murmured, her thoughts aligning with his. After all, falling into a place alongside the male protagonist likely held opportunities, while it might present dangers for others. She softened her demeanor toward Long Out Yin, adding, "If we encounter any danger, I apologize for my earlier behavior. I was merely frightened and did not mean to push you away. I understand that I am not one to hold grudges. Do not worry. I shall protect you." Long Out Yin replied with a hearty laugh, reaching out to take her hand. Unsurprisingly, he missed again, only to be met with Yin Yu's bewildered expression. "What are you trying to accomplish?" He chuckled awkwardly, realizing his actions were almost instinctual. "Nothing. Let us continue forward." Yin Yu nodded, though she did not anticipate that this awkward moment was far from over, while Long Out Yin suggested they proceed. He still reached out toward her, inviting her. "I cannot ascertain whether this place is hazardous, that I fear we may encounter unforeseen situations, so it would be best if you held my hand that way. If danger arises, I can swiftly pull you to safety." Yin Yu, relieved that she felt no attraction to the male protagonist, thought to herself that if he were to act so recklessly, despite having a fiancée, she would undoubtedly be tempted to eliminate him. She raised an eyebrow, questioning Long Out Yin. "Are you implying that you lack the ability to protect me?" "Not at all," Long Out Yin instinctively denied. "That I in that case. Let us maintain some distance, as it is inappropriate for men and women to be too close." Yin Yu interjected, blocking his words. Long Out Yin's intentions ultimately went unfulfilled, and the atmosphere grew awkward. However, the tension dissipated when Yin Yu spotted the figure of a young disciple ahead. She promptly abandoned her thoughts of treasure hunting alongside the male protagonist, the Yuer. Yin Yu called out, hastening her steps. Just as she was about to speak, she halted, recalling her current identity, although she had seen the young disciple. It was not as Master Ji. Thus, she retreated, choosing to wait for Long Out Yin. Unbeknownst to him, the moment she turned a corner, she vanished from his sight. Where did she go? He wondered aloud, continuing onward until he finally caught sight of her familiar silhouette waiting for him. Ahead lay a bright and resplendent hall, appearing to be a treasure vault filled with an abundance of precious items. That Ji was already there, having arrived even before Long Out Yin and Yin Yu. "Miss, why did you suddenly disappear?" Long Out Yin asked, frowning as he approached. Yin Yu deftly deflected blame. "I am unsure how that happened. I was rather curious why you didn't follow me." As they conversed, they moved forward. Ji, hearing their voices, turned to face Long Out Yin, his expression darkening. "Itsu." Long Out Yin was equally taken aback, recognizing him. "I remember you. You are the recently accepted direct disciple of Yuer, and you injured my little junior sister." The last remark was utterly absurd. The true culprit behind the injury inflicted upon his junior apprentice, Yin Yu, turned away in unison. One might wish to inquire, did you not see who harmed your junior apprentice? Yet, both Long Out Yin and Ji Yu appeared to harbor no objections to such an assertion. They unanimously chose to bypass this remark and continued their discussion instead. "What gives you the right to deserve her? Do you even match her worth, junior apprentice? I see you as nothing more than a mere concubine in her company." Ji Yu sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. The treasures adorning the grand hall barely elicited a glance from him. Long Out Yin, having seen far too much, no longer felt the initial shock. Among the trio, it was Yin Yu whose gaze fixated intently on the pile of treasures, her hand reaching out. Various elixirs, rare materials, and spiritual artifacts lay before her. As her fingers brushed against a short dagger, she was met with an invisible barrier, as if some force sealed away the treasure she could see but not touch. The items here were not easily obtained. There were restrictions in place. Upon witnessing this, Long Out Yin offered her an explanation. Yin Yu was momentarily taken aback. She had thought she could take them all. Little did she know, she could not even grasp a single one. Ji Yu drew forth his spiritual sword, advancing with relentless pressure, his eyes cold and resolute. Today, I shall rid the world of you. What my master cannot do, I shall accomplish in her stead. Since joining Yin Yu, he had meticulously observed her reactions and thoughts. Even in their brief time together, his understanding of her had deepened considerably. He recognized that Yin Yu held no affection for the so-called young master of Shuangguang sect and wished to sever ties with him entirely. That you've lost your mind. Long Out Yin stepped back, startled by Ji Yu's sudden aggression. Why is it that upon seeing her, you resort to threats of violence? Do not presume my identity is something you can easily challenge, given your current strength. Do you truly believe you can harm me? Long Out Yin scoffed, retreating towards Yin Yu while raising a hand to shield her. Ever the hero. Fear not, my lady, come to my side. I shall protect you. Yin Yu thought, but he is merely my own disciple. What is there to fear? Ji Yu, undeterred, charged at Long Out Yin amidst the treasure-laden hall. Their energy clashing, that it became clear that Ji Yu was no match for Long Out Yin, who soon had him on the defensive. That I told you. You stand no chance against me, Long Out Yin stated coldly as he sheathed his sword. Were it not for your master, I would not have spared you today. The disparity in their strengths was glaring. With the tip of his sword pressed to the ground, Ji Yu involuntarily let a trickle of blood escape his lips, an emblem of the gap between him and Long Out Yin. Yet this did not signify an insurmountable barrier. He merely needed to hold on a little longer. Spare you? He laughed coldly, his demeanor unfazed. Yin Yu, observing the confrontation, felt a surge of anxiety, relieved that the skirmish ended swiftly. With Long Out Yin showing no intent to deliver a lethal blow, in the midst of this turmoil, she noticed a profound shift in her disciple's aura, akin to a brewing storm. This is not good. Stop, Yin Yu shouted urgently. Long Out Yin, initially dismissive, soon felt an unsettling energy emanating from Ji Yu. What is this? His expression darkened. Yin Yu rushed to intervene before Ji Yu could unleash his dark powers against Long Out Yin. You mustn't. Who are you? Why are you here? Ji Yu's expression turned icy as he recognized the veiled woman before him, recalling her assistance on that fateful night and the shard of jade. Without that recognition, he would have met her with lethal intent. That do not unleash your dark energy. Do not expose your true identity. What would become of your master? Yin Yu restrained him. Long Out Yin, witnessing Yin Yu's involvement, called out, my lady, do not approach. Yet it was too late. Yin Yu had already reached Ji Yu's side, nearly igniting a conflict. Stay back. I can handle this, she urged him. Long Out Yin felt a wave of emotion as, after so many instances of protecting his sister, he found himself in a position where she sought to protect him. It's fine. He poses no threat to me. You need not sacrifice so much for my sake, he reassured her. Meanwhile, Yin Yu continued to restrain her disciple, their eyes locked in a tense standoff. That I will not harm you. How do you know my master? What do you know of her? Their voices collided in a flurry of questions. Yin Yu, caught off guard, instinctively retorted, I do not know your master. My concern lies with you. Why? Am I the demon? What is your true motive for caring about me? Are you truly stopping me for my sake? Ji Yu pressed on, advancing towards Yin Yu while ignoring Long Out Yin entirely. That dead man cannot impede me. Should I choose, I could end him right now. Absolutely not. Yin Yu countered. What gives you the right to obstruct me? Ji Yu's laughter was cold, and he suddenly seized Yin Yu's chin, attempting to pull away her veil. He had been curious since their last encounter. Yin Yu stood frozen, watching helplessly as the dark fabric fluttered to the ground. The moment her face was revealed, Ji Yu's eyes widened in shock, while Long Out Yin gasped in astonishment. Chapter 29. Are you not human? This face. Ji Yu's eyes narrowed dangerously, that he did not recognize her, but felt an eerie sense of familiarity. Unsure why, he felt his expression shift as he truly beheld her visage. Long Out Yin, captivated, was utterly taken aback. From the first glance, even with her face veiled, he had sensed her extraordinary beauty. Now that he could see her clearly, he could not help but exclaim, so beautiful. Yin Yu hurriedly bent to retrieve the fallen veil, oblivious to the astonished expressions of both men. Once she finally managed to cover her face again, she exhaled a sigh of relief. The veil, in some sense, was a protective artifact cloaking her true identity. It could not be carelessly discarded. If it were to fall away, her current identity would soon unravel. "Who are you?" Gus' voice turned frigid, filled with suspicion. After confirming his unfamiliarity, he pondered how this individual could possibly know his master and why she would impede his confrontation with Long Outyin. "I will not harm you. There is no need for such animosity towards me." Yin Yu frowned, with her veil back in place. Only her captivating eyes were visible, leaving Long Outyin utterly entranced that he leaned closer. "Eager to forge a connection, that my lady. Do not be disheartened that if he treats you indifferently, should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out, that I am at your service. Get away." "I refuse." The simultaneous rejections echoed, Gu's fierce denial juxtaposed with Yin Yu's more courteous refusal. Yet, their synchronized responses momentarily stunned them both, leading them to turn and regard one another. "Why do I feel you resemble my master?" Gu mused, a fleeting moment of vulnerability in his gaze. The question struck a chord in Yin Yu, softening her resolve as she instinctively bit her lip, contemplating a step closer. However, it was but a fleeting thought as she quickly regained her composure. Shaking her head at Gu, she declared, "Resemble? No, I merely know your master. We are not the same person." "Certainly not," Gu scoffed, raising his sword anew towards Long Outyin, while keeping his gaze fixed on Yin Yu, silently warning her that only the dead could remain silent forever. "Should I desire it, I will see him dead here, and this matter shall remain a secret, that if she dared to interfere once more." "You cannot kill him," Yin Yu insisted, her voice unusually stern. Long Outyin raised an eyebrow, astonished that these two seemed to dictate his fate with mere words while he stood there, a living being, but he did not believe Gu posed any real threat to him. To Gu, "You are no match for me. What makes you think you can take my life?" What Long Outyin failed to realize was Gu's true identity. He was once the progenitor of demons, the most formidable fiend within the demon realm. How could a mere boy still in his formative years hope to contend with him? Long Outyin continued to address Yin Yu, "My lady, I appreciate your concern for my well-being, but I assure you, I am unharmed. His strength is inferior to mine, and he cannot possibly kill me." In his tone lay an unmistakable disregard for Gu's capabilities. Yet, Gu reciprocated that same dismissiveness, each man regarding the other with equal contempt. As the tension mounted, and it appeared they were on the brink of conflict once more, Yin Yu interjected, "You must leave. Do not obstruct me here. My dear girl, your kindness towards me is truly overwhelming." Long Outyin was immediately moved to the brink of tears at that moment. Gu lunged forward with his longsword, its blade enveloped in a layer of demonic energy, sending Yin Yue into a state of alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, she intervened, shouting, "Stop right there!" Long Outyin had yet to comprehend whom she was addressing, as Yin Yue firmly embraced both Gu and his sword. Retreating towards the distant direction of Long Outyin, a thunderous sound resonated throughout the grand hall, as a hidden alcove brimming with treasures near the gilded walls suddenly revealed itself. A misty passageway appeared. Before Long Outyin could react, Yin Yue seized Gu, and they both leapt into the unknown without a second thought. "You must not disclose your identity. I insist." "Who are you to dictate my actions?" Gu retorted that as they fell, they continued to grapple with this very question. "Wait for me," Long Outyin pursued, yet he could only watch helplessly as the two figures vanished before his eyes, the foggy passageway disappearing in their wake. Where could they have gone? What is happening? Long Outyin was utterly bewildered. This was an unprecedented occurrence for him. After all, any treasures he encountered typically ended up in his possession. What transpired just now? His new disciple, Yue, was indeed inadequate. This was exceedingly treacherous. Not only did he wish to kill me, but he also aimed to bully a young lady that I must hasten to rescue her. Long Outyin murmured to himself, urgently searching for the passageway. Meanwhile, the pair he was so anxious about found themselves in the misty corridor, with an unmeasurable distance both ahead and behind them, as if they had simply plummeted from above. The icy rock walls flanked them on either side. "Which way should we go?" Yin Yue inquired after a moment of silence. In the darkness, Gu could not discern her features, yet he accurately directed his gaze towards her face. Fixating upon her, after what felt like an eternity, he finally averted his eyes. Suppressing a strange sense of eerie familiarity, he pondered why this felt so much more intimate. What was the reason for this? His brow furrowed. Did it truly matter which direction they chose? In such a place, any path would ultimately lead to the same destination. How could he know that? Yin Yue, upon hearing this, was taken aback and instinctively asked, "Why?" But Ji Yu offered no further response, instead stepping past her to forge ahead. The darkness of this path was interminable. The illuminating treasures on Yin Yue's person proved futile, as all light seemed rendered ineffective in this realm. Time itself felt indistinguishable as she raised her hand. She encountered a patch of chilling snowflakes. How could there be snow in such a place? Yet soon, she and Ji Yu were merely a step apart, emerging from the suffocating darkness into an expanse of pristine white snow that stretched endlessly before them. The ground was blanketed with a thick layer of snow, nearly half a person's height. At the far end, amidst the branches of a silvery tree, lay a frail figure half reclined, her long hair the color of snow, with snowflakes adorning her brow and eyes. Upon sensing their presence, she finally opened her snow-colored eyes. Her pupils shaped like snowflakes, her gaze resting upon Yin Yue and Ji Yu. Humans. Her tone was laced with disbelief, as if unsure that anyone could appear in such a place. The Snow Maiden's voice conveyed a subtle shock. As Yin Yue approached, she caught the maiden's exclamation, raising an eyebrow, but choosing not to respond. The Snow Maiden gracefully turned and floated down from her bow, accompanied by the softly cascading snowflakes. That it seems you two have been trapped here. How many years has it been since I last saw a human presence? Her tone was tinged with melancholy. Yin Yue furrowed her brow, puzzled by her words. What does that mean? Ji Yu directly queried. Are you not human? Indeed, the Snow Maiden nodded, but throughout these years, I have remained unchanged, neither aging nor dying, that I can no longer discern if I am truly human, that if that is the case. My name is Meng Jiangxue. And you? She suddenly introduced herself. Meng Jiangxue. Someone once told her that the day before discovering her, they dreamed of heavy snowfall by the riverbank, and on that very day, they found and rescued her amidst the swirling snow. I must escape from here. Where is this place? Why have you treated me so? Why have you confined me for so many years? She cried out suddenly, her frustration erupting. The Snow Maiden, or Meng Jiangxue, began to rampage in place. Along with the tempestuous snowstorm, Yin Yue raised her hand to fend it off, but in the next moment, an even more ferocious blizzard surged forth, threatening to pierce her vital points like a blade. The icy landscape transformed into a deadly assault, and as Yin Yue defended herself, she was unexpectedly embraced by Ji Yu, who spun around, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that sent Meng Jiangxue flying. With a loud crash, the entire realm trembled as Ji Yu struck Meng Jiangxue at a wave of fury, seemingly arising from nowhere, swept through the atmosphere, manifesting as razor-sharp winds targeting Ji Yu. He instinctively wrapped his arm around Yin Yue's waist. Retreating while Meng Jiangxue collapsed, blood spilling from her lips, snowflakes cascading around her as though she were no longer alive. Who am I? Meng Jiangxue murmured in a daze that Ji Yu and Yin Yue found themselves uncontrollably drawn into the tempest. Tumbling into the snow, with Meng Jiangxue landing heavily in Ji Yu's embrace. Consequently, he inadvertently absorbed much of the impact, blood trickling from his lips, his brow furrowed in pain. Yin Yue regained her senses, propping herself up. Incredulous. Did you just save me? She found it hard to believe. Why would you choose to rescue me? Chapter 30. The inheritance of the secret realm. Given her little disciple's earlier demeanor, she had assumed otherwise. I did not save you, Ji Yu replied. His words left Yin Yue's myriad questions suspended in disbelief as she stared at him. Meanwhile, Meng Jiangxue continued to cough up blood, and the realm seemed to tremble under immense pressure. With another wave of attacks directed at Ji Yu, watch out. Yin Yue warned loudly. Noticing the impending danger, Ji Yu instinctively pulled her back, his actions clearly protective, prompting Yin Yue to glance at him again. That wasn't he. In fact, trying to save her. Don't misunderstand. He seemed to anticipate her thoughts, hastily clarifying. As they surveyed the endless snowy expanse, both recognized something was amiss. Ji Yu's gaze immediately shifted to Meng Jiangxue, concluding, it is because of her. I injured her. Hence this place now turns against me. As he spoke, he moved towards Meng Jiangxue. Just as he finished speaking, the secret realm indeed reacted, attempting to thwart his actions towards her. In an instant, a barrage of lethal ice shards rained down from above, threatening to obliterate Ji Yu. Yet, In that fleeting moment, as Ji Yu successfully positioned his sword against Meng Jianshua's neck, the imminent crisis seemed to pause momentarily. "Come out!" Ji Yu's voice was cold and commanding, that it was evident that whoever was lurking nearby would face dire consequences should they dare to make another move against him. "How do you know there is someone here?" Yan Yue inquired, her curiosity piqued. Ji Yu glanced at Meng Jianxue and replied, "Her condition is clearly abnormal, as though she has been deliberately hidden here. But why conceal someone so otherworldly? If she were a regular human, she would not resemble Meng Jianxue in the slightest." Yan Yue understood this well. However, as Meng Jianxue unconsciously closed her eyes and fell into slumber, the vast expanse revealed a small girl in a pink dress. Appearing no older than 10, that with her hair styled in twin buns and innocent, unworldly eyes, she did not seem like one who could command such a situation. "Please, do not harm her," the little girl spoke up. Ji Yu tightened his grip on Meng Jianshua's neck, his voice low and fierce. "Who are you?" "Chu Yingli," she replied. "I am her sister, so please do not harm her." Her words. Ji Yu let out a cold laugh. "You just attempted to kill me, and now you expect me to spare her. On what grounds do you assume I would be so benevolent? Should you wish, I can let you both leave right now." "You merely stumbled into this place by accident," Chu Yingli hastily responded. "Accident?" Yan Yue raised an eyebrow, while Ji Yu, too, had long since recognized the truth. His demeanor remained unchanged. "Let me go. Even if I kill her and you, I can still escape. However, why should I trust your words, given that you were just moments ago my executioner? His vigilance is commendable. Furthermore, I have already sustained injuries. Showing mercy to an enemy is tantamount to being cruel to oneself. I could also divulge the greatest inheritance of this secret realm to you. In truth, this realm is the remnant of a powerful being who was at the tribulation stage, who perished long ago. At the very depths of the realm lies his cultivation legacy. If one of you is willing to become his disciple, he shall impart all his knowledge, including his cultivation, to you." Chu Yingli hesitated for a moment before confessing. "A being at the tribulation stage, just a step away from becoming an immortal, poised to ascend from this continent, for what remains on the continent that has yet to be explored. It has been millennia since anyone has ascended. A being at the tribulation stage. How could such a treasure be left for me to discover? Moreover, on what grounds could that being recognize me?" After listening, Ji Yu continued to bombard her with questions that he did not believe that this secret realm had previously escaped the attention of others, nor that no one had encountered that formidable being. Surely, those who ventured too close would have perished or been driven away. The inheritance of a tribulation stage being could not be casually bestowed upon just anyone. That is not the case, as long as you can find that location and decipher the maze and challenges he left behind. You will be able to meet him. This is the test he set for his legacy and disciples. In fact, that place has indeed never been entered by anyone. I know this because I have become a part of this secret realm, which is how I uncovered his secrets, Chu Yingli explained, casting a nervous glance at Ji Yu, who was threatening Meng Jianxue. Meng Jianxue had fallen into a deep slumber long before Chu Yingli's arrival. Yet, even so, her lack of threat did not cause Ji Yu to relax his grip on his sword in the slightest. Yan Yu remained silent, merely observing the unfolding drama with an eager glint in her eyes. An inheritance that was originally meant for the protagonist, unexpectedly discovered by a young disciple in such a manner. "Quickly," agreed her, "if you could obtain this inheritance, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to your cultivation." Thus, Yan Yu began to encourage the young disciple. Ji Yu shot her a dispassionate glance, but remained silent. In her desperation, Chu Yingli exclaimed, "If it comes to that, I can personally guide you through the maze. I truly know the way out. You have already stated it is a maze. What if you take the opportunity to harm us?" Ji Yu's tone was grave. Chu Yingli's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at him. Her clear and bright gaze reminiscent of a sky washed by rain, exuding purity. Regardless of how one viewed her, she appeared to be an innocent young girl, at least in Yan Yu's eyes. It was difficult to harden one's heart against such an adorable child, but Ji Yu remained unmoved. Even when Chu Yingli offered to lead them, he appeared deep in thought, his expression one of reluctance. "The maze is far too dangerous." After a moment, he muttered to himself. Chu Yingli blinked her soft, adorable eyes at him, her expression one of impending tears as she pleaded, "My sister has never harmed you. If you are truly angry, you can vent your frustration on me." As she spoke, she moved toward them, ready to take Meng Jianshua's place. Absolutely not. Ji Yu rejected her sternly. Since you are a part of the secret realm, I can only act against you if I possess the strength to contend with it. Otherwise, I cannot ascertain whether this Chu Yingli is even a tangible entity. Chu Yingli proposed, perhaps you could devise a way to disclose your weaknesses to us. Since you are willing to sacrifice everything for your sister, I believe you can discern this minor, yet crucial detail. After all, what we desire is merely to obtain the treasures within the secret realm and to escape from this place. Yen Yu's voice was gentle as she interjected that it was evident that this was an attempt to lead them into a trap. Ji Yu turned his head to regard her in disbelief, surprised that she would manipulate the innocent girl so. Yet, remarkably, Chu Yingli agreed. Upon grasping her intent, she declared without hesitation, I can agree to your terms, provided you release my sister, that do not harm her. Your sister appears quite peculiar, Yen Yu remarked, frowning. Chu Yingli's complexion paled at Yen Yu's words, and with a dejected nod, she explained she was gravely injured and nearly perished within this secret realm. However, I cannot let her know that I am indeed here. Why not? Because I could never leave this place again, that I have been trapped here, becoming a part of this secret realm. If she were to discover the truth, it would break her heart, and she would never leave. Chu Yingli explained earnestly. Perhaps seeing Yen Yu's favorable demeanor, she began to recount the past she shared with her sister, Meng Jiangxue. Once, Chu Yingli was merely a common noble maiden, who inadvertently saved the gravely injured Meng Jiangxue. Later, misfortune befell Chu Yingli's family, and on his deathbed, Lord Chu entrusted his daughter to Meng Jiangxue, imploring her to care for Chu Yingli henceforth. Meng Jiangxue was a solitary cultivator, her face often etched with unspoken burdens. However, thereafter, she treated Chu Yingli with utmost kindness, caring for her as if she were her own sister. Yet, that year, Meng Jiangxue insisted on entering this secret realm. Chu Yingli had heard that this place was particularly perilous, and many solitary cultivators who entered had never returned in this world. Chu Yingli had only her sister, Meng Jiangxue, left. Naturally, she did not wish to lose her family. Thus, she secretly followed her in, witnessing Meng Jiangxue embroiled in conflicts within the secret realm, even killing a seemingly formidable woman, only to be pursued by a group of individuals similarly attired. Chu Yingli, with her modest abilities, could only trail discreetly. Eventually, everyone was caught in a violent snowstorm and confronted a snow beast, exposing Chu Yingli's hiding place. Meng Jiangxue nearly perished while trying to save her sister from the claws of the snow beast, that if not for Chu Yingli's desperate leap to block all attacks. Fueled by a surge of power born from her soul's bond, she would have been lost forever. I was left here eternally, and the snow beast fell into a deep slumber thereafter, remaining dormant for many years. As for my sister, though I saved her, she was gravely injured, and I lacked the strength to escort her from this place. The As Chu Yingli recounted this, her gaze dimmed slightly after all these years. Even if she could truly open the secret realm to allow her sister to leave, given Meng Jiangxue's current condition, it would be impossible for her to depart. That if you truly wish for your sister to leave, I can take her out, Yen Yu interjected. Upon hearing this, Chu Yingli was taken aback. You would do that? Yen Yu nodded, stating, as long as you assist us in bringing your sister out, it will be quite simple for us. No, Ji Yu firmly rejected, that if they remain here for such reasons, regardless of whether or not your sister can leave, she will surely not accompany us. Moreover, Meng Jiangxue does not appear to be alive. Should anything go awry, his instincts told him that Meng Jiangxue was not as simple as Chu Yingli portrayed. She could not simply be manipulated at will. Chu Yingli's eyes reflected a mix of excitement and reluctance. As long as you agree, I will reveal my weaknesses to you and assist you. What exactly is your weakness? Ji Yu queried. Or rather, your weakness is undoubtedly your sister. To gain my consent, you must also disclose her weaknesses. Chapter 31. He already has a master, Chu Yingli. The young girl's gaze instantly turned wary as she shook her head at Ji Yu. That I do not know my sister's weaknesses, especially since she is currently so weak and still unconscious. Do not know? Ji Yu clearly did not believe her, but he pressed his sword down against Meng Jiangxue's neck, his eyes cold. It seems you lack the sincerity to save your sister? Or do you wish to harm us? In that case, I shall deal with your sister first, and then with you. I do not. The young girl cried out in her desperation. She turned to Yen Yu, pleading, beautiful sister, please believe me. Convince my brother. I truly do not wish to harm you. Moreover, the snow beast is still asleep. If it catches a whiff of blood, it will surely awaken. If that happens, none of us will escape. Yin Yu's expression softened. She glanced from Chu Yingli to her own disciple, ultimately preventing Ji Yu from pressing his sword down further. She is right. We must indeed exercise caution. Ji Yu, and she seemed to play the roles of the antagonistic and supportive characters, respectively. Let me spare your sister. Then you must reveal both of your weaknesses to me, that I assure you. It is merely for self-preservation, Ji Yu coldly promised. Chu Yingli remained conflicted, casting hopeful glances at Yin Yu. But it was evident that Yin Yu could not sway Ji Yu's resolve. Reluctantly, Chu Yingli lowered her head in despair, resignedly retrieving a jade pendant and handing it to Yin Yu. This pendant is the dwelling place of my soul. In other words, if I dare to harm you, as long as you destroy this jade pendant, I shall immediately be left soulless, doomed to an eternal abyss to as for the current vulnerability of the unconscious Meng Jiangxue. The young girl sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and, unguarded before Ji Yu and Yin Yu, formed a hand seal. From the center of her brows emerged a shadow, so ethereal it seemed destined to dissipate at any moment. And it was indeed a semblance of Meng Jiangxue, her very soul, separated by Chu Yingli and preserved within her consciousness, that I do not wish for my sister to endure perpetual suffering, nor do I desire for her to wait for me day after day. Her life should not be tethered to that of her younger sister. Hence I extracted her memories and severed a fragment of her soul, allowing her to relinquish her deepest obsessions. Although, to this day, Chu Yingli remains unaware of her sister's greatest obsession and hatred that it was akin to the moment she first encountered Meng Jiangxue, who was battered and bruised, and she saved her. This act of life-saving grace led Meng Jiangxue to uphold her promise even in the face of the Chu family's calamity. Right until her death, dutifully caring for her sister to the best of her ability. Facing Yin Yu, Chu Yingli cautiously entrusted that fragment of soul to her, assuring, "Neither my sister, nor I will harm you. Therefore, beautiful sister, you must protect us well." "Rest assured, I will," Yin Yu replied softly, carefully accepting it to Ji Yu, observing from the side, confirmed that it was indeed a fragment of Meng Jiangxue's soul. The 3 souls and 7 spirits of a person are never to be trifled with. Even in separation, as long as they remain undamaged, they do not constitute a fatal wound. Conversely, Ji Yu then stated, "You may now lead us to the maze." With that, he sheathed his sword, finally altering his demeanor and prompting Chu Yingli. She blinked her large eyes at him, feeling a rush of relief as he sheathed his sword, and she hurried over to support the unconscious Meng Jiangxue, despite her sister's petite frame. She found it effortless to assist her. Yin Yu, intrigued, inquired, "Are you going to let her remain in this deep slumber?" Chu Yingli nodded. "My sister cannot see me. If she does, she will remember everything from the past. Yet, I hope she can live the latter half of her life peacefully, like an ordinary girl, free from burdens that as she spoke, a glimmer of yearning shone in her eyes. That sister's smile is truly beautiful. She should smile more often instead of living year after year in cold isolation, as if abandoned by the world." Amidst Chu Yingli's incessant musings, they arrived at the entrance of the maze. Although called a maze, to Yin Yu and Ji Yu, it appeared more like an expansive forest connecting to swamps and the deep sea. Truly a bizarre sight. Chu Yingli informed them, "The maze is not safe. On the contrary, once you step into the danger zone, you may meet your demise, your soul imprisoned forever." "Now I see." Yin Yu nodded to Ji Yu, vigilant, glanced sideways at Yin Yu, but directed his question at Chu Yingli. "Do you know the way through the maze? You lead. Then you must stay close to me. I still need to care for my sister. If any unexpected developments arise, I may not react quickly enough. As long as you do not attempt to harm us, both you and your sister will always be safe." Ji Yu replied that moment. He awkwardly gestured with the hand, gripping the sword for Yin Yu to also grasp the hilt. The hilt was not long, and his hand was atop, while Yin Yu's grasped it slightly lower. Thus, they held the sword together, that in case we encounter any unforeseen circumstances, just follow my lead if danger arises. We will defend together, which will better ensure our safety, Ji Yu solemnly explained, striving to dismiss the subtle discomfort he felt. For reasons unknown, he found it unbearable to ignore Yin Yu. The thought of her facing peril stirred an intolerable anxiety within him. Yet, he had a master already, one so kind and pure that she remained in Ji-Yu's heart as the final bastion of innocence, the sole light piercing through his darkness, symbolizing redemption, that he considered himself a wretched being. Yet deep within, a sacred sanctuary remained untouched by anyone, not even himself. Yin-Yu, oblivious to his inner turmoil, regarded his suggestion with a nuanced expression, glancing at their hands clasping the sword hilt. She raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain this truly enhances our safety? It seems to me that if danger strikes, we might both fall together." Chapter 32. "I cannot swim," Ji-Yu responded with a simple As they advanced, Chu-Yingli had already stepped into the seemingly endless forest, carrying the peacefully slumbering Meng Jianshu. "That we should follow," Ji-Yu urged, not wishing to delay. The awkward grip on the sword made it cumbersome. And with the long blade between them, proximity posed a risk of injury. Yin-Yu found the situation both amusing and exasperating, her expression a mix of laughter and disbelief. Ultimately, she refrained from countering him. Upon entering the dense forest, they quickly realized that every tree and every position was nearly identical, rendering them directionless. Moreover, since they stepped inside, the path behind them had vanished, leaving no discernible way back. "Quickly, keep up. These trees can move. They do not remain still, and I fear we might get separated." Chu-Yingli called out. Ji-Yu glanced at Yin-Yu, and through the veil, she winked at him. This peculiar sensation, indescribable and unsettling, prompted him to avert his gaze. As they traversed the dense thicket, they soon encountered a vast swamp. One misstep could result in a perilous plunge. Chu-Yingli urged, "Pay attention to my footsteps. Do not misstep." Yin-Yu, fully aware of this, kept pace with Ji-Yu. However, due to their awkward grip on the sword, she stumbled slightly, and in an instant, she was tumbling towards the swamp. "Be careful," came Ji-Yu's urgent warning as he instinctively caught her waist, pulling her back towards him. Initially, Yin-Yu intended to release her grip on the hilt, but she was taken aback by her young apprentice's swift action, landing in his embrace instead. The two stood close together, and Ji-Yu's hand, which had been grasping the sword, inadvertently rested on her hand. It was warm, even burning with tension. "Be cautious. If you fall in, and the bottom leads to another realm, I may not be able to find you," he blurted out, almost reflexively. Yet, once the words escaped, he was left dumbfounded. What would it matter if he truly could not find her? Were they not strangers to begin with? "I will be careful," Yin-Yu replied, oblivious to any underlying tension. Her young apprentice was simply that, an apprentice she knew well. In her mind, he had always been a kind-hearted disciple, and she could never reconcile him with the ruthless killer described in the tales. "Stay alert behind you." Ji-Yu regained his composure, quickly releasing her. As they continued through the swamp, the dynamic of their grip on the sword shifted. After his inadvertent hold on Yin-Yu's hand, he did not withdraw. Almost as if by instinct they had accepted this arrangement, following Chu-Yingli ahead. Carrying her sister, Chu-Yingli moved slowly, else they would have lost their way with their deliberate pace. After navigating the swamp, they found themselves at the ocean's depths. The endless sea was not crossed from the surface, but required diving deep, navigating through rocky reefs to reach the final palace. Thus, it was challenging for the average person to locate. After all, holding one's breath underwater for an extended period, while manageable for cultivators, proved difficult combined with the need to find a path amid the potential dangers lurking in the depths. Fortunately, Chu-Yingli was well versed in the precise route. Upon reaching this point, she gently set Meng Jianshu down, knowing she could not delve deeper into the water while carrying her. Moreover, she did not intend to descend herself this time. She informed Ji-Yu and Yin-Yu of the underwater passage and did not retrieve Meng Jianshu's fragment of soul, nor her jade pendant. To some extent, she was unequivocally incapable of harming either Ji-Yu or Yin-Yu. "I will remain here to guard my sister. The master of the secret realm here is a woman, whose cultivated spiritual power during her lifetime was of the water attribute, ultimately mutating into both ice and snow elements. She was a formidable being on the verge of ascension. In truth, her disposition is quite amiable. As long as one treats her with respect, she would willingly pass on her legacy," Chu-Yingli advised the two. Ji-Yu furrowed her brow, harboring a half-doubtful attitude towards this claim. Yin-Yu, on the other hand, smiled warmly and greeted her. Then she made her way towards the seaside, only to turn around and discover that her little disciple seemed hesitant, lingering behind and not following. Yin Yu. She paused for a moment. What's the matter? Ji Yu pressed her lips together, gazing at the surface of the sea for a while before hesitantly uttering. I cannot swim. Cannot swim? You cannot swim? That is impossible. Yin Yu distinctly recalled otherwise. Chapter 33. Is the little disciple still a landlubber? Wasn't the little disciple supposed to know how to swim? In the story that Daga spoke to Yin Yu about. Ji Yu once entered the secret realm and tricked the male protagonist while submerged underwater, that if he cannot swim, how could he have managed to deceive the male protagonist beneath the waves? Yin Yu was incredulous. Yet upon meeting Ji Yu's bewildered gaze, she felt an unusual sense of embarrassment. Ever since I became self-aware, I have never entered the water. Yin Yu. She can swim. But what good is it if only she can? She has no desire for the master of the secret realm's legacy. All she thinks about is passing this legacy to her little disciple. Why not give it a try? I will teach you. It's actually quite easy to learn. Moreover, for us practitioners, the presence of spiritual energy makes it less likely to encounter danger. Yin Yu tentatively suggested that Ji Yu wore an unwilling expression that, of course, in the end, she could only nod. Because evidently, aside from this method, there were no other alternatives. Thus, before the two of them descended into the sea, Yin Yu had to teach him on the spot. The act of entering the water is neither particularly difficult nor simple. It largely depends on talent. Fortunately, the little disciple's aptitude seemed quite promising. After only a few demonstrations, he had nearly grasped the technique that it's all right, let's head down first. I will follow you, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. I will rescue you at the first opportunity. Yin Yu reassured him that Ji Yu maintained a blank expression, suddenly smiling at her. Do you think I am a child? Do you not? Yin Yu blinked, in her heart. She had always regarded her little disciple as a child, needing careful nurturing and care. Naturally, she wisely refrained from voicing this sentiment aloud, for it was evident that Ji Yu would never accept it. After this delay, when the two finally entered the sea, an unknown amount of time had passed. The three disciples had initially entered together, yet Yin Yu was now oblivious to the whereabouts of the other two. At this moment, she could not venture to search recklessly. Once they entered the depths, everything underwater appeared less tangible. Yin Yu ventured deeper, while Ji Yu remained closely by her side. There was a designated route. It was Yin Yu's responsibility to navigate to Ji Yu, having just learned to swim, clearly could not manage this as well. Approaching the vortex, vibrant coral and long strands of seaweed thrived at the bottom, where aquatic spirit beasts lurked among the seaweed. Remembering Chu Yingli's warning, Yin Yu guided her little disciple to avoid those long seaweeds as much as possible. Just as they were about to exit this area, the vortex ahead presented the greatest danger. However, unexpectedly, just a moment away from safety, Ji Yu became ensnared by the long seaweed. And not only that, but the spirit beasts at the bottom were also roused. In the blink of an eye, Yin Yu watched helplessly as numerous large lobsters surrounded them. Yes, large lobsters. Yet these lobsters were clearly not ordinary. They had cultivated spiritual energy, and their pincers were sharper than blades. Ji Yu's robe was easily torn as it brushed against them. Be careful. Underwater, Yin Yu's words were muffled. Was then she remembered to use sound transmission to warn Ji Yu reacted swiftly. Even though he had just learned to swim, his mystical energy attacks combined with Yin Yu's allowed them to quickly break free from the encirclement. Of course, by this time, Ji Yu's robe had been shredded to tatters by the lobsters. Floating around him like scraps of cloth, Yin Yu merely cast a casual glance. Underwater, the outline of her little disciple's 8-pack abs remained distinct, especially as he swam. His long dark hair occasionally swept past his waist, revealing glimpses of skin. Yin Yu couldn't help but steal several glances. She was puzzled by her own actions. Ji Yu's complexion was pale. It was evident he was still somewhat unaccustomed to the depths. Especially with the vortex looming before them, he was likely truly distressed. However, he had yet to learn the sound transmission technique, and underwater communication was impossible, leaving him to convey his unease through fleeting glances at Yin Yu. Yet, Yin Yu remained oblivious, still observing the pattern of the vortex. Chu Yingli had mentioned that to meet the master of the secret realm, the vortex was the crucial entrance. From there, one must swim 8 meters to the right against the current and then turn left, navigating 15 meters around the bend until, upon exiting, one feels an intense chill before encountering a palace resembling ice and snow, which would be the location of the secret realm's master. Stay close to me. She instructed through sound transmission to prevent any mishaps. She grasped Jiyu's hand, and they advanced together. Jiyu hesitated, but as she abruptly pulled him into the vortex, Yin Yu had ultimately underestimated its power. The underwater vortex was already perilously deep, compounded by the violent spiritual energy she encountered, which stabbed relentlessly at her body. The little disciple, having just learned to swim, almost immediately resembled a fish stranded ashore. Thrashing about in panic, Yin Yu struggled to maintain control. She could only watch as he struggled, taking in several mouthfuls of water, continuously choking, while she lost sight of how far they had come into the vortex. Which direction they were facing, and where the exit might be at this moment, Yin Yu was utterly disoriented. Yet this was not the most pressing concern. The most urgent matter was her little disciple, who looked as though he was on the verge of drowning. Perhaps she should have given him more time to adapt to the learning process. In her urgency, Yin Yu disregarded everything else. Jiyu felt dazed, teetering between consciousness and oblivion, and he was indeed terrified of water. During the 2 years of relentless pursuit, he had once been seized and repeatedly submerged into deep water, struggling for breath while a cacophony of laughter echoed around him. Despite this, he had not perished, truly. He was a monster. Jiyu struggled, yet felt powerless, for by then, his cultivation had already been stripped away, his dantian destroyed, and his meridians severed. But he was no longer the same person he had been. Even in fear, he had never considered fleeing. He would persevere. Yet this vortex was simply too overwhelming for him. He diligently tried to keep pace, fully aware that pausing or veering off course could have dire consequences. Yet, just as his consciousness began to plunge into darkness, his limbs felt weak and unresponsive. A soft warmth brushed against his lips. Fresh air followed, and he seemed to hear a resigned sigh by his ear. That gentle voice was hauntingly familiar, akin to Master. He blinked, feeling weak and astonished. Then it struck him. Who could possibly be at his side in this moment? No master was present. She was not his master. Therefore, he must not, stop. He fervently screamed within, again and again, yet his body remained unresponsive, succumbing to slumber as his consciousness faded away in that final instant. His outstretched hand barely brushed against Yin Yu before he completely relaxed. His entire being was enveloped in her embrace, one hand cradling his back while the other encircled his neck, leaving Yin Yu with only a meager breath of air. The veil slipped from her face, only to be swiftly tucked away. Such a moment. His life was of greater importance than concealing her identity. The little disciple had already lost consciousness. She glanced around at the swirling vortex, utterly unable to discern where the exit lay or how to reach the rightful palace in that case. She would simply shatter this predicament. Yin Yu closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her irises gleamed a deep crimson, akin to rubies. Softly, she began to chant in a language that seemed obscure and unintelligible, and the violently swirling spiritual energy and vortex around her gradually fell silent. Roar. Chapter 34. I will eliminate you first. A sudden, thunderous roar erupted, like a ferocious beast, akin to a torrential flood or a searing blaze. In an instant, it shattered all surrounding vortices. Exploding, crumbling, the once perilous and tempestuous whirlpool has vanished, leaving at its center a pair reminiscent of lovers quietly leaning against one another. Yin Yu gently drapes her arm around her petite apprentice, Jiyu, whose tall stature renders him barely able to rest his head atop hers. From a distance, it appears as though Yin Yu has nestled entirely within his embrace. Yet in truth, it is Jiyu who has succumbed to unconsciousness. His eyes are softly closed, oblivious to the one who now safeguards him, a familiar visage, with gentle brows and eyes that flicker with a hint of allure due to their crimson hue, concealing a coldness and pride inherent in her nature. She is an unconventional mentor, yet her purpose remains unwavering, to protect him. Just as she had reached out to him in the depths of despair, her smile illuminating the darkness. From this day forth, I shall be your master. Yin Yu lifts her delicate face, a few strands of her dark hair cascading gently as the water flows past. At her brow, a touch of vivid red cinnabar appears, as if she had just applied it with a brush. Clad in a flowing, ethereal white gown, complemented by the hint of red, her enchanting crimson eyes embody a unique blend of celestial grace and beguiling charm. An inexplicable contradiction, an enigma that invites exploration, drawing others near, only to ensnare them within her grasp, where she wields the power of life and death. She gazes upon the slowly materializing palace of ice and snow. As the temperature around her steadily drops, the water and the palace, once inhabitants of disparate realms, are now intertwined due to her recent outburst of force, shattering the barriers that once separated them. The ground, blanketed in pristine snow, lies near the palace, now melting and refreezing under the onslaught of water, transforming into a treacherously slick surface, no longer soft and yielding. However, the momentum of this transformation has evidently halted, preventing the complete destruction of this sacred abode, the final resting place of its master's lingering soul. With one hand supporting her petite apprentice, Yin Yu's other palm glimmers with a flash of golden light. And in an instant, a radiant golden brick materializes. This is the very brick she had previously wielded against the male protagonist. Grasping it firmly, she guides her apprentice toward the snowy palace, her eyes sparkling with resolute determination. The grand entrance remains tightly shut, refusing to open as the pair approaches, a chilling barrier. The surrounding air feels as though it could freeze a person solid, an unbearable chill enveloping them. Yin Yu blinks, surveying her surroundings. Aside from the snow, there is naught but emptiness. The sea behind them seemingly vanished. The barrier between the sea and the palace has concealed itself. Turning back, all she sees is a vast expanse of white. The path they had taken now obscured. The frigid temperature here is unforgiving. The snowflakes upon the ground eternally unmelted. That is this an attempt to freeze us to death? Yin Yu raises an eyebrow, suddenly realizing the lingering soul of this secret realm's master likely harbors a disdain for her, particularly after her recent display of brute force to carve a path forward. That it appears they wish to entrap her and her apprentice in this icy wasteland until they perish. What a clever plan! Yin Yu smirks, her beautiful crimson eyes revealing a hint of intrigue, yet clearly underestimating her capabilities. She murmurs to herself, appearing almost pleased in her soliloquy. In fact, she even finds the time to glance at her apprentice. Yuer is still unconscious, splendid. That allows me to unleash my full potential. Yin Yu gently sets her apprentice aside, enveloping him in a protective barrier, before returning to the palace entrance. She politely inquires, "Do you truly intend to deny us entry? My apprentice possesses remarkable talent and is a diligent child, that if you are willing to bestow your legacy upon him, I would gladly allow him to acknowledge you as his master, thus inheriting your teachings." Yin Yu's demeanor is amicable, negotiating despite addressing a tightly shut door. Yet, she knows the palace's master can undoubtedly hear her. As expected, it is not long before a cold, scornful voice responds, "Impossible. Your apprentice is nothing but a demon." Demon? Yin Yu's demeanor shifts, her tone sharp and fierce. "How dare you speak ill of him?" She raises an eyebrow, her red eyes glinting dangerously, tightening her grip on the golden brick. Merely observing the formidable weapon in her grasp reveals her penchant for resolving matters with force. Unfortunately, the palace's master fails to comprehend this. Of course, by the time she realizes the truth, it will be far too late. Moments later, a chilling scoff echoes from beyond the door. "And what if I look down upon him? Why should I take up the remnants of another's legacy? Even if I wish to pass it on, I would not grant the likes of you any advantage. You think I, a mere remnant of a soul, would allow you to manipulate me? My palace shall never be open to you. Moreover, do not think to escape this snowy realm until you are reduced to mere bones, serving as fodder for the snow." In other words, she intends to trap Yin Yu here to perish. "You?" Yin Yu raises her gaze, the golden brick levitating above her palm, expanding ever larger, overshadowing the palace itself, resembling a golden sky, heavy and imposing. The voice from within the palace falls into an eerie silence momentarily. Seemingly taken aback, "What are you doing?" "Eliminating you." Yin Yu replies succinctly, unwilling to engage in further pointless banter with a mere remnant of a soul. Why should she debate with someone lacking intelligence? How dare they disdain her apprentice and plot to end his life? She will strike first. As the immense golden brick hovers over the palace like a celestial body, the entire space trembles. The very air quakes as the palace is swiftly overwhelmed by the descending weight of the colossal brick, snowflakes cascading down like crystals, echoing a wretched scream from within the palace. a sound of the master suffering a devastating blow. A catastrophic injury. Stop. Yin Yu strikes down with the force of a hammer, relentless in her assault. The massive brick gradually diminishes in size, returning to her palm. With a swift hand gesture, the brick reemerges, transforming into countless similarly sized golden bricks that surge toward the palace. Now reduced to a mound of snow, an onslaught akin to a barrage of bricks raining upon a gopher hole. Simultaneously, Yin Yu leaps into action. Her demeanor akin to a bandit laying waste to a home, intent on annihilating everything alive. The opponent seeks to trap her within, but they have gravely underestimated her ferocity. She skips the torment and opts for outright extermination. Her once gentle visage now radiates a brazen declaration. Die. Amidst the snowy expanse, the voice of the palace's master can be heard pleading and negotiating for mercy. Stop, cease your assault. It serves no one any good. If I am reduced to nothing more than a remnant of a soul, this realm shall remain forever closed. In other words, should she eliminate the master of the palace, neither Yin Yu nor her apprentice would ever escape this place. Who do they think they are trying to intimidate? Yin Yu's expression remains unchanged, the golden bricks still under her ruthless command, raining down with a speed that transforms the snowy ground into a blur of golden apparitions. Having previously shattered the whirlpool at the ocean's depths, what barrier in this space could possibly withstand her? Ignoring the palace master's feeble attempts at submission, Yin Yu revels in her unrestrained power, fully aware that her apprentice cannot witness her deeds. Ultimately, the entire snowy landscape is left devoid of the palace, replaced by a flurry of snowflakes, ethereal and dreamlike, a stunning spectacle that a white spectral figure emerges. The vestige of the remnant soul, forcibly extracted from the snow, having concealed itself for so long. Were it not for the extent of her injuries, she would not have been so vulnerable. What do you intend to do? The snowy figure gasps, struggling feebly as Yin Yu grips her throat, that if you kill me, you will never leave this place. Is that so? Yin Yu's eyes widen slightly, her expression one of mild surprise. The same two words echo in her mind. Her demeanor suggests that the spectral figure's threats are little more than a joke. Though the figure had threatened her with conviction, Yin Yu remains unperturbed, almost amused, as if the specter were merely an entertainer. You no longer desire my legacy? The spectral figure, flushed with frustration, is forced to pivot the conversation. Yin Yu nods candidly. Of course I do. Yu is such a good child. He deserves the best. And what of her? The figure retorts. Why should she be forced to endure this? Shui Ying grew increasingly weak under the grip of Yin Yu, though she no longer required breath, being a mere specter. The torment inflicted upon her by Yin Yu was draining her soul strength. The last remnants she had to sustain her essence were swiftly depleting, and soon she would fade into nothingness. Moreover, her inheritance had yet to find a suitable successor. Don't rush. You desire the inheritance as well, do you not? If you harm me further, I vow that even in death, I shall not grant it to your disciple. Yin Yu's eyes glimmered at this declaration. She had been contemplating whether to administer a beating first to extract information before revealing her intentions, and now, unexpectedly, the other party had acquiesced before she even spoke. When did I agree? Shui Ying retorted coldly. Furrowing her brow, Yin Yu tightened her grip around Shui Ying's throat, her mood souring immediately. Very well, it seems I must strike first, transforming the countless golden phantoms into a single golden brick in her palm. She eyed Shui Ying's stature and prepared to smash it down without a moment's hesitation. Wait! Shui Ying shrieked, causing the entire spectral form to tremble. What are you planning to do? Yin Yu paused, glancing at the gleaming gold in her hand. Then back at Shui Ying, contemplating seriously. I shall first give you a beating that I believe after that. You will understand what we need to discuss. She added politely. Shui Ying. Is this how brazenly bullies behave in this era? Not far away, Gu, encased within a protective barrier, had his eyes tightly shut but now furrowed his brows and slightly opened his eyes, regaining consciousness that he stood, immediately casting his gaze toward the confrontation between Yin Yu and Shui Ying. As he beheld a figure clad in pure white, along with the almost dissipated Shui Ying, he felt an inexplicable familiarity that it was just a silhouette, yet Gu found it strikingly similar. Master, he involuntarily uttered. On Yin Yu's side, while she was still preoccupied with subduing Shui Ying, she froze upon hearing that voice. It took her a moment to realize. Had her little disciple awakened? So soon, just as she turned her head. She belatedly noticed the white gown she wore and deemed her appearance unsuitable. And no matter the circumstances, she could not allow her little disciple to see her now and discover that she had entered as well. Yenue felt an uncharacteristic sense of guilt as she glanced at the Shuiying she was restraining, who was clearly engaged in mischief. "Master, is that you?" Jiyu had approached. Yenue heard his footsteps and noticed the golden brick in her left hand. Concealed beneath the flowing sleeves of her gown, Jiyu's attention was fixed solely on that familiar silhouette. He hardly noticed the peculiarities of his surroundings. This was no longer the deep sea where he had lost consciousness. But he distinctly remembered seeing his master's figure, just before he had fainted. So, Master truly has come. Just as Jiyu thought this, the ground suddenly shook, and he was struck unawares from behind. It was the very golden brick Yenue had held moments before that as Jiyu's consciousness slipped back into darkness, he only glimpsed a flash of gold overhead, recognizing it as the object his master had grasped. Why did he blink? As the silhouette fell back into the snow, his heart constricted painfully for a moment. That it was a sensation of discomfort. Yet soon after, he felt nothing more. Yenue waited a considerable time before turning to face her little disciple. Splendid that my little disciple has once again lost consciousness." With that, she flung Shuiying aside, and as Shuiying instinctively attempted to flee, Yenue decisively stepped on her, declaring, "You think you can escape? Did I permit you to run? Before you can pass your inheritance to my exceptional disciple, consider it an honor that you are able to transfer your legacy to him." Yenue added, seemingly earnest, as though persuading Shuiying that this was truly for her benefit. "In time, Jiyu will undoubtedly become the most formidable presence on this continent. At that point, you will, in a manner of speaking, also be considered his master." Yenue, somewhat displeased, added, "It truly irks me to have my little disciple recognize another master." Yet, witnessing Shuiying's fierce resistance, she pulled out the artifact that disguised her identity once again. Instantly, her appearance morphed from that of a master to the earlier figure shrouded in black gauze. Shuiying, upon witnessing this transformation, was hardly surprised. However, the astute Shuiying discerned some undercurrents from Yenue's actions, realizing that Yenue clearly did not wish for her disciple to be aware of her true identity. This so-called master was deceiving her disciple and shamelessly pressuring her to relinquish her inheritance. Shuiying began to cough violently, then unexpectedly burst into laughter. "Very well, I agree." Shuiying understood precisely how to retaliate against Yenue. After Shuiying relented, the tormenting force upon her lingering soul finally eased, and she felt a sense of relief. Yenue, tilting her head, joyfully inquired, "You consented?" "You are right." Shuiying lowered her gaze, avoiding Yenue's eyes, concealing her ulterior motives. Even if the inheritance remained unfound, did Yenue truly believe she would submit willingly to such treatment? "However, I have a condition. He must call me master, even if I am but a remnant soul now. This is unacceptable." Yenue frowned, reminding her, "You currently lack the standing to negotiate terms with me. I am not the one seeking your favor." Shuiying was acutely aware of this, yet she sought to lower Yenue's guard. After a brief struggle, she ultimately feigned acceptance, allowing Yenue to lead her to the already unconscious Jiyu. "Now is the time. You may directly bestow the inheritance upon him." "Very well." The power of a lingering soul was exceedingly feeble. Shuiying had not anticipated that someone as formidable as Yenue would infiltrate her secret realm. Despite her prior precautions against intrusions, closing her eyes, a blinding white light erupted around her, rapidly converging towards Jiyu, who Yenue had propped up. Countless beams of white light streamed into Jiyu's brow. Though he had previously fallen into a deep slumber, at that moment, his consciousness spiraled into a chaotic state, half dreaming and half awake. Within this liminality, he encountered a figure that should not have appeared here. "Master?" Jiyu furrowed his brows deeply, then quickly relaxed. Shuiying had assumed Yenue's form, adorned in the very same pure white gown, yet the gaze she cast upon Jiyu swiftly revealed to him. "Who are you?" "You are not my master." His master would never regard him with such eyes. The person before him bore no resemblance to her at all. Instantly on guard, Jiyu summoned a sword into his palm with a mere thought, a reflex born from the depths of his training. Previously, Shuiying would have dismissed him entirely. Yet now, weakened by Yenue's assault, Upon witnessing Ji Yu's defensive stance, she hastily exclaimed, "Do not be alarmed. I do not come as your adversary. In fact, you must indeed call me master. I am the lord of this secret realm." The lord of the secret realm? Initially, Ji was taken aback that as his awareness returned. He recalled everything he had experienced upon entering the realm. "Is this your trial? But why assume my master's appearance? That is for you to ponder. I do not understand." Ji replied rapidly, his eyes momentarily clouded, his breath quickened, as if his innermost thoughts had been laid bare. Despite his accustomed ability to conceal his true self, Shuiying, misinterpreting his reaction, assumed he had gleaned some of Yinyue's secrets, and her eyes gleamed with triumph. "It seems you harbor suspicions. Do you not?" "Suspicions about what?" Ji frowned, only to hear her continue. "Your master's true identity. She does not even dare to reveal her genuine self before you. Do you realize? She has been following you into this secret realm all along, remaining at your side. Where is she?" Ji Yu's words barely escaped his lips when he seemed to grasp something, his expression shifting that he had not anticipated that Yinyue's disguise would be so obvious. And he assumed his master had been secretly accompanying him all along. "Given that you have received my inheritance, I shall play the part of a good Samaritan. After all, you will be my only successor moving forward." Shuiying sighed. With that, her form began to shift before Ji Yu, gradually transforming until she bore an entirely different visage, obscured by a black veil. Yet, the disparity in her gaze remained stark. Almost instantly, Ji Yu recognized the difference in the person before him. He felt a chill run down his spine. That was also due to the inadvertent discovery he had just made. He was well acquainted with his master and could discern who she was. Yet, this woman in the black veil was someone he had only just met, but he didn't even know her name. Their encounters had been shrouded in mystery. Ji Yu, belatedly realizing the implications, understood without needing Shuiying to elaborate further. It turned out that his master had always been by his side. "Your master seems to be afraid to present her true identity before you," Shuiying sneered. "Do you comprehend this? This is her true self. Did you think your master was some paragon of virtue? What does that have to do with you?" Ji Yu instinctively braced himself. Even though he had pieced together some truths, he had not forgotten how he nearly drowned before this so-called master of the secret realm. She was certainly no benevolent figure. "You do not care." Shuiying furrowed her brows, suddenly realizing something. That Ji Yu remained on guard, the sword he conjured still unsheathed, his gaze fixed warily upon her. Shuiying understood. No wonder her disciple truly lacked sense. Knowing that his master was not a good person and being utterly unconcerned about it, didn't he fear that one day she would plot against him? She felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Regrettably, Ji Yu chose not to engage with her words, maintaining his vigilant stare. The standoff that ensued led Shuiying to abandon her thoughts. "No matter. You protect your master. And I have my own means," she smiled. This confrontation could not be overlooked. She had lived thus far without ever being manipulated like this. Yinyu was truly despicable. Even if her legacy were to be passed on to Yinyu's disciple, it would not be easily acquired. "Look at me." She spoke slowly. Ji Yu frowned, initially prepared to remain cautious, but for some reason, his mind suddenly blanked, leaving only the gently falling snowflakes. Shuiying approached, one hand reaching toward his head. A white light emanating from her palm. Her voice became distant and ethereal. "Your master has deceived you. She took you as her disciple merely to exploit you, never regarding you as a true apprentice. She is utterly wicked. You loathe her. You are acutely aware of this, and you detest this master even more. Therefore, you were fortunate to receive my inheritance in this secret realm. I am your true master. And her, when you meet again, you will employ every means at your disposal to eliminate her. Torment her. Kill her." Chapter 37. "Kill her, Jir. You have awakened?" Yinyu beamed. She watched as her little disciple slowly opened his eyes. Shuiying had now completely dissipated, no longer existing in this world. However, Yinyu seemed unconcerned by this. Her genuine anxiety lay with her little disciple. Shuiying had imparted her legacy to him. Yet Yinyu needed to learn the specifics from Ji Yu himself. She pondered and asked, "How do you feel now?" "You do not know," he replied, "but after you lost consciousness in the vortex. I found the correct passage, and the master of this secret realm has also bestowed her legacy upon you." Yinyu explained. Ji Yu remained silent, his gaze resting on her face, for some reason. Yin Yu felt as though his stare was more aggressive, as if he sought to peer through the veil and discern something from her visage. What do you wish to uncover? She raised an eyebrow. She observed as her little disciple silently averted his gaze and stood up from the ground. Thank you, he murmured, that I have indeed received the legacy, and I encountered that person. Encountered her? Yin Yu thought for a moment, realizing that it must have occurred before he received the inheritance. After all, Shuang would need to impart these teachings to him, that it was only natural that he would meet her. Yin Yu did not dwell on it further and failed to notice the subtle unease in Ji Yu. He avoided her gaze and instead surveyed their icy surroundings. It was time they sought an exit from this place. Kill her. She cannot even be considered your master. You know it in your heart. You despise her. She deceived you, manipulated you. With your current strength, you could easily slay her. The voices echoed in his ears, as if directly resonating from the depths of his mind, reminding Ji Yu incessantly since the moment he had opened his eyes and seen her. Yet outwardly, he did not even furrow his brow, as if those voices had never existed. Apart from the initial, meaningful glance he cast at Yin Yu, he pondered, could she truly be my master? Is she? This question no longer required verification. From many details, it was evident that if these two individuals could appear simultaneously, but why did his master choose to present herself before him in a different guise? He did not know. Curiosity lingered in his heart, and he wanted to inquire, but the words instinctively retreated to his throat. Strangely, Ji Yu did not wish to disrupt the atmosphere, and more thoughts began to swirl within him. If she was not appearing before him as his master, then who was she? A slight smile formed at the corner of his lips, laden with meaning. Yin Yu remained oblivious, still searching for an exit. When you received the inheritance, did the master of the secret realm tell you how to leave this place? She naturally inquired. Ji Yu's ears were filled with various urges. Kill her. Kill her. She is a liar. She is using you. Ultimately, he could not suppress a frown, finding the voices somewhat bothersome, that he surmised that the so-called master of the secret realm had indeed done something to him. Furthermore, during the fleeting moment of consciousness he had experienced, he had caught glimpses of images. The greatest good she had done was to confirm that his master had indeed always been by his side, not just following him, but in another identity altogether. What is your name? He suddenly turned and asked Yin Yu. Chapter 38. Do you like her? Yin Yu, I almost forgot. It seems I have yet to introduce myself to my little disciple. She thought for a moment and casually fabricated, Will you? Yin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly turned her head. How did you? Ji Yu raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips. Thank you for saving me this time and for all your help. I thought we were friends now. Can I call you Yue? Yin Yu hesitated. You may, but it feels a bit awkward. After all, the person before her was her little disciple. Yet at this moment, her identity was not that of a master. Ji Yu gazed at her with a smile, deepening the meaning in her hesitation. The master of the secret realm had indeed not informed him how to exit. However, having received the legacy, Ji Yu began to close his eyes, carefully sensing the subtleties of this space, ultimately seeking out the flaw. With a power as pure as snow and ice, he raised his palm, a surge of pure white energy sweeping through the air. And suddenly, the heavens trembled. Yin Yu watched in astonishment as a staircase resembling ice and snow gradually extended down from above, as if leading to the heavens. Are we supposed to exit from up there? She exclaimed. Ji Yu nodded, taking the lead with a step forward, then turning to extend his hand toward her. Let's go. He had already stepped onto the staircase, and his stature appeared even more imposing, compelling Yin Yu to look up at him. Her eyes filled with surprise. You are all right. She nodded, placing her hand into his. Ignoring the strange feeling within her heart, Yin Yu and her little disciple ascended the staircase, leaping over the seabed, and when they reappeared, they had returned to the seaside. Nearby, Chu Yingli and Meng Jianxue were still waiting for them. Upon seeing them, Chu Yingli exhibited no surprise, as if she had already known that Ji Yu had received the inheritance. I told you, I would not deceive you. That Ji Yu looked at the unconscious Meng Jianxue and continued, as previously agreed, we can take her out. But are you truly certain you want to bring her out? Of course, Chu Yingli nodded eagerly. Having been trapped here for so long, she cannot leave, but my sister can. Your sister does not appear to be very much alive at the moment, Ji Yu reminded her. The little girl smiled again. Regarding this matter, Chu Yingli was evidently quite aware. I know. But rest assured, as long as you are willing to take my sister out, I will handle the rest myself. Very well. Yin Yu, intrigued, asked, what do you plan to do to save your sister? Given Ming Jiangshua's current condition, Yin Yu was well aware that remaining in this secret realm rendered her no different from a normal person. But if they were to exit, that's a secret. The little girl smiled, leaving a lingering mystery. Yin Yu was indeed curious, but just as she was about to inquire further, the male protagonist, Long Outhian, unexpectedly appeared. Miss, you are also here, Long Outhian exclaimed upon seeing Yin Yu, his surprise evident. However, upon spotting Ji Yu, he immediately distanced himself with caution that Ji Yu's gaze turned icy. Upon seeing him, his first instinct was to eliminate him. A fiancé? Such a person was unworthy of her. Long Ao Tian's appearance this time was not solitary. He was accompanied by his junior sister. It appears that during the time he was separated from Yin Yu, he found his little apprentice. Elder brother, why are they here again? The junior sister asked, her expression tinged with wariness upon seeing Yin Yu, despite not recognizing her current visage. Chu Li stood protectively over Meng Jiangshui, immediately shielding her behind her as soon as the two figures emerged. The atmosphere felt distinctly peculiar. How did you come to be here? Yin Yu raised an eyebrow and inquired. Truly, the male protagonist was remarkable to have found his way here. However, the legacy was no longer his. It belonged to his little disciple now. The mere thought of this brought a flicker of joy to Yin Yu. It seemed that seizing the male protagonist's fortune would not be a daunting task after all. I am not entirely sure. I just wandered here while searching, Long Ao Tian replied, seemingly quite at ease with the situation, perhaps accustomed to such treatment, having gathered numerous treasures and opportunities along the way. Elder brother, eliminate them. I recall he once intended to kill you, the junior sister exclaimed, pointing vehemently at Ji Yu. Although she could not recognize Yin Yu, she was quite familiar with Ji Yu's appearance and remembered the conflict that had transpired between them before entering the small secret realm. Instinctively, she perceived Ji Yu as a significant threat. Do you think you can? Ji Yu arched an eyebrow, exuding an air of icy aloofness. Yin Yu unsheathed her sword, placing it protectively in front of her little disciple, her gaze sharp as she challenged the junior sister. And you think you can? This question mirrored Ji Yu's query, causing both to momentarily halt in surprise. Yin Yu glanced back at her little apprentice. Ji Yu frowned, then suddenly smiled at her. Why are you so kind to me? It seems we have only met a couple of times. Yin Yu was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she pondered and replied, I believe you are a wonderful person. You should achieve great things in the future. Yet, what did this have to do with assisting him? Such an excuse seemed rather flimsy. Ji Yu blinked, refraining from retorting, instead curling his lips into a smile. Then you must take good care of me. You're that Yuer. She calls her Yuer. Long Ao Tian interjected, somewhat dismayed, clearly surprised. Why is she also referred to as Yuer? Long Ao Tian appeared astonished. Chu Li had been on guard for quite some time, only to find herself in solitude, as no one seemed to have any designs on them, not wishing to engage in frivolous banter with the male protagonist. Yin Yu swiftly changed the subject. Are you planning to go into the sea? Well, I haven't decided yet, Long Ao Tian instinctively replied. The junior sister, still glaring at Ji Yu with hostility, redirected her accusatory gaze at Yin Yu upon learning that she too was called Yuer. Remaining obstinately relentless. Elder brother, if you do not eliminate these two, you may find yourself at a disadvantage someday. Junior sister, Long Ao Tian admonished. The junior sister paled. Elder brother, have you fallen for her? She pointed accusingly at Yin Yu. Yin Yu maintained her indifferent demeanor. Long Ao Tian fell into an unusual silence for a moment before explaining. Even considering Yuer, I could never act in such a manner that I, Long Ao Tian, am a true man of honor. Upright in my conduct. I would never engage in such treacherous deeds that if Yuer were to find out, she would be heartbroken that he rambled on, which indeed reflected the male protagonist's character. Even for the sake of Yin Yu, Long Ao Tian would not resort to any underhanded tactics against Ji Yu, especially since he did not regard Ji Yu as a worthy opponent, viewing him merely as a junior with inferior cultivation. As for the junior sister's question about whether Long Ao Tian had feelings for Yin Yu, did it even need to be asked? It was evident. Long Ao Tian chose to turn a blind eye to the inquiry. Of course, he liked her, but in front of his junior sister, who was, after all, his wife, he did not wish to shatter her heart. Elder brother, do you like her? The junior sister pressed, pointing stubbornly at Yin Yu. refusing to retract her finger. Long Ao Tian's expression darkened. Yinyu raised an eyebrow, and at that moment, Ji, who had been standing behind her, swiftly drew his sword, aiming a direct strike at the junior sister's outstretched finger. The tip of the sword sliced through the air, creating a clash of white spiritual energy. Watch out. Chapter 39. All listened to the master. Long Ao Tian's eyes widened as he instinctively pulled the junior sister into his embrace, shielding her with his back. Yinyu, too, immediately grasped her little disciple's hand to halt his violent intentions. Ji, stop. The junior sister, frightened, let out a shrill scream as Long Ao Tian shielded her, locking eyes with Ji, where she could see nothing but a profound intent to kill. His intentions were clear. It was not merely her hand he sought to sever, but her very existence. Elder brother, save me. Tears welled in her eyes. Ji's sword, restrained by Yinyu's grip, veered off course and clashed with Long Ao Tian's sword mid-air. As a disciple of Yuer, how could you resort to such murderous acts? Long Ao Tian's tone was grave. Protecting the junior sister, he cast a concerned glance at Yinyu. Yuer, are you all right? Perhaps you should come over here. Be careful. His blatant disregard for subtlety in his affections was staggering. Who are you speaking to? Jiyu's face darkened like a storm cloud. His initial intention to strike the junior sister pivoted towards Long Ao Tian. Were you to address her as Yuer, you have no right to call her that. You deserve to die. With that, he launched himself into the air with remarkable speed, leaving Yinyu unable to intervene in time. The rivalry between the villain and the male protagonist had not yet reached a point of enmity. They should still be on amicable terms. Why then, upon their first meeting, did the situation escalate to threats of violence? Yinyu was equally perplexed as she observed her little disciple galloping forth like a wild stallion. She leaped forward, encircling him in her arms. Stop it! She commanded fiercely to Jiyu's grip on his sword faltered, nearly causing it to slip from his grasp. From behind, she wrapped her arms around his waist, her warmth and softness enveloping him. Her breath brushed lightly against his back, causing Jiyu's eyes to narrow slightly. Yuer, he called softly. Yinyu held him tightly, her arms encircling his waist, an ambiguous posture that nonetheless bore the semblance of a kidnapper commanding him. Put away your sword. No fighting, Jiyu. Long Ao Tian stood frozen, initially anticipating an unavoidable confrontation. The palpable malice and disdain in Jiyu's gaze were unmistakable, and Long Ao Tian was not so oblivious as to miss it. Meanwhile, Chu Yingli stood dumbfounded, alternating her gaze between Yinyu and Long Ao Tian, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Had she truly received no attention whatsoever? All right, Jiyu finally relented. Moments later, he sheathed his sword and turned to face the still clinging Yinyu. Lowering his gaze, he gently caressed her cheek, offering her a soft, obedient smile. I will listen to you, where his voice was tender, laced with affection. Yinyu blinked in surprise, her lips pressing together as she felt a fluttering in her heart, as if a feather had brushed against it. She continued to hold him for a while longer. When her little disciple turned to look at her, in a sense, Yinyu was now openly embracing him. Her hands wrapped around his waist, their posture laced with a hint of innocent affection. Jiyu gazed at her with warmth in his eyes. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, but he remained still, not attempting to remind her, but rather allowing her to hold him, as if it were a familiar routine. That it was Yinyu who eventually regained her composure, her cheeks warming as she released him. All right. Now, no more shouting about fighting. You should focus on your cultivation. She was at a loss for her own words. That Jiyu maintained the position she had embraced him in, his fingers discreetly twitching within his sleeves. Suppressing the urge to return her embrace, that he smiled, still acquiescing to her. This implicit intimacy did not escape Long Ao Tian's notice. What was meant to be a brawl had devolved into a flirtation. Long Ao Tian, initially poised for conflict, found himself retreating a step, still holding his junior sister, who looked up at him with trepidation, unable to comprehend the situation. Are they a couple? Of course not, Long Ao Tian reflexively countered. Upon hearing this, the junior sister looked up at him. Elder brother, how can you be so sure they are not a couple? It certainly seems that way. After her assertion, she nodded in conviction. Long Ao Tian's brows knitted deeper, his displeasure evident. How could someone so thoroughly brutish and violent possibly attract the admiration of a lady like Yuer? No woman would casually embrace a man, the junior sister retorted. Long Ao Tian observed that their exchange was not deliberately muted. Hence it caught the attention of Yin Yu and Ji Yu across from them. Yin Yu remarked, "What a serious fabrication. This is clearly her disciple. In her eyes, she's merely a child." With a huff, Yin Yu scrutinized the overly affectionate display between Long Outyin and the junior sister, feeling displeased at how her reputation was being tarnished, even though she wasn't here under the guise of Yin Yu. She scoffed such vile thoughts. Do you really think everyone is as frivolous as the male protagonist? They are merely a good senior brother and sister to Ji Yu. Let us depart. In that instant, she ceased to concern herself with how the male protagonist arrived or what he intended to do. After all, the inheritance was already lost. Wait. Long Outyin called out to her, "Miss Yu, there must be some opportunity here. Do you not wish to see?" Opportunity? What opportunity could possibly exist here? Yin Yu shook her head. Feigning ignorance. Forget it. You all go ahead. Really? Long Outyin insisted. Eager to retain her attention, the Ji Yu grasped Yin Yu's hand, casting a glance at Chu Yingli as a form of acknowledgement. Chu Yingli immediately understood and helped Meng Jiangxue to her feet. "Miss Yu, I am certain there are opportunities beneath this sea." Long Outyin, noticing the urgency, grew anxious that it was evident he did not wish to part ways with Yin Yu so easily to Ji Yu. Overhearing this, regarded him with derision. Opportunity? No, there were no opportunities left below. The legacy of the realm's master had already been bestowed upon him. Naturally, he would never disclose this to Long Outyin. Long Outyin, intent on keeping Yin Yu, resolved to release the junior sister, instructing her to wait and approach the seaside. "Miss Yu, just watch," he proclaimed before leaping into the S. In mere moments, the ocean appeared to be cleaved asunder by an overwhelming sword intent. Parting dramatically, with Long Outyin standing amidst the divide as Yin Yu and the others looked up, they witnessed a dragon ascending from the sea's surface. Chapter 40. Where did another dragon emerge from? Yin Yu exclaimed, "Is it truly a dragon?" "No, where on earth did this dragon come from? The inheritance was already given to the junior disciple. Surely the greatest treasure in this small realm belongs to her? How could another dragon have appeared? How is this possible? Should I say the male protagonist is indeed deserving of such fortune, born under the heaven's favor? Ji Yu, quickly! Let us seize that dragon." Yin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she began to encourage her junior disciple. From the outset, she and her disciples have positioned themselves as antagonists, opposed to the male protagonist. Yin Yu had never considered altering her stance in fact, she was too indifferent to struggle against it, comfortably accepting this arrangement. Being the antagonist was quite agreeable. Wasn't it simply about competing with the male protagonist for treasures? She could certainly do that, though she claimed to be encouraging her junior disciple. Almost as soon as her words fell, she took flight, heading towards Long Outyin without hesitation. "Miss Yu, I told you so." Long Outyin was elated at this turn of events, only to be left agape as he watched Yin Yu, ignoring him entirely, charge at the soaring golden dragon with the intent of claiming it for herself. With a single strike, she unleashed an earth-shattering attack. The surge of spiritual energy sent Long Outyin hurtling away from the ocean surface, as if caught in a tempest. Meanwhile, Yin Yu, adorned in a flowing black gown, floated gracefully in midair, her long skirt billowing in the wind as she saw her junior disciple approaching her side. "Ji Yu, let us act together. We cannot allow this dragon to escape. Miss Yu, this is dangerous. You should come down." Long Outyin, having regained his footing after being blown aside, urged. Just then his eyes widened in shock. As the golden dragon attempted to flee, Yin Yu's sword intent cleaved through the air, striking the dragon's tail and causing golden blood to rain down. The dragon roared in pain, indignantly declaring, "Human, begone! Do you truly believe you can forge a contract with me? Such foolishness!" Yin Yu retorted with another strike, raising an eyebrow. "I declare you my disciple. Thus you must belong to us." In her moment of exhilaration, she almost let slip too much that Ji Yu, wielding his sword, synchronized his movements with hers, his strikes even more ferocious as he leaped over the dragon's body, aiming for its head. With the newfound prowess of ice-like spiritual energy, his strength surged, and although he had yet to break through, Ji Yu knew he had at least reached the golden core stage. His sword, now seemingly enveloped in thick ice, cut towards the golden dragon, inflicting injury even with his current abilities. The dragon howled once more. Its head, the most vulnerable point, now marked by a shallow wound. "Cease this at once. You must stop." The golden dragon bellowed, furious at their coordinated assault. Yet, the duo's synergy was astounding. It was clear Yin Yu sought to seize the treasure for her disciple. And most importantly, she did not wish to concede anything to the male protagonist. Seizing the opportunity, she relentlessly attacked the golden dragon. Dragons, proud and formidable spiritual beasts, could not simply be subdued through sheer strength. Alternative methods were not her forte. She was accustomed to resolving matters with her fists. The golden dragon soon found itself in a state of disarray, attempting to flee, yet unable to break free from the encirclement formed by Yin Yu and Ji Yu. Ji Yu's ice-like spiritual energy slowed the dragon's speed and impaired its movements, while Yin Yu's overwhelming strength proved to be a significant hindrance. The more the dragon suffered, the more it resisted yielding to the two. Especially since Yin Yu, who was undeniably powerful, sought to make Ji Yu its master. You dream. Never. Long Outyin, standing below, wore an expression of exasperation, that he opened his mouth several times, wishing to convey something, to dissuade Yin Yu from her reckless endeavor. But the power she displayed rendered him speechless. This was not a situation where he needed to protect her. Indeed, it appeared he was the one who required caution, although this opportunity had originally been his discovery. He felt an inexplicable pull towards this place. "Miss Yu, be careful." Long Outyin shouted, his voice strained. The junior sister, initially waiting for him, could no longer contain herself upon witnessing the scene, rushing towards him. "Brother, that golden dragon is about to be taken from us." Long Outyin, bewildered, acknowledged her concern. Did she think he was oblivious? He was not foolish. The junior sister, growing increasingly agitated, insisted, "We cannot let them have it so easily. Let us join forces." As she spoke, she attempted to rally him to join her. Long Outyin stood rooted in place, unable to budge, reminding her, "Can you even compete? Have you not seen the state of that golden dragon?" He had entertained thoughts of forming a contract with it, initially considering how to protect Miss Yu. However, upon realizing the extent of her ferocity, he had abandoned that notion. Nonetheless, her arguments were not without merit. Contemplating this, he shifted his approach. The disappointment on his junior sister's face brightened slightly, her spirits lifting as she asked, "Brother, have you thought of a solution?" Long Outyin glanced upward, cautioning her, "You should stay back. It is too perilous up there." With that, he drew his sword and finally joined the fray, resolutely declaring, "Miss Yu, I shall assist you." His intent was not to seize the treasure, but rather to lend a hand to Yin Yu. Meanwhile, Chu Yingli, having prepared to depart with Meng Jiangxue, found herself once again left behind, staring blankly at the chaotic battle unfolding above. Yin Yu showed no signs of restraint, her strikes ruthless, while Ji Yu's ferocity surpassed even hers. Just as Long Outyin arrived, intending to join the fray, the golden dragon, seizing the opportunity, charged directly into Long Outyin's body. "Human, you shall do." The dragon's haughty demeanor was unmistakable. Almost simultaneously with its proclamation, it successfully forged a contract with Long Outyin, becoming his servant. Yin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is absurd." Ji Yu, standing beside her, mirrored her shock. "Are you truly going to take advantage of us like this?" Yin Yu was incensed as she glared at Long Outyin. Should she commend the male protagonist for his exceptional luck? How could he manage to turn the tables so effortlessly? Here she was, an antagonist, tirelessly battling for the treasure, while the golden dragon seemed utterly devoid of reason, preferring to follow her junior disciple instead, which would have been far more advantageous. Yin Yu felt a pang of sympathy. Miss Yu, Long Outyin, now feeling quite foolish, was rendered speechless. Following the contract, the golden dragon shimmered with golden light, transforming into a youthful form. Appearing no older than 16 or 17, but with its chin held high, it glared defiantly at Yin Yu, declaring, "I willingly choose him as my master. You shall not prevail." Yin Yu, incensed, declared, "Ji Yu, raise your sword. Let it perish. Whatever my master desires, I shall eliminate." Countless malevolent energies surged forth, aimed at Ji Yu with lethal intent. "I shall slay you, audacious human." The golden dragon, having forged a pact with Long Outyin, suddenly found its earlier injuries remarkably healed through the power of their bond. Seizing the element of surprise, it swiftly closed the distance to Ji Yu, its 5 fingers morphing into lethal claws that lunged for Ji Yu's throat. A sense of dread washed over Yin Yu as time seemed to slip away. She reached out, unable to intercept the impending attack. Yet in a swift motion, she embraced Ji Yu, pivoting to shield him while the sharp dragon claw tore through the black gauze draped over her shoulder. With a ripping sound, her skin, as luminous and flawless as jade, was instantly drenched in blood, crimson droplets cascading down. Yin Yu's face, hidden beneath the black veil, paled as the pain surged. This was a fierce blow, causing her grip on her little disciple to tremble. "Monsieur, it is Long Out Yin." Long Out Yin was taken aback. He never anticipated that even with his golden dragon bound to him, it would rebel with such ferocity, intent on exterminating both Miss Yuer and Ji Yu. Although he held little regard for Ji Yu's fate, Ji Yu could not perish at the hands of his little junior sister. Yet, if it came to a careless death beneath the claws of such a powerful entity as the Golden Dragon, even Long Out Yin would find himself powerless to intervene. But he could not allow Miss Yuer to fall victim to the Golden Dragon's wrath. In an instant, Long Out Yin rushed forward, shouting, "Golden Dragon, cease your attack. Do not harm her." The Golden Dragon, bound to him by a master-servant pact, was not supposed to defy his commands. However, given Long Out Yin's current diminished strength and the fact that he had inadvertently touched upon the dragon's sensitive spot, the creature was unyielding. The Golden Dragon had no intention of heeding Long Out Yin's plea. Having struck successfully, it intended to pursue its advantage. As Yin Yu retreated with her little disciple, she failed to notice Ji Yu's suddenly altered expression after her injury. The dark energy that had been lurking around him began to seep outward. His gaze locked onto the wound on Yin Yu's shoulder, and in that moment, it felt as though all thoughts of his own were cast aside, leaving only the stark image of her bloodied-shouldered, "Tio, save him." She had gone to such lengths. Why? Why must she be so kind to him? He felt unworthy. Even now, he believed he did not deserve such a remarkable master. He parted his lips, whispering, "Master," but upon seeing the black veil covering her face, the word caught in his throat. Instead, his gaze deepened, heavy with an intensity that seemed to envelop her, drawing her into a dark abyss alongside him. And before him stood the Golden Dragon. "I shall slay it." As the Golden Dragon lunged towards them once more, Ji Yu swiftly wrapped his arm around Yin Yu's waist, executing a sudden maneuver. In an instant, the protector who had stood before him was now behind him, leaving Yin Yu momentarily stunned. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, instinctively disregarding the earlier statement. The GUS expression darkened, the dark energy surrounding him now fully unleashed, wrapping around him in thick tendrils of black mist, also ensnaring Yin Yu, who stood perilously close. The Golden Dragon, observing this from a distance, was taken aback. "You are of the demon race." "Demon race? Who is a demon?" Long Out Yin, who had followed closely behind, was equally astonished. He had witnessed the scene unfold, but could hardly believe it. The direction the Golden Dragon had intended to attack now revealed nothing but a swirling mass of demonic energy. Could Ji Yu truly be of the demon race? How could that be? Long Out Yin, realizing the implications, found it hard to accept, especially since Ji Yu was Yin Yu's disciple. Meanwhile, the little junior sister who had been observing from afar, along with Chuing Li, also changed her expression, shocked by Ji Yu's true identity. How could Ji Yu be of the demon race? She had failed to notice this earlier, indicating that he must possess some hidden artifact to suppress his demonic aura. If Ji Yu was indeed a demon, then allowing him to take her sister outside posed a grave danger to her sister's safety. Would there be any repercussions amidst the layers of encroaching black mist? This small realm was privy only to Ji Yu and Yin Yu. Yin Yu stood dazed, one hand pressing against her shoulder wound, struggling to voice her shock and questions. Had she not recalled her own identity at that moment, she might have lost her composure entirely. "I cannot scold him. I cannot scold him." She chastised herself internally. The crucial point was that it was too late for reprimands. Ji Yu's identity had already been exposed, and those who needed to witness it had done so. Any attempts at damage control would be futile. "Why did you save me? Even injured, I would not have died from that blow," Ji Yu questioned, his voice heavy with concern. Yin Yu, caught in his embrace, momentarily paused at his inquiry. Just moments ago, in that critical instant, she hadn't contemplated the gravity of the situation. However, if something had happened to him. Her tone wavered as she reflected on the potential severity of that attack, realizing that although it was fierce, it would not have easily claimed the life of her little disciple. Even if Ji Yu lacked sufficient cultivation, he was not so fragile that I, Yin Yu, am at a loss, she admitted, for she truly had not considered the implications at that moment at Yor. This is not the time for such discussions. The outside world remains perilous. And your identity has been revealed that we must. I will slay that dragon, he declared, his voice resolute. He raised his left palm, pure and potent spiritual energy emanating from it, attempting to mend the wound on Yan Yu's shoulder. Blood continued to seep from the injury, yet for reasons unknown, perhaps due to his demonic nature, his spiritual energy failed to staunch the flow. His voice turned frigid as he continued, "Look, your wound still bleeds. So deeply. Does it not pain you? And that dragon still seeks to slay you. Just moments ago, any entity that dared to harm his master deserved death. In this realm, she was all he had left. How could he bear to lose even her? Regardless of his demonic identity, what did it matter? When his spiritual power could not heal Yan Yu's shoulder, he tore a strip of fabric, carefully wrapping it around her wound, striving to bind it properly. To be cautious. Do not act recklessly again. With me here, it is sufficient, he cautioned her. Once he had finished, he raised his sword once more, his eyes transforming into a crystalline, translucent red, rendering his face eerily enchanting. The white disciple robe, which should have appeared ethereal and transcendent, now made him resemble a demon drenched in the blood of the world, savage, ruthless, and powerful. No, Yan Yu instinctively protested. Such a minor injury. I am unharmed. The priority is to kill the golden dragon. Dragons, after all, were divine beasts, existing only in legends. Attempting to slay one would demand an exorbitant price. Thunder and lightning would not suffice to escape the consequences. Yor, cease at once. She admonished with grave urgency. This moment. The black mist that had enveloped them began to coil around Ji Yu's sword, the blade emanating a ferocious demonic aura that dwarfed the golden dragon's previous attacks. This was the true power that Ji Yu could unleash. Kill her. You should kill her. Then seize that dragon. You should not be so kind to her. She has deceived you. You are a demon. How can you serve as a celestial's lackey? Two distinct voices echoed in his ears, one belonging to a male entity that had emerged since Ji Yu had embraced his demonic nature, and the other he presumed was from the master of the secret realm. Did they hope to influence him in this manner? How foolish. He would slay whom he wished. His life had never been dictated by anyone. He raised his sword, and the golden dragon, initially hesitating due to the emergence of the demonic energy, now witnessed Ji Yu's decisive advance. The confrontation ensued. In midair, black mist clashed with golden spiritual energy. The human standing defiantly against the colossal golden dragon, Ji Yu wielded his sword, cleaving through the golden energy with sheer force. Even against a dragon, the golden dragon gasped in shock. For the first time, apart from the heavenly will, it felt fear arise within it as the black mist shattered its spiritual power, surging toward its head with lethal intent. With a thunderous roar, Long Outyin, utilizing his flying spirit artifact, hovered in midair, initially a mere spectator. However, as the situation escalated to this critical juncture, it was clear that his intervention was no longer feasible. At long last, Ji Yu's true essence was revealed. Meanwhile, the maiden Yor, whom he held dear, was now shielded behind him, poised to engage in battle with the golden dragon. This confrontation undoubtedly threatened to ensnare Yor in its tumult once more. Yor, you must flee, Long Outyin cried out in desperation. In a moment of impulsive zeal, he recklessly charged forward, only to be abruptly sent flying by the clash between Ji Yu and the golden dragon, caught in the chaotic whirlwind of spiritual and demonic energies. His form wavered, and he plummeted from the sky like a cannonball. Simultaneously, the golden dragon, which had just forged a pact with him, faced an overwhelming onslaught. With a deafening roar, it widened its dragon eyes in disbelief. It was vanquished. Long Outyin witnessed a colossal figure plummeting faster than him, crashing down with a resounding boom. The entire sea trembled as if the very fabric of space would collapse. The sword, shrouded in a multitude of dark demonic mist, slipped from Ji Yu's grasp, shooting forth like a released arrow, aimed directly at the golden dragon. The atmosphere shifted ominously, and in that moment, Long Outyin could almost hear the sound of space fracturing. Yan Yu exclaimed, her eyes wide in horror. Ji Yu turned, tenderly embracing her, his voice soft. I am sorry. Please do not be angry, Yor. Yan Yu frowned, a flicker of anger flashing in her gaze. She raised her hand. Truly incensed this time. Yet she ultimately restrained herself, for she understood that her little disciple's intentions were not malicious, but rather protective. In that instant, clarity washed over her. In the distance, Long Out Yin's shocked cry echoed. My contract, the golden dragon. The dragon had perished, a victim of the cruelty and slaughter of the demonic forces. Even a divine beast could not escape the clutches of death. Under the backlash of the contract, Long Out Yin coughed up blood. Senior brother. His little junior sister rushed over in a flurry as Long Out Yin collapsed onto the ground. Above, only two figures remained, quietly leaning upon one another. Yin Yu pursed her lips and suddenly lifted her gaze to the heavens. The sky overhead was not the true sky. It was merely a realm within a hidden world. Yet despite this, she beheld ominous clouds rolling in, darkening the atmosphere. And in an instant, countless bolts of lightning began to gather above them, targeting Gu. It is a divine beast. Should you kill it, the heavenly law will not spare you. Her voice was calm, as if merely stating a fact to Gu. That I am aware, he nodded, his expression equally serene, unchanged, even offering her a smile. But so what? If it seeks to harm you, it deserves to die. The heavenly law will not tolerate it. And neither will this world. He understood all too well that such bias had persisted for far longer than a mere day or two. That you will die, Zhu. Yin Yu's voice shifted, tinged with exasperation. Do you truly comprehend? Until you are genuinely strong, you must learn to protect yourself. That I cannot shield you every single time. That at this juncture, she abruptly realized something and hastily fell silent. The Gu blinked, then leaned in closer, gently wrapping his arms around her, enveloping her in his embrace. Murmuring, Master, he silently pleaded, for you, everything is worth it. You wear. She raised an eyebrow, surprised by such an embrace. She could feel his heartbeat, strong yet tumultuous. Above, the lightning amassed, thickening, as if the very sky would descend upon them. The most terrifying aspect was that this lightning was locked onto its target. The Gu had revealed his identity as a demon and had slain a divine beast. If he wished to evade this fate, he would need an immediate means to suppress the demonic energy and conceal himself. It is futile. Jir, close your eyes, Yin Yu commanded. Pushing him away, he released her. In that fleeting moment, he suddenly comprehended. Master, do you wish to save me? He inquired with a smile. Yin Yu nodded, placing her hand upon his cheek as if to comfort him. As long as I am here, you will be safe, even from this heavenly thunder. So, you are willing, Gu murmured. Yin Yu, taken aback, asked, What did you say? She had not heard him clearly. But in the next instant, his hand had already brushed against her cheek, encircling her waist. Through the veil, he kissed her. Then swiftly he lifted the veil, stripping away her disguise. A deeper kiss followed, almost stealing her breath, suffusing her senses with his essence. Yin Yu's eyes widened. The heavenly law abhors demons, especially when a demon clan has slain a divine beast. But if they were of the same lineage, and the dragon's power was formidable, it could harm humans. Thus, Yin Yu's first thought was of the kiss she had previously experimented with. Perhaps she could seal the demonic energy within her little disciple using her own essence. However, should she proceed, her identity would inevitably be revealed. She had initially intended to maintain the veil. But why had her little disciple taken the initiative? He had kissed her through the veil, only to subsequently remove it, revealing the very essence of Yin Yu's disguise. She was astonished, her heart racing in turmoil. The Gu closed his eyes, immersed in the atmosphere. Yin Yu panicked, her previously concealed identity gradually resurfacing, and no longer was she merely Mou, but rather. When Gu opened his eyes to gaze upon her once more, he beheld the familiar elegance of her white gown, her well-known features, and the gaze that had always felt so familiar to him. She was Chapter 42. The past master, he called gently, his expression brightening with a charming smile, reminiscent of days gone by. You are aware now? She asked, a hint of realization dawning upon her. The gathering dark clouds above began to dissipate, the tempestuous lightning swirling gradually subsiding. Her little disciple spread his arms wide, his towering figure leaning against her, his head resting upon her shoulder, his breath a soft whisper against her ear. She heard him murmur, because in this world, aside from you, Master, there will be no one else who would treat me so well. Only you. Therefore, there is no need to know, just trust your heart's intuition. Even if the eyes may deceive, the heart will not. Yin blinked, her heartstrings trembling with an inexplicable emotion, memories flooding back. The scenes before her seemed to revert to a time long past. Before she had been captured and confined to a mental institution, in those days. Yin lived deep within the mountains, surrounded by the wildlife. Her clothes tattered, yet she maintained a pristine appearance. Her skin fair, especially under the sun's embrace. She cherished the warmth of sunlight and often spent her days quietly braiding her long, lustrous black hair, which cascaded down to her ankles, both lengthy and beautiful. Beyond the dense forest, she was oblivious to the existence of other humans and remained unaware of the vastness of the outside world. Her disciple was a being she had rescued from the forest. Appearing barely alive, Yin had saved him, even going so far as to remove his clothing. Despite being a boy, his garments were exquisite, pure as snow, cool and silky to the touch. More delicate than the softest beast hide, reflecting a subtle golden light under the sun. When she donned the long robe, she felt extraordinarily beautiful and adored it immensely. Her decision to save him was also driven by this captivating white robe. It was rightfully hers. She even discarded her own undergarments in the modest cave. The solitary girl reclined on a mat of grass and wood, her lively eyes gently closing as she appeared to guard the man lying on the stone bed. His consciousness was evidently clouded, eyes tightly shut, a gory wound on his left temple indicating a head injury, and his body bore numerous fractures, though thankfully no external injuries. His bare upper body displayed a lean physique, revealing well-defined abs, with only a tattered piece of beast hide hastily covering his waist. Such beauty, yet the sole observer remained unaware of its allure. When Sangyu regained consciousness, he felt an overwhelming pain, especially in his head. Having plummeted from a great height, he had believed he would surely perish. Yet upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a cave so rudimentary it was almost surreal. His entire body felt as if every bone had shattered. Even the slightest movement of his fingers eliciting no sensation, that he nearly concluded that he had arrived in hell, questioning whether he had truly died. Was it true that the dead retained consciousness? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard a soft voice nearby, as if something had struck against a stone, accompanied by a gentle, "You are awake, Sangyu." He turned his head. Just this single motion caused him to grimace in pain. And upon noticing the moon-white ancient robe adorning Yin, he was momentarily stunned. This garment, was it not the very costume he had previously donned? He was dumbfounded. Yin, clearly aware of his gaze, twirled with delight before him. "Isn't it beautiful?" she asked, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she smiled. Her long hair was intricately braided, dancing playfully in the air as her petite face radiated joy. Her eyes sparkling with liveliness and clarity. The robe, though slightly oversized for her frame, was cinched at the waist with a green vine, accentuating her slender silhouette, and as the long hem twirled upward, the fabric floated gracefully. For the first time, Sangyu truly fell in love with ancient attire, but he began to appreciate the allure of ancient women, with their willow-like waists and flower-like visages, their beauty unadorned, yet as enchanting as dawn illuminating snow. It was indeed a beauty that penetrated the soul, in the past. He had basked in the limelight of the entertainment industry, hailed by fans as the foremost handsome man in ancient garb. Having collaborated on numerous period dramas, those young actresses, clad in long skirts and adorned with high hairstyles, embellished with delicate makeup and perfectly managed expressions, were undeniably beautiful. Sangyu acknowledged their charm. Yet he felt that their beauty was often overly polished. While flawless on screen, in reality, he found himself unable to discern what true beauty was anymore, even in his own reflection, cloaked in layers of artifice that he had long grown weary of the entertainment world. Rife with superficiality and deceit. Everything felt like mere performance that he yearned to escape, unaware that he would soon be thrust from a great height, and in his final moments, he would be unable to shed the shackles of the costume that had become a prison to him. However, at this moment, as he gazed at the smiling Yin, her eyes sparkling with joy as if illuminated from within, a soft light seemed to shine from behind her, filling the cave. "Did you save me?" he asked calmly, lifting his gaze. Yin nodded. She appeared utterly enamored with the robe, wearing it for several days thereafter. Eventually, he could not help but inquire, "What about your other clothes?" At that moment, he found himself bound by various branches and wooden planks, rendered as immobile as a statue. His forehead was smeared with sticky herbal pastes, and his attire was in tatters, presenting a rather pitiable sight. Yin Yu frowned at his question. Those are not pretty. She had never thought so before, but in light of the comparison, she clearly no longer desired them. That it was then that Sang Yu belatedly realized just how primitive this girl was. She had never encountered the outside world and was oblivious to the variety of clothing it offered, which explained her fascination with his costume, even going so far as to strip it off him. This dense forest was vast, seemingly boundless. When Sang Yu fell, he had no means of communication with the outside world. Reluctantly, he followed Yin Yu to tend to his injuries, miraculously healing at a swift pace. Each day, she would feed him peculiar concoctions. "Are you certain these are safe to eat?" he would ask, his brows knitting tightly. Eventually, he became Yin Yu's apprentice. This came to pass when, after nearly recovering, he ventured outside and discovered Yin Yu's remarkable agility. Indeed, regardless of gender, she was the most formidable girl he had ever encountered. Defying the modern scientific belief that humans lacked the ability to perform lightness techniques, she achieved it purely through her own prowess. Especially when she soared in that flowing robe, her feet barely grazing the surface of the water. The white sleeves billowing in the breeze as she hovered midair, turning to glance at him. Yin Yu, as an apprentice, was truly an enigma. "Master, we should venture outside." Once Sang Yu's wounds had healed, he began to convince Yin Yu. The outside world is truly wonderful. Yet at that time, he did not comprehend that a being like Yin Yu could not be accommodated in the world beyond. Under her tutelage, he mastered the art of performing stunts in films, truly achieving the essence of lightness and water walking, becoming the undisputed leader among all the big names in the entertainment industry. That he imparted to Yin Yu all the knowledge necessary for survival in the modern world. He watched her curiosity regarding the entertainment realm grow, and under his protection, he gradually introduced her to the world of acting. She was so beautiful and so talented that her rise to fame surpassed his own, becoming a household name. Unlike other young actresses, she genuinely seemed like a divine being who had stepped from an ancient world, living out a legend. So extraordinary was she. Yet, as her prominence grew, it became increasingly difficult for Sang Yu to shield her. Fundamentally, he could not even protect himself. "Master, you cannot go out with them." That night, he gripped her tightly. Though he knew she was formidable, how could someone so beautiful and unique truly thrive in the tumultuous entertainment industry? When Sang Yu finally grasped the weight of his regrets, it was too late. She had caught the attention of nearly all the powerful figures in that circle to possess her. They resorted to every possible means, employing insidious tactics, drugging, intoxicating, and binding her, as they were accustomed to such cruel methods. That I was wrong. I should not have brought you here to know. I should never have introduced you to the outside world. In that moment, panic coursed through Sang Yu, causing his hands to tremble. Surrounded by a throng of people, he was beaten to the point of internal injury, while Yin Yu, unsuspecting, slept on the sofa, trusting him as well as his agent. That night, Sang Yu fought desperately to follow her. In his heart, she was not only a master, but also a deeply cherished secret. From the moment he first laid eyes on her, having witnessed the dark, murky depths of the entertainment world, he finally understood what it meant to possess a heart as pure and transparent as water, clear to the bottom, untainted by worldly matters. She was like the snow accompanying the clouds, a light illuminated by the brilliance of the horizon. She was a blank canvas. Yet because of him, this pristine snowflake would be melted away. None of you dare lay a finger on her. He gritted his teeth, protecting her as he rose shakily from the ground, blood splattering across her delicate features as an iron rod fell. Yet she remained as beautiful as ever in Sang Yu's heart. Her image would forever be unblemished. The room was filled with numerous powerful figures from the outside world, whose mere stomps could shake the very ground, their greedy hands reaching out toward her. Yin Yu, however, awoke. Upon regaining consciousness, all their schemes became futile. Who dared to bully her? Her own methods were far more ruthless than theirs. Everyone had underestimated her. The transformation from desire to fear was swift. Only Sang Yu stood in her way, embracing her. "No, master, don't retaliate. Let me handle this." He insisted that in his eyes and heart, she would always be that singular sanctuary, one that should not be sullied by the filth of such scoundrels. "They wish to harm you. This is my fault as well. I should never have brought you here." This place is too dirty, he smiled, yet the expression was tinged with sorrow. That time. Yin did not comprehend. Nor did she understand to this day. Sang Yu eliminated those men and led her on a harrowing escape. They often became separated, and Yin Yu was even targeted by the National Security Department, only to be rescued by him. This was the most miraculous aspect for Yin Yue, and no matter how those individuals disguised her or imprisoned her in various places, her apprentice would always find her in the blink of an eye, determined to take her away. Although she did not particularly despise her captors. After all, they had never truly harmed her, in fact, they had treated her quite well. Yet she trusted her apprentice, certain he would never betray her. So each time, she obediently fled. She was merely curious as to how he always managed to locate her, because, in this world, apart from her master, no one else would ever look at her with such eyes. Only her master. Therefore, there was no need to know that it was purely instinctive. The heart cannot deceive itself. The response was somewhat different, yet at that moment, Yin Yu could not forget the complexity and purity in her apprentice's gaze. It was gentle. Until the very end, he perished in her embrace, in his attempt to protect her. He was truly foolish. Did he not see how formidable Yin Yu was? Master, he called out to her. Laughter mingling with the blood that trickled down the corner of his lips. Master, she said, there are times when I contemplate the notion that had you not been my mentor, I should not have ventured into this world beyond. Sang Yu expressed, I must not trust anyone lightly in the future. I desire to live a life of stability and tranquility, free from entanglement in these intricate plots and disputes. Thus, she was deemed insane and confined to a psychiatric hospital for many years. Treated as a lunatic by all, yet remained tranquil. She longed for the simple pleasures of life, her favorite moon-white robe, and the joy of quietly braiding her long hair in the sunlight. Everything was so serene. The only difference now was the absence of her longtime companion, her disciple. Yin Yu felt a tinge of emptiness. Yet beyond that, she did not truly feel sorrow. It seemed as if she was inherently oblivious to the concept of sadness and the reasons behind it, those convoluted emotions. In the present moment, as memories flooded back, she was gently embraced by her little disciple. In the vastness of the world, this instant appeared to quiet down entirely. The thunder above had dissipated. The voices of people in the distance seemed to fade away. All she could hear was the faint echo of her disciple's earlier words, soft and gentle. Only mastered at had occurred more than once. He always managed to remind her of the bygone days, of the once vibrant song. Do not engage in such perilous actions again. Master does not require your protection. Do you understand? Yin Yu spoke. Her tone serious. She emphasized, I am truly formidable. No one in this world could ever harm me. Rather, I wish for you to ascend to the pinnacle of this celestial realm. When that time comes, should you wish to pursue anything, I shall not impede you. Yin Yu genuinely could not comprehend why, upon recognizing her, he still felt the need to rescue her. All right, master, Yu replied obediently, his embrace remaining firm, akin to a large, loyal dog. Yin Yu raised her hand in a gesture of comfort, gently patting her disciple's head. Good. She presented a look of a proud teacher. Yu chuckled softly, seemingly delighted to the fullest. Meanwhile, Long Aotian reunited with his junior disciple, having unraveled Yu's true identity as a demon. The thunder above had once again dispersed. Long Aotian's expression turned grave as he wiped away the blood from the corner of his lips, which had been a result of the contract's backlash, and pushed his junior disciple aside. He soared upwards, drawing his sword towards Yu, exclaiming, You are a demon. You have deceived your master. Long Aotian was furious and alert, shouting towards Yin Yu, Come here quickly. Long Aotian had been preoccupied with thoughts of her, and as he drew closer, he finally noticed something amiss with the black dress adorning Yu. Where is Yu? Note, Sang Yu refers to Yu, and Yu essentially received a disciple. Chapter 43. The subtle schemes of the disciple. Long Aotian scanned the area, catching sight of two figures clad in white. Yu, tall and imposing, nearly shielded Yin Yu entirely within his embrace, obscuring her face. Long Aotian's heart surged with suspicion. Yu, what exactly have you done to Yu? Do you believe I will not inform your master upon my return? He felt exasperated. Yu frowned, yet his words were directed towards Yin Yu. With a loudspeaker behind him, he reluctantly released Yin Yu, his dark eyes beginning to shimmer red with displeasure. Master, I shall slay him. Otherwise, his secret will remain exposed. That no, why not? Does Master harbor feelings for him? Ji asked earnestly. This had been a lingering doubt within him since before they entered this secret realm, that if that were the case, even if Master intervened, he would never allow the other party to escape. Ji gazed at Yin Yu, a flicker of darkness passing through his eyes. Unbeknownst to Yin Yu, regardless of how she chose to respond to this question, her little disciple harbored intentions of eliminating the male lead. This trajectory, in essence, would not alter in any significant way to Jir. Yin Yu furrowed her brows at her words. She promptly pushed her little disciple away. Albeit only momentarily, she belatedly realized that Long Ao Tian was ahead and seemed to be gazing in her direction. Wishing to rescue her, Yin Yu's expression shifted. She failed to notice the subtle changes in Ji Yu's demeanor. Grasping her disciple's collar with both hands, her voice urgent, Jir, you must hold me. Upon her utterance, the atmosphere grew eerily silent for a moment. Yin Yu, still unaware, cast a furtive glance towards Long Ao Tian, who was obscured by Ji Yu. Where was he? Surely he hadn't seen her. If he did, Yin Yu could already envision the turmoil that would ensue. The male lead was both fickle and obstinate, forever trapped in his own world, utterly indifferent to whether Yin Yu rejected him or if she harbored any feelings that in the male lead's perception, any attractive girl he fancied could never refuse him. This, perhaps, was the inherent superiority and unwavering confidence that men possessed to Jir. Do not let him see me in my veil. Yin Yu's face turned serious as she continued speaking. When she raised her face to look at him, her eyes clearly conveyed, do not jest. Return my veil at once. Previously, Ji Yu had unleashed his demonic aura and had slain the golden dragon, resulting in divine punishment. Yin Yu had intervened to save him. However, she was taken aback that it was her little disciple who first unraveled everything. Not only that, but he also pressed his lips against hers and subsequently removed the black veil from her face, keeping it hidden away. That veil was, in essence, the key to Yin Yu's disguise. The black flower bud, once activated by Yin Yu's magic, would transform her into another form. Wu, draped in a black gauzy gown, her face veiled. This disguise, to a certain extent, was flawless. No one could possibly connect Wu and Yin Yu as being the same person. The transformation was as stark as night and day. However, the more powerful this illusionary artifact became, the more apparent its flaws. For Yin Yu, the veil was the critical element that if the veil were merely lifted slightly, her disguise would not dissipate so swiftly. Yet over time, the revealed veil would represent another form of that black flower bud. In other words, Yin Yu's current illusionary artifact was now in Ji Yu's possession, secretly hidden by her little disciple. Veil? What veil? Ji Yu replied innocently, blinking at Yin Yu. Yin Yu stood momentarily stunned, looking at Ji Yu with disbelief. Could it be that her little disciple had disobeyed her? Yet, when Ji Yu heard her request to hold her and not to let Long Ao Tian see her, he effortlessly and affectionately circled her back into his embrace. Master. Just as Yin Yu was about to frown and reprimand him, she beheld him perform a sleight of hand, his long, fair hand emerging from his snow-white sleeves, producing a black flower bud, which he pinched delicately between his fingers, contrasting beautifully against his alabaster skin. The original black veil was no longer a veil. Even Ji Yu was momentarily taken aback upon realizing that what he held was a black flower bud. Not the veil itself that he had not expected as he began to speak. He abruptly changed his words. Master, so this is your elusive spirit artifact. To dispel it, one must remove the veil. The veil was the essence of the elusive spirit artifact. Thus, removing it meant that the artifact would detach from Yin Yu herself, and naturally, her disguise would be dismantled as well. The Ji Yu initially intended to personally place the veil back upon her. How did you know it was called elusive? Yin Yu's eyes brightened. Upon hearing her little disciple's words, her expression reflected her surprise to Ji Yu, whose hand had been poised to brush aside her hair and gently place the veil back on her, found himself reluctantly returning the black flower bud to her palm. Yin Yu quickly grasped it, channeling her spiritual energy, and the elusive disguise swiftly re-emerged. She transformed back into Wu. Ji Yu watched intently, his gaze unwavering. Just then a voice thundered from behind. Release your at once. Ji Yu, you despicable wretch. Long Ao Tian's voice boomed to Ji Yu. regaining his composure, felt a surge of hostility flicker in his eyes before he quickly suppressed it. He turned around, his long sword, which he had sheathed moments ago, summoned anew, aimed at Long Ao Tian, who was attempting to ambush him. Two attacks collided midair, each dissipating with a loud explosion, with Yin Yu's self-sacrifice. Her essence subdued the demonic energy within her little disciple, and at that moment, Ji Yu had returned to his usual harmless demeanor. Thus, Long Ao Tian's strength surpassed his at this juncture. Yin Yu called out. Naturally, she could not stand idly by. In a swift movement, she teleported in front of her disciple, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy that completely countered Long Ao Tian's assault upon catching sight of her. Long Ao Tian's eyes were clearly alight with delight. Yin Yu's countenance, however, remained frigid, and she exuded palpable impatience. Once more, Ji Yu found himself obstructed behind her, casting a glance in her direction. Yin Yu was oblivious to the underlying tension. She merely felt the hands that had just released her now encircling her waist once again, tightening their grip incrementally. She heard her little disciple's gentle voice whispering in her ear, softly inquiring if she too found him bothersome. Wishing she could distance herself from him, Yin Yu raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback, but did not retort. Indeed, she was quite vexed by the persistent presence of the male lead. That I have a method that can make him entirely relinquish his infatuation and cease his pursuit of you. Her little disciple added after a brief pause. Curiosity sparked in Yin Yu's eyes, prompting her to ask, what kind of method? However, as her disciple spoke, his voice dwindled to an almost inaudible whisper. The sound, once close to her ear, seemed to recede further away, rendering his words unclear, leaving her uncertain of what he had said thereafter. What did you just say? Yin Yu turned her head, ready to inquire, only to find her little disciple's face magnified in her view, so close that she could distinctly see her own reflection in his eyes, her own amazement mirrored back at her, their noses nearly touching. A bit closer, Yin Yu began to speak, her lips almost brushing against his, as if teasingly. It was far too intimate. She abruptly halted her words. Her little disciple gazed at her quietly, a fleeting smile shimmering in his eyes. Before Yin Yu could fully comprehend the moment, Long Ao Tian stood frozen in shock. Opposite him, Ji Yu donned a white disciple's robe, his tall and graceful figure slightly turned as he bowed his head. Cradling in his arms the enchanting Yuer, the very maiden Long Ao Tian had longed to see. Such a striking beauty. He had not encountered someone so exquisite in quite some time that he hadn't even had the chance to touch her hand. Yet the white-robed youth leaned in to kiss her through the thin black veil, his eyes gently closed. Chapter 44. You are of the demon clan. Yin Yu blinked, momentarily stunned. Could it be that the demonic energy within Long Ao Tian was once again overwhelming him? Was the male lead truly this insufferable? Hadn't she just been contemplating a way to decisively rid herself of him? Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts when suddenly a gentle hand covered her vision. Master, close your eyes. She heard the familiar voice once more. Yin Yu's lashes fluttered, her ears inexplicably warming, her heartstrings quivering in response. In that instant, all her previous ponderings faded into oblivion, leaving her in darkness. Her senses sharpening. The faint scent of herbs wafted through the air, emanating from her little disciple, as if he had absorbed it during their prolonged herbal baths. This delicate fragrance now enveloped her, saturating her breath with his essence. Though unseen, he seemed to occupy her thoughts entirely. Ji Yu interjected. Let her go, quickly. Long Ao Tian bellowed, drawing his sword and charging at Ji Yu without hesitation, fury igniting in his eyes. What had begun as mere irritation had escalated into genuine provocation. It was not merely Yin Yu's defense of Ji Yu that incited Long Ao Tian's wrath, but also the image of Ji Yu embracing her and kissing her. The scene was far too idyllic. It seemed as though they were destined to be together, perfectly harmonious. A pure display of love, devoid of any ulterior motives. Long Ao Tian, who had bedded countless women, viewed affection as little more than a desire for possession and conquest, a habit ingrained within him. But what, truly, does it mean to love? In this world, how many men genuinely care? How many comprehend it? Long Ao Tian was one such individual, as were many others. Yet Ji Yu was different. He was, in essence, the antithesis of the male lead, possessing traits that starkly contrasted with Long Ao Tian's, that Ji Yu remained ever vigilant against Long Ao Tian. And as the latter charged, he tightened his grip around Yin Yu's waist, retreating swiftly to evade the attack, but he continued to shield Yin Yu closely, ensuring that Long Ao Tian would not catch even a glimpse of her face. "She is mine," Ji Yu declared, asserting his claim before Long Ao Tian. "From now on, keep your distance from her. You deceive the maiden." Long Ao Tian retorted in anger. "Ji Yu, you are nothing but a demon. What do you know of cherishing a delicate flower?" As he spoke, he attempted to persuade Yin Yu, "Do not trust him, that he will surely bring you harm." "Impossible," she firmly countered. Regardless of the circumstances, she had never doubted her little disciple. She even contemplated stepping forward to argue against the male lead. Yet, it was in that moment she grasped her little disciple's intentions. If she had someone by her side, the male lead would likely relent. Indeed, what a brilliant plan. Why hadn't I thought of it before? Suddenly, she realized that if she wished to extricate herself from her engagement, this tactic could very well serve her purpose: finding a suitable companion. Yin Yu's eyes sparkled with mischief as her mind raced with calculations. Unfortunately, she couldn't even peek outside as her little disciple's sleeve obstructed her view entirely. It was evident that Ji Yu had no intention of allowing Long Ao Tian any advantage. Long Ao Tian persisted, attempting to intervene, but Ji Yu swiftly descended with Yin Yu, where they found Chu Yingli awaiting them. Upon seeing Ji Yu approach, the young girl instinctively took a cautious step back. "You are of the demon clan." Chu Yingli stated that he is not. Yin Yu interjected. Without waiting for Ji Yu to affirm, she winked at him, hastily warning him that it was imperative that no one could uncover her little disciple's true identity. "I am not," Ji Yu complied, adopting an innocently obedient demeanor. Yin Yu sighed in relief. She then addressed Chu Yingli. "He bears not a trace of demonic energy, and he practices the path of immortality. If he were truly of the demon clan, how could he engage in cultivation?" It was common knowledge that the demon clan detested confinement and found the pretentiousness of the immortal path repugnant. The demon clan was known for their ruthlessness, accustomed to living freely. Chu Yingli remained silent, her gaze still wary of Ji Yu, especially considering his prior actions, and she was acutely aware of her and Meng Jiangshue's vulnerabilities that he held in his grasp. "Above all, do not harm my sister," she finally asserted. "That I will not," Ji Yu replied. The three of them prepared to leave, aware that the trial within the secret realm had a time constraint. At least half a month was required to exit, and at most they would be invited to leave after a month. Since Ji Yu's entrance, only 3 days had elapsed, leaving a minimum of 12 days remaining. Yin Yu plotted to return with Chu Yingli to her territory and wait until the time was right. Meanwhile, Long Ao Tian was being entangled by his little junior sister, who had been keeping a watchful eye on him. "That you wait for me," Long Ao Tian called out, determined to follow them. That Ji Yu rejected him, stating, "We are not of the same path." Long Ao Tian ignored him, forcefully trailing behind, prompting Ji Yu to grip Yin Yu's hand tightly, as if fearing she might be taken from him. The group made their way toward Chu Yingli's domain. Upon reaching the entrance of a dense forest, they spotted two factions clashing, where two figures were surrounded by a dozen assailants. Yin Yu recognized them instantly. They were her beloved disciples, Wen Zhao and Feng Xiaofeng, both clad in white disciple robes. Chapter 45. The Snow Demon Beast Awakens Little Junior Brother. Little Junior Brother. It was Yin Yu's eldest disciple, Wen Zhao, and her second disciple, Feng Xiaofeng. All three of Yin Yu's disciples had entered this secret trial. However, upon entering, Wen Zhao and Feng Xiaofeng had become separated from Ji Yu, and now, upon spotting him, they cried out in unison, "Run! Don't come this way. It's dangerous." Yin Yu sighed, exasperated at her two Na'vi disciples. The assailants surrounding Wen Zhao and Feng Xiaofeng were not about to let Ji Yu escape without a fight. "Catch him! It seems you are all in cahoots," one of the attackers shouted. Directing their attention toward Ji Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Upon being observed by Yin Yu, he quickly donned a compliant facade, expressing concern. "Where should we rescue them?" Yin Yu was momentarily taken aback by his address. This title previously, he had called her that out of confusion. But no, her little disciple seemed to have known all along and had merely used it to throw others off the scent. Yin Yu pondered, quickly reconciling her thoughts. Naturally, she responded to her little disciple, "Your elder brother and second brother are in danger. We must go. How dare these people disregard the reputation of Xianyun's sect and her position as deputy master? Ji Yu, you go first and assess the situation. Yin Yu decided to take this opportunity to test her apprentice's strength. You need not exert yourself too much. Should you find it overwhelming, I shall assist you. At that moment, Chu Yingli, caught off guard, felt a twinge of regret. Ever since she had followed Ji Yu and Yin Yu, misfortune seemed to have dogged her steps. Most troubling was Ji Yu's audacity to slay even dragons. He could not be a benign figure. With Meng Jiangxue on her back, Chu Yingli was overwhelmed by a desire to flee. Yet, both she and her sister's vulnerabilities lay in Ji Yu's hands that if she wished to escape, it would depend on whether he would return what was rightfully hers. The thought brought a frown to her face. Ahead, Ji Yu had already engaged in battle. Long Out Yin, who had accompanied him, was eager to join the fray as disciples of Yuer. I cannot stand idly by. He attempted to push aside his little junior sister. Stay here and wait for me. And oh way. Senior brother, there are at least a dozen of them. Her alarm was palpable as her gaze fell upon the group. After a hasty glance, she pleaded, moreover, those individuals are of unknown origin. Their black flame-patterned robes suggest affiliations I have never encountered among any major sects. Who knows where they emerged from? If they are demonic cultivators or belong to some sinister faction. Then Ji Yu's own identity is questionable. If he were a demon, how could he tolerate being accompanied by his senior disciples under the auspices of the Xianyan sect's vice-master? How can you be sure this isn't part of a grand conspiracy? Her lengthy arguments and vice-like grip on Long Out Yin's arm were not without hostility, and her gaze inadvertently locked onto Yin Yu's. What do you intend to do? She stammered, her complexion paling as she recoiled in the opposite direction. Yin Yu had little desire to engage with such trivialities, but the little junior sister's obstruction of the male protagonist's path was fortuitous. Yet, she felt compelled to tarnish her apprentice's reputation, that Yuer is such a well-behaved child. He is not like that at all, that he shares a strong bond with his two senior brothers, and our sect has always been harmonious, Yin Yu stated coldly. Upon hearing this, the little junior sister leaned closer to Long Out Yin, seemingly anxious, while jealousy and anger simmered within her. The way Long Out Yin had looked at Yin Yu earlier was not lost on her, as fate would have it. He too now sought to persuade Yin Yu. Miss Yuer, he is a demon. How can you trust a demon? He is not, he absolutely is. The little junior sister interjected vehemently, hurling accusations. Someone like him, a villain beyond redemption, speaks not a word of goodness. He even tried to kill my senior brother. He deserves to perish. With a swift motion, Yin Yu raised her hand, decisively grasping the little junior sister's face and forcing her to kneel with a resounding thud. Ah! The little junior sister cried out in pain, her kneeling position fortuitously aligned with Ji Yu's path as he charged forward. What are you doing, Miss Yuer? Long Out Yin exclaimed in shock. Yin Yu, without a moment's hesitation, kicked the male protagonist away. Indifferent to the astonishment of his figure soaring through the air, she pressed the little junior sister's head down towards the ground. Apologize. Admit your mistake, Yin Yu commanded sternly. The little junior sister was momentarily dumbfounded, her fear manifesting in tears as she cried out, You are also a demon, demon. Not only is Ji Yu a demon, but this which before me is as well. No wonder she is clad in black. Even her veil is dark. Her obstinacy was so profound that Yin Yu's gaze upon her was imbued with a chilling intensity, sending shivers down the little junior sister's spine. Long Out Yin, having been thrown aside, returned. Miss Yuer, what are you doing? Release her. Yin Yu turned her wrath upon the male protagonist, striking him without hesitation, attempting to force him to kneel like the little junior sister. No, please don't hurt my senior brother, the little junior sister screamed. Long Out Yin brandished a divine artifact, as if facing a life-or-death scenario, the source of which remained a mystery, that a sword radiating white light was effortlessly crushed by Yin Yu's bare hands. Boom! The stunned sibling stood frozen to MY artifact. My Miss Yuer, who exactly are you? Long Out Yin was left speechless. The little junior sister, terrified, stammered, Senior brother, your artifact has been destroyed. Indeed, Long Out Yin muttered, only to spit out a mouthful of blood. The destruction of the artifact, to which he was bound by contract, inflicted a backlash upon him. Senior brother, what ails you? Chu Yingli, who had been quietly tending to her sister, could no longer contain her disdainful gaze towards the bickering siblings. How toxic! Can't you see they disdain you? Would you kindly remove yourselves? As if in perfect harmony with her thoughts, Yin Yu declared, if you do not leave, I shall personally ensure you do. You wretched scoundrel. Long Out Yin, in a fit of rage, coughed up more blood, leaving a conspicuous pool on the ground. Unnoticed by anyone, that pool began to vanish as if absorbed by some unseen force beneath the earth. The ground trembled ominously. In the next instant, amidst the little junior sister's frantic cries, Yin prepared to assist her little apprentice, who was clearly on the verge of collapse. Just as she turned, a deep rift opened in the ground where Long Out Yin and the little junior sister stood. Boom. Not good. It's a snow demon beast. The creature had been slumbering within another layer of the barrier. Why had it emerged here? Chu Yingli's voice was filled with shock. Simultaneously, Meng Jiangxue, who had merely been resting, suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 46. Is this it? Compared to the others present, including Chu Yingli, Meng Jiangxue's appearance had transcended the realm of humanity. Her form no longer resembling that of a living being. Her eyes, resembling snowflakes, and her hair, as white as snow, especially when fixed upon Long Out Yin, sent a shiver through him that it's so cold. Hadn't the temperature been comfortably warm just moments ago? Senior brother, the little junior sister cried out desperately. Long Out Yin frowned. What is it? The little junior sister, her lips pale and eyes wide with fear, pointed behind him. Why you? As he turned, he beheld a colossal form akin to a mountain, the snow demon beast. It resembled both a dragon and a serpent, its long, slick body covered in snow-like scales that shimmered in the sunlight. That it raised its head, and as it gazed at Long Out Yin, he noticed its exquisite, crystalline horns. Sister. Suddenly, Chu Yingli screamed, her voice piercing through the chaos. Yin Yu turned, her gaze rising to see Meng Jiangxue, who had been merely asleep, now hovering in the air, her snowflake-like eyes fixated fiercely on Ji Yu and the group surrounding him, those who were intent on attacking and slaughtering him, and Wen Xiaofeng. Meng Jiangxue's eyes, resembling snowflakes, slowly turned crimson, blood-red. Her icy voice echoed toward the group. So it is you. After so many years, I remember everything. You err? Sister, it's dangerous. Come down quickly. Don't let the snow demon beast notice you. Below, Chu Yingli shouted, attempting to approach Meng Jiangxue. Yet for reasons unknown, despite her previously high levels of spiritual power, she found herself unable to harness any strength in that moment. Standing still, she soon realized a protective barrier had enveloped her. As the snow demon beast passed her, Chu Yingli watched helplessly as it charged toward Meng Jiangxue. Sister. Meng Jiangxue darted like the wind, heading straight toward the fray where Yin Yu's 3 apprentices were engaged in battle. Coincidentally, Yin Yu intended to intervene as well. Thus, their objectives aligned perfectly. The group clad in black flame-patterned robes, comprising both men and women, numbered around 15 or 16, but they were currently overwhelming Yin Yu's 3 apprentices. Utilizing peculiar techniques that seemed neither spiritual nor demonic, but rather ghostly, Yin Yu furrowed her brow, contemplating, could they have emerged from the abyss? Yufan vividly recalled that this particular trial in the minor secret realm, akin to those in the past, would see the participation of the 3 major sects and the 5 minor kingdoms, and even some rogue cultivators might meddle in the trials of the immortals. Aside from the demonic beings of the demon city, the beast cultivators of the forest of all things, the ghost cultivators of the abyss of death, and the witch tribes of the Xianbing Valley. The only ones that could barely be considered allies for the cultivators in the 6 domains were the Buddhist practitioners from the Holy Domain and the spiritual cultivators from Yimingchu. Even the spirit beasts of the forest of all things either submitted to humanity or were elusive, not permitting any encounters, or they outright turned humans into their servants. In summary, the situation was dire and fraught with peril. The 16 figures cloaked in black, led by Gui Yun, were on the verge of triumph when they suddenly sensed an immense power approaching. Gui Yun raised her head, her gaze instinctively shifting aside. Ignoring the approaching Yin Yu and Meng Jiangxue, her eyes fell directly upon the snow demon beast at the rear. The snow demon beast. We have finally located the snow demon beast. Hurry, Miss Gui Yun. We have succeeded. The master has decreed that as long as we can bring the snow demon beast back, you shall not succeed. You shall die. The interruption came from Meng Jiangxue. She brandished her whip, and in an instant a transparent, glimmering crimson whip appeared in her palm, striking directly at the group of black-robed individuals. Simultaneously, the snow demon beast behind her roared fiercely, its massive jaws snapping at the group. Disciples, run. Upon witnessing this, Yin Yu could no longer afford to be leisurely. How brazen of the snow demon beast! Her dark figure swiftly descended beside Ji, one hand gripping his waist, while she reached out to summon her eldest and second disciples. Wen Zhao, Xiao Feng, you too. Halfway through her sentence, she met the puzzled gazes directed at her. May I ask who you are? Inquired the eldest disciple Wen Zhao politely. Who were you calling just now? Questioned the second disciple with a curious and teasing tone. You err. You were far too anxious just now that I one tea come to harm. Ji Yu insisted, attempting to ease the tension. Yin Yu, suddenly realizing, remembered that she was not Yin Yu, but Wu Yu. Hence, her eldest and second disciples had no knowledge of her true identity. Hurry and leave. Fearing complications, Yin Yu shot a knowing glance at her youngest disciple, and then retreated. She swiftly positioned herself between her two older disciples, grabbing the eldest with her left hand and the second with her right, propelling them away from the battlefield with two swift motions. As for the youngest disciple, Ji Yu stood still after being released, quietly observing her, not moving, watching as she pushed both the senior brother and second brother out of danger. "Adio, not approach. Just stay there." She continued to admonish the other two disciples. The 16 black-robed figures were ecstatic at the sight of the snow demon beast, charging towards it with fervor. The snow demon beast was already alarmingly close. Meanwhile, an unfamiliar Ming Jiangxue swung her long whip, striking one of the black-robed individuals as she passed. In such a chaotic and perilous scene, he could not help but smile. His smile was radiant as he called out to his master, who was also reaching out to him. "Master," he exclaimed as he was embraced. Yin Yu turned to face the impending attack from the snow demon beast. In her right palm, a dazzling golden brick began to materialize, gradually enlarging, growing infinitely roar. The snow demon beast opened its enormous mouth, snapping at a black-robed individual who was attempting to ambush Ji Yu, the sound of crunching bones echoing, accompanied by a spray of blood that splattered on Ji Yu's half of his body. He was left in shock. "Yin Yu, what is this? Is this all there is?" Just as she was about to raise the golden brick to deal with the snow palace and snow shadow as she had previously, the snow demon beast lunged forward, devouring another black-robed figure, then sliding away to attack yet another ahead, one bite after another. And there was Ming Jiangxue, who had leapt into the fray, wielding her long whip, which felled several more black-robed individuals. The snow demon beast, previously described by Chu Yingli as dangerous and bloodthirsty, now appeared to be working in tandem with Ming Jiangxue against the black-robed figures. Although there were over a dozen black-robed individuals, upon witnessing the emergence of the snow demon beast, they had initially gone wild with excitement. Now, those few remaining who had not perished were equally frantic. "Miss Gui Yun, the snow demon beast is too powerful. We cannot defeat it. If this continues, we will all perish here. Miss Gui Yun, save me." A scream pierced the air. Originally, the ranks of the black-robed individuals had dwindled to just 5, including Gui Yun. "Hold your ground." Gui Yun's expression shifted. Her face, concealed beneath a veil, revealed only her piercing, fierce eyes, instilling fear in the remaining 4, who shuddered and dared not flee. They could only charge desperately toward the snow demon beast. "Charge, capture the snow demon beast. Even if we die today, we must seize it." The 4 shouted, and almost as their words faded, Ming Jiangxue swung her long whip, her white figure soaring through the air like a gust of wind. Reaching one of them, wrapping the whip around his throat. A swift execution. The man's head drooped, lifeless, eyes forever closed on Gui Yun's side. Her focus had been on the perilous snow demon beast, but now she finally acknowledged Ming Jiangxue, who had unexpectedly emerged at the center of the battle. All of Gui Yun's summoning rituals were complete. She extended her arms, her long sleeves swirling in the air, then suddenly let out a piercing scream. A blood-red, blinding light erupted from around her. Ming Jiangxue's forward momentum halted, her expression shifting. "It is mine." But before she could finish, a mouthful of blood erupted from her lips, her already pale face growing more ashen, tinged with a bluish hue. Yin Yu was equally taken aback, raising her eyes in shock, while Ji Yu quietly grasped her hand, their fingers entwined. After their brief exchange of gestures, his lips involuntarily curled into a smile, a flicker of delight crossing his eyes. Yin Yu remained oblivious, her attention fixed on the chaotic battle before her, noticing that her eldest and second disciples had rushed back. They were certainly not there for her, but at least they had been saved by a girl. More importantly, The youngest disciple was still present. If their master discovered that they had fled in the face of danger while leaving the youngest behind, she would surely be furious enough to expel them from the sect. Amidst the explosion of crimson light, all present witnessed Yin forcibly summon a bone sword from her chest. The sword was entirely blood-red, adorned with various black runes, and as soon as it manifested, the area became suffused with an aura of malevolence. The roars and howls of countless ghostly entities erupted from the bone sword. Grotesque and terrifying, Meng Jiangxue, who held the long whip, staggered as blood poured from her, the snowflake illusions in her eyes dimming to no. It was more accurate to say that her very presence appeared increasingly ethereal. Meanwhile, the snow demon beast, once resplendent in its white form, seemed to exude drops of blood, and Yenyu inexplicably sensed its weakening. That it appeared that this bone sword was specifically crafted to counter the snow demon beast. She understood in an instant. Capture the snow demon beast. With the bone sword summoned, Gui Yun was the first to charge forward. Behind her, only 3 black-robed individuals remained alive, upon witnessing her eruption of power. Their eyes filled with fear, and a sense of impending doom transformed into exhilaration. Miss Gui Yun has summoned the ghost-slaying sword. With the ghost-slaying sword, the snow demon beast is doomed. The master had declared that the ghost-slaying sword was specifically designed to subdue the snow demon beast, to slay it. Only with the snow demon beast dead could they acquire its heart to save the matriarch. The 3 shouted excitedly, while Yenyu only grasped part of the situation. The eldest and second disciples, just returned to her side, were equally bewildered, their brows furrowing tightly. Their gazes instinctively shifted towards the snow demon beast. "No!" Meng Jiangxue suddenly cried out. Without hesitation, she launched herself toward the snow demon beast. The massive form of the snow demon beast swayed violently in midair, and Yenyu felt an inexplicable certainty that the ghost-slaying sword was, in fact, extracted from the snow demon beast itself, forged from a part of it, hence the profound suppression it exerted. Then, Gui Yun raised the ghost-slaying sword high, delivering a strike that seemed to cleave the heavens. A chilling black mist enveloped the space, trembling as if the very fabric of reality quaked, and accompanying the ghost-slaying sword were countless grotesque shadows and malicious energy. The enormous body of the snow demon beast quivered. Retreating slightly, its colossal frame, akin to a mountain, had its crystalline eyes wide open roar. Even the snow beast trembles in heart-wrenching agony, causing the very ground to shake violently. From the crown of the snow beast's head, a pair of exquisite crystalline long horns fell, drenched in blood. The onlookers could only watch in horror as it spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Its massive form grew, increasingly feeble. Gui Yun soared into the air with her sword, her eyes gleaming with determination as she seized the long horns, simultaneously delivering a decisive blow that severed the snow beast's tail. The snow beast was indeed a sight to behold, its body resembling pure snow, adorned with delicate ice-like scales. The severed tail appeared as a piece of art, and the 3 black-robed figures lunged at it with wild abandon. Miss Yun has slain the snow beast. How formidable she is. Only someone of her extraordinary talent could wield the ghost slaughter sword. If the snow beast perishes, the masteress' long-cherished wish will surely bring immense joy. The 3 black-robed figures disregarded Yen Yu and her remaining audience, rushing to claim their share of the severed tail. Meanwhile, Meng Jiangxue, who had fought alongside the snow beast and decimated many of their comrades, was left in a state of despair after Yin revealed the ghost slaughter sword and inflicted further wounds upon the creature. The snow beast, in its agony, rolled on the ground, its pained roars echoing through the air. Meng Jiangxue clutched her head, her whip falling to the earth. Blood no longer trickled only from her lips. Crimson flowed from all her orifices, her face a mask of torment that rivaled the pitiful snow beast. Her once weightless form plummeted from the skies. Sister, below, Chu Yingli let out a heart-wrenching scream. The snow beast was enormous, its once magnificent and fearsome presence now a glaring flaw in its fate. Yin wielded the bone sword, relentlessly severing 2 more sections of its body, transforming its once elongated form into something grotesque and laughable, its large eyes brimming with sorrow and fury. Meng Jiangxue screamed, her body contorting in pain. Chu Yingli, in a frenzy, began to pound on the protective barrier shielding her, utterly bewildered as to why she had reverted to the state of an ordinary person. After all, it was only that one time when her sister had nearly slain the snow beast to protect her. Why had she now become like an ordinary individual? "Sister, please be safe. Sister, you are all I have left." The young girl cried out, her face awash with tears. She found herself incapable of breaking through the protective barrier. Suddenly realizing something, Chu Yingli pivoted and knelt towards Ji Yu and Yin Yu, crying out for help, pleading for them to save her sister. "You promised me you would take my sister away from here." In pursuit of this, Chu Yingli had brought them to the most significant legacy within this secluded realm. Entrusting her and Meng Jianshui's greatest weaknesses to Ji Yu de Yuer, "I will rescue her." Just as Yin Yu was about to act, she discovered her hand firmly grasped by her little disciple. Yin Yu's eyes widened slightly. Something was amiss. Clearly Meng Jianxue could not be human. Ji Yu furrowed her brow and voiced her analysis. "This is of no consequence." Yin Yu dismissed that Ji Yu was about to persuade her further. Yin Yu effortlessly broke free, ruffled her little disciple's hair, and said, "Be good. Wait for me to return." With a swift motion, Yin Yu caught Meng Jianxue just before she hit the ground. Startled, Meng Jianxue leaned weakly against her shoulder. Upon raising her eyes to see Yin Yu, she was momentarily dazed. Yin Yu's fingers glided over her pulse, and she furrowed her brow, directly asking before Meng Jianxue could react, "You are not human. What exactly is your identity?" Chapter 48. The origin of the ghost slaughter. Sword. Meng Jianxue's pupils contracted in shock. Yet, facing imminent death, this secret could no longer be concealed. She was on the verge of confessing to Yin Yu. Meanwhile, Gui Yun had cornered the snow beast along with her three subordinates, its body marred with wounds, its head pressed to the ground as it made a final, desperate struggle, with another swing of her sword. Gui Yun aimed to pierce the snow beast's tough scales and eviscerate it. Its roar had grown feeble. Back with Yin Yu, Meng Jianxue, leaning against her, was now bleeding profusely from every orifice. Even Yin Yu could not discern the source of the blood. A bloodied hand weakly grasped her. "Save it," Meng Jianxue pleaded while spitting blood. Yin Yu merely raised an eyebrow, just as she began to speak. The figure of Meng Jianxue faded from her grasp, dissolving into nothingness, leaving only the blood staining her skirt. "Sister!" Chu Yingli cried out, collapsing to the ground in despair. No, her eyes were filled with pain and confusion. Yin Yu, sensing a shift, quickly turned her attention towards the direction of Gui Yun and the trapped snow beast. Though Gui Yun and her subordinates were nearly all dead by this point, the master's wish was about to be fulfilled. A radiant joy erupted in her eyes as she prepared to plunge the ghost slaughter's sword into the snow beast's body, aiming for its heart. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot in from the side. It struck her sword hand precisely, revealing itself to be a hefty gold brick. Bang! The brick, though seemingly small, felt heavier than a mountain as it landed on her wrist, causing Gui Yun to feel as though her bones were shattering. Following this, a shadow appeared. Yin Yu, veiled in black gauze, raised her hand, and the gold brick returned to her palm, dividing it into three with a sweeping motion. Watch out, no. The three black-robed figures holding down the snow beast were sent flying, all spitting blood. The most unfortunate among them was Gui Yun, who not only lost her bone sword to Yin Yu's strike, but was also seized by the throat. Gui Yun gasped for breath, nearly choking. Yin Yu's speed was astonishingly swift, and until that moment, she had not revealed her true strength, allowing others to underestimate her. Who is this woman suddenly appearing from nowhere? "You cough. What is your sword made of?" Yin Yu inquired, still gripping the bone sword, attempting to destroy it. She had begun to piece together the connection between Meng Jianxue and the snow beast. Whether as master and servant, bound by their very souls, sharing power, or something else entirely. Regardless, since the snow beast had not harmed Yin Yu and had even, to some extent, saved her little disciple, Yin Yu had previously promised Chu Yingli that she would take her out. Even if she could not, this person could not simply perish to know. At that moment, Gui Yun, gasping for breath, interjected, "If you destroy the sword, the snow beast will die even faster." Gui Yun's words came out in a stuttering manner. She was unaware that Yin Yu's sudden intervention was intended to save the snow beast. However, the snow beast truly could not die. If it were to perish completely, its body would turn to the hardest stone in existence. And not only would it be impossible to break through, but its heart would also lose all significance that in other words. Even if Yin Yu wanted to seize the snow beast, it must not die. The snow beast will die? Yin Yu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, upon hearing this, her intention to destroy the sword faltered. That simply wouldn't he do if the snow beast were to perish as well thus. The conversation shifted back, clarifying. What is this bone sword made of? I will not tell you. Gui Yun replied coldly. Sensing Yin Yu's impending forceful action, she hastily exclaimed, If you kill me, the ghost slaughter sword will be destroyed with me. And the snow beast will die as well. Yin Yu raised her hand, and with a resounding slap, she struck Gui Yun across the face. Do I look easily fooled? Yin Yu raised an eyebrow. Gui Yun was caught off guard by the blow. Hey yes, she stood dazed. Yin Yu persisted. Did I not hear your earlier discussion? Your so-called master values the snow beast so highly that they sought to obtain its heart and even devised this bone sword to restrain it. Yet if they understood that destroying the sword would lead to the snow beast's death, would they act so foolishly? In other words, even if Gui Yun were to perish, the bone sword could not be destroyed. Otherwise, her master would have tied the snow beast's fate to her own, and a single life is far too fragile. Gui Yun's expression shifted subtly, despite her best efforts to conceal it. Yin Yu discerned the truth. She had guessed correctly that I now offer you a choice. Reveal the origin of the bone sword, or face death. Yin Yu's words were remarkably blunt. Behind her, Ji Yu hurriedly followed, accompanied by his first and second disciples that in the far distance, after the successive slayings of the golden dragons and the destruction of divine artifacts. Long Ao Tian, bloodied and on the brink of collapse, leaned against his junior sister. Upon seeing the gold brick clutched in Yin Yu's palm, Long Ao Tian's eyes widened in sudden realization that he recalled the moment when Yin Yu discovered him frolicking with the little fox, prompting her to call off their engagement. He had deemed her reaction an overreaction, which led to a heated argument that in a fit of anger, she had pursued him relentlessly with that gold brick in hand. Wielding no spiritual power, yet managing to leave him breathless, that gold brick represented her. Long Ao Tian abruptly grasped his junior sister's hand and rose to his feet, his gaze intensely fixed on Yin Yu. She was the one. P.S. It's unfair to criticize Yu for not intervening. Viewers with a God's eye perspective should not blame her. Gui Yun was battling the snow beast. At that moment, Yu's attention was wholly focused on the snow beast and her three disciples. No one was attacking Meng Jiangxue. Her demise was both sudden and mystifying. Yu cannot be blamed. Ultimately, Meng Jiangxue did not perish, and surely one can guess the reason behind it at author's note. Chapter 49. A promise cannot be breached again. Yuer, Long Ao Tian murmured. His junior sister held him tightly, momentarily dazed. Having barely heard him, she asked, Big brother, what did you say? She was determined to help Long Ao Tian rise, wishing to reach Yin Yu. If not for his serious injuries, he would have acted sooner, but he began to cough up blood again, shocking his junior sister. Big brother, please don't move. You must wait until the healing pill takes effect. You need to recover first. Nothing will happen to them, that I have seen it. That girl, where, is extraordinarily powerful. She will be fine. Her voice trembled with emotion. After spending so long by his side, she understood his nature, particularly how gentle he could be in the presence of a beautiful girl, how he could be so deeply concerned that it would be a lie to say she felt no sorrow at all. Yet, at this moment, all she wished for was for her brother to survive. Big brother, I am truly terrified. As she was on the verge of breaking down, Long Ao Tian reluctantly ceased his struggles. His injuries were not as severe as they seemed. He could feel it himself, that it was merely the excessive loss of spiritual energy that left him feeling utterly drained, a sensation he had never experienced before. The chaos of the situation had rendered it nearly impossible for anyone to notice the blood he had shed vanishing almost instantaneously from the ground. Meanwhile, Yin Yu continued to press Gui Yun about the origins of the bone sword. I would rather die than tell you. You can forget it. Gui Yun lifted her eyes, her gaze stubborn and frenzied as she stared at Yin Yu, a smirk playing on her lips. She was already prepared to endure any form of torture, no matter how cruel. You fear not death. Yin Yu raised an eyebrow, her tone calm as she spoke. Gui Yun, caught in Yin Yu's grip, burst into frenzied laughter, her coughs intermittent, nearly choking her, yet she seemed unable to stop. But then she heard Yin Yu say, as humans, If we do not cling to this mortal realm, how can we grow, age, or fear death? No matter how much you protest, you shall not extract any information from me. If one fears not even death, it can only imply that there are matters of greater significance and fear in her heart. What are yours? Yin spoke as casually as if discussing mundane topics. Were it not for the tightening grip of her hand. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. When Ji and when Xiaofeng finally approached Yin, the first thing they noticed was the fleeting look of terror in Gue Yun's eyes. You go tend to the snow beast. And your two senior brothers. I recall your older brother has some knowledge of basic pharmacology. Have him alleviate the snow beast's injuries. It is imperative that the snow beast survives. Yin instructed, never once turning her head. With her peripheral vision, she had not overlooked her concern and protection for her disciples that you were. Ji bit his lip, pausing momentarily. Yin turned her head, and Ji caught the seriousness in her eyes. Rendering him speechless, that he insisted, but you know that Meng Jiangxue is very likely not human. According to Chu Yingli's earlier account, the snow beast was exceedingly dangerous. With me here, there will be no issues. Yin assured without a second thought. After all, she had made a promise. Perhaps she herself had once been. Indeed, the original owner had not been a virtuous person, indifferent to promises or moral integrity. But now, everything had changed. Since Yin had entered this narrative, from the day she extended her hand to her little disciple in the corner, the gaze directed at her had contained an earnestness she had never truly considered before. That gaze was reminiscent of one she had seen before, back in the 21st century to Ji. This is a promise as well as a transaction. Yin regained her focus, emphasizing to her little disciple, what you previously promised must be earnestly fulfilled in the past. Yin had not understood how to be a qualified master or how to teach her disciples. Yet, she would not repeat the same mistakes again. All right. The little disciple nodded obediently after she finished speaking. I will remember. Everything you have said, I believe you always have my best interests at heart. Ji did not delay any further. Junior brother. Who exactly is she? Feng Xiaofeng asked, intrigued, completely unrecognizing the disguised Yin when Xiao, as the elder brother, attempted to maintain his composure, but found it challenging. I see the two of you share a connection. Junior brother, senior brother, we must go save the snow beast. The snow beast has, in a way, saved me before. I appreciate your help. Ji interjected solemnly, interrupting his two senior brothers, given that he was the youngest disciple. Neither Wen Xiao nor Feng Xiaofeng could refuse his request. The three of them continued their conversation as they hurried toward the snow beast. The three individuals in black robes who had been easily dispatched by Yin earlier were nowhere to be seen after being sent flying. The snow beast had suffered grievously at Gue Yun's hands, with the bone sword severing its body and even taking its beautiful long horns. The area near its heart was brutally cut open, leaving it on the brink of death. When Xiao's eyes were filled with concern, Feng Xiaofeng brushed his hair back and, seeing Ji approach without a hint of fear, softly cautioned, Junior brother, be careful. It is, after all, the guardian beast of this little realm, and is typically hostile toward outsiders. That it will be fine. Ji shook his head as he spoke, his palm extended toward the snow beast's bleeding heart. And he gently channeled his spiritual energy, that I have spiritual mushroom water. Let us use this. When Xiao handed over a small vial, Feng Xiaofeng observed the two brothers, raising an eyebrow, and eventually produced a beautiful jade box from his pocket, opening it to reveal a delicate spiritual herb. Frosty, immortal herb. It can stop bleeding and promote healing. Administer this to the snow beast as a token of gratitude for saving you, junior brother. Ji turned to face his two newly acquainted senior brothers, who, by all accounts, were merely nominally related. In reality, they had never trained together. Due to Ji's slow progress, Yin had taught them separately. Thank you, second senior brother. Thank you, senior brother, he expressed with genuine sincerity. That moment, a delicate white hand reached out from the side, holding a pair of beautiful, crystalline horns. Return this to it. Let's see if it can still use them. Yin instructed. Ji followed the direction of her hand, looking at her troubled expression. While Gue Yun and her companions had been preoccupied with attacking the snow beast, Yin had devoted her full attention to the snow beast and her three disciples. As for Meng Jiangxue, to Yin, she was merely a stranger, known only through Chu Yingli's words. There had been no interaction with Meng Jiangxue, nor were they positioned anywhere near each other when she charged into battle. Even in the center of the battlefield, despite everyone managing to hold their ground, events had their priorities. Moreover, who could have anticipated that while Gui Yun and her companions were attacking the snow beast, the one who suffered the greatest injury would be Meng Jiangxue. And without the chance to convey the truth, she had vanished into Yin Yu's embrace. Sister, where has she gone? Stumbling and swaying, Chu Yingli was unaware of how close she had come. Just as the shadow of Meng Jiangxue dissipated, the young girl realized that the protective barrier surrounding her had vanished. The only constant was the absence of the spiritual energy that once flowed within her. She remained an ordinary person. She had just witnessed her sister's death, yet she was powerless to avenge her. Tears streamed down her face as she rushed towards the bound Guyun, who had just been restrained by Yin Yu. Raising her hand high, a chilling glint of a blade emerged from her sleeve, tightly gripped within her grasp. It was you who caused my sister's death. You deserve to die. Wait. Yin Yu intervened just in time. Had she not acted swiftly, Chu Yingli's blade would have pierced Guyun's heart. Why? Are you protecting her? Upon hearing this, Chu Yingli's eyes reflected a tumult of vulnerability, shock, and rage. But she killed my sister, just moments ago. She even attempted to harm your disciple. Coughing awkwardly, Yin Yu felt her identity laid bare. Inadvertently, she cast a furtive glance toward her disciples. Fortunately, it seemed that no one had noticed the commotion or heard the young girl's cries. Just wait a moment. Yin Yu lowered her voice, leaning closer to Chu Yingli, whispering conspiratorially, I know she deserves to die, which is why I plan to use her to feed the snow monster. That. Chu Yingli was taken aback by Yin Yu's revelation that there a problem. Yin Yu remained remarkably composed. She politely inquired about the connection between the bone sword and the snow monster, but Gui Yun refused to divulge anything. She injured the snow monster, indirectly causing your sister's demise. Therefore, using her to satiate the snow monster's hunger is quite fair. Tears welled up in Chu Yingli's eyes once more, spurred by Yin Yu's words. An overwhelming hatred surged within her. Yes, she should become a sacrifice for the snow monster. The young girl shouted, rushing forward to drag the tightly bound Guyun towards the snow monster. No, please. At this moment, Guyun truly began to feel fear, that if she were to perish within the snow monster's belly, the connection between her bone sword and the creature was something she could scarcely comprehend. The terror in her eyes surprised Yin Yu for a moment. Was this truly what instilled such dread in Gui Yun? Yin Yu was uncertain, but she seized the opportunity to press her further that if you tell me everything about the origin of the ghost-slaying sword, I will grant you a swift end. How about that? No. Gui Yun continued to struggle. You refuse. Yin Yu observed as Chu Yingli dragged Gui Yun as if she were a lifeless dog. This was intentional on Chu Yingli's part. When her sister had died, it was an excruciating pain, blood oozing from every orifice, her screams heart-wrenching. Chu Yingli had never witnessed her sister in such agony. She hadn't even had the chance to say a final goodbye. Then you might as well die. Yin Yu released her grip, stepping aside to allow Guyun to be dragged towards the snow monster. Why now? The snow monster had regained some vitality after being fed by 3 disciples. It opened its large, snow-colored eyes, initially focused on Yin Yu's trio, but soon shifted its attention to the approaching Chu Yingli. The snow monster's gaze fell upon the tear-stained face of the young girl, and it flinched, twisting its remaining half in an attempt to hide. It bore no resemblance to the fearsome creature Chu Yingli remembered. Instead, it exuded an inexplicable gentleness, as if it were being cautious. As Chu Yingli brought Guyun before it, her eyes reddened once again. You caused her suffering, and she deserves to endure a fate worse than death. She should eternally be trapped in the agony of unending death. The young girl articulated the most malicious punishment she could conceive. Yet, no matter how she expressed her wrath, her sister was still gone. This world, vast as it was, felt so confined. It was merely a sealed little secret realm, forgotten by the world, where only a few cultivators occasionally appeared. She had long been forgotten by the entirety of the continent. The memories of the Chu family, the moment she saved her sister by the water's edge, and the steadfast nod of her sister as she carried her away from their father during the fire. All of it had long since faded into oblivion. Guyun deserved to die. She deserved to be subjected to 1,000 cuts, a massive sword piercing her heart. In that instant, Chu Yingli's eyes brimmed with hatred. She had once feared the snow monster, yet now she wished for it to be even more ferocious. What surprised her? However, was that as she pushed Guiyun closer to the snow monster's mouth, the creature recoiled as if repulsed, its severely injured body retreating. Guiyun was utterly terrified, screaming in anguish, even spitting out the cloth that had been stuffed in her mouth. "No, please. I'll tell you everything you want to know, including all the secrets of the snow monster. Don't end my life this way. Grant me a swift death, I beg you," as Guiyun uttered these words. Her gaze towards Chu Yingli was filled with pitiful desperation, fragile and hopeless. But what of Meng Jiangxue, who had already passed? Did she ever have the right to choose? Did you ever give her a chance? Chu Yingli's voice rose, piercing through the air. Until now, she was the only one who saw her sister, focusing solely on Meng Jiangxue. She noticed that as the snow monster endured injuries, her sister also suffered more grievously. "Are you willing to speak?" Yin Yu interjected, her tone one of mock surprise as she regarded Guiyun. "I thought your spirit would be more resilient." Guiyun, closing her eyes, rasped, just ended swiftly that a sharp slap echoed through the air. Chu Yingli had struck her. The young girl was both furious and outraged that if not for sensing something amiss, she would have been consumed by her emotions. "Speak. What is the truth behind that bone sword?" Guiyun was nearly driven to madness by the slap. Yet, the circumstances were beyond her control, forcing her to stifle her rage and explain the origins of the bone sword. The bone sword is named Ghost Slaying. It was forged during a life-and-death battle between its master and the snow monster. Using the artifact known as the Death Abyss's Rashasha 10 hooks, it tore apart the snow monster's soul and sealed it within the bone sword. With the ghost-slaying sword in hand, it would become significantly easier for us to locate the snow monster in the future. Moreover, acquiring its heart would no longer pose a challenge. "Why?" Guiyun's eyes widened in confusion as she scanned Yin Yu, who had just voiced the question. "What do you mean?" Yin Yu pressed further. "If your master was so ruthless as to tear apart the snow monster's soul back then, surely he had the capability to extract its heart at that time. Why wait for a second chance? What was his motive? The author has something to say. Good night, moi." With the aid of the remnants of the snow beast soul, they sought out the snow beast. And as the ghostly sword was activated, the other malevolent energies and vengeful spirits sealed within the blade began to inflict harm and torment upon the snow beast, all in a concerted effort to subdue it. This was, after all, the culmination of years of struggle by the master. Yet, Yin Yu was not particularly concerned with these matters. She spoke directly, inquiring how the bone sword could be destroyed. Chu Yingli, listening nearby, curiously probed further, asking who their so-called mistress was and who their master might be. Strangely, the little girl felt an instinctive unease rising within her. The matters that Guiyun was discussing were evidently related to the snow beast. Yet why did they intertwine with her sister? She recalled the day she found her severely injured sister by the riverside, and how, after the fall of the Chu family, her sister had insisted on entering this small secret realm, leading to a confrontation with a group of people. The thought sent a shiver through her, as she almost overlooked the fact that the spiritual energy wielded by that group back then seemed peculiar, reminiscent of the unsettling aura exuded by the cloaked figures before her. No, the bone sword must not be destroyed. If it is, I will perish. Guiyun cried out in terror, struggling once more for Chu Yingli's earlier question. What relevance did it hold for her? Yin Yu realized that further inquiries could elicit something significant from her lips. She cast a glance at Chu Yingli, cautioning, "Did you not intend to kill her moments ago? Let her feed the snow beast instead. At least Guiyun possesses some cultivation. Perhaps, after being consumed, the snow beast might regain some strength." Yin Yu mused idly. Meanwhile, on the other side, after the concerted efforts of her disciples, the snow beast appeared visibly revitalized, with its bleeding having ceased. Guiyun, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "How can you do this? I told you to tell me the origins of this sword, but you've only revealed half the truth. What I truly desire is to save the snow beast. Have you cooperated with me?" She was abruptly interrupted by Yin Yu's indifferent reply. Guiyun's body weakened again as her lips trembled. Destroying the ghostly sword would mean her own demise. Given her master's regard for the mistress, how could he possibly entrust such a vital artifact to her? The ghostly sword's existence was synonymous with her own. If it were destroyed, so would she be. Thus, the only paths available to her were to perish within the jaws of the snow beast or to sacrifice herself alongside the ghostly sword. "No, I refuse to die." There must be a third option. She insisted desperately that I don't want to die. Spare me. If you assist me in obtaining the heart of the snow beast, my master is the most powerful ghost cultivator in the abyss of death. You will gain his favor, and in return for saving his beloved, he will surely be grateful. Yun hastily proclaimed, You will receive whatever you desire, even the entirety of the abyss of death. I can offer you the position of its sovereign or grant you my master's legacy, for he currently has no disciples. He is akin to a deity in the abyss. As she spoke, she scoffed, dismissing the snow beast as mere livestock. What does it matter if it is a divine beast? Ultimately, it is not human. It cannot even transform or speak. Why must you insist on saving it? Conversely, if my master learns of my demise, he will witness all that transpired before my death, and he will not spare you. A formidable presence, akin to a deity in the abyss, could effortlessly wield immense power. Should Yin choose to offend him, the consequences would be dire. Yet, if she refrained from antagonizing him, countless benefits awaited her. She could have anything she desired. Are you done speaking? Yin replied, her tone laced with impatience. Gui Yin? Her struggles faltered. Was her previous explanation unclear? Why did this woman show no reaction? Yet she failed to consider that Yin had just expressed her intent to kill her disciple. Yin lowered her voice, then raised it again, declaring, Anyone who harms my people deserves to die. Even if your master were here, I would not hesitate to strike. Initially, during the confrontation between this group and the snow beast, Yin had intended to benefit from their conflict, planning to be the opportunistic fisherman. The snow beast, oblivious to the danger, would allow Gui Yun and her companions to probe the situation. Then, once their battle concluded, she would eliminate Gui Yun and her cohort. That a perfect plan. Who could have predicted that Meng Jiangxue would become entwined with the snow beast? Yu's suspicions increasingly leaned towards the notion that Meng Jiangxue and the snow beast were one and the same. As Gui Yun attempted to escape, Chu Li held her in check, and the now powerless little girl seized the opportunity to gather her strength and strike Chu Li in a desperate bid for freedom. Shrieking, The ones who should die are you. The little girl was momentarily stunned, failing to notice when Gui Yun freed herself from her bonds and struck at Chu Li. Even at such a critical juncture, Gui Yun still contemplated murder. How naive. Yin raised a golden brick and timely struck Gui Yun on the head with a loud thud, echoing through the air. Chu Li's face paled momentarily, only to be replaced by astonishment as she watched Gui Yun sway and then crash to the ground with a resounding thump. Now rendered unconscious, Gui Yun lay eerily quiet. All right, you may continue. Do not worry. She will no longer have the capacity to harm you, Yin asserted with an air of seriousness. Chu Li blinked, feeling a complex mix of emotions swell within her as she swiftly dragged Gui Yun towards the snow beast's maw. Halfway there, she turned to Yin and asked the crucial question. What shall we do about the ghostly sword? If we cannot extract the essence of the snow beast, then my sister. I will find a way, Yin interjected, her gaze contemplative as she regarded the sword in her hand. Author's note. Chapter 52 Black Sesame Paste. The texture felt akin to an ice block. Slightly moist and sticky, rendering it quite uncomfortable for the one holding it. Not to mention the remnants of the snow beast's soul sealed within. Meanwhile, the snow beast, witnessing Chu Li once again dragging Gui Yun towards it, suggested earnestly, You should eat her. She severed your tail. Just swallow her whole to replenish yourself. The snow beast blinked its large eyes, instinctively recoiling, appearing somewhat aggrieved. Initially, everyone failed to comprehend the situation until they noted that it was willing to distance itself from Gui Yun, even bleeding profusely in the process. The Ji remarked, It likely does not wish to consume humans. It is not in its nature. Why not? Chu Li asked without hesitation. Given its current state, if she were human, her legs would likely be severed. That is far too cruel. Can it really endure this? The snow beast, in response, turned its head away, curling up in an attempt to shield itself. Alas, it could not speak. Otherwise, it might have wished to voice its grievances. Yin lost in thought for a moment, approached with the sword in hand. Observing the scenario, she inquired, It refuses to eat. Indeed, Chu Li replied, puzzled that I never expected it to be so gentle. Especially after being treated so cruelly. It is utterly different from the snow beast I recall. Years ago, Chu Li had stealthily followed her sister into the secret realm, witnessing her sister conflict with another individual, ultimately killing a formidable-looking woman, only to be pursued by a group dressed similarly to that woman. Soon after, everyone was caught in a fierce blizzard, awakening the snow beast, which unleashed a massacre. Her sister had nearly perished at its claws. Such a pivotal memory was indelibly etched in Chu Yingli's mind. She distinctly recalled the snow beast, not only slaughtering many, but also attempting to devour her sister. Yin Yu appeared torn, struggling to articulate her thoughts. How could she explain this? At this juncture, she had surmised that Meng Jiangxue and the snow beast were not merely linked by contract, but were, in fact, one and the same entity. Inseparable. Not merely a master-servant bond, but a shared power. Some individuals would willingly become subservient to beast kind, forsaking their souls for increased strength. Clearly, this reality was beyond Chu Yingli's current comprehension, though she sensed something amiss. She had yet to grasp the full implications that the group found themselves at an impasse. Ji Yu unsheathed his sword. With a swift and decisive motion, he plunged it into the unconscious Gui Yun. Blood splattering forth, not affording her the chance to awaken, she slipped into eternal slumber, leaving the onlookers, especially Chu Yingli, in shock. "What have you done?" Chu Yingli nearly screamed in protest at Ji Yu, without glancing back, drove his sword into the heart of another, calmly stating, "Didn't you all say you wanted her dead? Since the snow beast refuses to consume humans, we must resort to other means to eliminate her. Most importantly, this is the Master's command. Eliminate Guyun." The young apprentice has always adhered to the principle that whatever the master has uttered is akin to a sacred decree. Chu Yingli. She felt bewildered, momentarily speechless. Even the sadness within her heart seemed to diminish as she gazed at Ji Yu. She silently mused that indeed, the demon clan lives up to its reputation. Their methods are straightforward, blunt, and ruthless. Yet, curiously, in this moment, she found herself unable to harbor even a trace of wariness, fear, or rejection towards Ji Yu. Instead, she felt surprisingly comfortable. Meanwhile, her two senior brothers, Wen Chao and Fang Xiaofeng, looked on at Ji Yu with astonished expressions. Little junior brother Yu. However, when facing these two seniors, Ji Yu's demeanor was noticeably gentler and more humble. Eldest brother, second brother, I had just intended to kill you. Moreover, the snow demon beast had previously saved me. Such a person I absolutely cannot allow to continue living. Her existence poses a danger to you both. Ji Yu spoke earnestly. When Chao's furrowed brow relaxed, he was quite moved. Little junior brother, you really do not need to be so concerned for your seniors. That it is we who should be protecting you. Fang Xiaofeng also felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head. Thank you, little junior brother. Hearing this, Chu Yingli was similarly touched, as if she finally recalled that Gui Yun and her group had previously attacked GUS seniors. Thus, from the very beginning, Gui Yun's gang not only bore a grudge against the snow demon beast for harming her sister, but also against GUS seniors. That it appears that although GU belongs to the demon clan, she is unlike the others. She is a good demon. Not consorting with the wicked, she even wishes to protect the cultivators, devoted to her cultivation with a sincere heart. I am sorry. I should not have doubted you earlier. In this moment, Chu Yingli sincerely apologized to Ji. She had misunderstood and should not have been on guard from the start, fearing that Ji would harm her and her sister. As she contemplated this, she recalled the two treasures she had entrusted to Ji, which represented the fatal weaknesses of her and her sister. Those two critical weaknesses were the jade pendant that housed Chu Yingli's soul. Destroying the pendant would result in her immediate soul dispersing, lost forever, and a fragment of Meng Jiangxu's lingering soul, which she had separated and preserved within her consciousness. The lingering soul. She had a fragment of her sister's soul in her possession. Her sister is still here. The lingering soul. Overcome with excitement, Chu Yingli exclaimed. Her gaze fixated on Ji. It's my sister's lingering soul. I had temporarily placed it with you after extracting it from my consciousness. She can be saved. She truly can be saved. Her joy was so overwhelming that she could not help but shed tears of happiness. Upon hearing this, Yinyu's eyes also brightened. She immediately instructed her little apprentice. Quickly retrieve that lingering soul and take it to the snow demon beast. The snow demon beast? Why seek the snow demon beast? Chu Yingli was taken aback. Yinyu held the ghost saber, turned to glance at her, and inquired, Don't you wish to save your sister? Of course. I want to save her, Chu Yingli admitted. Meeting Yin Yu's determined gaze, she affirmed, I promised you this. I will save your sister. As for the rest, all your doubts and confusions will be answered once your sister awakens. Chu Yingli not only misunderstood the snow demon beast, but she also seemed to lack any understanding of it. Its power actually stemmed from the existence of Meng Jiangxue, that in the past, to save Meng Jiangxue. Upon seeing her about to be devoured by the snow demon beast, she had leapt forward to block all attacks. Unleashing immense power in such a dire situation, binding her soul as a contract, it was with this small secret realm, this particular space, and not with the snow demon beast itself. Hence, she had been forever bound to this small secret realm. Unable to leave, surviving in such a peculiar state that in a sense, from the very beginning, she had regarded the snow demon beast with suspicion, placing it in the adversarial camp. Therefore, she likely never considered that the snow demon beast was. In fact, Meng Jiangxue herself, upon hearing Yin Yu's words, Jiyu immediately extracted the faint soul fragment that resembled Meng Jiangxue, who appeared to be in a human form, her eyes gently closed, looking as if she could disperse at any moment. At that very instant, as Jiyu drew out the soul fragment, the snow demon beast, which had been lurking nearby, suddenly opened its large eyes and moved its injured body closer. What is it doing? Chu Yingli instinctively tensed up. The snow demon beast paused its movement and turned to look at her. Yin Yu then spoke. Chu Yingli, do you truly believe it would harm your sister, since this little girl had already sensed something amiss? Chu Yingli fell silent again, unable to dismiss the wariness deep in her heart. After all, her sister had nearly perished at the claws of the snow demon beast, nearly devoured by that will not harm your sister. Yin Yu reassured her. She nodded at Jiyu, as Meng Jiangxue's fragment remained quietly suspended in midair. Yet, at the moment the snow demon beast approached, it unexpectedly flew towards the snow demon beast. Transforming into a cluster of light and dissipating at the center of the snow demon beast's brow. Brilliant white light surged forth. P.S. A few words aside, regarding some adorable readers' doubts and comments about the female lead or characters in the text. My intention in replying and explaining is to facilitate communication and understand your preferences, that if your impressions after reading diverge from my intentions, I will provide explanations, and based on your responses, if you still dislike it. I will avoid writing similar plots in the future, simply to steer clear of pitfalls. Such feedback is crucial to me. As for the plot involving Yaya, it cannot be altered at this stage, as the setup and subsequent developments constitute a lengthy narrative, which I am unable to improve upon. Author S. Note. Chapter 53. The Body and Its Avatar. Sister. Chu Yingli gasped in shock at this sight. Why did my sister's soul fly into the snow demon beast, sister? In that moment, her eyes widened, as if she had finally grasped the truth. Could it be that the situation is not as she had previously surmised, that there was no connection between her sister and the snow demon beast, but rather that the snow demon beast itself is her sister's incarnation? But how could that be? She distinctly remembered that her sister had nearly perished at the hands of the snow demon beast, which had sought to swallow her. The snow demon beast had also caused many deaths. Had she not acted swiftly, her sister would not have survived. This is impossible. It is absolutely impossible. Chu Yingli could not comprehend. It simply made no sense. However, following the absorption of that soul fragment, when the snow demon beast opened its eyes once more, its gaze towards everyone was evidently different. When looking at Yin Yu and Jiyu, there was an expression of gratitude. Thank you. It surprisingly spoke with human words. Moreover, this voice startled Chu Yingli, causing her heart to leap with uncontainable joy. Sister? She could hardly believe it. The snow demon beast tilted its head, and at that moment, its large eyes met hers. Although it was not human, Chu Yingli perceived tenderness within its gaze. The little girl instantly raised her face, struggling to hold back the tears at the corners of her eyes. The snow demon beast addressed her. I recognize you. I remember. You are Xiaoli. The little girl immediately burst into tears, unable to contain herself any longer. She rushed forward, tightly embracing the snow demon beast, her voice quaking. I don't understand. Why are you the snow demon beast? I was able to extract a part of the human soul from your essence. You possess the 3 souls and 7 spirits of a human. You nearly got devoured by the snow demon beast. The snow demon beast, confronted with her questions, appeared momentarily bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend, perhaps due to the part belonging to Meng Jiangxue, not yet having awakened. In truth, Meng Jiangxue had dissipated in Yin Yu's embrace. Returning to the body of the snow demon beast that in the past, individuals from the abyss sought to obtain the snow demon beast's reverse scales and blood. Launching a surprise attack during its tribulation, at that moment, it was not only at a critical point during its lightning tribulation, but also facing its inner demons. Jiang Ling's intervention occurred at this juncture. It sustained severe injuries, and just as it was about to eliminate the assailant, it was struck by the artifact from the abyss, the Rakshasa 10 hooks, which not only tore away a fragment of its soul, but also allowed Jiang Ling to escape. At that time, it was gravely wounded, and its true form was nearly reduced to a state of near death under the subsequent lightning tribulation. Tio reclaimed the fragment of its soul that had been taken. And for the sake of vengeance, the snow demon beast divided itself into two. The body and its avatar, that was in the midst of transforming during its tribulation, and although Jiang Ling's interruption delayed it, it ultimately succeeded. Thus, the separated avatar became Meng Jiangxue, a true human, a genuine human, capable of deceiving even the gaze of powerful cultivators. Its true body, heavily injured, subsequently fell into a deep slumber to recuperate. While the avatar, Meng Jiangxue, upon leaving the small secret realm, headed first to the abyss. She sought revenge and aimed to reclaim her lost soul fragment. Unfortunately, being merely a separated avatar, coupled with the severe injuries sustained by the true body, and with the abyss guarded by the artifact Rakshasa 10 hooks, Meng Jiangxue was unable to unleash even 1/10 of the true power of the snow demon beast. She narrowly escaped death in the abyss of despair. By a stroke of fortune, she leaped off a cliff and, carried by the currents, found herself drifting to the riverbank, where she was rescued by Chu Yingli. Subsequently, calamity befell the Chu family before his demise. Lord Chu entrusted Chu Yingli to her care, a promise she wholeheartedly embraced, treating her as kin while secretly investigating the origins of the group from the abyss, delving deeper with each inquiry. Ultimately, she stumbled upon their plan to enter a hidden realm that on that fateful occasion, Meng Jiangxue encountered Jiang Ling's wife, Tian Na, who was, in fact, the rightful owner in need of the blood and reverse scale of the snow demon beast. At that time, Jiang Ling had yet to successfully forge his ghost slaughter sword, and Tian Na had surreptitiously ventured into the hidden realm to hunt the snow demon beast, seizing the opportunity. Meng Jiangxue engaged in battle with the group and even managed to slay Tian Na. However, to her astonishment, the remaining members were in possession of the divine artifact, the 10 hooks of Rakshasa. Consequently, Meng Jiangxue became the target of a relentless pursuit, evading the attacks of the 10 hooks of Rakshasa with considerable difficulty. In her desperation, she resolved to inflict mutual harm, sacrificing a significant portion of her own cultivation to awaken the slumbering snow demon beast. The only unforeseen element was Chu Yingli, who had secretly followed her in, mistaking the frenzied snow demon beast as a threat not only to the group, but also to Meng Jiangxue. The young girl fought valiantly, binding her soul in a contract with the hidden realm, believing she was saving Meng Jiangxue. That moment, the snow demon beast began to clarify, stating that Meng Jiangxue was its avatar and that it would not harm her. They were one and the same. The initial reason for the snow demon beast's intention to devour Meng Jiangxue was that, in her desperate attempt to awaken its true form, she was on the brink of death. The snow demon beast continued, "If I do not consume her, she will perish, dissipating before me and returning to my essence, plunging into slumber, and my injuries would only worsen, leading us both into a deeper slumber. Should those from the abyss seize the opportunity to act against it? So, you mean to say my sister is currently in your body, in a state of slumber?" Chu Yingli asked, realization dawning upon her, her eyes brimming with excitement. Yin Yu interjected, unable to contain herself, "Did you not previously assert that your sister is human? If she is indeed human, how could she vanish so completely before me, leaving not even a corpse behind? This hardly seems characteristic of a human." Jiyu pursed his lips, nodding in agreement. "I have maintained all along that her appearance could not possibly be that of a human." It seemed that only Chu Yingli remained steadfast in her belief that her sister was still human, asserting that her peculiar appearance was merely a consequence of having had a fragment of her soul severed, resulting in a loss of memory. What must be done for her to fully recover? Chu Yingli's eyes were filled with urgency as she spoke, hesitating mid-sentence. What must be done for her to be restored? Despite her sister's concealment of her true identity, she would always remain Chu Yingli's sister, her family. Chu Yingli felt a swell of joy that moment. A bone sword was presented, entirely blood-red, inscribed with various black runes. It was Yin Yu. Since the snow demon beast can communicate, we may as well inquire. This remnant soul is yours, sealed within this bone sword. Do you know how to extract it? Chapter 54. These two have a connection. Yin Yu could destroy the sword if necessary, but how to extract the remnant soul? She had studied the sword for quite some time, and the runes etched upon it appeared exceedingly peculiar, emanating a venomous and deathly aura. How do we break this? Yin Yu, who had never successfully unraveled a proper formation, thought to herself that in her past, she had relied solely on brute force to navigate through challenges, leaving no formation standing against her violent onslaught. That I know how, the snow demon beast replied. Yin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, as it matched her expectations perfectly. Previously, her hope had rested upon the snow demon beast, but its inability to speak had left her in distress. She handed over the ghost slaughter sword. After all, the remnant soul sealed within the bone sword belonged to the snow demon beast itself. Who better to comprehend the intricacies than the beast itself? It opened its mouth and swiftly bit down on the ghost slaughter sword. Then, amidst the gazes of the onlookers, whether puzzled, astonished, or dazed, it let out a howl and, in a matter of moments, swallowed the sword hold. As a result, its once pure white body was swiftly tainted with a faint black hue, and pain filled its large eyes, indicating the sword's detrimental impact on it. The crowd gasped. Did it just swallow the sword? Is that truly all right? Chu Yingli couldn't help but voice her astonishment. Wen Chao was equally stunned. Wasn't this ghost slaughter sword said to be used to suppress it? The method to break the seal was remarkably straightforward. Simply swallow the sword and merge it with its remnant soul. Feng Xiaofeng marveled at the simplicity of the approach. Only Ji Yu remained silent, casting a glance towards Long Outyin and his junior sister in the distance. For reasons unknown, Long Outyin was coughing up blood and had lost consciousness, while his junior sister held him, her expression remarkably calm, even seemingly pleased that he was now quietly resting in her embrace. These two had recognized the demonic aura surrounding him and understood his true identity. Ji Yu's gaze hardened momentarily, a flicker of intense murderous intent flashing in his eyes before he quickly averted his gaze. Feigning nonchalance, the snow demon beast proceeded to swallow the sword with remarkable efficiency. Yet its demeanor betrayed its turmoil, its once pure white form alternating between shades of black and red, as if it were a chameleon. The onlookers waited patiently, their patience waning. The incense stick's worth of time passed. Half an hour elapsed. Another half hour slipped away. The young girl, Chu Yingli, was the first to crack, her eyes filled with concern as she anxiously murmured, "How much longer must it endure like this?" Yin Yu turned around, surveying her surroundings out of sheer boredom. "Perhaps that ghost slaughter sword is difficult to digest," she remarked casually. Her little disciple stood quietly by her side, offering silent companionship. Her elder disciple, Wen Chao, and her second disciple, Feng Xiaofeng, formed their own little faction. Unfamiliar with Yin Yu's disguise, they exchanged curious and inquisitive glances, scrutinizing Ji Yu and Yin Yu, pondering their relationship. What exactly is the connection between the junior disciple and this woman? It certainly seems like there is something more there. Feng Xiaofeng leaned closer to Wen Chao, whispering as gossip, "I never expected the seemingly demure junior disciple to have such fiery taste." Choosing someone like her. Yin Yu's attire, a black gauzy ensemble adorned with golden floral embroidery, particularly accentuated her figure as she moved, revealing a glimpse of her delicate, fair leg, exuding an alluring charm. In the realm of cultivation, one is endowed with keen senses. Thus, at such proximity, Feng Xiaofeng, while gossiping, discreetly activated a sound barrier to prevent Yin Yu from overhearing, lest it lead to an awkward situation. Given the interminable wait, Ji Yu discerned that Yin Yu appeared somewhat preoccupied. He thoughtfully produced a snack and offered it to her. "Where shall we sit and wait?" he suggested, laying out a piece of clothing on the ground. Previously, unaware of Yin Yu's true identity, all the provisions he had prepared, whether clothing or snacks, had been intended for himself. Now, knowing this, Ji Yu felt a twinge of regret. Had he known earlier, Is that osmanthus cake? Yin Yu's eyes lit up upon seeing the pastry. Then she recalled. This should be your provisions, right? I brought plenty, Ji Yu affirmed with a nod that of course. Rest assured that I in truth. All the pastries he possessed were right there. From the outset of their venture, his intention had been to seize other supplies for his own use. Seeking to expedite his cultivation, Yin Yu joyfully accepted the pastry and took a bite. She maintained an unwavering enthusiasm for food, often consuming everything without leaving a trace. Consequently, while she possessed numerous treasures, sustenance was notably absent. Delighted by the treat, she still refrained from removing the black veil covering her face, merely lifting a corner to take bites, her cheeks puffed up. Before long, Ji Yu's entire supply of pastries had been devoured by her. He then met her gaze, which held a hint of expectation, as if to say, this pastry is truly exquisite. Ji Yu fell silent for a moment, contemplating his empty food pouch, that we still do not know how long we will remain here. We ought to conserve our provisions. Thus, he gently suggested, his thoughts already brewing with plans for the future. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu's gaze inevitably grew somewhat nostalgic, lingering on the past. Yet, the words of her young disciple were indeed quite reasonable, prompting her to redirect her attention back to the snow demon beast. The creature was still engaged in a fierce tug-of-war with the ghost slaughter sword, its expression one of evident agony. At that moment, Chu Yingli exclaimed in delight, pointing towards its tail. It has grown. I can see it. It's longer than before. The snow demon beast, previously severed by Gui Yun, had been left with a very short body. But now it seemed to have unconsciously lengthened a bit. Moreover, two tender little horns had sprouted anew from its smooth, bald head. The pair that had been broken off by Gui Yun had been recovered by Yin Yu. Yet the long horns that had fallen away could never be reattached. Thus, the current pair of long horns remained in Ji Yu's possession. Having regained this much, it could be said that the snow demon beast had achieved a semblance of clarity, allowing it to communicate with Yin Yu and the others normally. This ghost slaughter sword poses a tremendous constraint on me that I need to enter a deep slumber to gradually digest its power. Sleep? For how long? Chu Yingli inquired, her worry intensifying. The snow demon beast looked at her and called out, Shaoli, I remember everything now. Previously, it had been in a state of half-slumber due to the influence of Meng Jiangshue's consciousness. The snow demon beast recognized Chu Yingli and recalled many memories, albeit in a fragmented and chaotic manner. In other words, its mind had been a tumultuous mess, although it possessed all its memories. They were disorganized. However, with the return of the last remnants of its soul to its body, its consciousness had fully restored. Not only that, but it also recalled the reason for its sudden awakening. The snow demon beast's gaze drifted toward the distant figure of Long At that moment. Long Outyin had already succumbed to slumber, blood trickling from his palm, while the young disciple held him tightly. The snow demon beast had been awakened by the blood of this individual, that It had been summoned by Long Outyin. Moreover, as the snow demon beast pondered this, it felt the urge to engage once more in a fierce battle with the ghost slaughter sword within itself. It could awaken because of Long Aoton. It could so effortlessly devour the ghost slaughter sword to reclaim its own soul fragments, because the division of Meng Jiangxue, along with the strand of soul that had been separated by Chu Yingli, had all returned to its original form. Additionally, Ji Yu and the others had generously provided it with numerous treasures. The master of the ghost slaughter sword, Gui Yun, had also met her demise. With her death, the sword's power was diminished by more than half. Hence, it finally possessed the strength to resist that I will need at least a year to truly recover. The snow demon beast responded to Chu Yingli's question. A year? Chu Yingli's expression fell, disappointment evident in her eyes. Where will you sleep? Back to where you used to? Then it's all right, I can stay there with you. After all, I cannot leave this place, but it was different now. She had her family. She understood that she no longer bore such burdens. The snow demon beast nodded, accepting this without refusal. Its gaze toward her softened with warmth. Finally, it cast a complex glance in the direction of Long Outyin. By absorbing Long Outyin's blood and being summoned by him, the snow demon beast had already formed a myriad of connections with him. Yet, it truly did not wish for this. It did not want to become Long Outyin's contracted beast. It had a family. She was Meng Jiangxue, and she had a younger sister. When she recovered, she would find a way to take Chu Yingli away from here and back into the outside world. Back to the Chu family. She only wished to guard Chu Yingli for a lifetime, to be her contracted beast. Chu Yingli would forever be her sister. She hoped to witness Chu Yingli meet her destined partner, marry, have children, and create a perfect family. As for Long Outyin, this was also one of the reasons why the snow demon beast needed to sleep for a year, to sever that connection. Thank you for saving me. It sincerely expressed its gratitude to Yin Yu and the others. Taking it outside was, of course, impossible now. However, Yin Yu understood that her agreement with Chu Yingli had essentially been fulfilled. She raised an eyebrow, saying, "No need for thanks. This was a promise made with your sister long ago." The snow demon beast then turned its gaze back to Chu Yingli before finally resting its eyes on Ji Yu. "Regarding my horns, they are treasures of heaven and earth, unique in this world. Should you ever find yourself in danger or wish to save someone, you may grind these horns into powder and consume them. They can bring the dead back to life, even anchoring the souls of those who have passed, and I will assist you in saving them." Such marvels? Yin Yu was taken aback. However, as the snow demon beast continued, it mentioned that it wished to gift one of its horns to Yin Yu, so that she and Ji Yu could each possess one. "That I do not need it." Yin Yu immediately declined. The snow demon beast then cast a significant glance at her, urging, "Accept it for the future. This is also my token of gratitude." Yin Yu? Ultimately, she still did not want it. Nevertheless, the persistent young disciple insisted, and a horn was divided and given to her, each of them keeping their respective halves. The second disciple, Feng Xiaofeng, watched with curiosity and nudged the senior brother with his shoulder, teasingly whispering, "Look at them. Doesn't it seem like they are exchanging tokens of affection?" Long Outyin, upon the snow demon beast's departure, had agreed to return after a year, once its strength was fully restored, to visit Yin Yu and Ji Yu. Meanwhile, as the distant Long Outyin was still in slumber, he opened his eyes languidly just as the snow demon beast vanished. Noticing the scene near Yin Yu, he frowned and asked, "Where is the snow demon beast?" "I saw it just now. That it has left, senior brother," the young disciple replied anxiously. Long Outyin staggered to his feet, his gaze resolutely fixed on Ji Yu, particularly on the two familiar figures by his side. The first words out of his mouth were, "When Zhao Feng Xiaofeng, you have all been deceived, and even your master has been misled." That he pointed a finger at Ji Yu, declaring, "He is the demon lord. I saw the demonic aura erupting from him. He can never cultivate the way of immortality." "What? The junior disciple is the demon lord." Author's note. Chapter 55. Wu Yu is indeed Yin Yu. Feng Xiaofeng felt as though he had just heard a joke. His disdainful gaze fell upon Long Outyin. From the very beginning, Feng Xiaofeng had looked down upon him. Someone like Long Outyin was unworthy of being the master's fiancé. Thus, after expressing his astonishment, Feng Xiaofeng added, "Is this joke really that funny?" In contrast, the senior brother, Wen Zhao, remained calmer and more composed. He merely stated, "We are well aware of what kind of person the junior disciple is. There is no need for the young master of Xian Guang's sect to concern himself with this matter." Despite being polite, his tone towards Long Outyin was neither warm nor cold. In summary, both of them took Long Outyin's accusations lightly. After all, in the original narrative, these two would ultimately become enemies with Long Outyin, eager to bring him to his demise, much of the blame resting on the junior disciple. As Yin Yu considered this, her expression grew complex, yet filled with relief. The trust between the three brothers was steadfast, unshaken by external influences. As a master, she found this gratifying. Ji Yu stepped forward at this moment. Before the crowd, as the one accused of being the demon lord, he faced Long Outyin with a gaze filled with both anger and restraint. His words directly confronted Long Outyin. "Young master, I never expected you to be so despicable." Long Outyin? Despicable? He was momentarily taken aback. That it was not just Feng Xiaofeng and Wen Zhao's attitudes that surprised him. The most significant shock came from Ji Yu's accusations. That Ji Yu continued, "I genuinely look down upon someone like you and firmly believe you are unworthy of our master, flirtatious and unfaithful. Thus, I once drew my sword against you, but I never anticipated you would frame me before my two senior brothers. I am the demon lord. To fabricate charges, there are always excuses." He looked nervously at his two senior brothers, appearing both aggrieved and furious, struggling to articulate his defense. Finally, With a complex tone, he asked, "Senior brother, second senior brother, do you believe me?" "Of course," Wen Zhao replied without hesitation. How could such a remarkable woman as our master fail to see this? She has always despised evil. Feng Xiaofeng scoffed, his demeanor assertive. "Junior disciple, you need not feel wronged. Both I and your senior brother will stand by your side that we three are all direct disciples of our master. We are family.as family. We naturally trust one another. Why should we heed the slander of outsiders? Besides, what is Long Outyin status? The master's fiancé. In this regard, let alone our master refusing to acknowledge it. Even they hold disdain." "Thank you, senior brother, second senior brother." Jiyu let out a cold laugh in his heart, yet his face displayed a radiant smile filled with gratitude and emotion. However, this smile, upon reaching Yin Yu, appeared as if he were belatedly aware of the truth. From the very beginning, when he received the inheritance of Shuiying, it was Shuiying who, seeking to manipulate him, revealed this secret. Wu Yu is Yin Yu, the very identity that his master later unveiled, shattering all veils of secrecy that in an effort to shield him from divine retribution. Jiyu narrowed his eyes, recalling the kiss from before. His identity as a demonic cultivator had long been exposed before his master. And from the outset, she had been the first to help him conceal it. She knew all his secrets. Yet his two senior brothers remained oblivious to at present. He could weave lies in such a manner as to deceive his two senior brothers. But would his master blame him? Would she perceive him as cunning and feel disappointment? Guyu's gaze turned cautious, and for a moment, genuine unease crept in. But when he raised his eyes to meet Yin Yu's face, he found himself momentarily stunned. His master was smiling, and more so, smiling at him. It was as if she felt a sense of relief and pride in him. Absurd! I, the esteemed young master of Shuangguang sect, have always acted with integrity, and everything I have spoken is the truth. When have I ever deceived you? Long Aotan erupted in fury, interrupting Guyu's thoughts, drawing Yin Yu's attention to him as well. Long Aotan's expression had shifted through a myriad of emotions, from shock to disbelief, to absurdity, anger, and finally, to a full-blown rage. It was one thing for Wen Chao and Feng Xiaofeng to dismiss his warnings. But Jiyu was insidious, attempting to turn the tables on him at the last moment. Truly, a demon is a demon, treacherous and cunning. You are clearly a demon. What kind of celestial being are you? I saw the demonic energy erupt from you just now. You must have employed some method to conceal it. Long Ao Han accused vehemently. Once we exit this place, I will surely inform everyone. During the grand assembly of the entire celestial sect, I will not overlook any demonic spies. As he concluded, he restrained his patience and once more urged Wen Chao and Feng Xiaofeng, even for the sake of you heir. You should exercise caution rather than inviting a wolf into the fold, remaining unaware that demonic spies have infiltrated the sect. Have you finished speaking? Feng Xiaofeng responded with a sardonic smile. Yin Yu raised an eyebrow. It was not the time to expose her identity, yet she fiercely defended her beloved, stating, "Where is your evidence? You claim he is of the demon race, but what proof do you have? Did you see demonic energy emanating from him?" Not to mention, Yin Yu was certain that at present, her little disciple bore no signs of abnormality whatsoever. Long Ao Tian, meeting Yin Yu's gaze, felt a surge of both anger and heartbreak, recalling the distant sight of her holding that golden brick. That was undoubtedly, just as Long Ao Tian was about to voice his inquiry, he was interrupted by Ji Yu, who resolutely countered, "The young master of Shuangguang sect must speak with evidence." Long Ao Tian, anger flaring, lashed out at Ji Yu. "You, a demon, have no right to question me here. Do you think your petty tricks can truly deceive all cultivators of the celestial sect?" The little junior sister's voice was faint as she interjected. "Senior brother, let us leave." Unbeknownst to her, Long Ao Tian had already discerned the flaw in Yin Yu, that he had come to realize that Wu Yu was indeed Yin Yu, his betrothed, and now, his fiancé, he was determined to protect the demon. Not only that, but he vividly recalled the moment when Yin Yu and Ji Yu embraced in midair, sharing a kiss so intimate. Were they not master and disciple? Even aside from Ji Yu's identity as a demon, Yin Yu was his master. How could she engage in such an unprincipled act? It must be that he had bewitched her, leading her to foolishly conceal such a monumental secret for him. "Senior brother, we entered this small, secret realm for training. If we leave without any progress and you are injured, where will the face of Xuanguang's sect be? The little junior sister's plea rang out again. As tensions threatened to escalate, she truly wished for Long Ao Tian to refrain from entangling himself further with Yin Yu and her companions. "Let us depart, senior brother," the little junior sister urged. Her gaze filled with anger as it landed on Ji Yu, hatred unable to be concealed that he killed your golden dragon. That was a divine beast, voluntarily binding himself to you if he followed you. Your strength would surely advance significantly. All of this is their fault, especially Yin Yu. The little junior sister thought, her face contorting in frustration. Moreover, she continued to accuse Yin Yu, claiming that she had ruined your divine artifact, causing your injuries to worsen, nearly leading to a regression in your cultivation. Not a single good person among this lot. If it weren't for her lack of strength, the little junior sister would have already taken action. Rather than merely engaging in verbal sparring, Long Ao Tian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at her reminders that in the past he had pursued countless maidens, each of whom had ultimately been sweet and obedient, never doubting him. Except for the present Yin Yu. She was clearly his fiancée, yet how could she side with outsiders? "You heir," he called out, his voice heavy, dropping a bombshell. "You are clearly Yu heir, the vice master of Xianyun's sect. Yin Yu is my betrothed. Why do you hide this from everyone? The author has something to say." Chapter 56 is Long Ao Tian mad. Yin Yu, this can't be right. How did the male lead find out? Her disguise was flawless, without a single seam. Why was it that anyone could see through her at the end? Did she look like she had the words Vice Master of Xianyun's sect written across her face? In an instant, Yin Yu was filled with questions. Meanwhile, Long Ao Tian persisted, and upon hearing his words, the little junior sister beside him was directly shocked. She is the vice master of Xianyun's sect. Then she is your. How could she be the master? This question was posed by Feng Xiaofeng. When Xiao was also taken aback, they were in a small secret realm, and with their masteress qualifications. It was impossible for her to enter this place. Moreover, under everyone's gaze, Yin Yu's face and demeanor were so distinctly different from their masteress. Thus, when Xiao and Feng Xiaofeng immediately concluded that Long Ao Tian had lost his mind. Was this a failed attempt to target the little junior brother, and now he was aiming at their master? This man was simply insane. Ji Yu grasped Yin Yu's hand, instinctively shielding her behind him, separating her from Long Ao Tian's piercing gaze. "She is called Wu Yu, not the vice master of Xianyun's sect," Ji Yu warned, not forgetting to counterattack. "Young Master Long, are you slandering me, seeking to harm my master?" As he spoke, his expression shifted to one of righteous indignation, both in disdain for Long Ao Tian and in defense of his master. "You are the esteemed young master of Xuanguang's sect, and you have a betrothal with my master. Now that she is absent, you would dare to engage in such slanderous acts against her. You are truly unworthy of her, Long Ao Tian." He was certain that everything he said was true. Ji Yu's accusations and veiled mockery only served to heighten the anger that had already surged within him, especially as Yin Yu remained shielded by Ji Yu. "You heir," Long Ao Tian shouted. "You come out. Today, I must get to the bottom of this. You are clearly my fiancé. Not only do you not side with me, but you also entangle yourself with your own disciple. Do you even have the right to face me?" he questioned, ultimately dropping a heavy bombshell. "Do you dare to remove the veil from your face, so I can examine it?" Previously, Yin Yu's veil had indeed been removed by Ji Yu in front of Long Ao Tian. At that time, Long Ao Tian had seen a strange face, and it was that moment of stunning beauty that had captured his heart, leading him to harbor no suspicions about Yin Yu. It was only when Yin Yu produced that golden brick and maintained her unwavering support for Ji Yu that Long Ao Tian's doubts began to surface. That he had been watching from the side when he also noticed Yin Yu's attitude towards Wen Xiao and Feng Xiaofeng was exceedingly amiable. If she were not Yin Yu, Long Ao Tian recalled his deceased divine beast, the golden dragon, and his treasured artifact, the former destroyed by Ji Yu and the latter ruined by Yin Yu, causing him to suffer grievous injuries. Why should she remove her veil for your inspection? Do you think a mere suspicion and targeting would warrant this innocent woman to endure your humiliation and scrutiny? Ji Yu exclaimed, filled with protective fervor. The second senior brother, Feng Xiaofeng, also echoed with a cold laugh, showing little interest in engaging with Long Ao Tian, saying, "Don't think you can just claim my master is your fiancé." She has never considered marrying you. Are you even worthy? Second junior brother. Master brother Wen Chao pretended to admonish, reminding him to maintain decorum. As disciples, we should not meddle in our master's personal affairs. However, he did not express whether Fang Xiaofeng's accusations were excessive. Long Ao Tian. With the support of the disciples, Yin Yu, who had just displayed a hint of guilt, suddenly felt emboldened. She peeked out from behind her little disciple, locking eyes with Long Ao Tian and feigning confusion as she questioned, Vice Master of Xianyan sect. Who are you talking about? Long Ao Tian was once again infuriated, raising his voice once more. He gravely reminded her, your golden brick. You err, I saw it just now. Furthermore, regarding your attitude towards your 3 disciples, if they were not indeed your pupils, why do you go to such lengths to defend them? Your demeanor towards them stands in stark contrast to how you treat others that a gold brick. What is that? Fang Xiaofeng had heard this term several times, yet he could not recall his master possessing such a magical artifact. However, a flicker of realization passed through Ji Yu's eyes as he discerned that Long Ao Tian had thus seen through his master's true identity. Meanwhile, Yin Yu blinked, belatedly recalling that the last time the male protagonist refused to annul the engagement, he had brazenly boasted in front of the sect leader of Xianyun. In a moment of anger, she had simply smashed something handy that a mere gold brick indeed was something I relished using to strike others. It is undoubtedly mine. Yin Yu nodded that as for the others, her gaze momentarily shifted to the male protagonist, flashing a hint of danger that if push comes to shove, this time, the little disguise absolutely cannot be dropped. Perhaps she should simply knock the male protagonist unconscious and stealthily escape. Yin Yu's heart surged with uncertainty once more. She cast a furtive glance at her other 2 disciples, pondering the consequences if they were to discover the truth. No, no. Thus, you are her. Why do you deceive me? Long Aodon asserted with certainty. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu felt a surge of impulsiveness that, of course, before she could act, there was one person who moved even faster, her junior disciple. Ji Yu drew his sword, pointing its tip directly at Long Aoten. He looked as if he were filled with rage, declaring, You repeatedly insult my master. You seek death. Yet unbeknownst to anyone, Long Aoan noticed a fleeting glimmer of amusement in Ji Yu's eyes. He was deliberately seeking an excuse to strike. Indeed, he was a demon, harboring ulterior motives not only towards his master, but also resorting to unscrupulous means. Wen Zhao and Fang Xiaofeng's expressions shifted simultaneously, shouting in unison, Junior disciple. Junior disciple. Even Yin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Hastily withdrawing the gleaming gold from her sleeve, instinctively calling out Yuer, seizing the opportunity, Long Aotan turned to question Yin Yu. Where? Will you not admit that you are indeed Yuer? Yuer was how her junior disciple addressed her. It pained her deeply. How could she not see through such a disciple, failing to comprehend his genuine goodwill? Fang Xiaofeng scoffed, teasingly remarking, as the second senior brother, I can also call her that. It merely signifies a closer relationship. Is there any issue with that? Wen Zhao, remaining calm, added, the master is not present. That a smile appeared in Ji Yu's eyes, bold and unrestrained, that he grasped Yin Yu's hand and raised it high towards Long Ao Tian. Speaking with certainty, the way she addresses me is because of our relationship, Long Shao Zhongzhu. Did you not already witness it? Do you require me to clarify once more? You. The junior sister was on the verge of tears, urgently pulling Long Ao Tian back. Master brother, be wary of the sword in his hand. At this moment, Ji Yu held Yin Yu with one hand while the other maintained the sword's point aimed at Long Ao Tian. Yin Yu widened her eyes, lifting her face to observe the tightly clasped hands of the two. The author has something to say. Chapter 57. With the support of senior brothers. What relationship is this? Long Ao Tian's previously enraged expression suddenly froze upon Ji Yu's words. His heart ached. Where? How could you trust him? She is mine. If you do not believe me, should you then trust him? Ji Yu scoffed, directly interrupting, his gaze falling upon the junior sister who had seized Long Aotan. Long Shao Zhongzhu, your surroundings are perpetually filled with tenderness. You wish to indulge in what's in another's bowl while still feasting from your own. To call this brazen is an understatement. Yin Yu was left momentarily stunned. Facing the male protagonist, her junior disciple's sharp tongue was merciless, fiercely confronting him. The two were indeed adversaries in the original text. She coughed, clarifying, I am Wu Yu. You have mistaken the person. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiaofeng was equally astonished, noting the similarity to their master's name. Earlier, when Ji Yu had referred to Yin Yu as Yuer, both senior brothers had silently shifted their gazes to him, initially thinking it was merely coincidence that it was unexpected that Wu Yu's name differed from their masters by just one character, that it was indeed quite similar. However, given their master's cultivation level, she could not possibly enter this small secret realm. When Zhao nodded, adding, "After all, this is meant for training new disciples like us." Nevertheless, it must be said that these two senior brothers were rather too naive. They had no idea that their master had never been as simple as they perceived. She had secretly engaged in all manner of mischief, amassing a collection of peculiar items. Otherwise, when retrieving the junior disciple, she could not have healed him so swiftly. Perhaps Yuer employed some special method. The speaker of this remark was Long Ao Tian. What raised his suspicions was not only the gold brick, but also Yin Yu's attitude towards these three individuals. Her treatment of them was the clearest evidence. Long Ao Tian trusted his instincts. He shook off the grip of his junior sister, coldly stating, "Junior sister, this matter I must confront, that Yuer is my fiancée. I must understand it clearly, that am I to wear a green hat and remain oblivious. As for this Ji Yu," Long Ao Tian's gaze fell upon the sword he was wielding. He raised his hand. Ji Yu's sword was merely an ordinary one. Due to his novice stage in cultivation and Long Ao Tian's superior prowess, it was almost instantaneous that the sword he pointed was shattered. Bang! Everyone watched as the sword broke into several pieces, one shard even being hurled back towards Ji Yu by Long Ao Tian. In a flash, Ji Yu's face barely grazed a broken sword as he dodged. Long Ao Tian's gaze turned icy, finally revealing his true ferocity to Ji Yu. "You claim to be a cultivator, not a demon. Yet with your current cultivation level, to think you could kill me is nothing but a delusion. I shall see how you intend to do so," Long Ao Tian proclaimed. The disparity in their strength was evident. Long Ao Tian, a young genius and favored by the heavens, could hardly consider Ji Yu, the current public enemy, as his match, unless he was willing to reveal his demonic identity and unleash his demonic energy. Long Ao Tian aimed to force Ji Yu into action, each move a lethal strike. "Master brother," the junior sister exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, when Zhao and Fang Xiaofeng, Ji Yu's senior brothers, were not about to stand by idly. This was utterly intolerable. Fang Xiaofeng's anger flared that a sharp silver thread emerged from his fingertips. His life-bound magical artifact, Puppet Silk, was known for killing without bloodshed, capable of flaying skin and breaking bones in the blink of an eye, charging straight towards Long Ao Tian. The delicate puppet silk was so subtle that it seemed difficult to perceive. However, should it truly penetrate flesh, controlling one's joints and burrowing deep through the cranial seams, it would be a torment worse than death, as Long Ao Tian sought to strike Ji Yu lethally. Fang Xiaofeng showed no mercy in the past. He typically refrained from deploying his life-bound magical artifact due to its brutal lethality to this moment. However, Long Ao Tian sensed a threat approaching from the side, hastily abandoning his attack on Ji Yu and pivoting. Just then, another arrow, formed from condensed spiritual energy, shot forth from behind. It grazed his cheek, swish. A cut appeared on Long Ao Tian's face. He raised his gaze, directing it towards the source of the spiritual arrow, the Ji Yu's senior brother, Wen Zhao, clad in white, was holding a silver bow aimed directly at Long Ao Tian. Long Ao Tian recognized it as Wen Zhao's life-bound magical artifact, the Divine Bow. Besides being Yin Yu's eldest disciple, Wen Zhao was also the young lord of the Holy Domain, possessing an extraordinary status. This Divine Bow was a treasure of the entire Holy Domain. As Long Ao Tian's gaze fell upon him, Wen Zhao maintained a demeanor that was as calm as ever, even devoid of emotional fluctuation. "Long Xiao Zongzhu, please remain composed. After all, you are the young lord of Shuangguang sect. To secretly bully my junior disciple in the secret realm while attempting to kill him is exceedingly..." Long Ao Tian. This attempt on his life was not initiated by him. Were these people mad? One by one, they seemed intent on targeting him. Yet, Long Ao Tian's previous assault against Ji Yu could be seen as having stirred a hornet's nest, with Fang Xiaofeng's puppet silk failing to ensnare its target. He advanced, continuing his assault, while Wen Zhao's divine bow remained trained on Long Ao Tian. Clearly, He intended to shoot an arrow at Long Ao Tian should either of his junior brothers find themselves in peril. "Are you all conspiring to kill me?" Long Ao Tian was on the verge of losing his mind. Jiyu, who had been the most beleaguered, having lost even his good sword, now found himself exchanging glances with Long Ao Tian. Whereupon Long Ao Tian discerned a familiar smile. Jiyu is doing this on purpose. "Jiyu, I will compel you to act today." Long Ao Tian's fury reached its zenith. Yin Yu, who was initially poised to intervene, was utterly taken aback when she realized her eldest and second disciples acted more swiftly than she could have anticipated. Perhaps this was a fate writ in the stars, destined to align with the male protagonist as their adversaries. Meanwhile, her youngest disciple found herself inadvertently pushed out of the fray. The confrontation had devolved into a clash between Fang Xiaofeng and Long Ao Tian, while Wen Zhao gripped the divine bow, preparing to offer support. Yin Yu, however, felt a sense of quiet satisfaction. She approached her youngest disciple, whose peripheral vision had been trained on her. Upon noticing her approach, Jiyu instinctively turned to face her. "Jiyu, do you have no shame?" Long Ao Tian bellowed in outrage, his attention fixated on Yin Yu. This sight only fueled his ire further, and after deflecting two of Fang Xiaofeng's attacks, he charged at Jiyu once more. Although Fang Xiaofeng was formidable, Long Ao Tian was, after all, the male protagonist, a youthful genius, a favored child of destiny. These descriptors were not mere embellishments, truth be told. Fang Xiaofeng struggled to even draw level with him, especially since Long Ao Tian was currently injured, his strength diminished. Naturally, Fang Xiaofeng could not impede him, and while Wen Zhao was caught off guard, Yin Yu resolutely refused to allow him to harm Jiyu. With a resounding thud, Yin Yu raised her hand, pulling Jiyu back to shield her, confronting Long Ao Tian head-on. With her prowess, she sent Long Ao Tian hurtling through the air. He could scarcely believe it. "You err. Even you wish to stand against me. Why can you not open your eyes and see that he is unworthy of being your disciple?" Yin Yu replied, "I've already stated, I am Wu Yu." She impatiently reminded the male protagonist that Jiyu, in a fit of tears, exclaimed, "How dare you treat my senior brother this way? The Xian Guang sect will not let you go." The blade remained pressed against her throat. Yet, Yin Yu found the situation utterly tedious. Deep within, she resolved that as soon as they exited this little secret realm, she would seek out the male protagonist to annul that marriage arrangement. This matter could not be postponed any longer. Why you err? Release her, we shall depart, that I end this secret realm. They could remain for at least another 14 days. Yin Yu's 3 disciples had yet to make any progress in their cultivation, and she was unwilling to waste any more time with the male protagonist. Upon hearing this, Jiyu's gaze fell upon her face, intending to let the junior sister go, and one anticipated that a sudden turn of events would occur at such a moment. Perhaps due to Long Ao Tian's renewed injury, and this time, it was Yin Yu who struck. The junior sister experienced a tremendous shock. In an instant, a black compass materialized in her hand, exuding a chilling aura. Almost immediately upon its emergence, the small realm darkened ominously. The junior sister wept, her face streaked with tears, her eyes filled with malice as they swept over Yin Yu and Jiyu. "You shall pay for this. The true culprits are you. I will not spare you. I want you dead. No one can harm my senior brother. No one can take him from me," the junior sister shouted, seemingly oblivious to the broken sword pressing against her neck, which had already drawn blood, the vivid crimson droplets staining the compass. In that instant, the world shifted. Yin Yu frowned, unable to decipher the nature of this upheaval. Jiyu's first instinct was to eliminate the junior sister. Once she was dead, there would be no further complications. However, just as he prepared to push down the broken sword, darkness enveloped his vision, a void stretching infinitely before him, accompanied by the anxious calls of his 2 senior brothers. Junior brother, be careful, master." Jiyu panicked, reaching out in search of Yin Yu. In the darkness, he grasped a pair of delicate, boneless hands, unmistakably close by. The author has something to say. Chapter 58, The Underwater World. "Master!" Jiyu exclaimed with delight. In the darkness, he could not see her face, yet he could hear her familiar voice beside him. "Why you err? It seems we have been ensnared." "Indeed," he replied, yet even in such dire circumstances, a sense of calm washed over him. Perhaps it was because, No matter the predicament, he was no longer alone. Jiyu tightened his grip on her hand. Guided by instinct, he embraced her as they plummeted downward, only to be met with a resounding splash. A dull sound of water enveloped them. Its water. Yin Yu's voice came through, fragmented. Everything happened so swiftly. There was no time to react. Jiyu vaguely sensed the water was exceptionally frigid. And as he held her, the immense pressure of their descent forced them apart. The last vestige of his grip slipped away, and a torrent of water rushed into his mouth and chest. Master. Jiyu desperately clung to the last few fingertips he could grasp, disregarding the rapid loss of air, fixating solely on the person beside him. Yin Yu, too, was taken aback by the frigid water that surrounded them. As they fell, she had attempted to stabilize her form with spiritual energy, but this peculiar place stifled her powers, rendering her unable to summon any Dai in an instant. She and her junior disciple plunged into the depths. As the hand that held hers began to loosen, she swiftly maneuvered closer, aware that her junior disciple struggled with swimming. She had only recently taught him Dai in this sudden predicament. Yin Yu managed to grasp him underwater, pulling him close. The darkness was suffocating. She could see nothing. Yin Yu could only speculate that her junior disciple was likely submerged. Her hand gradually found his cheek, brow, nose, and finally his lips as she leaned in to share her breath. His frantic movements ceased, and his arms instinctively encircled her waist. The water was unbearably cold. Not knowing how deep it was, Yin Yu, seeing he was nearly back to his senses, urged him to swim upwards until they broke the surface. Yet the place remained shrouded in darkness, an abyss where one could not see their hand in front of their face. Yu air, Yin Yu called out. She then retrieved a luminous pearl from her spatial ring, illuminating their surroundings. Master, her junior disciple's obedient voice chimed in. Yin Yu held the pearl aloft, and under its glow, her junior disciple appeared drenched, strands of ink-black hair clinging to his face. Yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance even amidst such an environment. Gazing at her with lips pressed together, perhaps due to the cold, his complexion was pale, while his lips were a striking crimson, rendering him all the more captivating. Yin Yu paused for a moment, her hand holding the pearl faltering slightly. She bit her lip and turned her gaze to survey their surroundings. Strangely, there appeared to be no shore, only water. What place is this? Her junior disciple asked gravely as he followed her movements. Yin Yu blinked and tentatively circulated her internal energy, yet there was still no response. Not only that, but she could sense no trace of spiritual energy in this place. She recalled the peculiar compass her junior sister had wielded before their descent and felt a dawning realization. This must be the domain of the abyss of death. She voiced her suspicion. Jiyu, surprised by her words, responded, "The abyss of death? But isn't the Xian Guang sect a prestigious sect? How could something from the abyss of death be present here?" It is well known that the relationship between cultivators and the abyss of death has always been one of irreconcilable enmity. How could Long Ao Tian's junior sister possess such a thing? The so-called prestigious sects are merely self-proclaimed that in the end, the Fei Xian continent is governed by strength. Jiyu, remember this. As long as you reach the pinnacle of power in the future, standing at the highest point, all the authority will rest in your hands. Yin Yu turned her head and spoke earnestly. Cultivators thrive as the human race proliferates, dominating nearly every corner of this continent. Forming a vast community, in essence, power reigns supreme. Master, Jiyu's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions, deeply shaken by her words that he had never imagined she would convey such sentiments, acknowledging that she knew he was a demon, yet willingly chose to stand by his side. Attaining the pinnacle of power within such a formidable sect, and throughout this journey, she would be nearly at odds with the entire continent. All for him. I shall strive to meet your expectations, Master, and not let you down. That he replied earnestly. Did I in this icy water? His heart remained warm, no, even warmer. Yin Yu casually offered a reminder. Given the strangeness of this location, she illuminated the surrounding water surface, only to find hard stone walls encasing them. Testing the stone with her sword, it produced a resounding clang. It was incredibly solid. This place resembled a prison. The ceiling was sealed tight. It seemed they must return underwater to seek an escape. Yin Yu promptly shared her thoughts with her junior disciple, warning him that the water might be quite deep. If he could not hold on, he should tap her fingertips, and she would share her breath with him. Jiyu felt a warmth in his ears, his mind drifting to other thoughts as she spoke. Understood, master. Having reached an agreement, Yin Yu secured the luminous pearl around her neck and led him deeper into the water. Now illuminated, everything beneath the surface became clear under the pearl's glow, revealing what lay below. In a complete young lady's boudoir, there stood a dressing table, a small desk, a little couch nestled by the window, and a bed draped with a canopy that hung down like a veil. Within the faint glow of the pale yellow drapes, a figure seemed to be sleeping peacefully upon the bed. "How can this be?" Yin Yu exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. Chapter 59. The Sleeping Bride. Something feels amiss below. She began to swim downward, heading towards the direction of the boudoir. Were it not for the light, no one would have guessed the hidden wonders beneath the water's surface. The Jiyu was gently grasped by her hand. As they swam midway, he lightly brushed against her fingertips. Yin Yu felt it. She turned around, and the light from the luminous pearl illuminated her little disciple's face, revealing his bright eyes that seemed to shine even more brilliantly than the pearl itself. Yin Yu tightened her grip on his hand and leaned closer. It seemed he understood, as one of his hands reached around to the back of her head, his lips meeting the cold water, and despite the abundant allure of the underwater realm, it was difficult to succumb entirely. Jiyu's closed eyes opened again, gazing at her from a mere breath away. His breath mingling with hers, he suddenly pondered if it was still too little. Would Master realize what their relationship had truly become? Yin Yu had already drawn him into the underwater world. As her hand reached forward, she encountered a layer of soft barrier that seemed to separate the water above. This boudoir below appeared to have been intentionally isolated, creating a new world. Fortunately, it was easy to enter. Jiyu followed closely behind her, landing swiftly and feeling the distinct difference. "Master," he called out. "What is this?" Yin Yu glanced around, immediately heading towards the direction partially concealed by the bed curtains. Stating plainly, "There is someone here. Let us take a look." As she lifted the pale yellow drape, Yin Yu finally discerned the figure sleeping on the bed. It was a woman, adorned in a phoenix crown and bridal robes. Her eyes tightly closed, appearing merely to be in a deep slumber. Yet, as Yin Yu reached out to check for breath at her nose, she found none. "She is dead," she concluded decisively. Ji Yu's gaze followed hers. The woman appeared to have been meticulously adorned. Could this possibly be her tomb? The master and disciple had unexpectedly stumbled upon such a peculiar place. Yin Yu pressed her lips together, a thoughtful expression crossing her features. The bride, sleeping on the bed, had her hands clasped together, her fingertips clutching a blood-red jade pendant, from which dangled long tassels, and it seemed a character was engraved upon that jade. The action of the bride's hands concealed the pendant, only revealing a faint edge. Yin Yu's hand extended once more, eager for a closer look. However, just as her fingers brushed the jade pendant, a surge of black mist erupted from it, rushing directly towards Yin Yu. "Master, be careful," Jiyu exclaimed, instinctively shielding her with his back. Yin Yu, unable to intervene in time, cried out, "You are no." The black mist surged into Jiyu's body. A muffled groan escaped him. Are you all right?" Yin Yu asked anxiously. Jiyu lifted his gaze, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he replied, "Master, I am fine." Just as he spoke, he glanced back at the sleeping bride, and in that instant, an uncontrollable surge of demonic energy erupted from him. "I am sorry, Master, but it seems this place has suppressed all my spiritual power. However, my demonic energy is entirely unimpeded." His gaze fell upon Yin Yu, filled with remorse. "Once we are out, I promise to seal my demonic energy once more." Yin Yu's eyes brightened at his words. "You can wield your demonic energy?" Jiyu nodded. "This is a good thing," Yin Yu thought, recalling her earlier decision to allow her little disciple to cultivate both the demonic and celestial paths. That choice had indeed proven to be wise. I hope you understand that my concern lies in your lack of complete growth and strength, which may leave you without refuge in the entire realm of cultivation." Yin Yu mused aloud. She felt a pang of compassion for her little disciple, whose demeanor was always so cautious, obedient, and dutiful. Jiyu instantly grasped her meaning from her earnest response. His heart trembled, his gaze deepening as he looked at Yin Yu. "Master." Almost as soon as he spoke, a trickle of black blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, falling to the ground, and he could not suppress the frown that marred his brow. Yin Yu immediately deduced it was the result of the earlier black mist. "Are you injured?" she inquired. Jiyu shook his head. "I am fine." He reached again towards the sleeping bride on the bed, and without hesitation, he withdrew the blood-red jade pendant from her palm. The woman, who had merely seemed to be in a beautiful dream, began to decay rapidly after the pendant was taken, turning to ashes, leaving only the red bridal gown and phoenix crown upon the bed. This is not good. Yin Yu's expression shifted alarmingly. From the beginning, she had suspected that the jade pendant was anything but ordinary, particularly after witnessing the attack that had emerged from it when her disciple had recklessly taken it was likely that someone had gone to great lengths to preserve the woman's corpse from decay. I understand, Yu responded. Yin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Then why? Yu pressed his lips together, falling silent. Had he not intervened in time, the black mist within the pendant would have harmed Yin Yu. He could not allow anything that would jeopardize his master. He was indifferent to the evil he embraced. After all, he was the embodiment of malevolence, never a paragon of virtue. He lowered his gaze and then shifted the topic to Yin Yu. Let us search for an exit here. Master, I suspect this place will soon no longer remain quiet. Will someone come? Yin Yu guessed that Yu agreed. The master and disciple resumed their search within the chamber, finally feeling a mechanism hidden against the wall. With a click, a smile spread across her face as she exclaimed, "Found it." Her little disciple quickly moved closer, but unlike her, his eyes were filled with vigilance. A dark passageway opened before them. Could this be the exit? Yin Yu illuminated the path with the luminous pearl, but Yu pulled her back, his palm thrusting his demonic energy directly into the passage. Come out, his voice was cold. That I in this place where Yin Yu's spiritual energy was suppressed, Yu's demonic energy seemed to have been invigorated, heightening his senses. There were indeed people lurking within the passage. Lying in wait, the Yu positioned himself protectively in front of Yin Yu, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he focused on the passage. In an instant, those lying in wait within the passage did not have the chance to respond before another wave of demonic energy surged towards him. He dodged, his face displaying surprise that he could not have anticipated that the question posed would be the precursor to an attack with no intention of mercy. Are they truly seeking to end him? Wait, reluctantly, Ling materialized beside Yu and Yin Yu with remarkable speed. Yin Yu had barely blinked before the two began to engage in combat to Yu, having fallen victim to the jade pendant's treachery. Exchanged blows with Ling, whose gaze fell upon the jade pendant gripped tightly in his hand. Recognizing the familiar tassel. You have touched the pendant, Ling exclaimed, visibly shaken. His already pale face grew even more ashen, his dark eyes taking on a ghastly intensity in this eerie place. You moved the pendant, he asked, each word heavy with disbelief. The Yu remained expressionless, raising the pendant high before him. That I did, and your bride has vanished. Chapter 60. He is the born demon to at those words. Ling staggered backward, his eyes dimming further. Tianyin, he murmured. Upon hearing that name, Yin Yu's brow furrowed, realization dawning upon her. You are Ling? This was the abyss of death. The man before her was the one who had previously plotted against the snow demon beast and had later sent Yu and others to retrieve the snow demon beast's heart and blood. All to resurrect his wife. Could the sleeping bride she had seen earlier truly be Ling's spouse? The name, Tianyin, resonated in her mind. Ling did not respond to Yin Yu's astonishment. Instead, his gaze bored deeply into Yu's face, madness evident in the depths of his eyes, unabashedly revealed that in a mere blink, Ling seemed to have lost his sanity. He dashed toward the bed, flinging aside the curtains, only to find the bed empty, save for a festive set of bridal attire. Wife, he cried out. His roar reverberated through the young lady's boudoir, sending tremors throughout the room, thick with the stench of death. Yu remained composed, shielding Yin Yu, and swiftly signaled her, Master, we must head for the exit. He subtly gestured toward the entrance of the passage. Yin Yu furrowed her brow. I will not leave you behind. However, Yu meant something different. He was indicating that they must leave this place, that I want you all dead. Ling bellowed, and around him, a fierce gale seemed to rise, twisting his sinister visage, especially as he glared at Yu. You dare to harm my wife. I shall ensure you accompany her to the grave. He could never have anticipated that he had set a lethal trap within the jade pendant, and in this place surrounded by water. The secluded chamber beneath the surface could only be accessed by him. Who were these two intruders? Entering from the water surface, the space above was utterly sealed. Beyond the stone walls lay a volcano that had been in a perpetual state of eruption. Whether they were demons or cultivators, none could hope to enter from above. He had chosen this fail-safe location with immense effort. After exhausting countless resources, it was all merely to safeguard the body of Tianyao. He could not accept her death, even after all these years. Jiang Ling summoned his ghostly sword and immediately engaged in a deadly struggle with Jiyu, each strike fraught with peril. "You be careful." Yin Yu, witnessing this, also wished to rush forward. However, upon making a move, her spiritual energy was entirely suppressed, rendering her strength futile. She closed her eyes, tentatively attempting to summon her innate abilities. Yet, as she barely uttered 2 characters, unbeknownst to her, her right cheek was already crawling with grotesque black markings, growing increasingly sinister as her eyes widened in astonishment. How could the suppression here be so intense? Yin Yu murmured, her tone betraying her shock. No, it was this world, this very story. Slowly realizing, she understood that the sensation was likely her primordial power, which this body could not withstand. Moreover, should she forcefully wield it, the heavenly law of this world would detect her immediately, and she was uncertain of the consequences that would follow. Yet, just a moment ago, she had felt an overwhelming sense of threat. She recalled the words of the white-coated figure just before she entered this place, stating that she must alter the fate of her little disciple, Jiyu. Otherwise, she would never see her apprentice again. That was Sangyu. Yin Yu frowned again. Sangyu was dead. She had long since passed, her eyes forever closed in her embrace. However, Sangyu could be revived at as long as Yin Yu suppressed her thoughts, no longer considering the use of her primordial power, and moved towards the entrance of the passage. Jiyu was still fiercely battling Jiang Ling. Both were merciless, each strike a lethal blow, with neither considering mercy, indifferent to the concept of mutual destruction. "You cannot kill me." Jiang Ling retreated mid-fight, seething with rage. Jiyu wiped the blood from her lips. Her gaze as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Jiang Ling, even more enraged, continued, "I have placed a curse upon the jade pendant. Anyone who dares to harm my wife shall." Enough with the chatter. Jiyu charged forward, clearly unwilling to let Jiang Ling finish. Meanwhile, Yin Yu, having just reached the entrance of the passage, abruptly turned around, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Ling. "What did you say? What curse?" She realized that her little disciple had indeed been injured. Yin Yu had witnessed it moments ago, but a curse? Was that the dark aura she had seen on the jade pendant? Jiang Ling laughed heartily, only to be struck by Jiyu, causing him to spit blood. The Jiyu was slow in her progress with cultivation, but her demonic abilities were innate. She was a primordial demon, and once she truly awakened, her power would surpass that of ordinary beings. Even Jiang Ling, who prided himself on being the absolute genius of the abyss, could not compare. "There is no curse," Jiang Ling insisted, continuing to build upon Yin Yu's words. "You shall not threaten my master in such a manner." Yet again, he was interrupted by Jiyu. Since he began his demonic training, a voice had occasionally whispered in his ear, especially when Jiyu contemplated taking a life. This voice taught him various cruel and insidious techniques, facilitating his rapid advancement in demonic cultivation. The hatred he harbored deep inside him was undeniable. Perhaps he was truly born to be a demon, often succumbing to murderous intent against certain individuals. "That I am not injured," Jiyu declared, her words clearly directed at Yin Yu. But subsequently, she offered no further opportunity for Jiang Ling to speak, their battle becoming increasingly desperate and fraught with danger. Yin Yu several times nearly succumbed to the urge to unleash her primordial power at any cost. With a resounding clash, their swords collided, and Jiyu was soon sent flying toward her. Yin Yu feared he had been bested. Yet in the next moment, Jiyu had already embraced her, swiftly fleeing toward the passage's exit. "Master, we must go. Stop right there. Do you think you can escape my grasp?" Jiang Ling's voice was dark and foreboding, clearly on the brink of madness, but he pursued them, his hair disheveled, his face pale to the point of appearing blue, yet his eyes gleamed with a lethal, malevolent light that could not be subdued. Yin Yu grasped Jiyu's hand, her heart laden with doubts. She understood this was not the moment for discourse. Ever since her little disciple entered this realm, he seemed exceptionally familiar with it. The passage was not a straight path, but rather resembled a labyrinth. They twisted and turned within, Jiang Ling hot on their heels. Finally, they came to a halt, and Yin Yu glanced back, raising the luminous pearl to inspect her apprentice's visage. Thankfully, it remained as pleasing as ever. Yin Yu's expression softened, but in an instant, her brow furrowed again. She felt an unusual chill emanating from the hand she held. What could it be? She cast her gaze over. Chapter 61. Kill me, Master Gu, following her movement, looked down to see the blood-red jade pendant clutched in his hand, the one worn by the bride earlier. Why are you still holding on to that? Yin Yu realized, somewhat displeased. The thought that this pendant had caused so much trouble made her feel her little disciple was being reckless. Why would he want to steal something from the dead? Master, are you angry? Gu sensed her displeasure with keen awareness. Yin Yu shook her head, no, I just have a sudden headache that I'm sorry, Master. Gu apologized nonetheless. Yin Yu was taken aback, initially intending to survey their surroundings. But her gaze landed back on him. You needn't apologize so readily that I shall never be angry with you. After a moment's thought, she added, Jiu's eyes remained fixed on her face, emotions he had long suppressed battling within him. Every time he channeled his demonic energy, without restraining it, the voice that echoed in his ears became like a persistent parasite, urging and seducing him. She is truly angry with you. She is deceiving you. What kind of master is she? Your current relationship is hardly that of a legitimate master and disciple. Do you truly think she cannot fathom your intentions? You believe you conceal them well? The one who claims to be the primordial demon still mocks you, attempting to compel you to kill her or possess her entirely, to make her yours. Deep down, you know you do not wish for her to be your master. You despise this apprentice identity. Enough. Jiu closed his eyes, finally unable to contain himself. Blood seeped uncontrollably from the corner of his lips, dark and ominous, that he quickly pressed his lips together, concealing it with his sleeve. Not wanting his master to see. You are clearly cursed. That person spoke the truth. You will live no more than half a year. You are going to die. Yet you still behave like a coward, pretending to be her obedient disciple. The voice in his mind resonated with anger. Jiu discreetly wiped the blood from his lips, as if he had not heard the voice. During this time, he had grown accustomed to ignoring it. Just as he had initially done, the figure of Shuang who had given him guidance had left behind an insinuation that ignited his hatred for his master, prompting him to kill her. But your complexion seems off, Yin Yu suddenly remarked, her gaze drawing closer. Master, you are mistaken. Jiu instinctively retreated, his eyes scanning the surroundings. That we need to leave this place quickly. Otherwise, if he finds us, I fear I will be unable to protect you. Yin Yu was drawn away by his words, nodding in agreement, yet her gaze remained uncertain as she scanned his features. Are you truly all right? Why do I feel like your complexion has paled considerably in such a short time? Jiu smiled obediently at her, his voice gentle. That I am fine, Master. Yin Yu could only suppress her lingering doubts. Turning away but then extending her hand toward him, instructing, give me your hand. Instinctively, Jiu recoiled slightly, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. Yet he quickly transformed into a compliant, harmless demeanor. When Yin Yu urged him to extend his hand, he complied without hesitation. However, the moment her hand made contact with his wrist, Jiu leaned in, his lips lightly brushing against hers, so gentle, so fleeting. Under the soft glow of the luminous pearl, Yin Yu distinctly noticed the flush of his earlobes, her gaze momentarily freezing in astonishment. What are you doing? The little disciple gazed at her, his eyes clear and anxious. Master, it seems my demonic energy is somewhat uncontrollable, that I feel like I am losing control of it. He spoke, his gaze once again falling upon her lips. That look was pure, imbued with desire, as if it existed solely to seal the demonic energy within him, that he longed to kiss her. Yin Yu swiftly grasped this, her heart inexplicably racing. She almost awkwardly diverted her gaze, but from the side his eyes pursued her. She heard him softly call out, Master. Yin Yu's expression stiffened momentarily. Both of them were aware of this method. It had not been absent in the past, yet for reasons unknown, a peculiar sensation stirred within her. She parted her lips, about to respond, but before she could, soft lips covered hers. Her eyes widened, and a gentle hand brushed the back of her neck, enveloping her in an embrace that was almost tentative. Yin Yu's heart inexplicably trembled, and her open eyes shut involuntarily. However, with her sight obscured, her other senses sharpened. The kiss was truly featherlight, tender enough to ensnare one in its depths. And in that moment when their lips met, it felt more like a coaxing invitation. He gently pressed his lips against hers, the embrace tightening in response. Yin realized not when her body leaned against the stone wall. When she regained her senses, the gaze upon her was heavy and profound, no longer the clarity it once held, trailing from her brow to her cheeks, and finally meeting her eyes once more. "Master," the little disciple spoke again, his voice seemingly hoarse. Yin softly replied. Yet the sound startled even herself, such a sweet and sticky tone. She raised her hand to cover her lips, her eyes widening once more in confusion and bewilderment. Jiyu grasped her hand, the one covering her lips, gently pulling it down. Placing both hands against the stone wall, he had long forgotten the excuse from earlier. Leaning in closer, he was ready to continue. How could anyone truly resist such a descent? But it was he alone who was entirely lost in this intoxication that Jiyu's movements faltered as he leaned in again, the sound of that call. In an instant, his gaze fell, devoid of any struggle, his eyes filled with longing, obsession, and an unwillingness to sink into this together. It has come to this. Once, twice, thrice, countless times that he could not believe that she would remain unmoved forever. He pressed his lips to hers this time, in contrast to the previous gentleness and caution. There was more technique involved. With the few kisses he had experienced, he poured his heart and soul into coaxing her to follow his rhythm. Clumsy yet practiced, his tongue brushing against hers, leaving Yin no time to brace herself in the silent space. Even their breaths became distinctly clear. The sound of fabric brushing against skin, the tall, lithe youth now pressed entirely against her. His master was as if he had completely enveloped her within his embrace. And that voice which had echoed in his mind, once filled with cold mockery and various taunts, now fell silent under their kiss. As if rendered speechless from sheer fury. "You are but a worthless fool, a coward." Under the kiss, it was utterly silenced. Until they finished, it suddenly re-emerged with a heavy grunt. "You have the audacity. Why not make her yours outright? How come you lack the courage? Do not forget, she is still bound by an engagement to the young master of Shuangguang sect. She is still another's fiancé, not yours, asa disciple. You cannot even grasp a chance to compete. Is that not laughable? Jiyu, can you shut your mouth?" Finally, Jiyu could no longer endure it. Trapped between him and the stone wall, his master, her eyes once hazy, seemed to finally awaken. Her first reaction was to push him away. He quickly regained his composure, his gaze towards her filled with trepidation and anxiety. "Master, are you angry? I'm sorry, He appeared utterly flustered, his words tumbling out in a disordered manner. Yin bit her lip. Her hands hidden within her sleeves clenched tightly. Her heart raced, pounding vigorously. Even her limbs felt weak. She was both bewildered and dazed, increasingly feeling as though she had been poisoned. The little disciple's voice, filled with guilt, continued, "I'm sorry, Master. It seems I lost control just now. I couldn't contain myself." The more he spoke, the more it was as if he no longer believed in himself, in a fit of despair. He drew his sword, pointing it at himself, presenting the hilt to Yin, tears slipping from the corners of his eyes. "Kill me, Master." Chapter 62. The Curse of the Jade Pendant. Yin. She pushed aside the sword. "Why?" Jiyu looked at her, his gaze filled with helplessness and uncertainty, as if he were utterly disappointed in himself. His voice was barely a whisper. "The more I refine my demonic energy, the harder it becomes to control." "I cannot. I do not blame you, Yin interrupted him. The little disciple's expression clearly faltered as he looked at her, seeking the truth in her words. "But I thought if I cannot progress in my cultivation, the consequence of my advancement would be to continuously offend my master, and I would disappoint you." Yin understood his concerns upon hearing this, cultivating demonic energy was such a troublesome endeavor. She shook her head. "I have said before, I will never be angry with you." She had already reassured him of this no less than 3 times. And this time would be her final emphasis. From the moment I brought you back to the sect, you have been an eternal part of Xianyun's sect, my disciple, I believe that my choice in you was undoubtedly correct. Master. The little disciple, in a fit of emotion, once again embraced her. Yin, who had maintained a certain distance, stiffened momentarily at the action. Her already unsteady heartbeat seemed to quicken. She wanted to push him away, but the little disciple's arms around her trembled subtly, clearly filled with unease. She could not provoke him further, as she pondered in disarray. She heard the little disciple beside her say, "Master, if one day you come to hate me, or if I do something outrageous, then you may kill me." Yin Yu sighed, "That do not speak such words again. Why the way? How do you feel right now?" Yin Yu thought to ask, "Look at you, spouting lies with that ridiculous expression. If one day you were to become my master, do you think I would still have such patience with your true self?" Just as Ji Yu was about to respond, that voice echoed in his mind once more. He paused. He could sense that the demonic energy within him had once again been sealed. For reasons unknown, Yin Yu's presence indeed had the power to suppress his demonic energy. Yet in the past, when his demonic energy was sealed, that voice rarely appeared, as if it had been sealed along with the energy. However, for some reason, it was still so talkative now. Most of the time, Ji Yu chose to ignore it, unwilling to engage. But now, the voice incessantly poked at his sore spots. He scoffed, silently retorting, "No matter what, I am still her disciple. Master said she would never be angry with me. She does not know your true nature. Behind her back, you have taken the lives of others. You deceived her, claiming those few acted first. You did it only for self-preservation. So what?" Ji Yu responded coldly. "Even if that were the case, so what? The people are dead, their bodies gone. Thus, the truth will never be known." For her sake, he was willing to remain by her side for eternity. Until the argument reached its peak, that voice was utterly silenced by anger. Ji Yu did not mind. Knowing he had settled down, Yin Yu understood that the next priority was to find an exit. This place was not so dark that one could not see their own hand. There was a faint glow, coupled with a luminous pearl in Yin Yu's hand. It was clear that previously, Ji Yu had found the way so smoothly because he had been guided by the voice that claimed to be the primordial demon god. Of course, that voice was now gone, silenced by his ire. The rest was left for him to navigate alone, and fortunately, the one named Jiang Ling had been shaken off. This place resembled a maze, seemingly without an exit. After Yin Yu and he had turned countless corners, they found themselves in a place that seemed somewhat familiar. Yin Yu frowned at Yu. "Haven't we been here before?" "Yes," Ji Yu nodded, his gaze deepening. "It seems we are trapped here. I do not know what part of the abyss of death this is." Yin Yu murmured. The abyss of death was a place she had never visited before. "Let us change direction and try to the right," Yin Yu instructed again. Although the maze appeared directionless, there were indeed tricks to it. The key was that Yin Yu lacked any innate sense of direction. Ultimately, it was Ji Yu who discerned the clues and found the correct exit. "Once we get out, we should still be within the abyss of death. I wonder if my cultivation can recover." Yin Yu pondered as she spoke. She turned to glance at her little disciple. "That you are, Master. What is it?" Ji Yu Qiang steeled himself to respond to her. The two of them had been wandering in the maze for nearly half an hour. Merely half an hour. Yet Yin Yu observed her disciple's complexion, which now displayed a distinctly concerning pallor. Yin Yu's expression grew grave. "Do you clarify this for me? What exactly happened with that jade pendant earlier?" As she spoke, she reached out to seize the jade pendant that her disciple had been clutching tightly in his palm. "No," Ji Yu exclaimed in surprise. Yet instinctively, he did not resist her, with wide eyes. He watched as the pendant slipped into Yin Yu's grasp, only for him to suddenly cough up blood, his face growing even more ashen. Yin Yu gazed at the pendant, and reacting quickly, she returned it to him. The moment the pendant was back in his possession, Ji Yu's bleeding ceased, but the truth could no longer be concealed. "Speak clearly, or I shall truly be angry this time." "I'm sorry, Master, but I do not wish to cause you worry," Ji Yu murmured, lowering his gaze, his slightly pursed lips still bearing traces of blood. Yin Yu lifted her sleeve, her eyes instinctively moving to his lips as she gently wiped away the blood. Ji Yu still held the jade pendant in his palm. Previously, Yin Yu had overlooked it, but now it was evident that he could not release it. It seemed that an accident had befallen him when he snatched it from the bride's hands. She recalled that during his confrontation with Jiang Ling, he had mentioned several times that he had placed a curse on the pendant, declaring that anyone who harmed his wife would face dire consequences. Each time he reached this point, Ji Yu had interrupted him that if you insist on remaining silent, we shall return and seek out Jiang Ling. Yin Yu declared to Ji Yu raise his eyes, instinctively attempting to dissuade her. "No, we cannot. Together, we may not even stand a chance against him." He grasped her hand, his gaze revealing his anxiety. Returning to confront him would be futile. "This is a curse. From the moment I grasped the pendant, I began to hear that voice." "What voice?" Yin Yu inquired. Who disturbs the bride's eternal slumber. The soul shall be eternally imprisoned in the valley of eternal ice, subjected to the harshest tortures of this world. Never to be freed. Jiyu closed his eyes, his voice barely a whisper, that I in the realm of Fei Xian. Apart from the three major sects of immortal cultivation, there were 5 smaller nations, along with 6 domains. Namely the sacred domain of Buddhism, the demon city, the beast forest, the spirit of Yunmeng, the ghosts of the abyss, and finally, the witches of the valley of eternal ice. Among them, the witches were the least desired to be associated with, as they were known to be extraordinarily sinister. The witches of the valley of eternal ice did not cultivate spiritual energy, nor did they practice magic, Buddhism, ghostly arts, or spiritualism. They pursued the most nefarious of arts and remained reclusive, fiercely guarding their territory. They seldom appeared elsewhere, which rendered their bizarre abilities and various malevolent curses nearly impossible to unravel for those afflicted in the realm of Fei Xian, often leading to tragic outcomes that sent shivers down one's spine. Most notably, their whereabouts were notoriously elusive. Half human, half monster in form, they subsisted on venomous insects and serpents, dwelling within the trees, caves, and underground, their appearances as varied as they were grotesque. Even when found, the majority would rather face death than submit. Choosing to accompany the curse to the grave. In summary, they were forced to await their demise in a false sense of security. The one who cursed you is not Jiangling, is he? He is the prodigy of the younger generation of the abyss. How could he possibly be linked to the valley of eternal ice? Yin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. When did the valley of eternal ice and the abyss grow so close? Jiyu shook his head. I am uncertain of the details, but I am certain that the voice I heard mentioned the valley of eternal ice. The true source of evil within it is likely known only to the witches, and even less to those who would seek it out. Jiyu had initially planned to find an opportunity to investigate alone, not wishing to cause Yin Yu any worry. He intended to confront Jiangling directly, as the latter would surely know the truth behind it all. No, Master, this is the abyss. Together, we may not even be his match, Jiyu protested, blocking her path. He did not want Yin Yu to place herself in danger, especially since she might be inexplicably suppressed here. His words fell. Just as the master and disciple had stepped out of the maze, a familiar chilling laughter echoed from behind them. Since you know you cannot defeat me, how dare you threaten my wife? You have quite the audacity. Today, this shall be your grave. It was Jiangling. Yin Yu reacted swiftly, instinctively gripping Jiyu's hand as they both retreated. Be careful. Master, watch out. With a thunderous crash, Jiangling charged forward, sword drawn, aiming directly at Yin Yu. Perhaps even Jiyu had not anticipated that Jiangling would suddenly change his target. Master, he exclaimed, his heart racing, that he instinctively shielded Yin Yu. In response, Yin Yu quickly retreated with her disciple, narrowly avoiding Jiangling's attack. To her surprise, she discovered that the suppression of her spiritual power had lifted, and she seized the opportunity to strike back. With a swift motion, she faced Jiangling head-on, and the golden brick in her palm expanded dramatically, ultimately resembling a small hill as it bore down upon Jiangling, threatening to shatter the sword in his grasp. It seemed that the previous space had been an extraordinarily unique environment. As Yin Yu's strength returned, she launched into a fierce battle, pushing Jiyu aside lightly. Cheer, defend yourself, and be cautious. On the opposite side, a resounding clang echoed as Jiangling's sword shattered into 2 pieces. He had mistakenly chosen a soft target, believing Yin Yu to be an easy opponent. Ultimately, he found himself completely overwhelmed, retreating under her relentless onslaught until he was sent flying. Jiyu stood rooted in place, his gaze fixed intently upon the scene. That moment, the voice of the demon god ancestor echoed in his mind. Did you see that? This is your master's true self. If she desires it, few in the realm of Fei Xian could possibly contend with her. Unless you completely subdue her, destroy her, and strip her of her powers, you shall never possess her. No. Jiyu shut his eyes, feeling an unexpected calm wash over him, that he recalled Yin Yu's words spoken to him time and again. Master will never be angry with you. You will always be her disciple, even if it was merely by virtue of this title. He understood that as long as he persevered, one day she would be as the Jiyu. You are truly naive. The demon god ancestor began to laugh heartily. Have you forgotten? She is still bound by another's engagement. She is another's fiancé, yet she does not harbor feelings for you. How do you know she does not? Jiyu countered. She has not severed her engagement with that man, has she? Even so, I could eliminate him. A murderous intent flickered in his eyes. And why do you remain coiled within my consciousness? When do you intend to leave? He posed the question, yet silence reigned in his mind for a long while. As Yin continued to press Jiang Ling, she demanded, "What is the curse upon the pendant? How are you connected to the witches of the Valley of Eternal Ice?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling erupted into manic laughter. "So you know. Haha. If that is the case, why bother asking me? You are both doomed. Not only you, but you shall both perish. I will make you kneel before my wife, confessing and repenting for your sins." In his eyes burned an intense hatred that if you dare to harm Cheer, I will ensure you accompany her to the grave. Yin Yu's brows furrowed, her voice icy. Jiang Ling had become as mad as a hatter. Having plotted relentlessly to eliminate the snow demon beast in his desperate quest to save his wife. His wife was far from innocent, having secretly conspired against the snow demon beast upon Jiang Ling's return, aiming to destroy it. Yin Yu felt no inclination to reason with such a person. Moreover, she had little patience and was no saint. If her disciple were to suffer any misfortune, a profound murderous intent flickered in her eyes as she tightened her grip on Jiang Ling's life force. "Speak clearly," coughing. Jiang Ling's laughter echoed maniacally. Ji Yu stepped forward, standing before Jiang Ling. Meeting his eyes filled with hatred and abruptly halted laughter, Ji Yu smiled instead. "Your wife is dead. She should have perished long ago." "She is not dead," Jiang Ling screamed in rage. "You lie. My wife will not die. As long as I obtain the heart of the snow demon beast, she will awaken." "She will not," Ji Yu interrupted once more. "Jiang Ling, do you know why? Don't tell me you are unaware of what has transpired with your ghost slaughter sword and the people you sent out, that if you truly care for your wife. How can you be oblivious to everything that has happened?" Ji Yu spoke each word with evident determination, clearly indicating he had no intention of letting Jiang Ling escape unscathed. Every insinuation he made was crystal clear. Captured by Yin Yu, Jiang Ling initially exhibited an unwavering resolve to fight to the death, his heart filled solely with hatred and a defiant arrogance, until Ji Yu unexpectedly mentioned the ghost slaughter sword and the individuals he had dispatched. The snow demon beast. How could they possess such knowledge? Did you steal the snow demon beast? Did you murder Gei Yun? Did you destroy my ghost slaughter sword? Realizing the truth too late, Jiang Ling descended into an even more frenzied state. "I will kill you all. You have thwarted my plans. You have taken my wife." He began to recklessly attack Yin Yu, disregarding the fact that his neck was nearly being crushed by her grip. And instead, he found a moment of twisted satisfaction in the chaos. Jiang Ling closed his eyes and summoned a crimson sword from his heart. This blood-red blade bore a resemblance to the one Gui Yun had wielded. Yet it was distinct. This was Jiang Ling's sword, crafted from a century of his cultivation, intended as a gift for his wife, but he had never had the chance to present it before Tian and was lost to eternal slumber. "Today, even if it costs me my life." His face was a mask of madness. Previously, he had used this sacred ground to protect his wife's peaceful rest, and the reason he had failed to notice the anomaly sooner was due to the issues with the individuals he had sent out. Not only that, but the ghost slaughter sword had also been unexpectedly destroyed. Jiang Ling had sacrificed even the artifact of the abyss, the 10 hooks of the Rakshasa, to forge that bone sword. As long as it meant saving his wife, there was nothing he would not sacrifice or exploit. Yet here he was, before he could even employ secret techniques to uncover who had killed Gei Yun and how the ghost slaughter sword had been lost. Ji Yu and Yin Yu had already stepped forth. However, Yin Yu was unaware of how troublesome her little disciple, Long Ao Tian, could be, appearing so unassuming. Upon discovering that she and Ji Yu were the masterminds behind his misfortunes, Jiang Ling became even more relentless, unleashing a barrage of deadly moves towards Yin Yu. Yin Yu was concerned about the curse afflicting her little disciple. She was still unwilling to give up, eager to pry the truth from Jiang Ling about the mystery surrounding that jade pendant. Jiang Ling could clearly see her apprehension, a fact that Ji Yu also discerned from the sidelines. Thus, Ji Yu quickly drew his sword and joined the fray. Once he made his move, he held none of Yin Yu's hesitations or considerations that "What are you doing here? Step back." Yin Yu scolded with a frown upon seeing him. Ji Yu, undeterred, insisted, "Master, I cannot stand idly by while he harms you. He deserves death. What of my life?" His hand that grasped the jade pendant coincidentally also clutched the sword. with each strike he made. His complexion grew increasingly pale. Yin Yu, noticing his worsening condition, became anxious. Your injuries, listen to me. You are not needed here. This scene was indeed intriguing. A bond of master and disciple. Jiang Ling laughed heartily. The more adversaries, the better. They were all his enemies. Although it was evident that Ji Yu was even more vicious than him, as several times the sword's tip pierced his flesh, and had it not been for Jiang Ling's timely dodging, he would have already succumbed. It was clear to him that Ji Yu's true concern lay with Yin Yu. Therefore, he paid no heed to Ji Yu's lethal attacks, only growing more ferocious in his attempts to injure Yin Yu. And at last, he was on the verge of success. The tip of his sword was mere fractions away from Yin Yu's shoulder. Just a little more. Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled with madness. I am finally Shu. However, before he could complete his thought, Ji Yu struck from behind with a heart-piercing thrust. The sharp blade sank into flesh, blood gushed forth, splattering high into the air. You or no? Yin Yu's shocked voice rang out. But it was too late. Jiang Ling's body froze, his head slowly lowering as he uttered, I will send you to meet your wife. It is only right. You should have accompanied her long ago. Ji Yu's gaze met his, filled with an endless darkness. Only death lingered in his eyes. Jiang Ling watched helplessly as the remaining blade plunged deeper into his heart, twisting savagely. A sickening sound erupted as he violently coughed up blood. The pain radiating from his very core, blood spilling uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth to no. Yet, fortunately, the sword's advance was halted as Yin Yu embraced her little disciple. Just before her pupil could deliver a final blow, Yin Yu grasped his sword-bearing hand. No, yet Ji Yu, enveloped in his master's embrace, felt as though he were in a sanctuary that he could never escape. How he wished it were not in such dire circumstances. He sighed within. His expression softened in an instant, Master, but he intends to harm you, and no one shall harm those I care for. Ever since he witnessed the entire Ji family slaughtered before his eyes, his parents, his elder brother, and his younger sister who had just learned to walk, all had turned to a sea of blood on that fateful day, an unending cascade of blood, simply due to the words of an exalted immortal that branded him as a demon. This world could no longer harbor him. The label of a demon brought with it boundless malice and bloodshed, the lives of his entire family. From that day forth, Ji Yu vowed that he would rather bear the world's hatred, since the world deemed him a future harbinger of destruction, then let him embody that role. A merciless killer, except for his master. Jiang Ling, bleeding profusely from the wound, felt his entire focus shift towards Yin Yu, who was now embracing her disciple. As a seasoned individual, Jiang Ling laughed, a motion that exacerbated his injury, leading him to cough violently. Ha ha ha! A master and disciple. Truly a delightful pair from earlier. Jiang Ling had sensed something amiss. At this moment, he finally comprehended the revelation. These two were indeed a master and disciple. Master. She is truly your master. Master. Ha ha ha. Ji Yu's eyes narrowed dangerously as they locked onto Jiang Ling. His voice turned icy. What do you wish to convey? She is my master. Yin Yu seized the moment to press further, clarify the matter of the curse on the jade pendant. You shall not learn of it. Jiang Ling spat vehemently. Let me be frank. Since your disciple sees that pendant, he will only meet a swifter demise. Within 6 months, perhaps even less than half a month, he may not endure. Master, will you stand by and watch him slowly decay? Starting from his very core, emitting foul odors, until he is entirely consumed by insects, leaving only a shell behind. Even if he possesses cultivation, what does it matter when the most powerful spirit cultivators of the immortal continent cannot withstand the sorcery of the witch doctors from the Xianbing Valley? He spoke with a sense of delight, disregarding the blood pouring from his wounds. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu's heart plummeted, her face becoming void of expression. You seek death? Jiang Ling continued to provoke her. Why is it specifically your disciple? If it were someone else, would you understand why he cannot survive even half a month? The curse from Xianbing Valley is among the most sinister. Originally, it could torment a person for half a year, rendering them worse than dead, begging for death yet unable to attain it. What a pity! Your disciple is too weak and will soon accompany my wife to the grave. He deserves it. How dare he, being neither human nor demon, lay hands on my wife? To accompany my wife to the grave. Even if he were to die 1,000 times over, it would not atone for his sins. I want you to watch as your disciple. Jiyu plunged his sword deep, leaving nothing but the hilt remaining. The author has a word. Chapter 65, Journey to Xianbing Valley. With all this unnecessary chatter, does he truly believe there is anyone patient enough to listen to him? How my fate unfolds is irrelevant. You shall never witness it, that Jiyu replied coldly. You love your master. You actually love your master. Ha ha ha. Jiang Ling gritted his teeth, unable to restrain the words that tumbled out. Yin Yu stood frozen in shock. Yet, the one to react swiftly was Jiyu. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's accusation, Jiyu quickly deduced why the other party claimed he would not last half a month due to his master. But that was of no consequence. He raised an eyebrow. A light chuckle escaping him. Love? Of course I love her. She is the best person in this world to me, the one who cares for me the most, that I have no reason to dislike her. Jiang Ling's eyes widened in disbelief that he never imagined Jiyu would so easily shift the meaning of his words. That was not the sentiment he intended. No, you are lying. You clearly, Jiyu twisted the sword, which had been reduced to a mere hilt, with a force that appeared to shred Jiang Ling's remaining accusations before they could escape his lips, the sound reminiscent of flesh being torn apart. Do you find your life too lengthy? Jiyu's expression was devoid of emotion as he gazed upon Jiang Ling's anguished face. Suddenly, he chuckled. Even in this state, you still wish to sow discord between me and my master? You seek death with that. He yanked the blade free. The agonizing sensation of flesh being forcibly severed resounded once more.